Chapter 53. Identifying Issues and Taking Decisive Action. Yang Tinghe was taken aback by Yang Yiqing's roundabout approach, ultimately serving the interests of the capital's officials. How despicable! Can you truly justify the emperor's trust in you? Yang Tinghe felt a sense of injustice for the young emperor. Upon glancing at the emperor, he noted the latter's discomfort, as if he had not anticipated such a swift change in the tides of opinion. However, the court officials were in an uproar. Such a golden opportunity was not one they would let slip by. Your Majesty, the capital inspection must commence. They clamored. Your Majesty, the capital has the Imperial Guard to oversee matters, and the atmosphere in the bureaucracy has always been proper. They argued, Your Majesty, it would be unwise to implement a large-scale inspection in the capital, lest we fall into mutual attacks and severe internal strife. Under the emperor's dominion, who would dare to act recklessly? In truth, you need not worry. Your Majesty, the martial academy in the capital is about to commence, and compared to the capital, the local opposition is far more pronounced. If they were to employ underhanded tactics, Yang Yiqing stated, the capital inspection would serve as a deterrent, ensuring the smooth progress of the academy. Although the officials felt somewhat uneasy, the advantages of initiating such an inspection under the current system overshadowed their discomfort, leading them to unanimously exclaim, Governor Yang speaks wisely. Zhu Hozhao took a deep breath and suggested, should we not allow the Imperial Guard to conduct the inspections? Absolutely not. This is not the role of the Imperial Guard. Yang Tinghe interjected vehemently. At this juncture, he could only strive to gain benefits, aligning himself with Yang Yiqing. The Ministry of Personnel managed promotions, the cabinet handled drafting, and the censorate oversaw inspections. All personnel changes and oversight were dominated by these three factions. When had the Imperial Guard ever been involved in such matters? The separation of duties was as vast as a chasm. The Imperial Guard was ill-suited for this role. Zhu Hozhao, in a fit of rage, retorted, if the capital inspection is so advantageous, why has it never been established as a permanent system? Your Majesty, it is never too late to mend the fold after the sheep have escaped. Came the response. What if I refuse? Your Majesty, please reflect carefully. The officials, in a chorus of urgency, knelt down, pressing their case. Zhu Hozhao, seething with fury, raised his hand and slammed down the paperweight. Fortunately, it had been replaced with a wooden one, thus avoiding a scene of shattered jade. The young emperor, known for his temper, often smashed paperweights. The royal family could hardly endure such antics. Thankfully, the little one possessed self-awareness, and upon regaining composure, he would feel remorse and request a wooden replacement. Yang Yiqing, with a respectful bow, stated, Your Majesty, once the capital inspection is initiated, under the deterrent of the capital officials, no one would dare to harm the martial academy, unless they are seeking imprisonment. But what if? Zhu Hozhao's face was filled with reluctance, as though he were making a final stand. Jiao Feng stepped forward without hesitation, solemnly declaring, if any harm were to befall the martial academy, the inspectors shall share in the culpability. The censorate quickly grasped Jiao Feng's intention. This old fox was attempting to monopolize the benefits. Your Majesty, we, the censorate, shall not yield. Yang Tinghe felt a tightening in his chest, setting aside his grievances with Yang Yiqing, and quickly added, Your Majesty, the cabinet holds the power to draft, and thus should also possess the authority regarding the results of the capital inspection. Your Majesty, the Supreme Court manages judicial matters and should likewise have a role in the capital inspection. Then my Ministry of Justice shall also assert its claim. In matters concerning their own interests, these ostensibly dignified figures bore little difference from common folk haggling in a marketplace, their faces flushed with fervor. Yang Yiqing, however, observed with a cool detachment, choosing to remain silent. In the small courtyard, Yang Yiqing recounted the proceedings of the morning assembly, stating that ultimately, the Ministry of Personnel, the censorate, and the cabinet would each fulfill their respective duties, collectively responsible, with the final decision resting with the emperor. He paused and added that the funding for the construction of the military academy had also been finalized, amounting to a total of 3,800,000 taels, with the Ministry of Revenue contributing 3 million and the Imperial Treasury providing 800,000. Li Qing felt a surge of satisfaction and remarked on the Ministry of Revenue's unexpected promptness, which was indeed commendable. Yang Yiqing smiled, explaining that under the joint pressure from the cabinet, the censorate, and the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Revenue had little choice but to comply. Moreover, although the Ministry of Revenue had not been directly involved, it could still leverage this situation to enhance its influence. given the intricate nature of official relationships. Indeed, Li Qing chuckled, inquiring if the funds for the recruitment system had been dispatched. Yang Yiqing confirmed that the carts were ready and he would set off immediately. Thank you for your hard work, Li Qing said, emphasizing the importance of providing a detailed report on the recruitment system's implementation to the emperor for timely decision-making. That is only natural, Yang Yiqing nodded, rising to take his leave. Allow me to see Governor Yang off. A few days later, the official edict for the reopening of the military academy was publicly announced. In September, a suitable location was chosen in southern Jili, and in October, construction commenced in the capital. Li Qing, usually unoccupied, frequently visited the site, sometimes spending the entire day observing the workers dig the foundation and compact the earth, thoroughly engrossed in the process. The establishment of the military academy and the reform of military systems would gradually alleviate the imbalance between civil and military powers, ultimately achieving a state of equilibrium, thus preventing a recurrence of the historical dominance of civil officials commanding armies as seen in the Ming dynasty. Everything was progressing as Li Qing had anticipated, moving toward a favorable outcome, though there were some less favorable aspects. As the cold weather set in, Zhu Youcong's health had noticeably declined, resembling his father in his aversion to the cold. Even before the snow fell, he dressed like a penguin, a sight both amusing and endearing. In the court, with the commencement of the capital inspections and an increase in affairs, the ministers settled down, alleviating Li Qing's concerns. Zhu Hozhao also found himself considerably more at ease, often spending leisure time with his father or discussing state matters with Li Qing, enjoying a delightful existence. On the winter solstice, as snowflakes began to fall, Li Qing finished treating Zhu Youcong and returned to set up a hot pot. The young emperor had given advance notice of his intention to join for dinner, prompting Li Qing to prepare extra. As the afternoon waned, Zhu Hozhao arrived as promised, bringing along royal wine. They enjoyed the hot pot while engaged in conversation. Has my father been unwell lately? Is there a significant issue? Zhu Hozhao inquired after taking a sip of wine. For now, he is managing, Li Qing replied. For now? Li Qing sighed, aware that Zhu Hozhao was already cognizant of the grim reality. He had reached the limits of what he could do. After a moment of silence, Zhu Hozhao asked, Is there no imminent crisis for my father? Not at the moment, Li Qing assured him. Zhu Hozhao was dissatisfied with this answer, but refrained from pressing further, sighing. You have done your utmost. I will not betray your efforts. Indeed, Li Qing nodded, then asked, regarding matters of the bedroom, do you have any unspoken concerns? How brazen and audacious. Zhu Hozhao retorted. If there is nothing, then why the irritation? Li Qing responded, bemused. Could you exhibit a sense of boundaries for once? Not everything needs to be questioned. Zhu Hozhao replied with irritation. Li Qing, unperturbed, smiled and asked, So, how often? Zhu Hozhao scowled. Are you truly asking that? Your father is eager for a grandchild. I am merely inquiring on his behalf, Li Qing remarked. Zhu Hozhao took another swig of wine, his voice heavy with melancholy as he muttered. Initially, it was tolerable, but with time, it has lost its charm, becoming tiresome and painful, nothing like the idealized tales in storybooks. How can that be? Li Qing questioned, perplexed. Isn't the empress quite beautiful? Is that something you are qualified to judge? Zhu Hozhao retorted, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone. Very well, let us eat, Li Qing replied, choosing to focus on the meal. After a while, Zhu Hozhao seemed to gather considerable courage and pondered aloud. Do women not enjoy such matters? Why do you ask? They appear rather discontent. As if enduring a punishment each time, Zhu Hozhao confessed, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Is it my ineptitude that causes this? How long does it last for you? Just over a quarter of an hour, Zhu Hozhao replied, quickly adding, the second time lasts considerably longer. That is quite impressive, Li Qing encouraged. It falls well within the norms of a typical man. So why do they seem disheartened? Feel free to speak candidly. I assure you, I shall not take offense this time, Zhu Hozhao promised. Li Qing pondered for a moment before responding. There are two possibilities. Firstly, they may be too young, still maturing at the tender age of 16, or secondly, your impatience may be to blame, charging in without finesse, naturally leading to dissatisfaction. Clearing his throat, Li Qing carefully chose his words. In truth, your discomfort mirrors theirs. This discord stems from a lack of harmony. You might benefit from studying the art of seduction. Zhu Hozhao appeared disinterested, replying, I am willing to learn, yet they seem reluctant, each one maintaining their dignity, behaving like wooden puppets. The empress aside, Even the virtuous consorts were more amiable when they were still maidens. Now that they have been elevated, they seem to have lost their spirit. After another gulp of wine, Zhu Hozhao lamented, "Whenever I attempt to engage, they become anxious, and the more they tense up, the more discomfort I feel." Li Qing recognized the delicate nature of their conversation, understanding that discussing such matters with the young emperor was not customary, yet the issue of heirs loomed large. "You might consider seeking assistance. Allow me to help you," he suggested. "Help with what?" Zhu Hozhao inquired. "To enhance your enjoyment," Li Qing replied. "Will that be effective?" "We shall see." "It should be," Li Qing mused, uncertain, suspecting that Zhu Hozhao was not the only one with psychological burdens. "Come, let me take your pulse again." This time, Zhu Hozhao did not react with anger. He extended his hand in cooperation. After a moment of examination, Li Qing found no apparent issues and added, "Shall I examine that part more closely? Do not be quick to anger. Perhaps I can offer a remedy." Zhu Hozhao resisted, remaining silent for a long while. Li Qing gently urged, "Illness should not be hidden from treatment. Besides, no one else will know, so there is no need for concern." After a prolonged hesitation, Zhu Hozhao finally warned, "I caution you, should you speak indiscreetly, I shall have your tongue severed." "Understood," Li Qing replied, unfazed by the threat. "I am not afraid of needles. You seem to be the one hesitant." Li Qing rose and said, "Come, let us proceed to the adjacent chamber." A quarter of an hour later, the two returned to the main hall, and Zhu Hozhao, feeling both shy and anxious, inquired, "Is everything normal?" Li Qing paused before asking, "Your Majesty, are you afraid of pain?" "Yes," Zhu Hozhao admitted. "Then it is good that you are," Li Qing replied. I spoke of Zhu Hozhao, who suddenly found his vision fading, followed by darkness, and then he lost consciousness. Indeed, there were some issues, but fortunately, I had prepared anesthetics in advance. Li Qing, murmuring softly, rose to his feet, reassuring him, "Fear not, my blade is swift." While it may not achieve the aesthetic perfection of future generations, its efficacy remains unchanged. You are still young. In time, you will grow into your appearance. It was phimosis. If left unresolved, it would indeed lead to complications. In the future, you shall be grateful for my intervention, Li Qing declared, lifting Zhu Hozhao with ease and carrying him towards the side chamber. Chapter 54. I understand your anxiety, but do not rush. The operation was a resounding success. Li Qing exhaled softly, discarding the excess into a spittoon before moving aside to cleanse his hands. Glancing outside, he noted the intensifying snowstorm. The young emperor, heavily sedated, would remain unconscious for at least half an hour. Li Qing proceeded to the courtyard entrance and announced, "The emperor has indulged a bit too much in wine and is resting in my humble abode. Please, feel free to relax." Anticipating the inner guard's impatience, he preemptively addressed them. The palace guards were not particularly surprised. The emperor frequently visited this place and often lingered for half a day, especially today, having brought wine. Upon hearing his words, they harbored no suspicions. After all, who would dare wield a blade against the emperor in his own residence? The head guard clasped his hands respectfully and said, "You may proceed, sir. It is our duty to protect the emperor, and this mere snowfall is nothing." "Indeed, your efforts are commendable," Li Qing replied with a smile. "The emperor is resting. Please keep your voices down." The unspoken implication was clear. If he does not emerge, do not call for him. "Understood," the head guard acknowledged. Bowing once more. After closing the door, Li Qing swiftly returned to the side chamber, channeling some vital energy into Zhu Hozhao to ensure he remained asleep a while longer. The bleeding had just ceased, and should Zhu Hozhao's emotions spiral out of control, the risk of his wounds reopening was significant. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Li Qing also curtailed his ability to shout. Having completed these tasks, he settled down to read a comic book. Zhu Hozhao gradually regained consciousness upon awareness. A numbing pain radiated from his lower body, not excruciating, yet it caused his expression to change dramatically. "What have you done to me, you scoundrel?" Zhu Hozhao attempted to speak, but found himself unable to articulate. "I understand your urgency, but please, remain calm," Li Qing said, setting the book aside and restraining him. "Listen to me. Your condition is quite serious. Prolonging this will lead to unpredictable consequences. The sooner we proceed, the better." Zhu Hozhao was beside himself with rage, yet he found himself powerless against Li Qing's firm grip. Turning his gaze, he beheld the glinting knife, stained with blood, alongside the soiled needle and thread. The bloodied cloth sent a rush of crimson to his eyes. Struggling to move his arm, He seized the knife and attempted to stab Li Qing in a fit of fury. Why won't you listen? Li Qing raised a hand and gently slapped it away, causing the knife to clatter to the ground, then pinched his fingers together with precision. Zhu Hozhao felt his body go numb, robbed of all strength. I do this for your own good. Exercise some rationality. How can I remain rational? Zhu Hozhao silently roared, I will kill you. I will end you. Where's my manhood? He mouthed silently. Li Qing chuckled. That was utterly unnecessary. I discarded it into the spittoon. You need not concern yourself with it. It was rather grotesque. In an instant, Zhu Hozhao found himself enveloped in darkness, collapsing unconscious. Li Qing, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized his misunderstanding and frantically jabbed at him, assuring, it was merely a minor incision. Everything remains intact, truly. If you doubt it, feel for yourself. Zhu Hozhao's eyes widened in fury. After a considerable pause, he sensed the presence of his brother, and his rage began to subside slightly. What have you done to me? He demanded. A minor procedure, Li Qing explained succinctly, striving to calm Zhu Hozhao. Rest assured, it will not hinder your future marital life, and there are many benefits. After a moment, Zhu Hozhao furiously mouthed, release me. Understanding that Zhu Hozhao would not be at ease until he could see for himself, Li Qing reluctantly restored his freedom. However, to prevent any escalation, he refrained from allowing him to speak. In this agitated state, Zhu Hozhao was on the brink of losing his sanity, and Li Qing dared not let him voice his thoughts. Enduring the pain, Zhu Hozhao sat up, lifting the cotton blanket and his robe. Fortunately, everything was still there. However, the sight was ghastly, marred by blood and filth. Li Qing seized the moment to explain, it was covered previously, making it impossible to clean, hence the unsightly condition. If left unchecked, it will deteriorate. He deliberately exaggerated the severity to mitigate Zhu Hozhao's wrath. After elucidating the reasons for his actions, Li Qing began to soothe him. Fear not. Once you have endured the healing period, all will return to normal, and you shall be even stronger. He paused before adding, you are still in your growth phase. Now that the constraints are removed, you will continue to develop, truly. After what felt like an eternity, Zhu Hozhao finally ceased his protests, gesturing towards his mouth, signaling for Li Qing to restore his ability to speak. Li Qing hesitated, uncertain if the young emperor had genuinely calmed down or was merely biding his time. After a moment's deliberation, Li Qing said, Your Majesty, you surely do not wish for outsiders to witness this scene? Zhu Hozhao, after a prolonged silence, slumped in resignation. Only then did Li Qing restore his speech. Zhu Hozhao gasped for breath, suddenly springing up, only to be forcibly restrained by Li Qing. You must avoid any sudden movements. If the wound tears open, the consequences would be dire, Li Qing warned sternly. Zhu Hozhao, trembling with rage, retorted coldly, Are you truly seeking death? Do you believe I cannot harm you? Your good intentions are akin to a treacherous betrayal. Li Qing scoffed, Look at the state you are in. Had I not intervened, even if it did not rot away, it would severely impair your abilities. You are merely 16, your future is still long. Contemplate whether a moment of pain is preferable to a lifetime of suffering. Zhu Hozhao lowered his gaze, appalled by the sight before him. He had not anticipated such a grim reality beneath the surface. Yet, his concern grew. Will it heal? He asked in a hushed tone, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. At just 16, his mind was not fully mature. Witnessing his brother in such a state was overwhelming. Li Qing smiled reassuringly. In no more than 2 months, and perhaps as soon as 1 month, you will be fit for duty. Truly? Zhu Hozhao asked, hope flickering in his voice. Indeed. Li Qing gently covered him with a quilt, saying, Do not look any longer. The more you gaze, the more it will hurt. Take your time to acclimatize to this pain before you proceed. Zhu Hozhao felt the numbness gradually dissipate, replaced by a surging intensity of pain that made beads of sweat form on his forehead. I shall trust you this once. Zhu Hozhao gritted his teeth and declared, If you deceive me, I shall not forgive you. Li Qing suppressed a laugh and nodded solemnly. Rest assured, the stitches will be removed in 10 days, and after that, you will only need a month at most to recover. I shall tentatively place my faith in you. Zhu Hozhao replied through clenched teeth, his anger rising. How am I to attend court in this condition? Perhaps you should suspend court for a few days, Li Qing suggested. There has been little of significance in the court lately. You can claim to be suffering from a chill, and no one will raise suspicions. Besides, with the snowfall beginning, early morning court sessions are hardly easy for the ministers. They will not speak out against it. A few days, and I shall be well. Li Qing chuckled wryly. It is said that it will take over a month. My intention is to allow you to rest for a few days without it affecting your ability to attend court. Pausing for a moment, he added, do not worry. I shall come to the palace daily. Enough of this sorrow. You have seen your issue clearly. Moreover, your body is intact, merely lacking some excess flesh. What is there to lament? He continued. That excess was not only detrimental to you, but also limited your potential. You understand my efforts, do you not? I labor tirelessly for the sake of the nation and its people, Li Qing asserted. How could I not recognize the importance of your position as emperor? Why would I wish you harm? Hearing this, Zhu Hozhao's mood lightened somewhat as he grumbled. What am I to do now? The pain is unbearable. Endure it, Li Qing replied calmly. You must bear this suffering. Zhu Hozhao fell silent. After a moment, he remarked, I cannot even walk now. Fear not. I shall carry you out, Li Qing offered. Remember, you are merely inebriated. Do not let the truth slip. Understood, Zhu Hozhao nodded. Albeit quietly. Without needing to be told, he was determined to hide any signs of weakness. After all, he still had his pride to consider. Should anyone discover the truth, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. Li Qing helped him into a clean pair of trousers, then lifted him effortlessly into his arms and stepped out of the chamber. The emperor has indulged in drink. Please take care on the way, Li Qing instructed the captain of the guards as he placed Zhu Hozhao into the dragon sedan chair. Throughout the journey, Zhu Hozhao maintained his silence, diligently portraying the expected demeanor of a drunken man, groaning softly, his eyelids heavy. The captain nodded in understanding and expressed concern for the sedan chair before hurrying back to the palace. Watching the dragon sedan chair disappear from view, Li Qing let out a soft sigh, self-deprecatingly muttering, this worry is truly exhausting. After closing the door, he made his way to the guest hall. The charcoal fire was dying down, the broth had reduced significantly, and the meat had been boiled to tenderness while the vegetables melded into the rich flavor of the soup. Adding more charcoal and broth, Li Qing felt his appetite surge, savoring this rare delicacy. What a feast in this prosperous era! The snowfall ceased by evening, having accumulated to a depth of 3 inches, glimmering like crystal and creating a picturesque scene. Li Qing propped his chin on his hands, gazing at the blanket of white, occasionally nibbling on a dried persimmon, which was dry and hard, with a bittersweet flavor yet delightful in its chewiness. The following day, Li Qing did not linger in bed but rose early to enter the palace. To treat the father and then the son, he mused as he made his way to the inner hall of the imperial study. Zhu Hozhao dismissed his servants, as well as his concubines, and then poured out his heart, a pained expression on his face. I have been awakened by pain at night. The torment is unbearable. You must devise a solution. Well, it can't be that painful, can it? Zhu Hozhao shot him a glare. Shall I administer a cut to test your theory? It would heal in a couple of days. It wasn't merely the prospect of a wound that troubled him. Zhu Hozhao lamented that he would involuntarily rise, which exacerbated the pain. Is there no way for it to be more subdued? After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing replied, I shall prescribe a sedative to ensure you experience deep sleep at night. This will alleviate much of your discomfort. Even if swelling occurs, it won't awaken you from slumber. Li Qing then inquired, by the way, has the wound ceased to bleed? There were a few droplets when it swelled, but only a little, Zhu Hozhao responded. That is a normal occurrence, with no need for concern, Li Qing reassured him. Rest easy, by the end of the year, you shall recover fully. I will also provide remedies to reduce inflammation. Follow them diligently, and you shall suffer no lingering effects. Very well, Zhu Hozhao affirmed. Chapter 55. Though scolded, yet cherished since the snow following the winter solstice, no further snowfall had graced the land. The construction at the Jingwei Military Academy, which had halted for several days, was soon bustling with activity once more. In his leisurely moments, Li Qing often visited to observe. Occasionally, he would wander into the fields, noting the detrimental impact of consistent snowfall on crops and the even graver consequences of a lack of snow. Farmers wore expressions of worry, burdened by concerns for the forthcoming harvest. When encountering these farmers, Li Qing would engage in conversation, yet he often gleaned little of value. His fine attire marked him as either affluent or noble, and in the capital, common folk were hesitant to speak freely, fearing they might offend someone of importance. In this era, the populace harbored a deep-seated distrust of officials. It was not until Li Qing donned a coarse linen shirt and changed his surroundings that he began to gain some insights, acquiring a rudimentary understanding of agriculture. Fortunately, As the harsh weather persisted, the common folk prepared in advance, cultivating a portion of their fields with high-yield crops such as potatoes and sweet potatoes, drying them in advance and grinding them into flour. In times of poor harvest, coarse grains would suffice, while in bountiful years, they could rely on finer grains, ensuring they would not go hungry. As Xiao Shuai remarked, throughout millennia, the survival wisdom of the common people far surpassed that of the well-educated. Especially now, with choices still available, it was true that potatoes and sweet potatoes, being coarse grains, could not entirely replace staple foods. Yet, in the face of hunger, who could afford such considerations? Filling one's belly was the foremost priority. Only on the foundation of satiety could one aspire to finer fare. The common folk were simple and content, having lived this way for generations, and their ancestors had endured even harsher conditions. Fortunately, as the 12th month approached, a series of light to moderate snowfalls blanketed the wheat fields, easing the weathered wrinkles of the farmers' faces. Li Qing observed their struggles with a heavy heart. Yet he understood that this was the nature of life in such times. To achieve this much was already commendable. As a traveler from another world, he felt a profound sense of regret. Zhu Hozhao, having undergone rest and recovery, had completely healed. However, when he finally took action, he was met with a shocking realization. It had diminished, it was shorter now. It is not that the matter is trivial, but rather that time is fleeting. And in fact, it passed so swiftly that during the second occasion, there was scarcely a quarter of an hour, let alone the first. Zhu Hozhao, filled with indignation, made his way to Yang Yiqing, arriving at the entrance without knocking, and declared, "Break it down." The Imperial Guards, adhering to the Emperor's command without hesitation, executed the order immediately. Bang, bang, bang. In a matter of moments, they had smashed a gaping hole in the door. As Li Qing emerged from his warm cocoon, he was taken aback to witness Zhu Hozhao crawling through the breach, leaving him utterly astonished. For a while, he erupted in a furious tirade. "What are you, a dog? Crawling through a hole? Audacious! Outrageous!" Before Zhu Hozhao could utter a word, the guards were already incensed. Had they not been bound by orders, they would have drawn their swords in protest. "You all remain outside," Zhu Hozhao commanded coldly, dismissing them as he strode inside. Taking a seat in the guest hall, he slammed his palm upon the table and gritted his teeth, demanding, "Provide me with an explanation." "Explain to you?" Li Qing, disturbed from his peaceful slumber and confronted with a shattered door, felt his blood pressure soar, and in his fury, he laughed scornfully. "You think you can command my respect?" Meeting Li Qing's piercing gaze, even in his rage, Zhu Hozhao could not help but shiver slightly and retorted, "You previously stated that it would return to normal within a month. Yet now that the time has come," Zhu Hozhao, somewhat disgruntled, continued, "I have not recovered, and in fact, I am worse than before. Clarify your words." Zhu Hozhao's voice was laced with anger. "It is brief, the time is short." Li Qing replied with a stoic demeanor, "It begins this way, but gradually it will improve." Is that truly the case? Is it?" Li Qing's eyes turned dangerously sharp. Zhu Hozhao faltered, glancing elsewhere. "You did not mention this before. Are there any other matters?" Li Qing inquired. "What is your attitude?" "What is my attitude?" Li Qing, both amused and irritated, replied coolly, "I lack the patience to coddle a child endlessly." "You are insolent." Zhu Hozhao's fury was palpable. "Have you finished?" Li Qing turned to leave for the side room, adding, "and replace the door with a new one." "You." Zhu Hozhao was taken aback. "Come back." Li Qing paused, turning back, raising his left hand to his right. Zhu Hozhao retreated several steps, quickly shifting the topic. "What did you mean by that? Are you planning to leave? How long do you intend for me to remain?" Li Qing did not deny it. "Father, as for the matters concerning the retired emperor, I shall take full responsibility, but that is where my obligations end," Li Qing asserted. "The military's combat capabilities are being addressed, the capital's martial arts are under development, and the capital inspections have been established as a permanent fixture. Why should I linger here?" "You cannot leave. Do you believe you can stop me?" Li Qing scoffed. "Overall, you must not depart," Zhu Hozhao insisted. "I am still young and lack the confidence to manage those old fogies. With a flourishing treasury, robust institutions, and a solid imperial authority," Li Qing mocked. "If you lack confidence in such a situation, you truly are inept. What if we were to disturb your ancestral resting place?" Zhu Hozhao retorted, frustrated. "It is merely a door. I will compensate you. Look at your stinginess. Have I not shown you enough tolerance and favor?" Li Qing inhaled deeply and stated, "I have my own plans, and I have personal matters to attend to. Am I not already showing sufficient loyalty and righteousness? Serving the emperor and repaying the nation is the duty of a minister, Zhu Hozhao countered. Li Qing truly wished to land a punch on him, exclaiming, "Do you really think I owe anything to the Zhu family?" Zhu Hozhao replied, "The court is not withholding your salary." This statement was indeed the last straw. Li Qing's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. From this moment forth, there would be no further disbursement. Zhu Hozhao felt deflated, pondering, words are words, and quarrels are quarrels. But must you leave in a huff? Li Qing was nearly amused, retorting, "As we approach the second year of Jingde, do you still lack the resolve to shoulder your responsibilities? Who wouldn't desire a lighter burden?" Zhu Hozhao candidly expressed his melancholy. "When my father passes and you leave as well, I shall be utterly alone." Li Qing, gathering his emotions, responded, "Once I have completed my affairs, I shall return." "What do you need to accomplish?" "I will assist you." Zhu Hozhao declined, saying, "Some matters only I can handle, and I have personal matters to attend to as well." Li Qing sighed, "I must have some personal space, mustn't I?" Zhu Hozhao, feeling helpless, inquired, "How long will this take?" Li Qing replied, "I cannot specify, but it will not be too long. And you, behave yourself. If I return and find you causing trouble, I shall ensure you experience what Wudong Dao truly signifies." Wudong Dao? Zhu Hozhao paused. "I have only heard of Wudong Mountain. What is Wudong Dao?" Li Qing refrained from elaborating, instead assuring, "Rest assured, I will not depart without notice. Initially, matters may indeed appear abrupt due to adjustment, but it will gradually improve. I feel clumsy while walking. That is normal. As you acclimatize, you will no longer feel awkward," Li Qing replied, half amused and half annoyed. There must be a process of adaptation, after all. Zhu Hozhao, still skeptical, eventually nodded. "Very well. By the way, do you have any suggestions regarding state affairs?" Li Qing slightly shook his head, "Not at the moment. You should pay close attention to the inspection in the capital. While it offers numerous advantages, it also facilitates power struggles. Only by identifying issues can we resolve them." After a pause, he added, "Also, keep an eye on the conscription system. Aside from that, there is nothing else." Zhu Hozhao sighed and nodded in resignation. "When you finish your tasks and return, I will grant you a high official position and increase your salary." Zhu Hozhao declared, "My word is as solid as a rock. This is not mere flattery. I shall return," Li Qing thought to himself, adding silently, "But as for becoming an official, I would prefer a few days of leisure." Nevertheless, he did not deceive Zhu Hozhao. Once he completed his obligations, he would assuredly return. He remained somewhat uneasy about Zhu Hozhao, feeling the need to check in on him, even if he chose not to serve again. Hearing Li Qing's words eased Zhu Hozhao's heart considerably, and he muttered, "The last time we were here enjoying hot pot, you stabbed me in the middle of it. You must make it up to me this time." "Our pantry is rather bare," Zhu Hozhao continued. "Let us make do with some spicy food and warm up a flask of wine. I have not dared to eat spicy food for more than a month, nor have I tasted alcohol." Rubbing his hands together, Zhu Hozhao remarked, "Since this is a normal occurrence, I needn't restrict myself any longer. Let us get on with it. Have you finished with your official duties?" Zhu Hozhao chuckled. "The capital is also conducting inspections, though the momentum is not great. It still instills a sense of awe. Everyone is diligently working, and as no one is meddling, I too enjoy some leisure." "Very well, I shall prepare," Li Qing retorted. "Now, let us await the meal." Gazing at his departing figure, Zhu Hozhao murmured to himself, "Though this fellow is laden with numerous faults, he possesses a commendable character. I truly wish he would stay." After spending considerable time together, Zhu Hozhao had developed a sense of dependency on Li Qing. The boy, with his fiery temperament, was not oblivious to the kindness bestowed upon him. He recognized the depth of Li Qing's goodwill, akin to that of an elder towards a younger. Despite the occasional reprimands, there was an underlying affection. A quarter of an hour later, the hot pot simmered, with slices of meat bobbing in the broth. The table was adorned with wine, vegetables, and fruits, a bountiful array of ingredients. Zhu Hozhao picked up a slice of meat, dipped it into the carefully prepared sauce, and relished it with a look of sheer delight. "Ah, indulge in the meal without the theatrics," Li Qing chided him, pouring more wine. Zhu Hozhao smacked his lips, grinning as he inquired, "When you depart, will you be heading overseas?" "Indeed. What will you do there?" "When the time is right, you shall be informed. Focus on governing the court and managing the realm diligently, without burdening yourself with distant concerns." Li Qing, naturally, refrained from divulging specifics. Revealing too much to the young emperor too soon could lead to unforeseen complications. Zhu Hozhao sighed. Even without your words, I can surmise you are likely doing this for the sake of the Ming. However, you should first return to the residence of the Yongqing Marquis to rest for a while. I have no ties to the Yongqing Marquis. Zhu Hozhao lamented. I had intended to offer my heart to the bright moon, yet alas, the moon shines upon the gutter. Li Qing chuckled. You need not test the waters. The outcome has already been made clear to you. What do you mean? Just as I said. Chapter 56. Yin Song resigns after a sumptuous hot pot meal. Zhu Hozhao felt utterly content, a warmth enveloping him, so much so that he began to perspire despite the chill of the winter's day. With 3 parts wine and 7 parts food, he was thoroughly satisfied, and on the way back, he unexpectedly dozed off. It was not until the dragon carriage came to a halt at the palace that he stirred awake. As he disembarked, Lu Jin approached him, saying, Your Majesty, here is the list of candidates for the capital examination submitted by the cabinet for your review. The ceremonial office held the authority to approve, yet Lu Jin, aware of the weight of this document, dared not pen his approval hastily. Zhu Hozhao silently lamented. Is this pretense truly so carelessly executed? He took the list with a raised hand and began to scrutinize it. Before long, his brow furrowed deeply as he came across a familiar name among the subpar candidates, Yin Song. The reasoning stated, corruption in official conduct, lack of integrity in service. Summon Yin Song, Zhu Hozhao commanded, tucking the list away as he strode towards the study. Lu Jin appeared somewhat disheartened, but dared not voice his feelings. He simply acknowledged and withdrew. In the study, Yin Song entered alongside Lu Jin, his countenance rather grim, as if he were unwell. He bowed respectfully. Your humble servant pays homage to your Majesty. Rise, Zhu Hozhao said, producing the list. In this capital examination, you have been rated as subpar. Do you have any defense against these allegations? Yin Song was not particularly taken aback. He accepted the document with both hands and, with a weary voice, replied, I suppose so. Zhu Hozhao frowned slightly, explained the situation. The corruption in conduct pertains to connections made, while the lack of integrity refers to the expenses incurred during these associations. Yin Song sighed with a bitter smile, stating that, to put it plainly, it merely involved sharing a cup of tea or two with colleagues in private. As a mere 7th-rank official, he had no resources for bribery. And who would deign to bribe such a lowly servant? With a heavy heart, Yin Song lamented that, by such a standard, the corruption of officials and lack of integrity could be attributed to anyone. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hozhao's expression softened slightly, prompting him to inquire whether Yin Song had considered the possibility of being framed by someone. At the sight of the list, Yin Song had indeed contemplated such a notion. Acknowledging that many harbored animosity towards him, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Jin, remarking that he believed the emperor should be cautious in employing eunuchs. Lu Jin, taken aback and filled with rage, realized that he was no longer the servant whom anyone could trample upon. Now, he was the grand eunuch overseeing the Board of Rights. Wielding considerable power, even the high-ranking officials and ministers had softened their attitudes towards him, at least on the surface. It was intolerable for Lu Jin to witness Yin Song, a mere 7th-rank official, repeatedly advising the emperor to distance himself from eunuchs, leveraging his position as a secretary in the Central Secretariat. With an expression of feigned humility, Lu Jin exclaimed, Your Majesty, I have always been loyal. Enough, enough, Zhu Hozhao chuckled, waving his hand. You may leave now. Lu Jin, astonished, complied, casting a resentful glance at Yin Song as he departed. Zhu Hozhao regarded Yin Song with keen interest, and after a lengthy pause, remarked, So you wish to resign? Do you? After a moment of silence, Yin Song confessed, I have come to realize that I am not suited for officialdom. My health has been declining recently, and I lack the energy to serve the country faithfully. I hope the emperor will grant me this favor. Are you truly willing to give it all up? Zhu Hozhao asked, surprised. I am reluctant, but I find myself ill-equipped to navigate the malevolent world of politics. Yin Song replied, his tone somber. Zhu Hozhao pondered for a moment before nodding. I do appreciate your talents and had intended to nurture your potential. However, a gentleman should allow others to flourish. Since you have expressed a desire to withdraw, then withdraw you shall. Yin Song was momentarily taken aback, although he wished to resign. Hearing those words struck him with profound disappointment. After years of hardship, carrying the hopes of his entire family, he found it difficult to face them if he returned empty-handed. He had expected the emperor to retain him, to assist him in extricating himself from this predicament. After all, His current standing was a result of his loyalty to the emperor. Are you truly reluctant to part with it? Zhu Hozhao teased. Upon hearing this, Yinsong's scholarly pride surged within him. Fame and fortune are not what I desire. I am grateful for the emperor's kindness. Zhu Hozhao laughed. Are you still angry? I would not dare. Ah, Zhu Hozhao said. If you cannot let go, then you cannot let go. Is not the purpose of education to serve an office? There is no shame in that. After a pause, he continued, there are too many who do not favor you. While I can assist you momentarily, I cannot be your constant protector. You lack the ability to safeguard yourself, and permitting you to return home is for your own good. Yinsong recognized that today he had experienced the true nature of an unforgiving emperor. However, he would soon come to understand the emperor's genuine intentions. Zhu Hozhao remarked, you are far too narrow-minded. My heart encompasses the entire realm. As long as it benefits the state, anyone may be utilized. Yet you advise me to forsake a faction, which is akin to binding my own hands and feet. What are the eunuchs? As long as they are capable, that suffices. After a brief pause, he continued, whether civil officials, military leaders, eunuchs, or members of the imperial family, I shall employ those who are useful. Your perspective is too limited. Perhaps you should return to your studies and elevate your understanding. You have offended both the civil officials and the eunuchs, and naturally, I cannot allow your actions to alienate both parties. However, Zhu Hozhao smiled and added, if you resign and return home due to offending the eunuchs, the benefits for you are manifold. In both the court and among the populace, you will earn a good reputation. Even those who wish to see you gone will temper their biases. Should you find yourself improved and matured, you may return, and I shall still employ you. After your departure, the tale of your conflict with Lu Jin that led to your expulsion will circulate. Zhu Hozhao inquired with a smile, what say you to that? Yinsong, moved by these words, lifted his robes and bowed deeply, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. I cannot fathom your Majesty's genuine intentions. I am deeply ashamed. Very well. Go write your resignation. Zhu Hozhao waved his hand. A temporary retreat is of little consequence. Losses can lead to gains, and enduring trials is not without merit. Take heed of yourself. I thank your Majesty for your guidance, Yinsong replied, bowing once more before taking his leave. The following day, Yinsong resigned and returned home. His departure brought great satisfaction to many, particularly the eunuchs led by Lu Jin, who were most pleased. This indicated that the emperor placed greater value on them. Zhu Hozhao, naturally, sought to win the favor of the people, with a few eloquent words and subtle guidance. He ensured that the eunuchs expressed their gratitude while vigorously promoting the emperor's affection for them. The story of Yinsong's forced resignation due to offending the eunuchs quickly spread. In no time, Yinsong's reputation soared within the political circles, and he became a figure of considerable interest. Even those who plotted against him ceased their disparagement, and some even felt a tinge of sympathy. Although Yinsong lost his position, he gained notoriety. In the realm of governance, reputation holds significant weight. Possessing a good name alleviates concerns regarding power and status. Moreover, Yinsong already possessed academic credentials, and though he had withdrawn from public office, he could re-enter the political arena whenever the opportunity arose. Nevertheless, it must be noted that while Zhu Hozhao held Yinsong in some regard, it was not to the extent of deep appreciation. The capital lacked nothing but talent. The elite political cadre he envisioned never included Yinsong, for all his exceptional learning. His political acumen was sorely lacking. He might be useful for crafting essays and shaping public opinion, yet he fell short in governance. Countless individuals with both strength and experience existed. Yinsong had a long way to go. Figures such as Yang Yiqing, Yang Tinghe, and Wang Hua were far more favored. Zhu Hozhao merely viewed Yinsong as a pawn in a leisurely game, perhaps to be of use in the future. With Li Qing's impending departure, Zhu Hozhao felt considerable pressure, realizing he could not rely on him indefinitely. Thus his motivation surged. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the new year arrived. On the first day of the second year of the Zhengde era, the Ming company convened its annual meeting, where the new leader passionately summarized the present and envisioned the future. The employees exhibit considerable enthusiasm, embodying a spirit dedicated to the company's growth and prosperity. Subsequently, the employer distributes red envelopes, and the employees offer their best wishes, fostering an atmosphere of harmony. After more than a year of adjustment, the previously rigid relationship between the employer and employees has softened, allowing for deeper mutual understanding and a reformed dynamic. Everything appears to be progressing steadily and orderly. Li Qing observes this with great satisfaction, although this year's festive season feels particularly desolate. With family and confidants absent, celebrating the new year alone loses its charm. Fortunately, the festivities are brief. After consuming the Tang Yuan, the celebratory spirit diminishes and life returns to its usual rhythm. In a state of decline, Hongji has noticeably deteriorated, prompting Li Qing to become more diligent, visiting the palace almost daily. One day, after concluding a treatment session, Zhu Yuzhong requests that he stay a while longer. There is no rush. Please take a moment to sit, Zhu Yuzhong says. It has been several months since the marriage of Hongzhao. However, there has been no news from the young ladies. I summoned them for you to examine. Very well, Li Qing replies, sitting back down and observing Zhu Yuzhong's hopeful expression. He cannot help but sigh inwardly, stating, Your Majesty is in good health. Offspring will surely come. Zhu Yuzhong sighs lightly. My time is limited. I wish to see my grandson before I depart. Li Qing remains silent. This is a matter beyond his assistance. Soon, the empress and two concubines enter with a young eunuch to pay their respects to Zhu Yuzhong. After expressing the elder's concern for the daughters-in-law, Zhu Yuzhong invites Li Qing to take their pulses. Naturally, the empress takes precedence, and Li Qing examines Empress Xiao first. Empress Xiao, of the same age as Zhu Hozhao, is merely 16. The young lady presents a delicate and charming demeanor, yet she is acutely aware of her royal poise, appearing young but surprisingly mature, contrasting sharply with the exuberant young emperor. Please speak candidly, Doctor, Empress Xia says calmly. Early detection and treatment are appreciated. I will express gratitude, not blame. Though still youthful, the young empress carries herself with the grace of a matron, albeit perhaps a bit too prematurely mature. The empress is in good health, Li Qing reassures her. Then why? Empress Xia furrows her brow and inquires. You are both still young and lack physical activity, particularly you, Li Qing responds. It would be beneficial for the empress to engage in regular movement and partake in some physical exertion. Remaining sedentary is not conducive to conception. Physical exertion? Empress Xia is taken aback. But I am the empress. To be frank, the daily lives of the imperial consorts are overly indulgent. They hardly engage in any labor. Apart from attending to the emperor, their activities are limited to leisurely tea gatherings, which hardly qualify as exertion. To speak candidly, they are almost entirely inactive. Living in luxury without activity is detrimental to health. Yet this is the reality for the concubines, and they believe it to be their rightful existence. After all, the emperor's women are meant to enjoy life, as has been the custom for centuries. Never has it been heard that the emperor's women engage in labor. Even if they did, what would they do? Empress Xia is perplexed. She does not become angry, for Li Qing is the chief physician of her esteemed father-in-law, and the matter concerns the royal lineage, which she takes very seriously. In this era, a woman's greatest value lies in bearing sons for her husband, ensuring the continuation of the family line. Moreover, she is a member of the royal family and the legitimate wife. The royal lineage involves the succession to the throne. The son she bears is destined to be the crown prince and, ultimately, the emperor. How could she not be invested in this? The gentleman might as well be forthright. I am not a woman of laziness. If I can bear a dragon's son for the emperor, I would endure any hardship, said Lady Xia. Li Qing pondered for a moment and remarked, I have observed the annals of the founding emperor. He, of humble origins, never forgot the sufferings of the common people. It is said that the imperial palace in southern Jili still preserves the vegetable garden cultivated by him. Cultivating vegetables? Lady Xia was momentarily taken aback. The inner palace is quite vast, and establishing a vegetable garden is certainly not an insurmountable task. However, it is rather incongruous for a grand empress to engage in farming. It is not that farming is disgraceful. In fact, the emperor is also required to engage in agricultural activities. Every spring, the emperor must wield farming tools and summon the nobles to partake in the ceremonial plowing. Yet this is merely for show. The sovereign has people to tend to the fields, and he does not engage in the labor himself. Likewise, the empress is also expected to participate in labor. As men farm and women weave, the empress must summon the noble ladies to partake in the silkworm ceremony. The emperor plows, and the empress tends to the silkworms, setting an example for the populace. However, should one engage in the entirety of farming, would it not lead to rough skin and calloused hands? Yet, since Li Qing has invoked the founding emperor, Lady Xia dared not dispute him, especially after she had just professed her willingness to endure any hardship. Reluctantly, Lady Xia shifted her gaze towards her father-in-law. Your Majesty? Zhu Yuzhong smiled gently. There is no need for coercion. With such words from the elder, what could the daughter-in-law possibly say? She could only acquiesce. No coercion, no coercion. I am willing. The virtuous and wise consorts also declared their willingness to share the empress's burdens. Zhu Yuzhong chuckled and addressed Li Qing. Since you have observed, you might as well observe everything. Li Qing nodded in agreement and proceeded to diagnose the two consorts, finding no issues. Thus, both consorts were assigned the task of gardening. Would they scold me? Li Qing mused. After the women departed, Zhu Yuzhong engaged in further conversation with Li Qing before allowing him to leave. Upon exiting the palace, Li Qing did not return to Yang Yiqing, but instead headed to the capital Guard Martial Academy. Ever since the academy began construction, he had refrained from visiting the brothels to listen to music, finding this endeavor far more intriguing. The Martial Academy is vast, rivaling the National Academy in scale, yet maintaining an impartial stance. Under the emperor's watchful eye, no one dares to harbor ill intentions. Firstly, the contemporary civil officials are not as beleaguered as those in the Yongle era, thus they exercise caution. Secondly, the implementation of the capital examination has greatly benefited the capital officials, making it unwise for them to undermine the Martial Academy's endeavors. Furthermore, the stringent defenses of the factory guards serve as a significant deterrent. In just over 2 months, the foundation is nearly complete, and development above ground is about to commence. The wood has been meticulously selected as the main material, and the bricks and tiles are sourced from the official kiln, ensuring impeccable quality. Li Qing gazed upon it all with delight. He is currently quite at ease. The relationship between the sovereign and his subjects has achieved a degree of relaxation. Systemic flaws have been rectified, and the young emperor is gradually maturing, particularly Zhu Yuzhong. The health of the Hongji emperor is not as optimistic as he had envisioned. However, for the time being, there should be no immediate issues, at least for another year or so. Regrettably, it is highly likely that he will not witness the birth of his grandson. Li Qing felt a tinge of regret, yet he recognized the futility of dwelling upon it. However, he no longer harbored significant concerns regarding Zhu Hozhao's progeny. The potential issues surrounding the young lad had been decisively addressed. And since the child was not his father and held no ambitions to be the most ardent suitor of the Ming dynasty, it was certain that he would eventually take concubines. Even if the current 2 consorts proved to be unfruitful, there would inevitably be a capable one in the future, ensuring the continuation of his lineage. In a few years, once he had concluded his pressing affairs, he would return to the capital to check on matters. If there were still no offspring, he would assist in the rectification then. Zhu Hozhao was merely 17, and having a son in his 20s was by no means late. The mere thought of Zhu Zhanji stirred feelings of discomfort within Li Qing. Although he had personal reservations about the young wolf cub, he could not help but feel a profound sense of sorrow for his untimely demise. At that time, he had endured significant losses and had become somewhat numb to grief. The successive deaths of his wife and the madness of his mentor had nearly driven him to despair, leaving him with little energy to attend to court matters. With a gentle sigh, Li Qing murmured to himself, such occurrences must not happen again. The young emperor must be kept under close watch. Overall, Li Qing was quite satisfied with the rulers of the Zhu family. Zhu Zhanji, for instance, had demonstrated considerable political acumen, as did his successors. Zhu Qizhen was, in fact, a capable politician, though his impatience and overconfidence in unfamiliar domains hindered his effectiveness. Zhu Qiyu and Zhu Yozhuang displayed somewhat lesser political finesse, yet they could be regarded as competent custodians of the state. As for Zhu Jiaxin, he was Li Qing's favorite among the recent emperors. Zhu Hozhao, too, exhibited promise. He possessed the essence of Zhu Jiaxin. Despite certain character flaws, with proper guidance, these could be transformed into strengths. At present, it appeared that he was on the right path. Li Qing now felt a profound sense of ease, as the foundation was as solid as a rock. Freeing him from the burdens of courtly affairs, his focus shifted towards expanding his endeavors. The words of the Florentine merchants still echoed in his ears, as they vigorously exploited silver mines across distant shores. For the Ming dynasty to sustain its growth and avoid decline, market expansion was the sole viable option. Accumulating wealth from across the globe had always been Li Qing's ultimate aspiration, even amid worsening climatic conditions and a burgeoning population. Could the entire world not sustain a singular nation like the Ming? Not to mention that even the Ming of historical times remained a towering presence on the world stage. Sustainable and reasonable plunder of global resources, in Li Qing's view, was not a formidable challenge. Tang Bohu had been in Malacca for quite some time. With his talent and renown, he was likely not far from becoming a distinguished guest of the royal court. Li Qing resolved to write him a letter, seeking his assistance in gathering information. Though physically present in the capital, Li Qing's thoughts had already drifted overseas, eager to implement his plans. Ah, the irony! He mused with a self-deprecating smile. One complains of fatigue and busyness, yet yearns for tasks and idleness. As the construction of the Martial Academy reached its completion, Li Qing set forth towards the streets of the capital, indulging in a sumptuous meal and purchasing some delicacies. By the time he returned to Yang Yiqing, dusk was fast approaching. From a distance, he noticed a gathering of individuals outside his residence. Counting them, he found 8, a rather auspicious number. Upon approaching, he recognized the 2 leading figures quite well. One was Lu Jin, and the other Zhang Yong. The remaining individuals seemed somewhat familiar. A moment's reflection revealed that they had crossed paths during their time at the Eastern Palace. Li Qing mused to himself that these must indeed be the 8 eunuchs mentioned by Li Dongyang. Alas, where has the gentleman gone? How we long for his arrival. Lu Jin, being the eldest, was the first to approach, with the others hastily following suit, even Zhang Yong shedding his usual scowl, his face alight with obsequiousness. Observing the situation, Li Qing surmised the underlying dynamics. The civil officials were likely exerting pressure on the young emperor, urging him to favor virtuous ministers and distance himself from the unscrupulous. The 8 were evidently feeling a sense of crisis, likely seeking to pave a path for themselves. Disinterested in such trivial matters, Li Qing chose not to open the door and instead engaged in conversation at the entrance. Before long, a host of prominent figures, including the Grand Secretary Li Dongyang, Yang Tinghe, Minister of Personnel Jiao Feng, and Minister of Rights Wang Hua, arrived in a flurry, instantly creating a bottleneck at the entrance of the courtyard. Li Qing felt overwhelmed. While he was no stranger to grand occasions and was not intimidated by their presence, the inclusion of Wang Hua was particularly daunting. Li Qing genuinely felt trepidation towards him, for Wang Hua was impeccable, not to mention the father of a close friend. Leaving Li Qing at a loss for how to respond, engaging in a physical confrontation was out of the question, as a single blow could result in dire consequences. And besting him in a battle of wits seemed futile, given that he was a top scholar. As for moral coercion, a jest. Wang Hua had consistently occupied the moral high ground, never descending from it. Perhaps it was better to retreat to the pleasure quarters to listen to music. If I cannot provoke them, I can at least avoid them. With a courteous gesture, Li Qing said, "You may converse. I have matters to attend to. Until we meet again. Do not be in such haste to depart, Mr. Li. Allow me to finish my discourse." Wang Hua interjected, grasping Li Qing's sleeve. "We have gathered today for significant national matters. Let us speak amicably. Please release my arm." Li Qing genuinely wished to strike him, but refrained from action. After all, Wang Hua was merely a frail scholar, albeit of advanced years, and even if he held back, he could not withstand a single punch. Wang Hua, familiar with Li Qing's temperament, tightened his grip further. "If we cannot convey our message in a few words, let us discuss it inside. It is nearly dark, and I must dine. What is it that you are carrying?" Li Qing replied, "I am merely a physician. Your conduct is quite unreasonable." He felt a surge of frustration. Wang Hua continued, "The emperor's reliance on you is evident. Despite your removal from office, you have never ceased to involve yourself in state affairs, have you?" Li Qing rubbed his forehead, realizing he was at a loss for how to deal with him. If it were anyone else, he would have resorted to physical confrontation by now. Yang Tinghe, finding it difficult to engage with Li Qing, turned his attention to Lu Jin and the others. "We wish to discuss matters with Mr. Li. You are kindly requested to depart." The eunuchs hesitated, glancing toward Lu Jin. Lu Jin, brushing off his robes, was about to speak when Zhang Yong interjected, "We have come at the emperor's behest and cannot leave." Lu Jin, irritated but mindful of the delicate situation, angrily flicked his robe and declared, "We are under imperial orders. It would be best for you to leave. We can discuss matters another day." What insolence from these eunuchs! Li Qing smacked his lips, remarking on the eloquence of the civil officials. In Chapter 58, Inability to Empathize, the beauty of the Chinese language resonated splendidly, leaving Lu Jin and others inexplicably agitated, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The confrontation began with a personal attack that pierced right to the core, and even Li Qing found it difficult to watch. However, what did it matter to him? The discord between civil officials and eunuchs was customary and even served to fortify the power structure. If the two factions were to coexist harmoniously, it would indeed spell disaster. Li Qing observed the unfolding drama with the detached demeanor of a bystander. Yet, the situation did not unfold as he had anticipated. Though Lu Jin and his associates were seething with indignation, they dared not openly confront their adversaries, only managing to express their anger without retorting. At this stage, Lu Jin and his ilk were far inferior to the likes of Wang Zhen and Wang Ji. Moreover, having recently ascended, the civil officials exhibited no fear of them. Before long, this minor uproar subsided as Lu Jin and his companions were the first to relent. "Mr. Li, let us converse inside," Yang Tinghe suggested, then turned to Lu Jin and the others, stating, "According to ancestral regulations, eunuchs are forbidden from intervening in political matters. I kindly ask that you withdraw." "We have the emperor's decree," Lu Jin retorted through clenched teeth. Wang Hua interjected, "Then why delay? Let us declare the decree." Lu Jin faltered, reluctantly conceding, "Esteemed officials, please step aside." When it came to matters involving the emperor, the civil officials showed due respect. They dared not challenge imperial authority in a public setting. Their only means of expressing discontent was to kneel at the palace gates. The officials stepped back but did not leave entirely. Seeing this, Lu Jin and his companions felt a sense of helplessness and proceeded to announce the decree. "Mr. Li, heed the decree." "I am listening," Li Qing nodded, yet made no move. Zhang Yong and others expressed their displeasure, but Lu Jin had grown accustomed to such reactions. Standing tall, he proclaimed, "Sir, you shall enter the palace tomorrow. His Majesty wishes to speak with you." "Is that all?" Li Qing asked, surprised, only to realize that these individuals sought to cultivate a rapport with him under the pretext of the young emperor's summons. He resided in the capital and frequently visited the palace. Surely there was no urgent matter at hand. "I shall enter the palace tomorrow," Li Qing replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the eight felt somewhat disheartened. Zhang Yong stated earnestly, "Though we may be eunuchs, our loyalty to the emperor is as evident as day and night. It is laughable that those learned scholars fear us like wolves." Lu Jin, setting aside past grievances, added, "They are human, as are we. They have studied. And we are not uneducated either. We merely lack a bit of knowledge. Are we truly inferior to them? I think not. Indeed. The emperor considers us capable talents. Can they be wiser than His Majesty?" Li Qing refrained from expressing an opinion, waiting for their remarks to conclude before saying, "I will enter the palace tomorrow. As for the political power struggles, I prefer not to engage. Rest assured, I will not aid them against you." His words brought some solace to the group. Although they still felt regret, it was not as hard to accept. The eight trusted that Li Qing was not deceiving them, for he had never been favored by the civil officials. Their disdain for him was far more pronounced than that for the ousted Yin Song. After exchanging pleasantries, the eight took their leave to return to the palace. No sooner had they departed than the civil officials surged forward once more. Li Qing showed no indulgence nor favoritism towards these individuals. He merely squatted at the entrance, unwrapping an oil paper bag to tear off a chicken leg, savoring it with great relish, utterly devoid of any intent to open the door. The crowd was incensed, yet Li Qing remained unmoved. After all, if I do not appease an enraged emperor, what significance do you hold? Even against the likes of old Zhu, I have stood my ground. Li Qing paid them no heed, even crossing his legs nonchalantly. It was only when Wang Hua made his entrance that the dynamic shifted. As astute individuals, they readily discerned Li Qing's unique demeanor towards Wang Hua, thus urging him forward. Li Qing, feeling quite helpless, remarked, "I have no interest in court affairs. Why do you persist in compelling me? His matter is entirely voluntary, is it not?" Fortunately, Wang Hua only retorted briefly before refraining from further entanglement in the matter. Redirecting the conversation, "Though you hold no official position, you are well aware, as is everyone, that should you desire it, even if you do not, the emperor would bestow upon you an office. Such graciousness from His Majesty should not be taken lightly." He paused before continuing. "The founding principles established by the Taizu dictate that eunuchs are not to interfere in governance. However, in today's court, they have begun to meddle in state matters. How can the ancestral legacy of our forebears and the welfare of the people of the Ming dynasty be left to the whims of eunuchs? The gravitas of state affairs lies with the sovereign and the ministers, yet never has it been said to rest with the eunuchs." Wang Hua spoke earnestly. Li Qing began to comprehend the fervent reaction of the scholars. It appeared the eunuchs were encroaching upon governance. This revelation did not astonish him. He understood that, while eunuchs may exhibit greater loyalty, their inherent limitations render them ill-suited for political interference. The rise of eunuchs often brings more detriment than benefit. Nevertheless, he recognized that this so-called interference was not genuinely the eunuch's initiative, but rather an avenue for the emperor to implement his governing strategies through them. Historical figures such as the three treasures of the Yongle reign, Wang Zhun of the Zhengtang period, and Wang Zhi of the Changhua era exemplified this. Some proved beneficial, while others did not. Objectively speaking, employing eunuchs is not inherently a foolish strategy. In earlier times, Zhu Zhangji established an inner academy precisely to prevent the external court from gaining excessive power and undermining imperial authority. Li Qing believed that among these individuals, there were genuine intentions for the nation's welfare, though personal ambitions also lingered, fearing a loss of influence. Eunuchs naturally maintained a close rapport with the emperor, and the emperor reciprocated. Should both parties collaborate, the voice of the external ministers would gradually diminish, ultimately relegating them to mere executors, reciting established decrees. This alignment would neither serve their interests nor align with their aspirations. An objective analysis of the civil officials reveals numerous flaws, yet the majority still yearn to achieve great deeds. Their pursuit of knowledge is aimed at securing official positions, and attaining such roles is driven by the desire for fame and fortune. After a decade of arduous study, no one aspires to become a corrupt official or a treacherous minister, leaving a legacy of infamy. This encapsulates the inherent contradictions within the realm of power. Ultimately, both parties desire the enduring prosperity of the Ming dynasty. The emperor thinks thus, and so do the ministers. However, more often than not, both sides may regard each other with disdain. This reflects the fundamental discord between sovereign and subjects, a dilemma without resolution. The distinction lies in the power structure of a family-ruled dynasty, where the emperor's motives are more unadulterated, as the entire realm belongs to him, while the ministers possess a more intricate perspective. On one hand, they yearn for the betterment of the Ming. On the other, they seek their own advancement. This is also the fundamental reason why Li Qing became a steadfast supporter of imperial authority, choosing a path of greater decay. Did he not recognize the flaws of the feudal dynasty? Yet the reality is that the current soil cannot possibly uproot the feudal system. It would result in bloodshed, too much blood. In light of this, Li Qing could only remain silent to Wang Hua's earnest entreaties. He found it impossible to empathize with the other's profound anguish. As dusk fell, while Wang Hua spoke tirelessly, Li Qing merely responded with a belch. Having not been hungry, he had consumed another roast chicken, which left him quite stuffed. Li Dongyang, unable to bear the sight, remarked, "Are you truly going to remain a passive observer, sir?" "I believe in the emperor," Li Qing replied with a smile. "If you trust me, then I urge you to trust the emperor as well." The others exchanged glances. So after all this time, you haven't absorbed a single word? The group looked toward Wang Hua, who merely sighed, unwilling to waste further breath. Having known Li Qing for some time due to his son, he understood that Li Qing was not one who could be easily swayed. With a formal bow, Wang Hua turned and departed. The remaining individuals glanced at each other, their expressions grim. With their primary advocate gone, they had little hope of persuading Li Qing to join their side. They offered a perfunctory farewell, bowing slightly before making their exits. Li Qing smiled warmly. "Be on your way, gentlemen." His rare politeness, however, was perceived as disdain by these men, who felt he looked down upon them. What audacity could a mere itinerant doctor possess? The prominent figures were greatly incensed, vowing never to return. At last, it was quiet. Li Qing exhaled deeply, entered his home, took a bath, and lay in bed reflecting on Wang Hua and the anxieties of the officials. Given Zhu Hozhao's impetuous nature, Li Qing feared he might repeat Zhu Qizhen's mistakes, so he resolved to offer a few words of caution to prevent any missteps. After a restful night, Li Qing ventured into the palace the following morning. In the imperial study, Zhu Hozhao had just concluded his morning court session and was engrossed in reviewing documents when he was slightly taken aback to hear from a eunuch that Li Qing sought an audience. "This fellow is surprisingly proactive," he mused, announcing, "Commoner Li Chongqing pays his respects to His Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Zhu Hozhao remained deliberately silent. To his astonishment, Li Qing shamelessly added, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Not only Zhu, but even the attending eunuchs were taken aback. As Zhu Hozhao had requests of his own, he refrained from reprimanding Li Qing, dismissing the servants and asking, Did you consult with the Empress and the virtuous consort yesterday? Yes, they are well, Li Qing nodded, adding. And you are well too. Zhu Hozhao paid little heed to this. Being still young and newly ascended, he did not have a pressing desire for heirs. The ministers were keen on establishing a foundation for the nation early on, but emperors often preferred to delay such matters, as it could encroach upon their own power, especially in the case of Zhu Hozhao, whose foundation was still unsteady. What he truly cared about was the pleasures of the bedchamber. Zhu Hozhao murmured, "You can set into motion what you previously mentioned." "What? Think again." Li Qing suddenly felt discomfort, his tone turning brusque. "I cannot recall. Please clarify." "The stimulating medicine," Zhu Hozhao muttered. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, a smile almost escaping his lips. No laughter allowed, he admonished himself, as Zhu Hozhao appeared somewhat vulnerable. Unable to suppress his amusement, Li Qing chuckled, "Let us proceed." After their initial confrontation, he had inadvertently overlooked the matter, and thus he swiftly composed a prescription. "Once a day will suffice." Satisfied, Zhu Hozhao inquired, "Did the 6 ministries and 9 ministers seek you out yesterday afternoon?" "Indeed," Li Qing responded. "Do you wish to empower the eunuchs to participate in governance?" "What do you think?" Zhu Hozhao raised an eyebrow in retort. Understanding the implications, Li Qing pondered. "What exactly do you plan to do?" "I have been on the throne for over a year. It is time for a comprehensive land survey across the entirety of the Ming dynasty," Zhu Hozhao declared, his gaze intense and voice grave. Chapter 59. Even the coffin board of the founding emperor cannot bear this weight. Land is the cornerstone of the Ming dynasty's fiscal revenue. Despite the thriving development of commerce and bustling maritime trade, agricultural taxes remain the most vital source of income. Unlike commercial taxes, which are monetary, agricultural taxes yield grain, essential for disaster relief, famine reserves, military supplies, and the payment of official salaries. In many instances, grain proves far more practical than gold or silver. It can be readily converted into resources and labor, addressing the fundamental issues at hand. As the emperor of the Ming dynasty and the head of this familial empire, Zhu Hozhao felt an urgent need to assess his assets, a sentiment with which Li Qing concurred. However, such an initiative would inevitably spark significant discord between the sovereign and his ministers. In truth, it would not only affect the civil officials, but also the nobles, military leaders, and local gentry. This time, Li Qing recognized that political means would not suffice for a peaceful resolution. This represents the most direct and severe conflict of interests, one that cannot be resolved amicably. With a slight sigh, Li Qing inquired, "When shall we commence?" "You need not concern yourself," Zhu Hozhao replied. "For matters destined to end poorly, I shall not place you at the forefront, nor can I make use of you. Such tasks must be entrusted to the eunuchs. Unless you are willing to relinquish your current position and become my grand eunuch." "Rest assured, it is not a significant issue," Li Qing responded. To which Zhu Hozhao cheerfully remarked, "Eunuchs like San Bao and Wang Ji, who came from humble beginnings, have achieved great results. I do not believe they can compare to San Bao, nor do I think Wang Ji and his peers measure up." Yet Zhu Hozhao countered, "The seeds of power have already sprouted. They will only press onward. Even if the path ahead is a dead end, retreat is not an option." Zhu Hozhao continued, "Even emperors often become slaves to power. How much more so for those despised eunuchs? Their only recourse is to obey the emperor, leveraging his authority to satisfy their own desires. Yet they must first ensure the emperor's contentment, mustn't they?" "You possess remarkable insight," Li Qing acknowledged, feeling both comforted and astonished. "Such clarity is indeed rare for a lad of merely 17. Do not lose your footing," Li Qing cautioned. "I shan't falter," Zhu Hozhao laughed. "Even if I do, by eliminating a vile leader, I shall emerge as the wise sovereign who eradicated treachery, will I not?" Li Qing fell silent. "You mentioned that most emperors become slaves to power. What of yourself?" he queried. "I am not," Zhu Hozhao asserted. "Why is that?" "In truth, I have little desire to ascend to the throne. Given a choice, I would prefer to be a carefree prince, though even that may not be entirely free. Perhaps I would settle for being a wealthy scion instead." Zhu Hozhao remarked, "What I truly aspire to is to live as you do, without financial constraints, free to travel wherever my heart desires, and even to sail across seas to explore distant lands. That, indeed, is true freedom." Li Qing sighed. "That which is easily obtained is often taken for granted. You were named heir apparent at a tender age, with no siblings to rival you. Throughout history, few successors have enjoyed such stability as you do. There are hardly any who could stand alongside you. Indeed, it seems I am fortunate, Zhu Hozhao said, his tone a blend of boasting and humility. Li Qing, observing his demeanor, retorted sternly, "Embrace the gifts of fate with gratitude, and do not dwell on what might be." Zhu Hozhao chuckled. "Am I not striving to be a good emperor?" Li Qing was rendered speechless. "So, when shall we take action? How is the health of Father Emperor?" Zhu Hozhao inquired. Li Qing, aware of his intent to spare their father worry, replied, "He remains well for now. Optimistically, he will see out this year." Zhu Hozhao furrowed his brow in contemplation and after a long pause said, "Then let us bide our time and approach matters from different angles." "Such as?" Conducting an audit of the treasury, Zhu Hozhao stated, "As the sovereign, I must be informed of the state's resources. The ledgers cannot be trusted. One must strategize before taking action. Otherwise, the treasury may face calamity," Li Qing cautioned. Zhu Hozhao nodded. "I am well aware of that." With a weary sigh, he added, "The life of an emperor is far from easy." Li Qing responded dryly, Such words are better suited for my ears than those of others, who might not be so forgiving. I too must adapt my approach," Zhu Hozhao chuckled. "Let us cease this talk of discontent. Once I have reviewed the petitions, let us share a drink and discuss matters overseas. I shall never have the opportunity to experience it firsthand, so enlighten me. I shall first visit the retired emperor." "You continue your tasks," Li Qing stated as he turned to leave. Yet he paused, turning back to add, "While eunuchs may be trustworthy, they should not be relied upon too heavily. This principle must be understood." I shall exercise discretion," Zhu Hozhao replied. Li Qing nodded and departed. Upon returning from Zhu Yozhan, he found Zhu Hozhao had completed his tasks, and the feast had been prepared. The two dined and conversed. During the meal, Li Qing recounted the customs and cultures of various foreign lands, leaving Zhu Hozhao enraptured, his face alight with wonder. "Oh, how I long to lead the Ming navy across the boundless seas, conquering each barbarous nation," Zhu Hozhao mused dreamily. Li Qing, however, shook his head. "Conquest through force is futile. To speak of the distant lands is unnecessary. Even Jiaoji, relatively close to the Ming, remains beyond reach. Even if we were to impose our rule, it would only result in losses." Pausing, he added, "Set aside your ambitions for personal conquest. Otherwise, I shall be unyielding in my counsel." Zhu Hozhao pouted. "Must we dwell on the same trivial matter? I am not ignorant of military affairs." Li Qing, placing his chopsticks down, declared, "You may dine alone then. Look at your petty nature, unwilling to lead a campaign." Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, quickly pulling him back. "Let us return to the topic of the ocean." Zhu Hozhao asked, "Is your plan to continuously expand markets and plunder the world?" "To plunder is a term too base for our intentions," Li Qing replied. Li Qing remarked that engaging in business is a legitimate means of earning profit, not a reckless act of destruction. Waging war to plunder wealth is akin to exhausting resources without sustainability, ultimately leading to a dead end. He sipped his wine and continued, advocating for a broader perspective and elevated thoughts, urging not to view foreign nations as adversaries, but rather to engage in productive endeavors rather than annihilation. What purpose does the vigorous development of military might serve? He mused. Deterrence. Li Qing chuckled, emphasizing that it is to ensure a calm and amicable trading atmosphere, safeguarding resources and wealth. With proper management, overseas resources, wealth, and populations can serve the great Ming dynasty. He asserted that war is the most brutal and primitive method of plunder, fraught with moral depravity and cruelty, often resulting in significant costs, sometimes leading to losses that far outweigh any gains. Thus, he concluded, utilization is far superior to destruction. Li Qing expressed his belief that fairly extracting their labor value represents the optimal and only sustainable path. This process would also benefit the elite of those nations, thereby extending the influence of the Ming dynasty and ensuring that the rulers of various states psychologically align themselves with it. He paused, adding that all of this must rest on a foundation of formidable military strength. Otherwise, others might entertain thoughts of plunder. A powerful army does not necessarily imply warfare. As the art of war states, the highest strategy is to strategize without engaging in battle, followed by diplomacy, before resorting to military action, and lastly, besieging cities. Li Qing jested, "Since you understand military matters, you must comprehend this principle." Zhu Hozhao nodded, somewhat disgruntled, lamenting, "What you say is thrilling to contemplate, but alas, I cannot partake in it firsthand. Do you find the toil of travel exhilarating?" He retorted, "Certainly," Zhu Hozhao countered. Do you enjoy being cooped up in the palace, surrounded by sour faces? It's not too bad, Li Qing replied. Shall we switch places? Zhu Hozhao scoffed. Li Qing's expression darkened, exclaiming, Your actions would surely disturb the very coffin of your illustrious ancestor. Zhu Hozhao concluded, Now, focus on your medical practice. Attend to your aspirations in due time. The Ming dynasty shall be entrusted to me. Li Qing nodded. That is precisely my intention. Noticing Zhu Hozhao's discontent, he added, Once I complete my obligations, I shall return to assist you. All right. Zhu Hozhao sighed. In the meantime, refrain from making your presence known. Observe from the sidelines to avoid drawing flames toward yourself. Actually, I'm not afraid of fire, Li Qing retorted. Then leave it all to you? Zhu Hozhao responded dismissively. Days later, the relationship between the sovereign and his ministers further deteriorated, leading to a reenactment of the scene at the palace gates, where ministers implored the emperor to refrain from employing eunuchs. However, Zhu Hozhao remained resolute in his decisions. He began allowing eunuchs to encroach upon the political arena and dispatched them to localities, with Lu Jin overseeing this matter. A new wave of eunuchs was assigned to the military under the command of Zhang Yong. The eastern depot was supervised by Gu Daong, while the head of the internal affairs court, Ma Yongcheng, took charge of the 8 inner attendants, who now wielded significant power. The scholar officials were filled with fury and indignation. Yet they found themselves powerless to intervene, for the young emperor's actions, although controversial, were not entirely without precedent, as many positions had historically been held by eunuchs. The crux of the matter lay in the evident intent of the young emperor to instigate change. Not only the eunuchs, but also the palace guards have commenced their actions. Personnel changes are frequent, and spies abound, weaving an invisible net that spreads across the entire Ming dynasty. The relaxed, bureaucratic atmosphere cultivated during the Hongzhi era has vanished, leaving the ministers on edge. This anxiety is palpable not only among the civil officials, but also amongst the military commanders and nobility. The atmosphere is rife with apprehension. Yet, Emperor Zhu Hozhao remains seemingly unmoved, attending court sessions and reviewing memorials as usual, occasionally hosting banquets. Everyone is acutely aware that the young emperor is poised for significant action. Yet he holds back, leading to a climate of tension where they can only prepare in advance. As time flows, spring gives way to summer, and summer to autumn. In August of the second year of the Zhengde era, after a prolonged silence, Zhu Hozhao suddenly issued an edict to investigate the granaries and treasuries across the realm. This unexpected event caught many off guard, yet those with foresight were not entirely unprepared. An accidental fire erupted at an opportune moment, but due to Zhu Hozhao's prior preparations, the fires were not widespread. It was not for lack of desire, but rather inability. Under the scrutiny of the station eunuchs and the newly appointed palace guards, a considerable number of corrupt officials were unearthed. A total of 132 corrupt officials and over 5,000 malfeasants, including dozens of military officers and several nobles. The outcry was immediate, with protests claiming that the eunuchs and palace guards were fabricating charges against loyal officials for personal gain. Even the ailing Hongzhi was stirred by the public's unrest. Observing this turmoil, Zhu Hozhao refrained from immediate harsh punishments, promising a careful investigation to ensure that no innocent person was wronged, nor any guilty party spared. While his words were reassuring, he swiftly moved to appoint new officials to quell public dissent. Consequently, the Hamlin Academy was thrown into a frenzy, and in pursuit of their own futures, they began to defy orders. Chapter 60. Politics is not about fighting and brawling. The winter sky was overcast, and Zhu Yuzhong was not in good spirits. Despite acupuncture treatment, he showed no signs of improvement. Supported by Li Qing, Zhu Yuzhong leaned against the headboard, panting for a moment before asking, Sir, what is your opinion on this incident? The emperor plans his moves carefully. The investigation commenced in August, and within just a few months, such substantial results have been achieved. It is commendable, Li Qing replied. However, Zhu Yuzhong frowned and remarked, his approach is too hard-handed. Such impatience may lead to complications. His face was etched with worry. Li Qing chuckled lightly. Delay invites change. This touches upon fundamental interests and cannot be postponed. If we hesitate, opportunities may slip away. Indeed, Zhu Hozhao's methods were somewhat radical, yet in this instance, Li Qing maintained a positive outlook. Could one truly expect a thorough investigation to unfold in a leisurely manner? How many granaries might catch fire if things were allowed to drag on? The potential losses could be staggering, though no one could specify an exact figure. However, It was foreseen that the numbers would be considerable. Hongzhi had been overly focused on stability, and an excessive desire for it was not advisable. The current political landscape could no longer sustain Hongzhi's governing philosophy. Change was imperative. If caution continued to prevail, the civil officials might ascend to heaven. Zhu Yuzhong did not offer a rebuttal. He merely sighed heavily. He was well aware of his own shortcomings. Yet his mindset made it difficult for him to fully trust his son's radical approach. My time is limited. Would you be willing to join the cabinet, sir? Upon entering the cabinet, I deemed it unnecessary, for my temperament is ill-suited for governance. Li Qing remarked, however, rest assured, I shall extend my assistance whenever possible. I will not remain an idle bystander. Zhu Yuzhong expressed his dissatisfaction, tinged with regret, saying, Is it truly the case that you hold my father and me in such low regard? I fail to comprehend the words of the Grand Emperor. With a bitter smile, Zhu Yuzhong continued, It has been a considerable time. Please, Mr. Li, make your way to the next room and summon Hou Zhao, so we may engage in a thorough discussion regarding the current matters. Li Qing nodded and departed. As Zhu Yuzhong sighed and muttered to himself, It must be him. Hou Zhao possesses keen insight and recognized this long ago. Yet now, he seems reluctant to work. Have we, the Zhu family, wronged him? Zhu Yuzhong pondered. Should I not confer a title upon him? He then shook his head in negation, realizing that conferring a title would only lead to a dead end. What should be done? While lost in thought, Li Qing returned, accompanied by Zhu Zhao. Father, how do you fare? Zhu Zhao inquired, seating himself by the bedside, his face a mask of concern and wavering emotions. Zhu Yuzhong collected his thoughts, allowing a gentle smile to grace his features as he replied, The cycle of life, birth, aging, illness, and death, is but a natural course. Zhu Zhao remained silent. Their father-son bond was profound, having seldom experienced discord over the years. The mere thought of his father's impending mortality filled Zhu Zhao with sorrow, uncertainty, and fear. Very well, let us discuss state affairs, Zhu Yuzhong prompted. What is the current state of the ministers? It is manageable. Not all are united in their endeavors. Some have instigated wrongful accusations to gain merit, while others advise against excessive reliance on eunuchs. And there are those advocating for the execution of Lu Jin and his associates, Zhu Zhao explained. Their varying objectives diminish their collective impact. Moreover, the Hamlin Academy has also intervened, aligning themselves with my cause. After briefly outlining the situation, Zhu Zhao reassured, Father, do not worry, I can handle this. Zhu Yuzhong sighed deeply and said, One must bestow appropriate kindness. We cannot drive everyone to the opposing side, nor can we force them into desperation. In both the court and localities, there exist those who would stop at nothing for power and profit, alongside loyal subjects who seek to serve the nation and its people. We must not lose the hearts of the people. Father, Zhu Zhao hastily soothed him, patting his chest. After a considerable time, Zhu Yuzhong ceased his coughing and continued, This vast empire cannot be governed by a single individual. Not even the likes of the Taizu or Taizong could accomplish this alone. The emperor must control the overarching matters. The specifics must be managed by subordinates. We cannot afford to alienate everyone, for if we do, no one will be willing to serve earnestly. Zhu Zhao murmured, Father, human desires are perpetually insatiable. It is not that I claim you are in the wrong. Rather, I wish to remind you that moderation is essential in all things, Zhu Yuzhong replied. There are over 100 corrupt officials, thousands of malfeasant bureaucrats, and more than a dozen unscrupulous military leaders and noblemen. This number is not particularly large within the grand context of the Ming dynasty. Yet, you must understand, your challenges extend far beyond these individuals. Zhu Yuzhong stated earnestly, Everyone is observing. Your approach to these matters is of utmost importance. The lips perish when the teeth are gone. How you treat these individuals today will dictate how they will respond in the future. It may seem as though you are addressing only a few, but in truth, everyone will empathize with their plight. No individual is without flaw. How many can truly embody absolute integrity? Zhu Yuzhong lamented. Even ordinary folk exchange gifts during visits. What more can be expected in the bureaucratic realm, rife with interpersonal intricacies? Who among us is entirely blemish-free? As the emperor and the sovereign of millions, one must possess the magnanimity to embrace humanity's imperfections. Ultimately, is not the purpose of such actions to encourage sincerity among subordinates? After expressing these thoughts, Zhu Yuzhong became breathless. Gasping for air, Zhu Zhao, while assisting him to regain his composure, recalled Yin Song's remarks upon resigning from office. The so-called corruption within officialdom and lack of integrity merely stem from clandestine alliances, indulging in tea and wine. Upon reflection, whether civil officials, military generals, or nobles, who among them refrains from such clandestine associations? Given the current circumstances, which faction does not closely observe his stance and the outcomes of his decisions? Yet, Zhu Hozhao was neither inclined nor willing to compromise. He turned his gaze to Li Qing. Li Qing nodded, acknowledging, the concerns of the Grand Emperor are not without merit. Those who are flawless are exceedingly rare. The majority dwell in the gray, navigating the spectrum of good and evil, thus prudence is essential. Zhu Hozhao exhaled deeply, silently acquiescing. Father, please rest. There is no need to fret over state affairs. Your son will not act recklessly, Zhu Hozhao stated earnestly. Zhu Yozhuang smiled faintly, reaching out to touch his son's face, expressing, my son has grown. As the final phase approached, Zhu Yozhuang soon found himself drained of energy. Zhu Hozhao covered his father with a quilt, tucking in the corners, then turned to Li Qing with a subtle gesture, leading the way outside the hall. This winter seemed particularly frigid. Gazing at the overcast sky, he felt an intense chill. A penalty is necessary, Zhu Hozhao murmured. Otherwise, this elaborate endeavor will become a farce, leading to a loss of reverence and further transgressions. Indeed, we must proceed as required, Li Qing concurred. Zhu Hozhao shot him a perplexed glance. Are you suggesting that we can disregard my father's words? Not exactly, Li Qing clarified. The Grand Emperor's concerns are quite valid. Punishment should elevate the cost of wrongdoing, deterring future offenses, not merely for the sake of retribution or to vent frustrations. Politics is not about brawling. Valor is commendable, yet cowardice is unacceptable. Zhu Hozhao articulated slowly. Are you implying a lenient approach based on the severity of the offenses? No, I maintain that we should adhere to the established protocols of the Ming dynasty. Li Qing responded. According to the laws of the Ming, heads must roll, and nearly half the offenders should face confiscation of their estates, Zhu Hozhao declared. In truth, he had contemplated a degree of leniency. This incident involved many individuals and encompassed nearly all factions. He could not afford to proceed with an overly rigid application of the law. After a moment's reflection, Li Qing suggested, let us classify the incident before the year's end. Although the ministers may be dissatisfied, their voices will not be unified, and with the Hanlin Academy fanning the flames, reaching a classification should be straightforward. As for executions, given the scale of the uproar, fatalities are inevitable. That is a necessity. Li Qing nodded. However, the laws established by the founding emperor are excessively harsh. It is unfeasible to enforce them as such. You are not the founding emperor. Then why do you insist on the necessity of action? Zhu Hozhao retorted, feeling an unsettling sense of being cornered. Severe punishment may thoroughly chill the hearts of the people, while leniency could lead to an insufferable grievance, fostering arrogance among subordinates who may grow emboldened. Li Qing pondered momentarily before stating, the laws of the Ming must be strictly enforced. However, an alternative compromise may be employed. What is it? To offset transgressions with merit. That would still necessitate the execution of many. Even those with some achievements cannot possibly outweigh their faults, Zhu Hozhao replied. Indeed, many of them possess no merit at all. Then they should be executed, their families confiscated, and the guilty exiled or sentenced to hard labor. How can you propose such a foolish strategy? Li Qing chuckled. This is no foolish scheme. You have merely fallen into a misconception. Zhu Hozhao did not retort. His mind was in turmoil as his father's health deteriorated rapidly, making it difficult for him to think clearly. It is cold here. Let us discuss this in the study. In the study, the maidservants presented 2 cups of hot tea before discreetly withdrawing. Zhu Hozhao remarked, most of those individuals have little political achievement. I have glanced at their records and performances during their tenure, and if one were to be charitable, they were merely adequate. The notion of offsetting transgressions with merit is meant for the civil officials, military generals, and nobility, Li Qing explained. The purpose is to signal that as long as one is earnest and diligent, even if they commit unlawful acts, when the truth comes to light, there may be some leeway, encouraging them to adopt a proper attitude towards governance. Zhu Hozhao fell silent. Isn't this merely a disguised leniency? Yes, but what alternative exists? Li Qing sighed. The most egregious offenses need not be mentioned. The illicit acts of ice and charcoal have nearly all come to light. According to the laws established by the founding emperor, those who have received such sums should all face execution. But can you truly carry this out? The Ming has over 100,000 civil and military officials, and the number of clerks is incalculable, even with authority comparable to the founding emperor, and the ability to act without restraint. Can you kill them all? Li Qing continued. Even the founding emperor ultimately compromised. It is impossible to execute them all. In the end, no one would be left to govern, resulting only in chaos. Zhu Hozhao slumped in despair. Offsetting transgressions with merit aims to inspire their dedication to their careers. In the political arena, there are far too many who seek to avoid fault rather than achieve merit. This approach may, to some extent, alter this prevailing attitude. Li Qing sighed. This is the best solution available. Zhu Hozhao forced a bitter smile. Wearily leaning back against his chair, let it be as you say. Li Qing understood the young emperor's frustrations. He too felt the weight of the situation. However, politics has never been about right or wrong, but rather about navigating the complexities. In this world, there will always be shadows untouched by sunlight. All he could do was strive to minimize the darkness. Complete eradication? Impossible. Chapter 61. Sir, is my fate drawing near? Zhu Hozhao took a quarter of an hour to extricate himself from his agitation. How is my father? Not well, Li Qing replied, lowering his gaze, as you have observed. That is the situation. Zhu Hozhao fell silent for a moment and inquired, will he make it through the new year? He should, Li Qing responded cautiously. Should? Zhu Hozhao pressed. I can only assure you that I will do my utmost. Then please reside within the palace, Zhu Hozhao murmured, as my father's condition worsens daily. Your presence here will facilitate immediate treatment. Very well, Li Qing nodded in agreement. Will you be leaving soon? Zhu Hozhao asked again. Li Qing pondered for a moment and remarked, there is no need for haste. Lingering a while longer poses no issue. The young emperor bore considerable pressure and required a buffer period. If Hongji departed, and he followed closely behind, it might raise suspicions of his reluctance to fully engage in healing, driven merely by a desire to escape. Moreover, he must take Zhu Hozhao's emotions into account. The passing of his father, along with the departure of someone he relied upon, would indeed be quite cruel for a young man. How much longer would he stay? It would depend on the circumstances. Li Qing gently assured, I shall not leave without returning. Once I have completed my necessary tasks and taken a suitable rest, I will come back, and it shall not be long. Perhaps a timeline could be suggested. After some contemplation, Li Qing offered, in the most optimistic scenario, 5 years. In a less favorable one, 7 years. It could be sooner or slightly longer, but it shall certainly not exceed 10 years. Is that not a brief period? Life is long, especially since you are merely 17. Indeed, for you, life stretches long, Zhu Hozhao interjected. Li Qing chuckled, since you have stated it thus. What more can I say? I wish for you to speak. Whatever you say shall be accepted, Zhu Hozhao declared. Li Qing smiled lightly. What can I say? Considering your position as emperor? But do you regard me as an emperor? Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, slamming the table in indignation. Begone, begone. Li Qing remained unperturbed. Rising to inquire, where shall I reside? Next to the Grand Emperor, Zhu Hozhao replied, his ire somewhat diminished. I shall have someone prepare for you shortly. The palace has everything you may need. No need for you to procure anything. Very well, then I shall take a stroll outside and savor a taste of freedom. Li Qing said, bowing deeply. Do not be angry. I take my leave. Ah, how rare it is. I cannot afford such indulgence, Zhu Hozhao grumbled, but upon looking up, he realized Li Qing had already turned to leave, seemingly indifferent to his feelings. Rascal, he shouted loudly, intentionally allowing Li Qing to hear. Yet, Li Qing appeared oblivious. That day, Li Qing's schedule was fully packed, indulging in wine at taverns, listening to tales at tea houses, enjoying melodies at pleasure houses, and admiring the architecture at the Jingwei Martial Academy. It was not until the evening, as the palace gates were about to close, that he timed his return perfectly. Ma Yongqing personally welcomed him, either to curry favor or as per Zhu Hozhao's instructions. The room was adorned with extravagant opulence, its grandeur almost bordering on excess. Attended by over 10 servants. Of course, these servants were eunuchs, as there were no palace maids present. Legally speaking, palace maids could be considered the emperor's women, available for his summons at will. However, it is customary for an emperor not to be so insatiable, and no emperor would allow palace maids to serve a man. Zhu Hozhao's allowance for Li Qing to reside in the imperial palace was already quite generous, though he was well aware that Li Qing would never act inappropriately. Naturally, Li Qing had no objections. He was quite content, reminiscing about his first entry into the palace during the 15th year of Hongwu, when he shared quarters with the duty eunuch. Old Zhu wanted him to be available at all times for the treatment of Empress Ma, while simultaneously denying him any opportunity to approach the palace maids, showing no consideration for his feelings. Selfishness aside, he exploited Li Qing thoroughly, who, at that time, was naive and easily deceived and intimidated, truly believing in old Zhu's malevolence. However, he did not spare old Zhu either, frequently undermining him. The newly acquired bedding was soft and warm, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, composed of precious spices like agarwood, sandalwood, camphor, and mint, meticulously blended and ground with clean water, then air-dried into a fine powder. When ignited, this mixture was said to possess the power to calm the mind and aid sleep. Yet, Li Qing found himself unable to slumber. He rose and approached the window, raising his hand to open it, gazing at the starry night sky, resplendent with brilliance. It had been over 100 years since the Hongwu era, and all those who lived in that time, friends, foes, or even strangers, had vanished without a trace. The individuals of that epoch had been buried by the river of time, and though many had entered his life since, they could never truly replace or overshadow the past. This solitude, this desolation, this helplessness was ineffable, devoid of empathy. The immortal should be devoid of emotion, yet if one is emotionless, am I still myself? Li Qing, with no one to share his sorrow, gazed at the shimmering stars and sighed, only you remain unchanged. If this were a film, he would unhesitatingly drag the progress bar to the latest chapter, yet alas, there were no ifs. This was not merely a page from history, a fragment of text. It was a vibrant era filled with living beings. He could not stand idly by, nor could he convince himself to observe with indifference. He would rather not be the protagonist. As the morning star emerged, the night sky turned to soft azure, the stars dimmed, leaving only scattered remnants. And the chimes rang out as the sun rose in the east. Li Qing, his face etched with frost, sighed softly and finally shifted his body. He sat on the edge of the bed, and shortly thereafter, Ma Yongqing summoned the servants with warm spring water, a toothbrush, and a towel. Ma Yongqing, with a face full of obsequiousness, said, "If there is anything Mr. Li finds unsatisfactory, please do not hesitate to mention it. We shall have them amended." Li Qing smiled. "I am quite satisfied. There is no need for changes. You may go about your business." "Ah, then I shall take my leave," Ma Yongqing replied awkwardly. Bowing slightly before retreating, Li Qing waved away the servants, closed the door, freshened up, and donned a subtle disguise before stepping out to the adjoining room. The weather grew increasingly cold, and Hongji had scarcely left his bed, even conducting his necessities within the hall. Despite the incense to mask the odor and regular air exchanges, a faint residue lingered. Ji Shi was also present, and as mother and daughter exchanged pleasantries, warmth intermingled with melancholy. Upon seeing Li Qing enter, Ji Shi rose and beckoned him aside, asking, "Mr. Li, do you possess any better remedies for the Grand Emperor?" "The common folk are making improvements," he replied. "Can he be cured?" Ji Shi inquired. Then, sensing the weight of her question, rephrased, "How long can we prolong this?" Li Qing fell silent. Many matters are beyond human control. He could exert every effort, yet the duration remained subject to fate. Ji Shi hesitated, tears welling in her eyes, and her already haggard face appeared to age a decade in an instant. Li Qing averted his gaze, unable to look at the mother who would soon bid farewell to her son. He had witnessed too much and endured too many experiences. Yet he still could not acclimatize or build immunity to such sorrow. After a prolonged silence, Ji Shi wiped her eyes and said, "You must give it your all. The royal family will not treat you unjustly. The common folk understand." Li Qing nodded, steeling himself to attend to the Grand Emperor's treatment. With a deep, tremulous breath, the gentleman inquired. She stood still, motionless. Li Qing approached the dragon couch, retrieving a box of needles from the nightstand. As he cleansed and sterilized the instruments, he stirred the nearby charcoal basin, coaxing the flames to blaze more fervently. Zhu Yuzhong appeared calm, yet beneath the surface, he was anxious, apprehensive, even fearful. "Sir, is my destiny nearing its end?" At such a moment, few can accept their fate with equanimity. Li Qing spoke gently, "It isn't as dire as it seems. The new year is upon us, and perhaps the festive spirit will usher in a gradual recovery." Zhu Yuzhong could only choose to believe. It is about to begin. Indeed. Zhu Yuzhong, with Li Qing's assistance, turned onto his stomach, resting his chin on the pillow, utterly compliant. He had lost considerable weight during this time. His rapid decline in health had etched more wrinkles upon his visage, rendering him far older than his peers. Beneath his resplendent garments, his flesh bore the marks of countless ailments. With the efficacy of acupuncture waning, Li Qing discreetly employed his vital energy to assist the treatment. Zhu Yuzhong sensed that today's acupuncture was extraordinary, akin to a long-awaited rainfall, providing profound nourishment. Puzzled, he inquired, "Is this a new treatment?" This was Li Qing's specialized terminology, having evolved several times. "Yes, how do you feel?" "Much better," Zhu Yuzhong responded joyfully, a warm sensation enveloping him, as if a vital force were steadily supporting him, instilling newfound strength. Suddenly, he felt that he could live on, at least not perish imminently. "Let us utilize this method henceforth." Li Qing smiled, advising him to maintain a calm mindset, free from wild imaginings. "Very well," Zhu Yuzhong acquiesced. At that moment, Zhang Shi entered. Observing her husband's improved complexion, she too felt delight. Witnessing their affectionate exchange, Li Qing prepared a prescription and took his leave. Ji Shi followed him out of the great hall, devoid of Zhang Shi's joy. From Li Qing's words, she sensed that time was running short. Upon reaching the adjacent room, Ji Shi solemnly demanded, "Tell me honestly, how much longer does Yuzhong have?" "Perhaps until after the new year," Li Qing replied. "It is already winter. You say he can only last until then?" Ji Shi's emotions surged, her voice sharp with distress. "The Grand Emperor is just next door." Li Qing sighed. "This is considered optimistic. Any longer would be self-deception. What if we were to be even more optimistic?" Li Qing, filled with helplessness, understood this was a mother's final hope. In an exceedingly ideal scenario, perhaps until spring blooms. He stated earnestly, "That is the extent of it." Ji Shi wept, tears streaming down her face. With Li Qing's prior admonitions, she dared not cry out loud, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, her anguish palpable. Li Qing wished to offer comfort, but found himself at a loss for words. Any utterance seemed futile. With over a century of vital energy at his command, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness in this moment. All he could do was watch her weep, helplessly, as he had treated countless emperors and empresses, yet had failed to save even one. Chapter 62. All means deployed. Zhu Hozhao heeded Li Qing's counsel and swiftly established the nature of the incident, with irrefutable evidence warranting severe punishment. The objective was to offset transgressions through merit, not to initiate the process. The first step in this compromise was traditionally to raise the roof. This maneuver indeed stirred considerable commotion. In the presence of such a ruthless and iron-fisted sovereign, few could maintain their composure. Who could guarantee that they would not be next? Thus, in the frigid cold of the 9th day of winter, the ministers knelt before the palace gates. The harsh winter in the capital was not something ordinary individuals could endure, especially those feeble and advanced in years. Despite their thorough preparations, equipped with cloaks and padded garments, and cushioned by soft cotton mats beneath them, they still found the chill unbearable. The biting north wind cut through like a knife, and once they knelt, they could hardly move. The sluggish flow of blood exacerbated the cold, rendering the experience excruciating for the civil officials. Among them were also military generals and nobles, who fared somewhat better but could not endure for long. Within half a day, many succumbed to frostbite. At this juncture, Zhu Hozhao exhibited a compassionate side towards his subjects. "If you wish to kneel, I shall not interfere. However, you must still perform your duties. Kneel in the warm chamber while you work," he decreed. The ministers seethed with anger, yet after expressing their wrath, they acquiesced. They had not yet lived enough to consider their own demise in such harsh weather. Persisting in this manner would surely lead to their untimely end. What political machinations could be contemplated if life itself was at stake? The exquisite pine charcoal burned brightly, enveloping them in warmth, accompanied by hot tea and pastries. And the thick cotton cushions beneath their knees provided unparalleled comfort. The tense atmosphere was greatly alleviated, and they began to feel a sense of satisfaction. Though the emperor was young, he understood the significance of the realm and dared not overturn the table in haste. It seemed he had calmed down, realizing his earlier impulsiveness and seeking reconciliation. Excellent. Next, it remained to be seen how the emperor would navigate this situation. Should he fail to satisfy us, we shall not hesitate to deny him an easy exit, the ministers mused quietly. With the new year approaching, they were reluctant to escalate matters too far, contemplating that the emperor would yield, as it was indeed a festive season. In the imperial study, the sovereign and his ministers sat across from each other. Li Qing inquired. How many civil and military officials, as well as nobles, are kneeling at the palace gates? The cabinet had not participated, nor had the 6 ministries or 9 ministers. Among the civil officials, the highest rank was that of deputy minister. The military officials, less devoted than their civil counterparts, had only knelt once before excusing themselves on the grounds of illness, for they were not as deeply entwined with local affairs and merely put on a show. Zhu Hozhao offered an explanation and then furrowed his brow, adding, however, the nobles are quite persistent. Nearly all have participated. Li Qing pondered. The situation is not as dire as it seems. Not dire? Zhu Hozhao questioned. Indeed, it at least indicates that the nobles are united, does it not? Li Qing replied with a smile. If they do not band together, how can we leverage them to suppress the civil officials? Zhu Hozhao nodded slowly, expressing concern. I fear that in this scenario, it might lead to an alliance between the nobles and the civil officials. What are your thoughts on this possibility? The likelihood is minimal. Li Qing shook his head. For a long time, the civil officials had held a disdainful view of other factions, be it the military generals, the noble families, the empress's relatives, or the eunuchs. All were looked down upon. In their eyes, the aristocrats merely inherited their ancestral fortunes. The military leaders were seen as uncouth brutes. The empress's relatives relied on their daughters, and the eunuchs were regarded as mere servants. All were deemed inferior. Only scholarly pursuits were held in high esteem. After a pause, he acknowledged that the noble families were not foolish. Over the years, although this group had gradually declined, they had also evolved, becoming literate and adept at political maneuvering. Naturally, they would not willingly submit to the civil officials. The civil officials would never take the initiative, and if the noble families did, they would further lose their voice in governance. Li Qing remarked, both sides are acutely aware that their conflicts leave no room for reconciliation. Moreover, the initiation of martial arts in the capital presents a splendid opportunity for the noble families. With newfound prospects, they will certainly not gravitate towards the civil officials. This struggle is for mutual benefit, yet it does not imply collaboration. Zhu Hozhao responded with a thoughtful sound, saying, during this period, I have roughly estimated that there is no official who can retain their current position through merits offsetting their transgressions. Fewer than 1 in 10 can expect a mere demotion upon departure, and less than 2 in 10 can hope to save their heads. Is this truly the approach we are adopting? Indeed, Li Qing asserted firmly. The intent is to intimidate. The notion of merits offsetting misdeeds is merely a means to prevent the various factions from becoming overly anxious. It is not a gesture of submission. We must enforce severe punishments. This is non-negotiable. Li Qing stated solemnly. This is solely to convey to all that, even if one is a corrupt official or a treacherous minister, as long as they have rendered service, the court will acknowledge their contributions. This is to rectify the attitude of officials in the Ming dynasty. Zhu Hozhao, with his strong disposition, was reluctant to yield. Hearing Li Qing's words, his spirits lifted, and he declared with a huff, then it is settled. We shall commence after the new year. He paused and added, I do not wish for my father to concern himself with court affairs in the twilight of his life. Li Qing understood his intent and sighed. It is better to act now. Delays may lead to unforeseen complications. When the time comes, they could invoke the pretext of filial piety and claim. The former emperor's remains are yet to be laid to rest, and the new sovereign acts with wantonness, which would undermine your position. After a moment of silence, Zhu Hozhao inquired, is there truly no room for negotiation regarding my father's health? Li Qing replied with silence. Understanding. Zhu Hozhao waved his hand, dismissing the matter. You need not concern yourself with this. Go to the former emperor, for that is of greater significance. Li Qing sighed inwardly and rose to exit the grand hall. Zhu Hozhao had indeed taken decisive action. Under the strict enforcement of the Ming dynasty's laws, he implemented the strategy of merits offsetting misdeeds. More than half of the over 100 civil officials faced execution, while a third were subjected to confiscation of property, and another third were exiled. The remaining officials were demoted or reassigned to commoner status and faced other penalties. Dozens of military officials and noble families had nearly a third executed, while the rest had all illicit gains confiscated and were demoted or reassigned. Thousands of clerks were entirely exiled. Such sweeping measures took everyone by surprise. None had anticipated that the young emperor would act with such resoluteness. Indeed, the strategy of merits offsetting misdeeds provided them with a semblance of security, yet the sheer decisiveness and ruthlessness of his actions left them both astonished and enraged. But what could they do? rebel. They lacked both the courage and the capability to impede the emperor, to deliberately create difficulties, and to demonstrate one's own power to him is indeed feasible and a common tactic employed by many. However, rooted in the psychology of compensating for past grievances, the hearts of these individuals, who are inherently disunited, resemble a scattered assembly of sand. While they outwardly express indignation, each secretly aims to achieve personal merit, preferring others to take the forefront to facilitate their own maneuverings. This collective mindset ultimately renders them incapable of challenging the emperor. These individuals are not foolish. Rather, they are astutely aware that such behavior will long-term damage the collective interests of the civil officials. Yet, when their own interests are at stake, even the shrewdest become short-sighted. Much like those in the Hanlin Academy, who are willing to set aside their biases against the eunuchs and the secret police for the sake of securing their positions, those in high office are similarly inclined. The crux of the matter lies in the collapse of trust. Everyone judges others by their own standards, believing that all will seek their own escape routes, rendering their own emergence futile. Consequently, no one is willing to charge into the fray. Nevertheless, this situation has precipitated severe repercussions. Their affinity and proximity to the emperor have plummeted to frigid depths, leaving no semblance of intimacy. Even among military officials and nobles who feel a chill in their hearts, the emperor has proven excessively stern and impartial. In comparison to the retired emperor, he falls short. Fortunately, the Ming dynasty still boasts loyal, virtuous, and worthy ministers. Even among the civil officials who have suffered the most, a portion remains willing to stand by the emperor's side. Although Zhu Hozhao has offended a vast majority, he has not alienated all. Conversely, not all who ally with Zhu Hozhao are virtuous, nor are all who oppose him malicious. Politics is inherently a complex tapestry, resistant to simplification. Zhu Hozhao, being human, struggles to untangle this intricate web, hence he opts to disregard it. As long as one is loyal and aligned with him, that suffices. His ambition to achieve greatness and to be a capable sovereign necessitates that he first become a sovereign wielding real power. Without actual authority, all aspirations remain mere fantasies. Thus, he commenced personnel changes under various pretexts. Li Qing ceased to interfere with Zhu Hozhao, redirecting his energies toward Zhu Yozong. Unfortunately, despite his extensive efforts, he could not prevent Zhu Yozong's health from deteriorating day by day. As time swiftly advanced into the 12th lunar month, the chill intensified. The palace was filled with braziers, and combined with the presence of the 3 generations of concubines and their attendants, the air was permeated with a melange of spices, cosmetics, and body scents, resulting in an unpleasant atmosphere. Zhu Yozong could hardly withstand even the slightest disturbance. The thought of opening a window for fresh air, only to catch a cold, was not worth the risk, so he had to endure the discomfort. The taste of the laba congee was quite pleasant. Hongji enjoyed it with pickles, savoring 2 small bowls, much to the delight of those around him, who believed that if they could endure this harsh winter, they would at least be able to persevere for another year or so until the spring blossoms. Li Qing, however, lacked appetite, merely taking a couple of symbolic sips before citing the need to refine new treatment methods, preparing for the final stages of care. Li Qing possessed medical knowledge and skill, yet he had not reached a divine level. His perceived prowess derived mainly from 2 factors, boldness and genuine energy. In contemporary times, mere audacity is insufficient to resolve issues. One must rely heavily on vital energy to stabilize the frail constitution of Hongji. Once the vital energy ceases to be effective, there will be no recourse left. The following day, Li Qing donned a different set of silver needles, employing every method at his disposal. Central to the treatment were the acupuncture points, the Zhongwan point, the foundation of the spleen and stomach, the source of vital energy and blood production, which, when stimulated, can nourish blood and replenish qi, the Baihui point, the convergence of all yang energies and a key to longevity, which, when stimulated, can elevate yang energy, enhance qi, soothe the mind, alleviate blood pressure, and prevent fainting. And the Mingmen point, the root of primal energy, balancing yin and yang, which, when stimulated, can bolster immunity and nourish the lungs. As the needles were applied, vital energy surged forth. Chapter 63. Enlightenment and Acceptance. Zhu Yozong could distinctly sense the warm vital energy, markedly different from before, this time particularly potent, even without deliberate focus. Its uniqueness was palpable. After receiving treatment for an extended period, He understood this sensation was not merely a result of acupuncture. It was extraordinarily special. It was him. Everything made sense now. Zhu Yozong's emotions surged, a flush of color rising to his pale visage as he fixed his gaze intently upon Li Qing. Li Qing appeared unfazed, continuing his actions diligently. After a considerable time, the treatment concluded. Zhu Yozong felt a transformation within his body. The overwhelming fatigue dissipated, and the fear of cold vanished. He felt warm and light, as if he had shed the shackles he had borne for so long, experiencing an ineffable sense of freedom. Zhu Yozong gradually exhaled a breath of stale air and said, "Everyone, please leave. I wish to converse privately with the gentleman." The concubines turned to Ji Shi, who cast a deep glance at her son and then at Li Qing before turning to exit. Once she departed, the other concubines felt it inappropriate to linger. Empress Zhang approached, exchanged a few heartfelt words, and followed suit out of the grand hall. As the maids observed the departure of their mistresses, they bowed and exited as well. In no time, the vast palace was left with only the two of them. "Are you the gentleman?" Zhu Yozong inquired. "Who am I?" "Li Qing, the Marquis of Yongqing." Li Qing shook his head. "No, I am merely a wandering physician who enjoys traveling. I am not the Marquis of Yongqing." "But you are Zhu Yozong," he lamented. "Why can you not speak candidly?" "I apologize, but I truly am not." Li Qing maintained his denial. With Hongji on the brink of death, the survival instinct of one facing demise is potent enough to corrupt even the most virtuous of souls, let alone Zhu Yozong, the retired emperor of the Ming dynasty. Historically, Hongji had even practiced immortality. Li Qing confessed, "To be candid, this is my last resort." "The last resort?" Zhu Yozong hesitated, then comprehended, murmuring, "Am I destined to die?" "All must meet their end. No one is exempt," Li Qing stated. Zhu Yozong, filled with resentment, gazed intently at Li Qing and asked, "What about you, gentlemen?" "I, too, shall face it." Li Qing met his gaze, his tone and demeanor tranquil. Zhu Yozong held a steadfast gaze, and after a prolonged silence, he resignedly leaned back against the headboard, seemingly drained of all strength, bitterly remarking, "Is even someone like you unable to change this?" "Matters of life and death cannot be altered by human will," Li Qing said calmly. "No one can escape the judgment of time. But you." Zhu Yozong inhaled deeply and asked, "Are you afraid I might seek immortality?" Without waiting for Li Qing to speak, he continued, "I am now merely a retired emperor, having entrusted state affairs to Ho Zhao. Is there truly no harm in pursuing immortality?" Zhu Yozong spoke with deep emotion. "I do not wish to die. I fear death greatly. I long to honor my mother and spend more time with Xiaozhang. I cannot bear to part with Ho Zhao. I wish to embrace my grandchildren." He spoke fervently, ultimately pleading, "Please help me. I genuinely do not wish to die." Li Qing found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. It was not that he was miserly, but rather that he felt utterly powerless. After a long pause, Li Qing sighed. "If I were the eternal Qing Marquis, if I could extend the lives of others, not to mention the distant ancestors like Emperor Taizu or Taizong, at least Emperor Xianzong would still be alive, would he not?" The desire to survive can lead one down a dark path. The extraordinary rulers like Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu, and Tang Zong, once touched by the yearning for longevity, underwent profound changes in temperament, let alone Hongji. Li Qing could not concede this. He could sense how deeply Hongji cherished life. Yet what could he do? Those destined to depart must inevitably leave, beyond anyone's control. He could only watch helplessly as it all unfolded. "Are you afraid that I might master it and turn against you?" The retired emperor questioned, pondering the connection between himself and the eternal Qing Marquis. Li Qing, resigned, recalled that the eternal Qing Marquis had once served in the previous emperor's court. Surely the retired emperor had seen him before? "I have seen him, but he was already aged thin." Zhu Yozong paused, visibly shaken. "Your previous display of skill was far beyond that of an ordinary person." He sought to ground his judgment in reason. Li Qing chuckled softly. "That was merely martial prowess. I have not heard of any martial art possessing such might." The retired emperor replied, "I have heard of inner cultivation, but you must practice diligently, right?" Li Qing explained, "I practice internal energy, hence the resulting effects. In truth, many others have cultivated this energy. I am not alone in this. There are numerous practitioners at Longhu Mountain." After a brief pause, he added, "Your profound perception stems largely from the remarkable stimulation of vital points. That is merely auxiliary. Remember, even Zhang Tianshi does not enjoy significantly extended longevity. Zhu Yozong fell silent. Is it not true? Indeed, even the patriarchs of Taoism do not achieve immortality. Zhu Yozong felt a surge of despair, suddenly recalling one individual. What of Zhang Xianren? It is said he was born during the Song dynasty, yet lived into the Ming dynasty. Such tales are often exaggerated. There are many wandering Taoists. How can you be certain they are the same person? Li Qing responded. Even emperors like Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu are denied the gift of eternal life, which suffices to demonstrate that immortality is a mere illusion. Zhu Yozong fell silent once more, his fervent desire to survive gradually dissipating, ultimately accepting the truth. How much time do I have left? He inquired. This is my final recourse. If your condition deteriorates further, Li Qing spoke candidly, I would be powerless to assist. Zhu Yozong, heartbroken, gazed weakly at the canopy above, and after a long while, asked specifically, maintain a calm mindset, and you may see another year. Given my current state, how can I possibly find peace of mind? Zhu Yozong replied bitterly, feeling utterly despondent. Li Qing, unsure of how to offer comfort, could only say, death is not to be feared. It is not a solitary journey. Zhu Yozong merely stared vacantly at the canopy above, his focus lost. His face etched with terror, a far cry from his former nonchalance. As the moment approached, he was engulfed by profound reluctance and overwhelming fear. Among the emperors of history, Zhu Yozhuang was the least nonchalant in the face of life and death. It was not that he lacked ambition, but rather that his emotions were too intense and abundant. To his ministers, he was jovial and engaging. To his mother, he was dutiful and obedient. To his wife, he showed utmost respect. And to his son, he was kind and indulgent. Despite being an emperor, he bore no semblance of the solitary ruler archetype, nor had he ever been one. His benevolence towards his officials was reciprocated with their deep affection, and his loving nature towards his son fostered a reliance in return. He reveled in these relationships, believing them to be perfectly fulfilling. Yet, now he faced the imminent specter of death. His mother would lose a son, his wife a husband, and his son a father, attachments he could not relinquish. I wish to live, he murmured softly. Li Qing felt a heavy heart. Even though he shared no personal sentiments with Hongji, he could not escape the melancholy weighing upon him. Time, impartial and unyielding, made no distinctions and offered no compassion to anyone, regardless of virtue or vice. The ultimate remedy proved fleeting, diminishing significantly within a fortnight. Fortunately, the new year was approaching. Hongji's condition was evident to all. The impending doom loomed large, casting a solemn atmosphere over the entire palace. The mourning garments and filial tokens were being discreetly prepared. The Ji family, the Zhang family, Zhu Hozhao, and the Xia family all gathered around Zhu Yozhuang, enveloping the palace in a shroud of sorrow. The 6 ministries and 9 ministers, along with the grand scholars of the cabinet, frequently came to pay their respects, their emotions genuine and heartfelt, often shedding tears. The deep sense of reluctance and sadness was far from feigned. After nearly 2 decades of camaraderie between sovereign and subjects, their bond was profoundly intimate. They had forsaken the New Year celebrations, requesting the emperor's permission to enter the palace daily. Li Qing himself did not celebrate the New Year. He even set up a makeshift bed in Qinqing Palace, attending to Zhu Yozhuang day and night. Yet, what was destined could not be evaded. On the 8th day of the 1st month in the 3rd year of Zhengde, during the final moments of the Shen hour, Zhu Yozhuang fainted once more. Li Qing exhausted all means to rouse him, but he was already at death's door. Beside the bed, Zhu Hozhao, Ji family members, Zhang family members, and Xia family members all had red-rimmed eyes. The concubines standing further away wore expressions of deep sorrow, on the verge of tears, while even the young eunuchs in the distance began to wipe their eyes. Father, father. Zhu Hozhao grasped his father's hand tightly, tears pooling and cascading down like a flood that could no longer be contained, as he wept inconsolably. In that moment, the emperor who had ruled for several years appeared to revert to a child, unready for the harsh realities of life. Do not cry, my son. Zhu Yozhuang managed to utter with great difficulty, yearning to wipe away his son's tears, but unable to do so. Be well, be well. Zhu Hozhao nodded vigorously, tears falling rapidly with each movement. Zhu Yozhuang then turned his gaze to his mother and wife, affirming, all is well. He commanded, summoned the 6 ministries and 9 ministers, and the grand scholars of the cabinet. Zhu Hozhao wiped his tears and instructed, let them enter. As the retired emperor prepared to entrust his legacy, the concubines instinctively withdrew from the inner chamber, and the Ji and Zhang families were compelled to exit as well. Li Qing moved closer, sitting at the bedside, one hand supporting Zhu Yozhuang, channeling his vital energy recklessly. Zhu Yozhuang felt a surge of strength, and his gaze towards Li Qing transformed. Understanding, relief, and certainty passed between them, though he said nothing. Time was running out. The 6 departments and the Grand Secretary were waiting outside, soon rushing in and kneeling by the bedside, tears streaming down their faces, weeping profusely. Enough of the tears. Zhu Yozong managed to muster a faint smile and said, "You are all loyal ministers of the Ming dynasty. After my departure, you must assist the emperor diligently." What was supposed to be a solemn entrustment came across more as casual conversation. Zhu Yozong placed no restrictions on his son's authority. Instead, he urged his ministers to be understanding and supportive of his son for the sake of the nation and the people, a testament to a father's deep love for his child. After speaking for about a quarter of an hour, Zhu Yozong's complexion visibly deteriorated, his vitality waning. He began to gasp for breath, like a fish out of water. "Father! Father!" Zhu Hozhao cried, struggling to catch his breath. The 6 departments and the Grand Secretary wept in unison, while the maids dared not slacken their efforts. Soon, the sound of lamentation melded into a chorus. Then, the empresses from 3 generations rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Ji and Zhang rushed to the bedside, crying out loud, and the sorrow reached a crescendo. Zhu Yozong could no longer speak. His eyes dimmed, and his consciousness began to fade. With the last remnants of reason, he looked towards Li Qing, his lips moving. Li Qing hurriedly leaned in to listen. Zhu Yozong's voice was barely audible. "Is it you?" "Yes, it is I," Li Qing replied softly, finally receiving the answer he sought. Zhu Yozong's lips twitched as if to smile, but he ultimately could not manage it, leaving a rather comical expression frozen on his face. In the solemn hall, the sound of mourning echoed like a relentless tide, drenching their garments and chilling their hearts. The funeral procession gathered, ministers donned mourning attire, and under the guidance of the eunuchs, the cries became rhythmic. Li Qing refrained from joining the mourners. He was no longer a court official and found himself unable to weep alongside them. On the road back to the family estate, the gray sky began to sprinkle snowflakes, dancing in the gusts of wind that stung his face, numbing his fingers as if bitten by a cat. Soon, his inner energy instinctively began to flow, alleviating the chill. A puff of warm breath escaped his lips, dissipating into the frigid air, while Li Qing's eyes dimmed, his emotions tangled. In truth, he felt not deep sorrow, but a profound sense of helplessness and desolation that left him uncomfortable. This feeling of being an observer unable to affect change was stifling, leaving him breathless. Upon entering his home, he locked the door behind him and went straight to his room, lying on the bed, pulling the covers over himself, and sinking into a deep slumber. His sleep was heavy but restless, marked by furrowed brows and fleeting smiles, with a myriad of complex emotions playing across his face. Awakening from what he knew to be a dream, he was overwhelmed with sorrow. The snow had ceased. Under the midday sun, the snow-covered ground lay smooth and even. The walls were cloaked in snow, the branches of the fruit trees encased in ice crystals, and the bamboo bent low. Li Qing sat beneath the eaves, leaning back in his chair, occasionally sipping from a flask, quietly gazing at the snowy courtyard, his eyes unfocused. His stomach grumbled, protesting against his choice to drink instead of eat, as if chastising him for his disregard for his own well-being. The empty wine jar rolled aside as Li Qing let out a despondent sigh, remaining motionless, gazing at the sky through the branches of the crystal fruit tree. Unbeknownst to him, he slipped into a state of semi-slumber, feeling surprisingly content in his drowsiness. As the auspicious reign of Hongji came to a close, he too was compelled to resume his previous plans. Since his return from overseas in the 18th year of Hongji, several years had swiftly passed. Even for Li Qing, who was immortal, the passage of time felt alarmingly rapid. More often than not, he found himself in a state of contradiction. At times he wished for time to hasten, yearning to return to the bygone era, while at other moments he lamented its swift passage, watching as those around him aged in the blink of an eye. "It is nearly time to depart," Li Qing murmured softly, lifting his eyelids slowly. In truth, there was little left to be concerned about. The current emperor was not as unreliable as history portrayed, and the Ming dynasty was not the same as it had been in the past. While the civil officials had inevitably risen in power, it had not reached a point of severe imbalance. With the military recruitment system, the capital's martial academies, and the enduring judicial system, The overall state remained quite healthy. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, Li Qing decided to linger a while longer, awaiting the complete stabilization of the young emperor before making his exit. Though he was eager, he did not mind the additional time. To his slight astonishment, the civil officials who held animosity towards him did not resort to irrationality by blaming the death of Hongzhi on him. No one utilized this event as a weapon against him. Perhaps it was due to his lack of an official position, or perhaps they were reluctant to exploit the late emperor's legacy. The people of this era placed great importance on matters of succession, especially concerning the emperor. At present, the affairs surrounding Hongzhi's legacy had become the foremost priority in the court. Discussions regarding his temple name and posthumous title often led to heated debates within the assembly. In the eyes of the emperor, Zhu Yuzhong was a good father. In the eyes of his ministers, he was a commendable emperor. The Hongzhi reign had not witnessed the rise of great prisons or the imposition of harsh laws. From the perspective of future generations, Hongzhi might be deemed lacking in monumental achievements, yet from the standpoint of his contemporaries, he was undoubtedly a benevolent sovereign. With society stable, the treasury abundant, and the ruler generous, the ministers felt emboldened to speak their minds. The civil officials held great affection for Hongzhi, but adhered to their principles, exercising caution when deliberating upon his posthumous title and temple name. Zhu Hozhao also wished to assign his father an excellent and fitting legacy. However, this desire only resulted in further indecision. Li Qing did not wish for the affairs of the court to linger in uncertainty for too long. Yet in the face of the emperor's passing, the court's business had to yield. Given the deep sentiments of the emperor and the ministers towards Hongzhi, it was not a matter that could be resolved by his word alone. Reluctantly, Li Qing had to find an alternative path, suggesting that Zhu Hozhao deliberate upon both the posthumous title and temple name while simultaneously preparing the ancestral temple's arrangements. The ancestral temple had a long-standing tradition, yet it had undergone some changes over time. The rituals established by the Zhou dynasty dictated that only those of virtue and merit could be honored with a temple. However, as eras shifted and dynasties changed, temple names gradually became more commonplace, with emperors nearly having one each. The same could be said for posthumous titles. Initially consisting of a single character, they had grown increasingly lengthy over time, reaching an absurd length in the Ming dynasty. The founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, had a posthumous title comprising 21 characters, while his successor, Zhu Di, maintained a title of 17 characters. Such lengthy titles inevitably complicated discussions. While temple names had not lengthened, there were indeed some changes in the system. Zhu Yuanzhang established the 9 temples for the Son of Heaven. At the inception of the Ming dynasty, the ancestral hall was comprised of individual chambers dedicated to 4 venerable ancestors. However, he later perceived the necessity for the Ming to endure through the ages. Realizing that individual chambers were not only a waste of resources, but also cumbersome for future sovereigns during sacrificial rites, potentially disrupting state affairs. Thus, he unified the offerings to facilitate the worship of descendants. When Zhu Di relocated the capital to Beijing, he did not dare to deviate from established precedents concerning the ancestral hall, adhering to the system instituted by his predecessor. The 9 temples of the Son of Heaven remained intact, with the ancestral hall housing the revered ancestors, Dezhu, Shizhu, Taizu, Taizong, Rinzong, Xianzong, Yingzong, Zhongzong, and Xianzong. The secondary hall included Yizhu and Rinzong. Little did Li Qing anticipate that disputes could arise even from the secondary hall. In truth, the secondary hall held significance. It typically housed ancestors that were most distantly related to the reigning emperor. Naturally, the Taizu, as the founder of the dynasty, has always been venerated without exception. According to this convention, Dezhu ought to be honored. Yet certain ministers argued that Dezhu represented the most ancient lineage of the imperial family, which had never been displaced before, thus insisting that Shizhu should be the one to be moved. Others contended that matters should be resolved according to established rules, leading to a heated debate. Displacing an ancestor from the secondary hall was not akin to discarding them. It merely involved relocating their worship. In essence, it was simply a change of venue. Ultimately, aside from Taizu, the others would eventually be moved, rendering the contention somewhat trivial. Li Qing, having reached his limit, sought out Zhu Hozhao, urging him to take decisive action, as governance could not be neglected any longer. Zhu Hozhao recognized the detrimental effects of prolonged indecision on state affairs and decisively resolved to follow the precedent set by his grandfather, retaining Dezhu while relocating Shizhu. He then instructed the ministers to submit their proposed temple names and posthumous titles to the cabinet, after which they resumed their duties and revitalized state governance. Under the cabinet's stewardship, efficiency surged, and within just 2 days, they finalized the temple name, Xiaozong, and the posthumous title, Emperor Jian Tian Ming Dao Cheng Chun Zhong Zheng Sheng, when Shun Wu Ji Ren de Jing. After a hiatus of over 10 days, state affairs finally returned to their proper course. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief, no longer burdened by worry, and began frequenting the palace to alleviate Zhu Hozhao's spirits. On the 5th day of the 2nd month in the 3rd year of Zhengde, Hongji was laid to rest. On this day, Emperor Zhu Hozhao wept like a child. Fortunately, being young, he gradually regained his composure after expressing his emotions, attending court, and reviewing memorials as required. Time would ultimately erase all grievances, and soon, Zhu Hozhao accepted the reality of his father's departure, beginning to exhibit a sense of independence. In accordance with his father's last wishes, he lifted all restrictions, allowing the populace to resume marriages and reopening grand taverns. With the commencement of the spring imperial examinations, Zhu Hozhao fully emerged from his sorrow, focusing on the recruitment of scholars. The earlier incident involving Tang Bohe's fraudulent activities, though a misunderstanding, had left significant negative repercussions. Zhu Hozhao sought to avoid repeating such errors and ordered comprehensive oversight, deploying inspectors and guards alike. Meanwhile, Li Qing enjoyed a leisurely existence, and as the spring examinations commenced, the economy of talented individuals began to flourish, with bustling activities in taverns and brothels, transforming the once somber capital into a vibrant spectacle following the demise of Hongji. In the tea house, one listens to stories. In the brothel, one enjoys melodies. Occasionally, one might pay attention to the scholars heading to the capital for examinations. Most carry within them a fervent sincerity, particularly the children of humble origins. Li Qing gazes upon this beautiful aspect with a sense of comfort. However, a minor blemish remains. The construction of the Jingwei Martial Academy has been temporarily halted due to material supply issues. Yet, Li Qing is not concerned. At this juncture, even well-meaning civil officials cannot hinder progress, and not all of them oppose the endeavor. Figures such as Li Dongyang, Yang Tinghe, and Wang Hua lend their support to the court's initiative to reopen the Jingwei Martial Academy. Coupled with the backing of military generals, nobility, and the emperor's resolute will, the project cannot possibly be abandoned midway. The political machinery of the Ming dynasty operates smoothly, and Zhu Hozhao no longer languishes in sorrow. Li Qing's desire to depart the capital intensifies. In the imperial study, the sovereign and his minister sit face to face. "Are you here to bid farewell today?" the emperor inquires wisely. Li Qing nods. "Perhaps it would be best to linger a while longer," Zhu Hozhao suggests. "The imperial examinations are nearing their conclusion. Would it not be better to depart after the palace examination?" "Rest assured, I shall not detain you." Li Qing offers a wry smile. "The palace examination is overseen by you. I am not an official. Assist me in ensuring everything runs smoothly." Zhu Hozhao chuckles. "You have stayed so long. A little more time is inconsequential." "Very well," Li Qing concedes with reluctance. Zhu Hozhao continues. "I have yet to inquire about what your late father said to you before his passing." "There was not much," Li Qing replies. "He believed you were more inclined to heed my counsel and urged me not to dwell in sorrow, but to prioritize state affairs." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hozhao's eyes glisten with unshed tears. Li Qing encourages him. "The late emperor held great expectations for you. Do not disappoint him." "I am aware," Zhu Hozhao nods slowly. Sighing, "Am I not striving to be a good emperor?" Li Qing laughs playfully. "Do not wear such a woeful expression of an emperor, please." "It is the truth," Zhu Hozhao responds lightly, then gestures dismissively. "Let us not dwell on such matters. Accompany me for a few drinks shortly." "Certainly, I am quite hungry as well." Li Qing chuckles. "As I prepare to leave, will you not provide me with some travel expenses?" Zhu Hozhao grins. Chapter 65. The palace examination. As the feast is laid out, they raise their cups to toast, and after several rounds, the conversation flows freely. Zhu Hozhao asks, "Will you head directly overseas, or will you rest a while before departing?" "I shall leave directly," Li Qing replies. In truth, this was not his original plan. It was not out of laziness, but rather a desire to observe the progress of the Li family's enterprises, check on Xiao Xue's endeavors, and perhaps visit Wudong Mountain once more. However, he cannot disclose this to Zhu Hozhao. Otherwise, the young emperor might feel compelled to send spies to investigate. while Li Qing is confident in evading surveillance. The Li family and Wudong Mountain are both too close, and he wishes to avoid unnecessary complications. He is particularly averse to Zhu Hozhao fully recognizing his true identity, especially after the late Hongji's final moments, which further solidified his resolve to remain concealed. Should Zhu Hozhao find himself at a critical juncture, declaring after my death, "Let the deluge come," it would surely be an amusing spectacle. Given Li Qing's understanding of the young emperor, this possibility is not far-fetched. Unbeknownst to Zhu Hozhao, who sympathizes with Li Qing and advises, "Do not overexert yourself. It is important to rest adequately and maintain a balance between work and leisure. I have been in the capital for so long, I am well rested. Traveling by water is quite leisurely." Li Qing smiled and said, "When the time comes, I shall document all that I encounter along the way and present it to you as a storybook." "Really?" "Of course." Zhu Hozhao, intrigued, replied. "Then you must write it vividly. Do not make it as dry and tedious as a factual account. You find the records of Ming anecdotes quite enjoyable, don't you?" "Do not question my storytelling prowess." Li Qing nodded. "Rest assured, my writing skills are quite commendable, but what? If your Majesty could provide a bit of advance remuneration, the stories would surely be more vibrant." Zhu Hozhao, his face darkening, retorted, "Money, money, money. All you ever think about is money. Do you live in a treasury?" Li Qing, displeased, countered, "This is merely compensation for labor. This is knowledge payment." All right. I shall grant you your remuneration. I require gold," Li Qing stated. Such insatiable greed. Zhu Hozhao laughed in exasperation, but then, realizing he would be at sea for several years, decided not to press the issue further. "Gold it shall be, provided the stories are well crafted." "Not a problem. But do return promptly," Zhu Hozhao insisted. 10 years is far too long, and 5 years is excessive. I shall give you 3 years. I will do my utmost. In any case, I shall return at the earliest opportunity after my tasks are complete," Li Qing affirmed with a nod. "Is that truly so?" "Of course. I am not entirely at ease with you." Upon uttering those words, Li Qing was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently revealed his true feelings. How careless! Was it an accident or deliberate? Zhu Hozhao, enraged, exclaimed, "Presumptuous! You dare to defy me? I would not mind if you were to strike me. It would bring me much relief, and I could increase your payment," Zhu Hozhao replied, eager for a confrontation. Li Qing, unfazed, remarked, "Should your Majesty wish to learn the art of combat, I would not withhold my knowledge. Then shall we have a go? I see you are itching for a fight." "What did you say?" The gathering nearly descended into chaos, but fortunately, Li Qing swiftly changed the topic to matters of state. "Regarding the survey of land, when do you plan to commence? How will you proceed?" "Perhaps around early summer," Zhu Hozhao replied. "That time frame should suffice for me to arrange for the new Hanlon scholars to lead public opinion, at least ensuring a legal basis for our actions. As for dissent," Zhu Hozhao sighed. "This is a matter that shakes the very foundation of interests. It is impossible to remain calm. Do not be hasty. You are currently in a position of significant advantage. Do not ruin it," Li Qing admonished earnestly. "At all times, if it can be avoided, do not force others into a corner. Fear not. I am no longer a naive youth. I know how to conduct affairs," Zhu Hozhao assured him with a gentle nod. "Let us speak of happier matters. Yang Yiqing's conscription system has been quite successful, showing significant results. The 9 border strongholds are also following suit, and I estimate that within a decade, the military strength of the Ming will be restored to that of the eras of Taizu and Taizong. Indeed, that is splendid news." Li Qing's face lit up with joy as he replied, "In such a favorable situation, as long as you do not act recklessly, you will undoubtedly leave a remarkable mark in the annals of history." "It is rare for you to speak such pleasant words," Zhu Hozhao grinned, only to suddenly realize that Li Qing was subtly hinting at him. Enraged, he demanded, "Do you truly see me as so incompetent? I never claimed such." "Then what do you mean?" "Truly, it carries no meaning," Li Qing said, exasperated. He chose to focus on his food and drink, and after satisfying his hunger and thirst, wiped his mouth and rose to take his leave, leaving the young emperor fuming in frustration. "Roll away, now, I wish to see you no more," the emperor declared with irritation. Li Qing, resembling a reluctant wife, murmured in exasperation. Yet, despite her displeasure towards the young emperor, she did not spend her days idly at home. She frequently entered the palace to impart her wisdom. Fortunately, the young prince was not ungrateful. He was receptive to her counsel, and their time together before parting was relatively pleasant. In the vibrant spring of March, the palace examinations commenced. Li Qing played the role of a humble attendant, accompanying Zhu Hozhao to the prestigious event. This year's examination was distinct from its predecessors, as Zhu Hozhao, wishing to underscore its importance, held it in the Fengtian Hall, a decision that greatly endeared him to the students, who were profoundly moved by the gesture. The examination was overseen by a single chief examiner, allowing ample time for the candidates, who were not inclined to submit their papers hastily, but rather pondered deeply before committing their thoughts to paper. Li Qing, Zhu Hozhao, along with prominent figures such as Li Dongyang and Wang Hua, served as proctors, mingling among the scholars. Those fortunate enough to partake in the palace examination were assured of a future in government, as the imperial court placed significant emphasis on this event. Of course, while the graduates of the Ming dynasty had opportunities for official positions, it was predominantly the successful candidates of this examination who garnered recognition, as the path of the degree holders often led them to limited prospects. The journey through the provincial, national, and palace examinations was fraught with challenges, and those who reached the palace examination were undoubtedly the crème de la crème, each aspiring to achieve the pinnacle of success, some even dreaming of the coveted title of top scholar. After wandering for a while, Li Qing grew weary of the proceedings and settled into a seat meant for the examiners, leisurely sipping her tea. Zhu Hozhao, however, seemed inexhaustible, circling the hall repeatedly, observing every detail, which caused some distress among the candidates. Thankfully, the time allotted was sufficient to accommodate their deliberations. Li Dongyang, now advanced in years, observed Li Qing taking the lead and decided to join her at the examiner's table, engaging in quiet conversation. "Are you truly leaving?" he inquired. "Yes. I shall depart after the examination concludes," Li Qing replied with a smile. "With the court stable and esteemed ministers like the Grand Academician at hand, my presence is scarcely required. Your talents far surpass mine," Li Dongyang lamented, "and I am growing old." Sensing he was about to embark on a lengthy discourse, Li Qing deftly shifted the subject. "I have recommended Yang Yiqing to the emperor. He will succeed you in the cabinet. By the way, where is Yang Tinghe today?" "He is avoiding suspicion," Li Dongyang explained. "Avoiding suspicion? What do you mean?" Li Qing inquired, perplexed. Li Dongyang subtly pointed out, "That man is the son of Yang Tinghe." "Yang Tinghe's son, Yang Shun?" Li Qing asked, surprised. "You are aware of Yang Shun's reputation?" Li Dongyang responded, a hint of amusement in his voice. "I thought you were oblivious to matters outside the court." "Well, I have heard of him from Xiao Yun Wang Shoren," Li Qing replied with a smile. "I did not realize he was so young, yet already quite renowned. His scholarly achievements surpass even those of his father," Li Dongyang remarked, unabashedly expressing his admiration. "Yang Shun possesses the potential of a top scholar." It was no wonder he was regarded as the exemplary child in Wang Hua's eyes. Li Qing, astonished yet somewhat relieved, recalled how Xiao Yun had often lamented this in her presence. Meeting the real person today, it was evident he was extraordinary, although she had not discerned his talents. The fact that he had already made a name for himself at such a young age was indeed remarkable. "How old is he?" she asked. "Just past his coming-of-age ceremony," Li Dongyang replied. "Impressive indeed." Li Qing felt a slight shock. If this were to be compared to future generations, even the students from Tsinghua and Beida would pale in comparison. Furthermore, to enter the palace examination at the age of maturity, not to mention achieving the top rank, even merely placing at the bottom would be enough to stand proudly among the crowd. Could it be that he had taken shortcuts? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Li Qing dismissed it. Yang Tinghe indeed held a high position, but precisely because of this, he would be even more cautious about showing favoritism openly. The conflicts within the cabinet had never ceased. If his son were to gain an advantage through improper means, would not the 6 ministries rise up in vehement protest? It would be a challenge for even a grand scholar to retain his position. The fact that Yang Shun entered the palace examination at such a young age without any backlash against Yang Tinghe only demonstrated that he possessed genuine talent and learning. Truly, it is said that a hero begets a hero. Li Qing mused. While he was not fond of Yang Tinghe, he did not question his capabilities. Li Dongyang nodded with a smile. In the court, selecting scholars does not avoid familial ties or enmities. Though they are father and son, they must be judged on merit. "What are you two discussing?" Zhu Hozhao approached. The two rose and bowed. Li Dongyang replied, "Your Majesty, we were discussing the selection of scholars in court." Zhu Hozhao took his seat at the main position, accepted the tea from Lu Jin, took a sip, and lazily remarked, "Surely you aren't betting on who will achieve the top scholar?" Why don't we three make a wager together? Li Qing, Li Donyang, you are the emperor. Your word is law. What need is there for a wager? Li Donyang then spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, the selection of scholars in court is no trivial matter. It relies on merit and talent. Enough, enough, how boring, Zhu Hozhao retorted, shooting him a glare. I was only joking, and you take it so seriously. Li Donyang, with a frown, said, I beseech your Majesty to adopt a proper attitude, approaching this matter with fairness. You continue your conversation. I shall take a stroll. Zhu Hozhao could not endure Li Donyang's lecturing demeanor. Since the candidates were in examination, he refrained from expressing anger and simply walked away. Li Donyang sighed with a wry smile, then turned to Li Qing and said earnestly, the emperor has matured considerably since the past. However, at times he still possesses a childlike disposition. If only you could remain in the capital, it would benefit the emperor, the state, and the common people. Everyone has their flaws. Besides, you have loyal ministers like yourselves, Li Donyang continued. Li Daxuashi, please enjoy your tea. I too shall take a stroll. Li Qing could not withstand his lecturing and stood up to leave. Li Donyang felt a sense of frustration. Am I truly so unappreciated? Chapter 66. The top scholar Yang Shun. As the hour approached its end, the students submitted their examination papers and bid farewell to the emperor, gradually exiting the palace. Wang Hua clasped his hands and asked, Your Majesty, shall we proceed to appoint the sealing officials? No need. I shall personally seal the names. And tomorrow I will send them to the officials in charge of the examination, Zhu Hozhao replied. You have all worked hard today. It would be wise to return and rest early. Wang Qing, you shall head to the East Pavilion tomorrow. You will preside over the evaluation this time. Yes. I take my leave. We take our leave. As Wang Hua, Li Donyang, and the others exited the Fengtiang Hall, the great hall suddenly became bright and spacious. Zhu Hozhao stretched lazily and said to Li Qing, Come, come, let us take a look. Lu Jin quietly reminded, Your Majesty, shouldn't you seal the names first? Zhu Hozhao looked at Lu Jin with a puzzled expression. Seal what? Lu Jin misspoke. Lu Jin quickly realized his mistake and scolded himself for suggesting the emperor adhere to rules. Zhu Hozhao replied nonchalantly, Your words were somewhat too cryptic. Be mindful next time. Lu Jin straightened up. Yes, yes, I shall obey. Go prepare some candles. I wish to read by lamplight. Zhu Hozhao tilted his head to glance at Li Qing. You should accompany me. Indeed. Li Qing readily agreed, for he was destined to depart, and a night of toil mattered little. The palace examination represented the final step of the imperial examination system, distinct from the provincial and metropolitan tests, as it eschewed the rigid format of the eight-legged essay in favor of a more pragmatic approach. The eight-legged essay, characterized by its structure of breaking the topic, presenting the theme, introducing the argument, and various segments, consisted of 8 parts in total. However, proficiency in this style did not necessarily correlate with one's ability to navigate affairs effectively, for the imperial court sought more than mere literary prowess. A fundamental grasp of political logic, overarching political perspectives, and firm political stances was imperative. In truth, Li Qing harbored considerable disdain for the eight-legged essay, which, under the influence of Zhu Xi's doctrine, mandated adherence to the 4 books and 5 classics, with Zhu Xi's annotations serving as the benchmark. Consequently, students became increasingly rigid in their thinking, their concepts growing ever more antiquated. Objectively speaking, the eight-legged essay stifled intellectual freedom and limited students' potential, leading to immeasurable harm over time. Yet, from the vantage point of political dynamics, Li Qing perceived Zhu Xi's wisdom. The rationale was simple: fairness. The extensive dissemination of the 4 books and 5 classics, coupled with the court's adoption of these texts as examination material, significantly lowered the barriers to the imperial examination, allowing a broader swath of individuals to participate. Should the examination focus solely on these texts, the advantages of the affluent would dissipate. Contemplating this, one might wonder, if the court truly allowed for creative examination questions, would underprivileged students ever have a chance? Perhaps they would remain forever in obscurity, as they lacked the resources and opportunities to pursue extensive studies. If all officials of the Ming dynasty emerged solely from the gentry and aristocracy, it would not bode well for the nation or its people. The imperial examination system, which had persisted for millennia, achieved a semblance of fairness only during the Ming era. With standardized questions, anonymity, and transcription processes, One could argue that Zhu Shi exerted his utmost efforts to afford underprivileged students a chance to transcend their social strata. Nevertheless, the drawbacks of the eight-legged essay could not be overlooked. The imperial court could not rely solely on mechanical examinations, hence the introduction of the policy essay. The emperor would devise the policy, and candidates would respond, ensuring that scholars possessed the fundamental abilities required for governance. In his past, Li Qing had prepared diligently for the imperial examination, investing considerable effort in mastering the 4 books and 5 classics. Thus he understood the torment the eight-legged essay could inflict. Yet, the diligent students seemed to relish the challenge. To abolish the eight-legged essay would likely incite fierce discord. Although Li Qing was acutely aware of its shortcomings, he dared not advise the emperor to abolish this examination system. His prior efforts were not in vain, as they now bore fruit, and the policy essay appeared far less burdensome than the eight-legged format, allowing Li Qing to work with remarkable efficiency. "Are you paying attention?" grumbled Zhu Hozhao, dissatisfied. "This is a matter of national talent selection. You must be more meticulous." "I am already quite meticulous," Li Qing retorted, his temper flaring. "Look at you. I merely made an observation." Continue. Zhu Hozhao chuckled sheepishly, lowering his head to resume his review. As the dim light flickered, a row of candles illuminated the scene. "Lu Jin, you scoundrel! I just spotted a paper with substance," Zhu Hozhao suddenly shouted, startling Li Qing, who nearly tore the examination paper in shock. "What are you yelling about?" Li Qing looked up, only to see the paper in Zhu Hozhao's hand igniting into flames. Lu Jin, with a mixture of exclamations and spitting, he finally extinguished the flickering flame that had yet to fully ignite. "You fool, you've spat on my hand." Lu Jin turned pale, hastily prostrating himself. "This servant is guilty. I deserve punishment." Zhu Hozhao, not inclined to dwell on the matter, urged, "Quickly, fetch paper and ink. I still remember the parts that were burned. Do hurry." Yes. Lu Jin dared not delay, swiftly retrieving a roll of paper and diligently preparing the ink. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Hozhao rubbed his aching wrist and remarked with irritation, "This sheet of paper represents 3 years of a scholar's toil. If it were to be destroyed like this, it would render their efforts futile. Yes, this servant is at fault." Lu Jin, feeling both anxious and wronged, stammered, "Your Majesty, I harbored no ill intentions. I merely wished for you to see more clearly." "Enough of the weeping," Zhu Hozhao interrupted. "Move the candle away. My eyesight is quite adequate." He glared at Lu Jin, but refrained from further reprimanding him. "Tomorrow, Wang Hua and the others will review. You must keep a watchful eye. Should such an incident occur again, I will truly impose punishment." "This servant obeys." Lu Jin sighed with relief, promptly moving the candle away, no longer daring to approach the emperor. Such exquisite calligraphy, Zhu Hozhao mused, admiring his own writing, only to realize he had yet to transcribe the name. Habitually indifferent to formalities, he initially overlooked the surrounding text and, upon dipping his brush, discovered that this examination paper was authored by Yang Shun. "A prodigy indeed," Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, then handed the test paper to Li Qing, saying, "What do you think of this?" Li Qing accepted it and praised, "I must say, your handwriting is truly beautiful." Zhu Hozhao pressed his lips together, maintaining a modest demeanor. "Examine the content." "Very well." Li Qing lowered his gaze to review the text. "To His Majesty, Emperor Hongwei, the illustrious founder of our dynasty, endowed with wisdom from heaven, who established the foundation for eternity. Following him, Emperor Taizong, diligent in governance, fortified the principles of our state, while those who oppress the innocent must be decisively dealt with. Then there was Emperor Rinzong and Emperor Xian, who brought peace to the people. Most revered emperor, endowed with intelligence and wisdom, a ruler of both civil and military virtue. Upon ascending the throne, you reduced burdensome taxes, recruited soldiers, established the capital's military academy, ushered in a flourishing era of culture, and reorganized military preparedness. A review of history reveals that none surpasses our great Ming. Preparation is the key to establishment. The capital's military academy will benefit generations to come. However, one must not ignore potential issues. The court's watchdogs must be kept in check, and the capital's inspections must be impartial. Emperor Taizu established officials to correct the atmosphere. Yet today many have become mere mouthpieces, which is unacceptable. From top to bottom, from bottom to top, only then can we rectify the official conduct. Yet, the current inspections have their flaws. Our nation's conditions lack historical precedents. While cautious, We must seek change. Can we afford to be arbitrary in our decisions? Sprawled across more than 2,000 words, the text articulated a fervent and radical spirit. Indeed, beneath such fame, there are no false scholars, Li Qing acknowledged. Yang Shun is a rare talent. Although Yang Shun's words may seem overly self-assertive and somewhat immature, it does not diminish his political acumen and overarching perspective. One must remember, Yang Shun is still in his youth. With such age, talent, and courage, given time, he will surely become a pillar of the nation. Li Qing could not help but recall Li Dongyang's words from the previous day. Yang Shun possesses the demeanor of a leader. Indeed, he does. In the realm of politics, there is never a shortage of traditionalists. It is rare to find individuals who are not content to remain stagnant, but instead boldly advance. And such individuals deserve our protection and nurturing. Yang Shun is not merely engaging in empty rhetoric. Rather, his lack of experience in the political arena has left him without a profound understanding of political compromise. However, if there were more individuals like Yang Shun, political compromises would indeed be less frequent. Li Qing set aside the examination papers and inquired, "What do you think of this submission?" "I am quite satisfied. It deserves the top position." Zhu Hozhao openly expressed his admiration, stating, "Given the quality of this paper and Wang Hua's integrity, even if I were to observe indifferently, Yang Shun would not be overlooked. Securing the top position is merely a matter of ranking." Li Qing nodded. "The first place, second place, and third place are traditionally determined by the emperor. To speak plainly, this is subject to the emperor's subjective judgment. The first place is not necessarily superior to the second, nor is the second inferior to the first." Zhu Hozhao pondered. "If I were to grant him the first place, do you think Yang Tinghe would face criticism?" "Probably not." Li Qing gently shook his head. Li Dongyang, Wang Shoren, Wang Hua, and indeed, in the perception of the majority, Yang Shun is exceptionally talented, and his reputation has long been established. Thus, it is psychologically expected for him to achieve the top position. Li Qing smiled. The court selects scholars based on merit. How could they avoid suspicion merely to sidestep potential conflicts? This indeed resonated with Zhu Hozhao, who contemplated, "Well then, this year, he shall be the top scholar." Li Qing nodded with a smile. The review of the examination papers consumed much of the night, and thereafter, the two were preoccupied with finalizing names until dawn arrived, at which point they finally completed their task. Li Qing returned home to rest for a day and a night, awakening to find the results released. The outcomes aligned closely with their evaluations. The top 3 scholars were all as anticipated, and 7 out of 10 in the second tier also succeeded, illustrating the relative fairness of the imperial examination system. Yang Shun, unsurprisingly, secured the top position, basking in glory. Concurrently, with the announcement of results, the intellectual economy of the capital soared to unprecedented heights, with many scholars becoming esteemed guests in the taverns. The court, however, did not impose any undue interference. As the poet Ming of the Tang dynasty eloquently expressed, "In the past, there was nothing to boast of. Today, there are boundless aspirations. The spring breeze brings forth swift hooves, allowing one to behold all the blossoms of Chang'an in a single day." After a decade or more of diligent study and countless days and nights of hard work, to suddenly achieve recognition on the golden list is indeed a moment of triumph. This is a reward, a return, and an inspiration for fellow scholars. Yang Shun's renown surpassed even that of the once celebrated Tang Bohu, and in truth, he stands far above him. While Tang Bohu gained fame at a young age, so too did Yang Shun, and he achieved this fame in the capital. While Tang Bohu became the top candidate, Yang Shun claimed the first place. Moreover, Yang Shun boasts a father who is a cabinet scholar and a potential prime minister. It is evident that this rising political star is ascending rapidly. Chapter 67. The small courtyard of Jinling in the Imperial Study. This time, I truly must depart. Li Qing imparted his parting advice, urging the careful measurement of land and thorough inspection of the farming system, as these matters are fundamental to the stability of interests and must be approached with caution. The construction of the Beijing Military Academy must not be allowed to stagnate for too long. Rest assured, I am well aware, Zhu Hozhao confidently replied. Overall, imperial authority has not waned. While these tasks are challenging, they are not insurmountable. Li Qing nodded slightly, saying, having confidence is commendable, but do not become overly arrogant. Maintain a calm demeanor and do not let emotions sway you. As Zhu Hozhao aptly stated, the emperor of the Ming dynasty held the ultimate authority. Despite any grievances voiced by his subordinates, it was highly unlikely they could impede his decisions. Naturally, the emperor should refrain from resorting to rash actions. Li Qing stood up and said, "I shall take my leave." "Wait a moment," Zhu Hozhao replied, retrieving a cloth pouch from beneath the imperial desk. "Take this with you. I am a man of my word, and this is the promised fare." Li Qing accepted it, opening the pouch to reveal a dazzling array of gold leaves, weighing no less than 100 taels. "Thank you. I am grateful for your Majesty's generosity," Li Qing responded with a respectful bow. As he prepared to depart, "Why not indulge him just once?" Zhu Hozhao smirked slightly and remarked, "I am aware of your capabilities. However, travel by water is fraught with different perils than by land. Do take care, lest you find yourself lost to the sea." He then added, "Return soon." "Indeed," Li Qing replied, shouldering his pack. "Take care. You too." Zhu Hozhao rose and accompanied Li Qing to the palace entrance, pausing to gaze for a while until Li Qing was completely out of sight. With a deep sigh, he turned and made his way back to the study. This parting might mean they would not meet again for at least 5 years. 5 years, indeed, is an eternity. After a night of ample rest, Li Qing felt invigorated, setting forth beneath the stars, journeying day and night, and within just 7 days, he arrived in Jinling. It had been quite some time since his last visit. On that occasion, he had merely crossed the threshold of his family home, without the opportunity to reconnect with his loved ones. At the door of the Ofu, Li Qing looked up at the gilded characters on the plaque, taking a deep breath before knocking on the door. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a young servant who hesitated and asked, "Are you Mr. Li?" Previously, when he had set sail with Tang Bohu, he had instructed Zhu Wanqing to refurbish the old courtyard, intending not to reside in the Ofu any longer. Thus, the staff of the Yongqing Gofu remained unchanged. "It is I," Li Qing replied. "Is the old marquis and the old madam at home?" The servant explained. "The old marquis and madam are in Haining, but the young marquis and miss are at home, although they have both gone out to attend to matters." The servant then invited, "Please, come in." "I shall not enter," Li Qing said. "When they return, please inform them that I have come to Jinling and am temporarily staying at the old courtyard." The servant, slightly surprised, nodded in agreement. "Understood. Safe travels, sir." Li Qing followed his memory to the original courtyard. The newly renovated residence appeared exquisite and opulent, with the pearwood doors smooth and polished, its knockers crafted purely from copper and gilded in gold. "What a waste," Li Qing murmured, as he approached a corner and leapt over the courtyard wall. Not out of intent to take an unusual route, but rather because he lacked a key. The courtyard was modest in size, retaining the architectural style of yesteryears while being meticulously refined. The path from the main gate to the reception hall was laid with smooth, rounded pebbles, flanked by low, green grass, with further out, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum planted in abundance. To the east stood a pomegranate tree, and to the west, a persimmon tree. Symbolizing prosperity, the east brings gold, the west silver. While pomegranate and persimmon trees are not rare, wealthy families still cultivate them for good fortune, as these trees bear abundant fruit, signifying many children and blessings. In the center of the courtyard stood a transplanted, mature ginkgo tree, which in this era was commonly referred to as the golden tree, symbolizing planting the golden tree attracts immense wealth. Near the reception hall, 2 jujube trees were planted, symbolizing planting double jujubes before the door wards off poverty. In front of the east wing, osmanthus trees flourish, symbolizing that noble individuals reside within. Pomegranate, persimmon, ginkgo, jujube, and osmanthus trees are collectively referred to as the 5 trees of the courtyard. It is often said that planting these 5 trees ensures a lineage of wealth. While Li Qing does not adhere to such folk sayings, Zhu Wanqing places great importance on them. The layout of the courtyard is both rational and aesthetically pleasing, perfectly embodying the essence of spring, which imbues the air with a fresh, slightly sweet aroma that invigorates the spirit. As Li Qing meanders along the pebble path to the reception hall, he finds a tea table, utensils, and chairs all neatly arranged, indicating regular upkeep. Adjacent lies the study, where the bookshelf is immaculate, filled with novels and storybooks. A writing desk sits before the shelf, accompanied by a recliner. After a leisurely stroll, Li Qing feels quite content. He retrieves the recliner and settles beneath the ginkgo tree, inhaling the crisp air while perusing a novel, utterly relaxed. In the evening, Li Qing dines alone at a tavern before visiting a brothel to enjoy the music, returning to the courtyard only the following morning. Just as he is about to indulge in a nap, a knock resonates at the door, followed by Li Hao's voice. "Qingyi, is that you?" "It is I." The door is locked from the outside. "You must come in," Li Qing replies. "Alas, I forgot my key," Li Hao retorts, vexed. "Wait for me to retrieve it." "There's no need for that." Before Li Hao can finish his sentence, Qingyi vaults over the courtyard wall, landing gracefully before him. As Li Hao opens his mouth to speak, he feels a firm grip on his shoulder, and in the blink of an eye, he finds himself standing in the courtyard. "Qingyi, you truly are rather uncouth." Li Hao chuckles wryly. Who leaps over their own wall in broad daylight? It feels akin to thievery. "Do not concern yourself with such trifles," Li Qing dismisses, raising his chin and striding inside towards the reception hall. "Very well," Li Hao quickly follows. In the reception hall, the two sit facing each other. Li Qing appraises Li Hao, who, in his 30s, sports a beard, exuding a mature and composed demeanor befitting a family patriarch. "Father did not allow beards," Li Qing muses, though that sentiment is overly subjective. 20 years constitutes a generation. If one marries early, the gap between generations cannot exceed 20 years. Surely, one cannot refrain from growing a beard until old age? In truth, most men begin to grow beards after marrying and having children. "How old are you this year?" Li Qing inquires, catching Li Hao off guard. "I have been in my 30s for several years now," Li Hao responds, slightly taken aback. How swiftly the years pass. Li Qing reflects. "I recall bringing you to the capital when you were still an immature youth. Time is unrelenting," Li Hao remarks with a playful grin. "What of you, Qingyi? Why the pretense? Are you afraid the emperor might notice?" Li Qing remains non-committal, redirecting the conversation. "How is your family faring?" "Quite well. By the way, your great-granddaughter is set to marry on the 18th of next month," Li Hao informs him. Li Qing pauses in surprise. "How old is she?" 16, Li Hao replies. After a moment's silence, Li Qing nods. "Very well. What of her suitor?" "Not from a prominent family, yet well-regarded, hailing from a scholarly lineage. The young man is to my liking, gentle in temperament and pleasing in appearance." Li Hao displayed an expression characteristic of an elderly father, a blend of joy tinged with reluctance, and sighed. "A daughter grows up and cannot be kept at home, but it is quite all right. The in-laws are not far away, and our family is not lacking in wealth. We shall provide a generous dowry, ensuring she can hold her head high in her new home. Besides, with our family lineage, they would not dare to mistreat our daughter." "Yes, that sounds good," nodded Li Qing. "By the way, how many young ones do we have now?" Suddenly, Li Qing felt a pang of inadequacy as an elder. "In total? Is it many?" "Well, it's not too bad," Li Hao replied, somewhat pleased with himself. "Counting the child in Xiaoqi's womb, we have a perfect 10, 4 boys and 5 girls. If Xiaoqi bears a son, it will be perfectly balanced." "Xiaoqi has 6 concubines already?" Li Hao quickly clarified. "It's really not that many. Besides, this is all for the continuation of the Li family line and to carry on our legacy." "All right, enough of that," Li Qing interjected, raising a hand. "With so many concubines, stay away from the brothels. Don't squander your vitality." "Hee hee, I don't go often, just occasionally," Li Hao chuckled. "Father is not too busy now. Our eldest granddaughter is getting married, and he and mother will return. We should have a good gathering." "Next month on the 18th sounds good," Li Qing agreed. "Let us extend the stay a bit. The younger generation is growing up, and we are getting older." Elder brother, came the voice of Li Shuer. "Are you inside?" "Yes, I am," Li Hao called back. "We are all here." Soon, the lock clicked open, and the door creaked as Li Shuer entered, carrying a food box, and promptly secured the door behind her before hurrying over. "You actually brought a key?" Li Hao exclaimed in surprise. "Do you think I'm like you, with a single-track mind?" Li Shuer huffed, approaching Li Qing and handing over the key. "When you come home, don't jump over the courtyard wall. It could attract unwanted attention." Li Qing accepted the key and tucked it away. "Have you just returned?" Li Shuer asked. "Yes, I arrived yesterday. How do you find this little courtyard?" "Hope you are satisfied?" Li Shuer sat beside them, grinning. "I contributed a bit as well. It's quite nice." Li Qing smiled. Li Hao remarked, "It's thanks to our little sister's attentiveness. With spring in full bloom, let us dine and converse in the courtyard." Beneath the ginkgo tree, the 3 of them sat around a stone table, dishes laid out and wine poured full, discussing the Li family's enterprises and the progress of their prosperity. Li Hao, not one for subterfuge, spoke plainly, and before long, Li Qing had a clear understanding of the family's affairs. It is essential to share the wealth with the people. Our family is sufficiently affluent. Accumulating virtue is the key to lasting prosperity. We must avoid being overly fixated on riches. Look at you, Tinghe, speaking as if I were a heartless landlord. Am I really that kind of person? Li Hao retorted, somewhat disgruntled. I have always managed things with a clear conscience. Thank you very much. Just ask our little sister. Li Shuer chimed in. Last month, elder brother gave me 30,000 taels for charitable deeds. Li Qing shot a sidelong glance at Li Hao, remarking, just a reminder. Look at you now as the head of the family. Your temper seems to have grown. Not really, Li Hao stammered. You are the true head of the family. That was in the past, now it is you. It was you then, and it will be you in the future. Why are we getting all formal? Li Shuer laughed. If neither of you wants to take charge, shall I become the head? Little sister, do you enjoy laughing? Chapter 68. The beauty of Jinling after all these years. The siblings interacted just as they did in their youth, teasing, bickering, and playfully jostling, creating a delightful cacophony of noise. Li Shuer said, grandfatherly. I've instructed the household servants not to come and clean anymore. You can stay here with peace of mind, for as long as you wish. I, however, cannot remain for too long. Li Shuer was astonished. Aren't you planning to take a break? I feel uneasy leaving Tang Bohu overseas for such an extended period. Li Qing sighed softly. Li Hao interjected. I wouldn't have guessed, Tinghe, that you possess such a conscience. Are you feeling a bit restless, huh? Just kidding. Li Hao quickly conceded, saying, the merchant ship is about to set sail. I'm quite busy at the moment, so I shall take my leave. See you later. With that, he turned and dashed away. Li Qing shook his head in amusement at the antics of the boy, then turned to Li Shuer and said, please elaborate on the progress. Do not feed me empty phrases. He had not expected her to return so soon and was unprepared. Give me some time to organize, he added. Very well. Go ahead and tidy up, he instructed. Li Qing rose and settled into a reclining chair, lying back and closing his eyes, signaling for the food box to be taken away. All right, Li Shuer replied as she cleared the dishes. Finally, she remarked, this is no longer the capital. You need not put on a facade. Just be yourself. You needn't worry about me. Li Shuer pouted and asked, do you not intend to reside in the Ho residence any longer? This place is quite agreeable. Why is that? Li Shuer, slightly irritated, pressed on. Now that we've cleared the air, why must you insist on this? Li Qing sat up and looked at her, saying, because the younger generation is growing up. Li Shuer was momentarily taken aback and lowered her head. I shall return now. Very well, go ahead, Li Qing replied as he reclined once more. As maritime trade continued and Ming goods became less scarce, the profit margins on individual items gradually diminished. Wealthy merchants, in their quest to maintain high returns, had no choice but to adopt higher sales volumes. This, in turn, created more employment opportunities and elevated the economy of Jinling to a new level, with nearby towns also reaping significant benefits. Strolling through the streets, Li Qing could distinctly feel that Jinling had become considerably more prosperous compared to its former state, far surpassing even the Hongwu era. After a round of exploration, he scarcely encountered anyone in patched clothing. How delightful, Li Qing thought with satisfaction. He was aware that this was merely a small fraction of the populace, as many still led meager lives, barely scraping by. However, this did not diminish his joy. A small fraction, and then another, would eventually lead to a ripple effect. While universal prosperity may be unrealistic, at the very least, it could alleviate their suffering. Currently, the food crisis was no longer a pressing concern. If they could further expand overseas markets, it would be feasible for the people to not only be well-fed but also enjoy better quality sustenance. Reflecting on overseas matters, Li Qing recalled Tang Bohu and sighed. Brother Bohu, please wait a little longer. I shall come to find you soon. He added, once I wrap up matters in Jinling, I will make a trip to Wudong Mountain and then seek you out. Though he had ample time, it often felt insufficient. The spring of March in Jinling was truly breathtaking. The city was beautiful, and Qixiao Mountain was even more so. He had not visited them in quite some time. They were enveloped by flourishing flowers and grasses, to the extent that even the tombstones were hidden amongst them. Li Qing gently brushed aside the foliage, only to sorrowfully discover that even the stones had not escaped the ravages of time, with the inscriptions becoming somewhat blurred. Centuries later, Li Qing suddenly conceived the notion of reconstructing the tomb. With the financial resources of the Li family, creating a mausoleum that would endure for a millennium would be effortlessly achievable. However, She soon abandoned the idea, realizing the beauty of the place and her affection for it. It was best not to disturb them. The thought of excavating graves and opening coffins was beyond her courage. Observing the sunrise and sunset no longer brought sorrow. Yet a certain emptiness lingered in her heart. It was lamentable that he did not believe in an afterlife, pitiable that he could not even entertain delusions, yet fortunate that he could still weave a good story. Once the tale concluded, she took her leave, promising to return with new stories to share. Li Qing gazed for a long while before turning to descend the mountain. In the small courtyard, Li Shuer inquired, "Grandfather Li, where have you been these days? I could not find you at all. Have you organized everything? Please ask away." Li Shuer nodded. "How is the matter of the fertilizer? It has shown considerable effectiveness. Yet we still cannot recoup the costs." Li Shuer sighed. "The scale has not developed. We can only cover the surrounding areas of Jinling. Prices cannot rise, as a slight increase over self-produced costs would drive the common folk to abandon it in favor of their own production. However, using our fertilizer still yields significant profits for them." Li Qing asked, "Have the challenges with the fertilizer been overcome?" "They have been, and the effectiveness has slightly improved." "Then let us continue to promote it." "Indeed, it requires time," Li Shuer sighed. "Take your time. There is no need to rush. Success will come in due course." Li Qing encouraged, then inquired, "How is the assistance for children's growth progressing?" "That has been a resounding success," Li Shuer replied. "It requires no contribution from the populace. Thus its promotion is excellent. Currently, it covers both within and outside Jinling, and neighboring towns are beginning preparations as well." Pausing, she added, "To put it bluntly, this is a purely loss-making endeavor. If it cannot progress towards a balanced budget, it remains untenable. Of course, my elder brother is very supportive and has never been stingy with finances. Yet, I am ultimately a woman, an outsider. Such generosity from the Li family feels overwhelming." Li Shuer sighed bitterly, feeling a lack of accomplishment. Li Qing comforted her. "There is no need for such concerns. You are also a member of the Li family, and this expenditure is not excessively burdensome. Let me speak to your elder brother and suggest allocating a small portion of inconsequential industry for you to manage. The profits you generate can sustain your endeavors. In business matters, I am far inferior to my brother." Li Shuer expressed her lack of confidence. "But you are far cleverer than he is, are you not?" Li Qing gently said. "Have a bit more faith in yourself. Your brother would never withhold anything from you." "Very well," Li Shuer replied with a slight nod. "Do not overexert yourself. Do not place too much pressure on yourself," Li Qing advised. "You have already accomplished much to reach this point. If you feel weary, take a moment to rest. Idleness brings even greater tedium. Having tasks to do is quite pleasant, and life feels fulfilling," Li Qing reflected. This year, a top scholar emerged from the capital. Li Shuer laughed lightly. "What a statement. Which year doesn't produce a top scholar?" Suddenly enlightened, she murmured, "Are you trying to force me into marriage?" "Not at all. Merely offering you a choice," Li Qing replied. "I have already made my choice, and I am quite content with it," Li Shuer retorted playfully. "Besides, I am no longer in my prime. What top scholar would be interested in me? Do you think I still possess youthful charm?" Li Qing fell silent. After a considerable pause, she remarked, "In truth, outsiders cannot readily discern your true age. You appear to be merely in your early 20s. Yet, my age is a widely acknowledged fact." Li Shuer spread her delicate, pale hand and replied, "Surely, one cannot deceive into marriage, can they? Alas, do not sigh. Such behavior makes me feel guilty," Li Shuer teased. "Did you not seem quite unfazed by it? Go away. Stop bothering me. Have you ceased inquiring about the affairs of the rich? Speak your mind." That day, Li Qing visited the aid station to observe the results of Li Shuer's efforts to prevent the children from overeating. Li Shuer had modified the unlimited supply of food to a fixed ration. For children over 8 years old, 2 eggs, a small bowl of meat, a soft, fluffy steamed bun, and a bowl of rice porridge. This amount was substantial for children of generally small stature, and Li Qing felt this might indeed overfill them. While he felt a sense of relief, there was also a tinge of concern. Li Shuer, however, asserted, "We must not judge them through our own lens. Their stomachs lack sustenance, hence they naturally consume more. They are not privileged children. Even at 8, they must help their families, leading to greater physical exertion. Given that they do not receive such provisions daily, they are unlikely to suffer from indigestion." Suddenly, Li Qing recalled a proverb, "Children of the poor assume responsibilities early." But this seemed excessively early, only 8 years old. With a sigh, he pondered, "And what of those under 8? It is not the scarcity that troubles us, But the inequality. Li Shuai replied, the aid is distributed in separate tiers. If you wish to know more, I shall bring you to see it tomorrow. You may proceed. Very well. Li Shuai poured him a cup of warm water and explained, the assistance from the kitchen is divided into 3 categories. Those above 8 years, those above 5, and those above 3. In truth, the expenditure is quite similar. Younger children receive less food, yet the ingredients are of superior quality, she elucidated. In conclusion, she added, the common folk are overly pragmatic. They prioritize quantity over quality, which is why the divisions exist. Moreover, it is primarily to cater to the children's psychology. Li Shuai continued, a family typically does not have just one child. They might have 2 or 3 at the very least, and potentially 4 or 5. The age groups naturally vary. Adults are aware of the differing rations, but since it is complementary, they cannot voice complaints. However, for the children, especially the younger ones, seeing older children receive more will cause them to cry and whine, and no adult can pacify them. Li Qing nodded slowly, acknowledging the effort involved. The mere thought of a horde of children wailing made his scalp prickle. You have worked hard, he said. Li Shuai laughed. Initially, it was indeed exhausting both physically and mentally. However, once we restructured the distribution, the situation improved remarkably. At times, watching them eat heartily, their little faces radiating happiness, brings me immense joy. Li Qing lifted his gaze towards the children in the distance, their innocent faces gleaming with contentment, which was undeniably delightful. You have done exceedingly well. Indeed, I feel the same, Li Shuai replied with a touch of pride. Though I am a woman, I can hold my own. Li Qing smiled and nodded, watching them for a while longer before lowering his gaze to sip his tea, asking, it is early April. Your parents should be returning soon, I presume? They should arrive in a few days, Li Shuai responded, aware of his concerns. I promptly shared the remedy you provided with my parents. They are in good health. Li Qing chuckled softly, nodding in agreement. Good, that's wonderful. He cast a glance at the children in the distance. In that moment, the plain water in his cup seemed more exquisite than West Lake Longjing tea, fragrant and sweet. Chapter 69. Reunion at dawn. Li Qing rose early, heading to the market to procure an array of fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats, along with a variety of spices and condiments. He carried them to the east kitchen, where he began to wash, chop, and prepare the ingredients. Li Hong and Zhu Wanqing, who had arrived home the previous evening, refrained from disturbing his rest, intending instead to surprise him. However, Li Shuai, eager for attention, had informed Li Qing in advance. Fortunately, she did so, otherwise, Li Qing might have lingered in the brothel until midnight. It was well known that he was skilled in the culinary arts. The east kitchen was fully equipped, with firewood neatly chopped and stacked. After washing the vegetables, Li Qing heated oil in a pan, and the vegetables, glistening with droplets of water, sizzled as they hit the hot oil, filling the kitchen with a rich aroma of cooking. Grandpa Li, he heard a voice call. Turning around, he saw Li Shuai leaning against the doorframe, grinning. I knew it. You're cooking today. Where are your parents? They've been traveling and are likely just waking up. Li Shuai replied. I came early to check on you. Since you're already cooking, I want to let them bring any dishes. Li Qing nodded slightly, saying, it will take me a little while longer. Tell them not to rush and to rest a bit before coming. Off you go. You're sending me away right after I arrived? Li Shuai pouted, feigning disappointment. And here I thought I was giving you a heads up. Hurry up. If you keep lingering, you might miss dinner, he urged. As early summer approached, the sun cast a gentle warmth while the room remained pleasantly cool. Under the shade of the trees, sunlight filtered through the ginkgo leaves, dappling the ground with warmth and comfort. Dishes such as dompa pork, rib soup, sweet and sour fish, and spicy lotus root were served one by one, each a feast for the senses, enhanced by the vibrant spring scenery surrounding them. As the hour approached the end of Chun, Li Hong, Zhu Wanqing, Li Hao, and Li Shuai entered together. Li Qing preferred to keep his culinary secrets from too many prying eyes. Thus, grandchildren and great-grandchildren were absent, as their presence would require significant time devoted solely to cooking. There is no need for so many dishes, Li Hao remarked as he joined them, hesitating slightly. It's not excessive. There are only 8 dishes in total. The kitchen is filled with smoke. You should sit down. Li Qing waved him off, assuring him that dinner would be ready shortly. Li Hong paused, considered, then nodded. All right. He playfully kicked Li Hao, adding, go help your uncle with the fire. Right away, Li Hao replied, knowing better than to argue, for the fear of his father was deeply ingrained, despite his daughter being of marrying age. Each time his father returned home, he would inevitably face a beating, with no leniency shown, making it clear that he was not to be given any respect as the head of the Li family. After about 15 minutes, Li Hao emerged from the east kitchen, carrying 2 completed dishes. Shortly thereafter, Li Qing, having removed his apron and washed his hands, joined them at the table under the trees, saying, "Xiao Hao, go fetch the wine from the parlor." "Well, I've become a servant," Li Hao silently lamented. Yet he dared not show any hint of negligence. His fear of Qing Yi surpassed even that of his own father. "All right," Li Qing replied, raising his gaze to Li Hong. After a long separation, the deepening wrinkles etched on his face were more pronounced, and his hair had turned nearly completely white, with only a few strands still hinting at black, now faded to gray. Turning to Zhu Wanqing, she appeared somewhat better, yet age had also marked her. The delicate wrinkles on her face had multiplied, and strands of white mingled with her hair, glimmering in the mottled sunlight, quite dazzling. The once willful and headstrong little princess had now stepped into the realm of an elderly woman, her life having already traversed more than half its course. "We have all aged," Li Qing mused, a pang of melancholy dulling the joy of their reunion. "When did you return, godfather?" Li Hong broke the silence. "It's been a while," Li Qing replied, suppressing his negative emotions. "There wasn't much happening in the capital, so I decided to set sail and explore. What about you? Are you not busy anymore?" "I haven't been busy for some time, just occasionally training the troops. The Ming Navy has a fearsome reputation. Even smugglers are keeping a low profile and dare not engage in large-scale operations," Li Hong sighed. "Complete eradication is impossible. This is about as good as it gets." Li Qing nodded. "That's quite satisfactory. In this world, what is ever perfect?" After a pause, he inquired, "Has the younger generation joined the Navy?" Li Hao interjected. "Both the eldest and the second have enlisted and currently hold the rank of 100 households. While the position may not be high, as a father, he feels a sense of pride and contentment." "Yes, that's good," Li Qing acknowledged, beckoning. "Let us not linger, let us eat." "Ah, yes, let us eat." The family began to use their chopsticks. "How does it taste?" "Absolutely delightful," Zhu Wanqing exclaimed. Uncle Li's culinary skills could easily surpass even those of the Imperial kitchen. Still as charming with words, Li Qing chuckled. "Do come often, I shall cook for you." "Deal." Zhu Wanqing took a bite of lotus root and asked, "By the way, Uncle Li, how long will you be staying this time?" "Until the girl is married off." "That won't be long." "Then," Zhu Wanqing frowned. "Since things are stable in the capital, why not take a longer rest?" Li Hong also urged, "One must balance work and rest, right?" The transfer of imperial power has smoothly transitioned. Now there's recruitment and martial training in the capital, and the new monarch is commendable. For quite a while, you need not worry about state affairs. Taking a suitable break wouldn't hurt. Li Qing smiled wryly, having tossed Tang Bohu overseas for so long. "It would be quite unreasonable for me to indulge in leisure." "You perceive his hardship, but he relishes it," Li Shuer chimed in. "I heard from the crew that Tang Bohu is living quite luxuriously now, a guest among the elite, traveling in grand sedan chairs and residing in villas. He is indeed living a carefree life." "That's rather good to hear." Li Qing felt much better. "Then perhaps I shall stay a few more days." "Just a few days?" Li Qing continued. "I still need to visit Wudong Mountain. I cannot delay for too long. Moreover, I must also pay a visit to the old man." Upon hearing this, Li Shuer fell silent. Zhu Wanqing reminisced about the past and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness, saying, "Uncle Li, please convey my regards to Grandfather Zhang." In the past, the old man had doted on her immensely, for which Li Qing had often endured beatings. Very well. After a long-awaited reunion, Li Qing, eager to uplift the spirits of those present, promptly shifted the conversation. Following the meal, Li Shuer began to tidy up the dishes, while Li Hao, sensing the mood, wisely offered assistance in the kitchen, granting space to the 3 elders. "Perhaps you should retire in 2 years, Li Qing suggested. "The life of a military officer is far more arduous than that of a civilian. It would be wise to step back and enjoy a more comfortable existence." Li Hong interjected, "Godfather, I still feel capable." "Are you truly?" Zhu Wanqing shot him a disapproving glance. "You're not getting any younger. You should heed Uncle Li's advice." Caught off guard, Li Hong retorted, "How can you speak to me like that, Wanqing?" Zhu Wanqing replied with a hint of frustration. "At your age, why strive so hard? Isn't it better to enjoy a life surrounded by grandchildren?" Li Hong sighed in resignation. "All right, in 2 years, I shall retire. Now that's the spirit. 2 years is ample time for you to hand over your responsibilities, Zhu Wanqing responded cheerfully. Though her husband had not been overworked in recent years, life at home was far superior to any outside endeavor. With their granddaughter poised to marry, and the eldest and second grandsons having joined the military, their youngest was also growing up. In 2 years, wouldn't it be delightful to embrace a grandson? As she approached her 60s, her desire was simply to remain at home, wishing for her husband to do the same, envisioning a harmonious family life. Uncle Li, you've heard her. If he refuses to return in 2 years, you must advocate for me. Zhu Wanqing expressed her concerns. Li Qing nodded with a smile. I shall advocate for you. Li Hong shot a glare at his wife, huffing, when have I ever gone back on my word? Indeed, you are the best. Zhu Wanqing replied, humor lacing her tone. Seeing his godson at a loss, Li Qing took hold of his arm. Let me examine your pulse. At over 60, one cannot compare oneself to their youth. Fortunately, while his physical condition had indeed declined, it remained better than that of many his age. Li Qing patted Li Hong's arm, saying, you are in good health. Simply adhere to the wellness regimen I've prescribed. Now it's your turn, Wanqing, he instructed. As Zhu Wanqing extended her hand, Li Qing examined her pulse and found her in excellent condition. In truth, Zhu Wanqing's health was even more robust. Women typically experience less life stress, and unlike many, she had not borne numerous children, resulting in lesser physical depletion. Living well and being mindful of her health had certainly paid off. All is well. Next time I return, I will stay for an extended period. Li Qing remarked with a smile. If circumstances permit, I shall reside in Jinling and go nowhere else. Li Hong exclaimed in surprise, is that true? Have I ever deceived you? Li Qing chuckled. How long will that be? Not too long. Li Qing pondered, estimating a time frame of about 5 years. During that time, you should frequently visit, and I will help you with your physical well-being. At that moment, Li Shui approached, saying, Grandfather Li, will you teach me? When you are not around, I wish to assist my parents in maintaining their health. Your capabilities are sufficient. I will teach you in due time, Li Qing assured her. Although young Shui had a modest foundation, every little effort counts. Eager to show filial piety, Li Qing was more than willing to share his knowledge. Meanwhile, Li Hao, filled with envy, could hardly contain himself, grumbling, truly, some people are just naturally gifted. I toiled for so long on Wudong Mountain without cultivating any true energy, while my little sister merely practices in the morning and achieves it effortlessly. I've been diligent for years. What of you? Li Shui pouted, remarking on the absurdity of someone so young frequenting brothels, exclaiming that if one could cultivate true energy, it would be utterly unjust. Preposterous. Li Hao retorted, his expression darkening. Father, look at him. Li Hong's face fell. Li Hao, are you unable to play nice, Li Shui? Li Hao, in a fit of rage, hastily took off running. How old are you? Still acting like a child. Zhu Wanqing chuckled softly, shaking her head, yet her eyes were filled with affection. She rose and said, Uncle Li, Shui and I shall take our leave now. You two have not seen each other in quite some time. Do enjoy your reunion. Li Shui, linking her arm with Zhu Wanqing's, laughed lightly. Father, Grandfather Li, we are heading back now. Very well, go ahead, Li Hong replied, then turned to Li Qing, Godfather. I wish to stay here. Stay if you wish, Li Qing suddenly pondered, a curious expression crossing his face. You aren't trying to avoid Wanqing, are you? Li Hong, somewhat disgruntled, admitted, indeed, age has rendered me somewhat less vigorous, and Wanqing is quite reluctant to let me near her. She is merely looking out for your well-being. Li Qing remarked. True enough, yet it leaves me feeling somewhat unsettled, Li Hong sheepishly confessed. Godfather, could you prescribe me something? Li Qing looked at him incredulously. Have you considered your age? Why are you still so obsessed with matters of the bedroom? Not that, Li Hong replied bashfully. I have long ceased visiting brothels. But a man must always consider his woman's desires, no? Li Qing found it amusing. You are both on the verge of becoming grandparents. In a few years, you'll be great-grandparents. Why stir up trouble? Moreover, when women reach a certain age, perhaps you should inquire if they still enjoy such matters. Do not impose your own feelings upon them. Li Hong scratched his head, momentarily uncertain if his wife still held an interest in intimacy. How long will you be back this time? Li Qing shifted the conversation. With the emperor's explicit decree, I am currently quite unencumbered, with little oversight on my activities. Li Hong stated. The Yangtze estuary also has naval forces stationed, granting me ample room for maneuver. Li Qing responded cheerfully, then do rest at home more. You are not young anymore. Do not overexert yourself, and indulge in the company of your family. The naval forces are now stable. In terms of combat effectiveness, they surpass those of the Hongwu and Yongle eras by a considerable margin. This is not an exaggeration. With the support of maritime trade, the design of warships has continuously improved. Furthermore, Li Qing has long advocated that future battlefields will be at sea, and successive emperors have placed great importance on the navy. Firearms are also advancing, and after years of combating smuggling and pirates, the current navy possesses capabilities that have more than doubled since the time of Zhu Yuanzhang's confrontation with Qin Yuliang. At that time, Li Qing had not yet traversed into this realm, but historical records indicate that Zhu Yuanzhang's navy was vastly inferior to Qin Yuliang's. Fortuitously, the author of Romance of the Three Kingdoms was an aide to Zhang Shiqing. Had the old Luo been aligned with Qin Yuliang's faction, it seems he also based his narrative on the Battle of Poyang Lake as a secondary creation. To be frank, the might of the Ming treasure ships owes much to Qin Yuliang, who, after all, hailed from a fishing background. Thus, it is said that every profession has its own expertise. As spring deepened, the courtyard blossomed with poetic beauty. The father and son enjoyed drinks and conversation, relishing their time together. After years apart, there was an abundance of words to share, and before they knew it, evening was approaching. Li Hong suggested, "Godfather, do not trouble yourself with cooking, let us dine out instead." Li Qing chuckled and remarked, "It's still the same as in our childhood. I simply adore dining outside. Hee. Let's stroll, my son is treating, so feel free to order as you please." Li Hong, though advancing in years, had yet to reach the point of needing a cane. His constitution remained robust, and he moved with agility. The two ambled along the bustling streets, unhurried in their search for a restaurant, engaging in casual conversation. "Is that donkey still around?" "Indeed, it's well fed. I always take a ride whenever I return." Li Hong laughed, adding, "For mere transportation, riding a donkey is far more comfortable than a horse." Li Qing chuckled at this, then continued, "A bit of exercise is beneficial for one's health, but we shouldn't overexert ourselves. After becoming weary of the sedan chair, riding a donkey for our daily outings isn't a bad idea." True enough, especially since we are traveling together now, no one would dare to criticize anyone for riding a donkey. Li Qing laughed, "This is Jinling City. Who would dare to speak ill of you? I am rarely home, and many do not know me. The common folk certainly do not concern themselves with who is the Marquis of Yongqing." Indeed, that evening, father and son retired to a private chamber, conversing for a long while before drifting off to sleep. The moonlight poured through the window, casting a silvery sheen upon the wooden floor and accentuating Li Hong's white hair, which gleamed almost blindingly. His snores echoed in the stillness, and he slept soundly, appearing as endearingly foolish as he did in his youth, even more so than Li Hao. Yet, he was the apple of Li Qing's eye. After imparting a modicum of true energy, Li Qing withdrew his hand, gently brushing aside the long hair that fell across Li Hong's nose, and tucked the blanket around him snugly. Only then did Li Qing recline beside him, surrendering to a deep slumber. The following morning, mother and daughter arrived hand in hand, bringing along toiletries and breakfast. The washing up, the shared meal, and the light-hearted banter created a warm and comforting atmosphere, all set against the picturesque scenery that was particularly soothing to the soul. To tend to his niece's health and to teach his eldest granddaughter the use of true energy, Li Hao frequently visited, playing the role of the jester, thus adding to the merriment. However, even the comedic personage possessed a sensitive side. On the 18th of April, the day of his daughter's marriage, the seemingly carefree, almost roguish young Marquis of Yongqing, the helmsman of the Li family, had reddened eyes, glistening with unshed tears. In a gesture of respect, the groom's family had sent nearly all younger members of their clan. The groom himself was humble, courteous, and well-mannered, with even the servants of the Marquis's household each bearing a large red envelope. Though still youthful, the lad displayed commendable manners, and his appearance was not lacking. Overall, Li Qing felt satisfied. In this era, love followed marriage, making first impressions particularly significant. He believed his daughter would indeed find contentment. The groom's family was not impoverished, yet they paled in comparison to the illustrious Li family in the prosperous city of Jinling. Nevertheless, the Li family did not consider monetary wealth when forming alliances and would never exploit the situation. The dowry was a staggering tenfold of the betrothal gifts, with the procession for the dowry stretching for dozens of yards. In this age, a daughter without a dowry could be looked down upon, even subjected to subtle discrimination. However, the Li family's daughter had no such worries. This return gift was merely intended to ensure her a comfortable life, for money was something the Li family possessed in abundance. As the daughter departed in a grand sedan chair, slowly vanishing from sight, Li Hao lingered at the entrance, gazing longingly. "This is a joyous occasion. Do not be sorrowful," Li Qing said, approaching to pat his shoulder gently, his voice warm and reassuring. Li Hao nodded slowly, sighing with a hint of dissatisfaction. "I feel somewhat uncomfortable. I ought to have more sons and marry off daughters from other families to make them uneasy," Li Qing remarked, while Li Shuer teased, "Oh, big brother, you might be disappointed. Those who can marry their daughters into the Yongqing Marquis' residence would be delighted, not distressed." "True," Li Hao scratched his head, suddenly feeling exasperated. "So it's just me who feels uneasy, is it?" Li Shuer, exasperated, replied, "Can you not be so childish? Little sister, you've been a bit too whimsical lately. You are the head of the family. I would not dare," Li Shuer quickly added. "Sister-in-law is equally troubled. I shall go comfort her." Li Hao muttered under his breath, then turned to Li Qing, whispering, "Qingyi, are you truly not staying for the banquet?" "No, thank you," Li Qing smiled, as the girl departs. "I feel I have participated enough. You all enjoy the feast. I shall take my leave." Li Hao paused and said, "With such a disguise, what difference does it make? My matters cannot be openly discussed. Forcing my way in would be awkward, so I shall refrain." Li Qing chuckled, "I will take my leave now. There are guests from Duke Chao to attend to. You should go greet them." Li Hao wished to say more, but Li Qing turned and walked away. Sighing, Li Hao collected his thoughts and headed inside. A few days later, in the small courtyard, Li Qing advised, "True qi cultivation revolves around regulating the meridians and promoting blood circulation. You must frequently review the human meridian diagram. Your parents are in good health, so do not overdo it. Once every 6 months is sufficient. Excess is as harmful as deficiency." Li Shuer nodded. "I will remember." "Uncle Li, will you not stay a few more days?" Zhu Wanqing expressed her reluctance. Though Li Hong felt similarly, he refrained from insisting. Li Qing smiled. "I will return in a few years and stay for an extended period then." "Very well," Zhu Wanqing sighed softly. "Perhaps I should visit Grandpa Zhang once more before you leave and take our boat back." "No need. I must first travel to Jiaoji to fulfill my promise to Zhu Qijin. I will have him make the arrangements," Li Qing replied with a smile. "It will not take long. All will be well. Farewell. Goodbye, Qingyi. May Uncle Li have a safe journey. We look forward to your return, Grandpa Li." The four accompanied him to the door. Li Qing mounted his horse, smiling. "You all return. Do not worry about me." With that, he flicked the reins and headed towards Wudong Mountain. Li Qing did not remove his disguise, presenting himself as a man nearing middle age. With his master's legacy preceding him, he would naturally not attract undue attention. Yet, he could not appear completely unchanged, as that would be difficult for others to accept. He aged slightly, yet his appearance remained largely the same. The disciples of Wudong recognized their senior brother, and the sect leader personally welcomed him. Li Qing did not see Yu Xian. He was no longer present. The 9 Dao practitioners remained, but Dao Yi, Dao Air, and Dao San were not as they once were. Over the years, they had stayed on the mountain, while the remaining 6 had descended to Liaodong earlier in the year. Li Qing used his true qi to help them regulate their meridians. Applying the same formula he had once used to enhance Li Shuer's true qi, aiming for their improvement and better health. He left this formula with the new sect leader. After spending over half a month with his fellow disciples on the mountain, Li Qing descended and made his way to the small Taoist temple. Here, the familiar faces have dwindled even further. The small temple is thriving, now self-sufficient. Unlike before when it lacked even a single visitor. Li Qing praised its progress and offered 2 golden leaves as encouragement at the grave. He placed the small old man's favorite food and wine, lit incense and candles, and burned paper money. Disciple has been unfilial. "It has been a long time since I last visited Master." Li Qing bowed deeply, then raised his head, noticing the inscriptions on the stone tablet growing increasingly faint. "These years have been good for the disciple, and for you as well. How have you been? By the way, that little girl Wanqing still remembers you. She asked me to send her regards. Time flies so swiftly. The little girl is now a grandmother, and soon she will be a great-grandmother. The younger generation is doing well. Do not worry about your disciple. He is quite remarkable, stirring the winds of the temple. Even the emperor must heed his countenance. Impressive, isn't it? Wudong is also thriving, now comparable to Longhu Mountain, exuding great prestige. Master, I miss you dearly truly." Chapter 71. A new atmosphere in Jiaoji. The torrential rain poured down, the air infused with the earthy aroma of mud, the wet ground radiating warmth. Even a slight heat beneath the feet. The temperature difference between the two places is indeed vast. Li Qing, barefoot, strolled through the rain, alternating between deep and shallow steps across the fields of Jiaoji. The corn had just begun to sprout, the silks at the top still vibrant and tender. All around, lush green cornfields stretched as far as the eye could see, thriving wonderfully. This heavy rain would surely enhance the yield by at least 10%. Li Qing grinned widely, filled with joy. Having been in Jiaoji for several days, he did not rush to meet Zhu Qijin. After inquiring about the areas of newly reclaimed land, he eagerly came to witness it. This is the granary of the Ming dynasty. How could he not be attentive? He had not paused in his observations, and he was thoroughly satisfied. He was equally pleased with Zhu Qijin. No wonder he was the heir chosen by the simple-minded. He was indeed trustworthy. In just a few short years, the cultivated fields Li Qing personally witnessed had reached several hundred hectares, and this was merely one of the 3 major reclamation areas. If one were to consider the total area of reclamation, it could conservatively be estimated at over 1,000 hectares. 100 acres make a hectare. Thus 1,000 hectares equals 100,000 acres. While 100,000 acres may not seem excessive, it is merely the beginning. And the climate in Jiaoji far surpasses that of the Ming dynasty, ensuring a much higher yield. Furthermore, with the fertilizer developed by Xiao Shuer, the output would undoubtedly soar even higher. Li Qing's heart brimmed with delight. Zhu Qijin is generous. I must not appear lacking. Li Qing stretched his limbs, extricated his feet from the mud, and found a patch of weeds to wash away the dirt under the heavy rain. He donned the boots hanging around his neck, gathered his energy, and proceeded towards the Han Wangfu. Why did you arrive so late? Zhu Qijin expressed mild disappointment. Everyone thought you wouldn't come. It's only been 5 years. It hasn't even elapsed yet, Li Qing replied with a smile. Observing Zhu's good spirits, there seems to be no major issues. Taking a sip of tea, Li Qing continued, please build me a residence near the Wangfu. Next time I shall not stay within the palace. My face cannot be exposed to the public for too long. Zhu Qijin had been recuperating for several years, and Li Qing wished to avoid drawing too much attention. Though he could disguise himself, it remained a troublesome affair. Now that we are overseas, can we not be a little freer? Of course, no problem. Zhu Qijin readily agreed. Asking, when shall we commence? Li Qing chuckled. Look at how eager you are. Now that I am here, how could I possibly deny you the opportunity for recuperation? Zhu Qijin replied, somewhat sullenly. I find myself somewhat lacking in strength at present. Li Qing, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, the members of the old Zhu family truly are cut from the same cloth. At your age, to still maintain your vigor in matters of intimacy is commendable. Think of a solution, Zhu Qijin insisted quietly. I have exerted considerable effort and resources on the cultivation. If your commitment wavers, we might as well part ways. As he spoke, memories of his grandfather's unfortunate experiences flooded his mind, prompting him to exclaim, you are not merely painting a rosy picture for me, are you? Rest assured, I would never stoop to the level of Zhu Laosi. Zhu Qijin, though erased from the imperial genealogy, still felt an intrinsic connection to the Ming royal lineage due to his grandfather's influence. Li Qing's words made him somewhat uneasy, but recalling the misfortunes suffered by his grandfather, he dismissed Zhu Laosi with a huff. That is acceptable. I shall keep my promises, and you ought to do the same. Unilateral sacrifices cannot endure. Li Qing nodded with a smile, then added with sincerity, I can assist you in enhancing your intimate affairs, but let me be clear, longevity is of paramount importance. As the eldest grandson of Gao Su, I assure you, I will not lead you astray. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qijin felt a wave of relief and began to discuss the cultivation efforts. Currently, the area under cultivation approached 130,000 acres, with nearly 100,000 acres planted, primarily with rice, Xuanda potatoes, and Yongluo rice. Zhu Qijin reflected, to speak candidly, I anticipate a significant slowdown in progress moving forward. Li Qing inquired, is it due to financial constraints? Yes and no, Zhu Qijin sighed. Initially, we targeted easily cultivable areas, which allowed for rapid progress and manageable expenses. However, vast tracts of uncultivated land are scarce. The smaller patches we now tend are not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but also financially burdensome, with returns not commensurate to the investment. Indeed, with my authority, As long as we do not overly exploit the populace, they will not rebel, nor dare to. Yet, essential expenditures cannot be evaded. After listening to his concerns, Li Qing spoke slowly. Do not worry. I shall not make your situation unduly difficult. Ultimately, it is still a matter of funding, correct? Precisely. Zhu Qijin replied quietly. The influx of silver has caused prices to rise steadily. Take the provisions for the Ming merchant ships, for instance. The profits have dwindled to nearly nothing, rendering it a venture of losses disguised as gains. The common folk earn meagerly, and my tax revenues have plummeted. You cannot expect the Ming to feast while we merely sip broth. Who would be content with such inequity? Zhu Qijin's tone was laden with resentment. This is my predicament. Were it anyone else, who would be so generous? Li Qing, somewhat awkwardly, offered, you must not focus solely on this. There are indeed profits to be had. Furthermore, the economic benefits brought by the Ming merchant ships have inadvertently fostered numerous industries, stabilizing the political landscape of Jiaoji and subsequently augmenting your authority. Would you not agree? I do not dispute that, Zhu Qijin acknowledged, but the distribution of benefits is excessively unjust. Under such circumstances, the common folk may not voice their grievances openly. Yet their discontent festers within, and should this persist, one day I may find myself unable to maintain control. Li Qing paused for a moment and said, a moderate increase in prices could help quell the discontent among the people below. How much should it be? I won't place any restrictions on you. You may decide as you see fit. Really? Zhu Qijin replied, somewhat incredulous. For a moment, he was unsure whether Li Qing was testing him. After much internal conflict, he muttered, I have few cunning ways. If you have something to say, please speak plainly. Li Qing, with a hint of exasperation, responded, I assure you. I am not testing you, nor am I trying to set a trap. Why the sudden display of conscience? Zhu Qijin felt as though he were in a dream. Li Qing chuckled lightly and continued, as you mentioned, maintaining a long-term partnership requires a balanced distribution of benefits. Otherwise, one day, even you, the king of Jiaoji, will find it difficult to quell the people's fury. In the future, the Ming dynasty will maintain a profound cooperation with Jiaoji. We shall not, and cannot, exploit resources to the point of depletion. My only hope is that you will invest the surplus into reclamation efforts. Furthermore, you must understand that maritime merchants are primarily managed by officials and gentry. If you push them too far, they will not tolerate it and will resort to every means necessary to compel the Ming court to impose sanctions on Jiaoji. Li Qing added, you may raise prices moderately, but there must be limits. You cannot be too lenient. Surely, you understand the principle of nurturing enmity through favoritism. By bestowing favors in a measured and planned manner, you can ensure that people remember your kindness while maintaining peace below, preventing unrest. Zhu Qijin nodded frequently, genuinely impressed. I must admit, you are quite adept in the realm of politics. At that moment, he regarded Li Qing with newfound respect. Li Qing laughed. If I can navigate the complexities of the Ming dynasty, Jiaoji will be a mere trifle. Indeed, Zhu Qijin nodded and remarked, this time, I must take a longer period for recuperation. I am not as youthful as before. Having passed my 60th year, you once promised I would live to at least 80. Li Qing smiled lightly. Given your current condition, as long as you refrain from excess, living to 80 would be a conservative estimate. What do you mean by excess? Engaging with women. Surely a little indulgence isn't too much to ask? Li Qing replied. Zhu Qijin and Li Hong are of similar age. Yet Zhu enjoys a more leisurely life and is in slightly better health. At over 60, being able to walk, ride a horse, and consume 2 large bowls of rice is commendable, thanks in part to Li Qing's nurturing. But Zhu Qijin's inherent constitution is also a significant factor. One must acknowledge that Zhu Qijin is indeed generous, and Li Qing would not withhold his gratitude. On a sweltering summer day, the incessant chirping of cicadas could be quite vexing. Fortunately, chilled fruit wine and platters of fruit provided some relief to Li Qing's spirits. Brother Bohu, please wait a little longer. This time, I assure you, it will be swift. In the pavilion, Li Qing sipped his fruit wine, savoring the taste, and murmured to himself, caring for Zhu Qijin is truly the final endeavor. Once I finish, I will seek you out. He was not intentionally neglecting Tang Bohu, but was unfortunately entangled in trivial matters, thus having to inconvenience him for the time being. I cannot help it. Li Qing sighed and muttered. I heard from Xiao Shui that you are now a distinguished guest among the elite, enjoying carriages and villas, living quite comfortably. I suppose you owe me some gratitude? Am I being too harsh in my thoughts? Li Qing pondered awkwardly. One must tackle tasks one at a time and savor each morsel of food. Haste does not resolve issues. Li Qing chose to relinquish his worries, dedicating his time to nurturing Zhu Qijin. Occasionally, he would invite Zhu Qijin to explore the newly cultivated areas, and watching the flourishing landscape brought him immense joy. As summer faded into autumn and autumn deepened, Zhu Qijin's recuperation neared its conclusion. Li Qing enlisted Zhu Qijin's assistance in preparations for their journey. As a supply station for the maritime trade of the Ming dynasty, the shipbuilding industry in Jiaoji had made significant advancements. Although it could not rival the Grand Ming treasure ships, it was capable of constructing sizable vessels. Zhu Qijin, displaying great generosity, prepared a luxurious fleet for Li Qing, ensuring that their food and accommodations were of the highest standard, rivaling even his own royal lifestyle. The Ming dynasty's engagement in maritime commerce had yielded considerable benefits for various nations. In addition to trading Ming goods, they engaged in mutual commerce. Jiaoji and Malacca maintained their exchanges, with seasoned sailors ensuring Li Qing's safety throughout the journey. In early September, as Zhu Qijin's recovery concluded, Li Qing offered some practical advice for daily living, preparing to set off for Malacca. Having delayed seeking out Tang Bohu for an extended period, Li Qing's conscience weighed heavily upon him. Should I stay a few more days? He pondered, but ultimately concluded that he had lingered long enough. Numerous tasks awaited his attention. With a smile, he remarked, "Let us cultivate Jiaoji well and continue our endeavors. When I return, I hope to find a more prosperous Jiaoji, as well as a healthier you." Zhu Qijin nodded and wished him safe travels, reminding him not to overstay his next visit. He then summoned a servant to present a pouch of money to Li Qing. "No need for that. I have my own provisions," Li Qing replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed to accept Zhu Qijin's generosity. "Take care of yourself. I must be on my way." Chapter 72. The Circumstances of Friends in the Winter Month. The chill set in. Upon reaching the mainland, the temperature noticeably warmed, and walking in the sunlight felt comforting, with the wind no longer biting like a knife. Perhaps freed from his worries, Li Qing's spirits soared as he returned to Malacca, enveloped in a sense of elegance. He purchased a set of dark velvet robes from the Yongqing tailor, the exquisite craftsmanship and luxurious fabric enhancing his refined appearance. Li Qing no longer wished to conceal himself from Tang Bohu. After experiencing the peaks and valleys of life, Tang Bohu had transcended such matters and would remain unaffected. Li Qing was not particularly concerned about being recognized. During his previous visit to Malacca, he was not the focal point, and few had seen him. Moreover, years had passed. If someone found him familiar, they would likely not dwell on it. Who would connect him to Chongqing? Even if they did, what could they possibly do? Having finally ventured out, he longed to live freely as himself. After years of pretense, he felt genuinely weary. Tang Bohu had become a prominent figure among the elite, and discovering his whereabouts was remarkably easy. However, while many knew where he resided, few could actually meet him. Wherever he went, Tang Bohu was a distinguished guest, meticulously protected, making it exceedingly difficult to arrange a meeting. The elite individuals sought the assistance of Tang Bohu with considerable effort and financial investment. They would not allow anyone to benefit without cost. Unfortunately, Li Qing chose an unconventional approach. He leaped over the courtyard wall. That night, as Tang Bohu indulged in a deep slumber, he was suddenly roused by an unexpected push. Groggily, he opened his eyes, puzzled, and inquired, "Who are you?" The moonlight was hazy, and with the window shut, he could not discern the visitor's face, though it seemed somewhat familiar. Li Qing, suddenly struck by mischief, deepened his voice and said, "I have long heard of the illustrious Tang. Come with me for a moment." "Good sir, hold on. Let us speak rationally." Tang Bohu quickly replied, regaining his senses, "But I am short on funds." "That is easily resolved," Li Qing chuckled, revealing his intentions were merely a jest. Noticing Tang Bohu's fright, he leaned closer and added, "It is me." To his surprise, Tang Bohu pressed further into the room, turning his head away in refusal. No. Name your price. I understand the rules." Li Qing ignited a fire starter and held it before himself, urging, "Now, take a look." Tang Bohu hesitantly turned his head, first bewildered, then delighted, and finally astonished. You are the master. But why have you not yet? I'll wait for you to enter." Li Qing turned and stepped outside. Tang Bohu slapped his face, realizing it was not a dream, and hastily got dressed. "Master, you may come in now." Li Qing entered, and the candle had been lit, illuminating the chamber. Tang Bohu's complexion was rosy, and he appeared quite healthy. Despite his white hair and wrinkles, he exuded a youthful vigor, clearly having thrived in recent years. Upon glancing around, Li Qing noticed women's undergarments strewn across the bed and teased, "You truly live a lavish life." "Alas, it is unavoidable. They are thrust upon me." Tang Bohu replied sheepishly, "A person of great ambition must overlook trivialities." Li Qing chuckled at this remark, "Yet one must not accept every visitor indiscriminately. Be wary of exhausting your vitality." Tang Bohu, slightly embarrassed, swiftly changed the subject, asking, "Master, when did you arrive?" "Just now," Li Qing responded. Tang Bohu poured tea for him and inquired, "Has Brother Bowen resolved the matters he was busy with?" Li Qing paused, sighed, and replied, "It has been settled." "Oh, was it not resolved adequately?" Tang Bohu asked. "Let us not dwell on that. How have you been here?" Li Qing continued, "Quite well indeed. I have a comfortable carriage, a villa to rest in, and even the company of the courtesans from various establishments." Tang Bohu chuckled. Li Qing suddenly recalled Li Shuer's words, "While you may find it arduous, others may relish it." A pang of guilt washed over him. Taking a sip of tea, Li Qing asked, "Did you receive the letter I wrote to you?" "I did," I inquired discreetly, "and it appears the western lands spoken of by the Florentine indeed exist." "With reports of individuals having ventured there," Tang Bohu replied. "I dared not inquire further, as this is a matter of politics. Since you are absent, I fear to offend the sensitivities of the Malacca royal family." Li Qing smiled and advised, "Caution prevents major errors. When alone abroad, prioritize your safety. Indeed, it is of little consequence. At worst, I would simply be expelled, without fear of dire consequences. However, as the team leader now, I must consider the welfare of those beneath me." Tang Bohu observed that the Li family had gathered individuals who had faced setbacks in the imperial examination. With their assistance, the elite of this region had gradually embraced Han culture. He recounted the achievements of recent years, noting that the desire for strength is a universal sentiment. The Ming dynasty, a world power, boasts a resplendent Han culture, complemented by exquisite silk, porcelain, spices, and other goods, alongside the eloquent discourse of talented individuals, painting a picture of the flourishing Ming that captivates the wealthy natives. Since the beginning of last year, landlords had begun to experience Ming culture through trade, and upon their return, they spread the word, inspiring even more people. Bohu believed that it would not be long before this became a trend. Despite the small size of Malacca, its affluent individuals were indeed wealthy, and wealth often leads to a pursuit of elegance and spiritual fulfillment. Tang Bohu chuckled, remarking that having these leaders was far more effective than his solitary promotion of Han culture. However, his expression turned peculiar as he added that some people wished to relocate their entire families and assets to Ming. Several wealthy merchants had inquired about the court's stance on such migrations. "What can I say?" Bohu lamented, "I am unaware of the court's policies and dare not speak recklessly." Li Qing furrowed his brow in contemplation. In the long run, this could be beneficial, but he felt the pace of change was too rapid, contradicting the principle of steady progress. "It is quite good. Let us maintain the current state without being overly radical," he advised, expressing his concern about taking too large a step and risking failure. Tang Bohu nodded, asking, "So, you want to be leaving in haste this time?" "I shall remain for several years," Li Qing replied with a smile. "That is more like it. I have not had anyone to confide in these past years," Bohu complained. "You promised to promote Han culture together, yet you abandoned me midway." "Ah, it is my fault," Li Qing admitted, feeling a flush of embarrassment. "It hasn't been easy for me either, yet you seem to be thriving, no?" "Thriving is merely superficial. My spirit is empty," Bohu replied. "Aren't there other talented individuals?" With a sigh, Tang Bohu rolled his eyes. "They will only envy me. They are not inclined to share their hearts with me. Scholars often belittle one another, and those individuals only obey Bohu because of the Li family's support. Otherwise, chaos would likely ensue." After a moment's reflection, Li Qing asked, "How many people are in your team?" 36, Bohu responded. "Under the auspices of the Li family, divide into 3 groups, each with a leader. You shall separate from them." Li Qing instructed, "This place is sufficient. We shall move elsewhere." "Where to? Java?" Bohu inquired. "No, to a far more distant place." Li Qing's gaze was intense. "How far?" "To the distant west." "Ah?" Bohu was taken aback. "So far. Are you willing?" Li Qing spoke gently. "Follow your heart. We are friends, not superior and subordinate. So there is no need for mental burden." Without hesitation, Tang Bohu declared, I shall go. While life here is quite comfortable, it has become somewhat monotonous. I yearn to experience the wonders of the world. That is what makes life truly interesting. Is that true? Of course. Very well. Li Qing chuckled, requesting a brief respite for preparation. Let us set forth around the spring of next year. You may commence the handover. No problem, Tang Bohu replied, his eagerness palpable. By the way, how is Bowen faring? He should be well enough, Li Qing responded. He is no longer in the capital. He has taken a position elsewhere. Has he been appointed to a local post? That seems promising. With his talents, he is bound for great achievements. No, it is not a formal appointment. He is on a journey. Li Qing sighed. He is quite the free spirit, preferring unconventional paths. Tang Bohu jested. So he enjoys leaping over the walls of the mundane? That is an apt description. He indeed relishes transcending the boundaries of convention, Li Qing replied with a smile. However, after their light-hearted banter, a cloud of worry cast over Li Qing. This era's Yunnan and Guizhou are far from safe. Xiao Yun is not in robust health. Can he endure such hardships? Li Qing's concerns deepened. Zhu, his wife, observed her husband's increasingly erratic behavior, especially in recent days, which carried hints of madness. Her husband, always somewhat whimsical, had become noticeably unbalanced. While she had grown accustomed to his occasional peculiarities over the years, this recent shift was truly alarming. As if he were on the brink of losing his sanity. Zhu felt a mix of worry and confusion, coupled with a tinge of resentment. To her, it seemed her husband was willingly forsaking a comfortable life for folly. With his academic accolades and the emperor's patronage, alongside his father's recent elevation to Minister of Rights, he could easily secure a prominent position in the court without much effort. Why, then, venture into such desolate regions? This place was not even a remote countryside. It was a penal colony for the damned. Despite her refined upbringing, she felt an urge to express her frustration. Why choose to suffer when a good life was within reach? As her unease and anger swelled, she resolved to confront her husband. This life is unbearable. If you do not return soon, I shall go back to my family. Husband, she implored, her eyes reddened and brimming with unshed tears. Let us return to the capital. She was truly weary of enduring this hardship. Had she known it would be so arduous, she would have preferred separation. Wang Shoren paused contemplatively before nodding. Very well. We shall return in a couple of days. Just 2 days? Indeed, just 2 days. You have suffered enough these past 2 years. Pack your belongings. We shall depart the day after tomorrow. With a heavy sigh, Wang Shoren set down his scroll and stood. I will take a walk. Noticing his demeanor, Zhu felt a pang of guilt. I will accompany you. Wang Shoren gently shook his head. I wish to be alone. Chapter 73:1 The biting northern winds howled, cutting through him like daggers, inflicting sharp pain. Wang Shoren seemed oblivious, meandering through the desolate landscape, allowing the frigid gusts to ravage him. After a while, he opened the texts of sages, resolutely aspiring to embody their wisdom. If others could achieve this, why could he not? He delved into Confucian classics, explored Taoist philosophies, and immersed himself in Buddhist teachings, seeking knowledge and understanding. What is reason? What is the Tao? What, ultimately, is the profound truth? To preserve heavenly principles and extinguish human desires? No, that cannot be right. It should not be this way. Wang Shoren was engulfed in anguish and turmoil. The sky was shrouded in gray, and a biting wind rustled his long hair, causing ripples between his brows. Yet, on his face, approaching the age of discernment, confusion was etched deeply. He had read numerous tomes, grasped various principles, and traversed many paths. In the past 2 years, he had distanced himself from worldly clamor to purify his heart and observe the myriad wonders of the world. Alas, he sorrowfully discovered that the essence of truth seemed to recede further from him. It lay before him, seemingly within reach, yet felt as distant as the horizon, as though it would take a lifetime to grasp. How can I attain you? Wang Shoren silently roared, his disheveled hair billowing, teetering on the brink of madness. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, the path of non-action, self-purification of intent. Wang Shoren, as if possessed, incessantly chanted the words of the sages. So close, so near. I am on the verge of touching it, of claiming it. Unconsciously, he quickened his pace, as if the path lay just ahead, within his grasp. He reached out to touch, to seize, to pursue. His steps quickened, running against the cold wind. Faster, even faster. Closer, nearer, he was about to attain it. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted, illuminating the entire world with a brilliant silver glow. Boom! A deafening roar surged forth, reverberating through the air, and Wang Shoren trembled, coming to a halt. Boom! Another thunderclap followed, and the rumbling continued, flashes of lightning crackling. Wang Shoren gazed intently, and there it was. He beheld the essence of truth. To see is to possess. He stared at the principal, and the principal gazed back at him. It was a puddle, thinly frozen, inscribed with the path and chronicled with reason. Wang Shoren stared quietly, lost in contemplation for a long, long time. He smiled, a gentle smile, a joyous laugh, a release of burdens. I have found it. I have attained it, I know. His laughter was exuberant. It was an ineffable joy, a transcendence of the soul, an elevation above the mundane. Money, power, and fame held no value in its presence. This was the pinnacle of enjoyment, a delight from the depths of the soul. After a while, the laughter subsided. Seek within oneself, relying not on external things. My nature is self-sufficient, requiring no external pursuit, Wang Shoren mused. A smile of joy curling at the corners of his mouth, for the heart is reason. Under the eaves, Zhu's family gazed anxiously into the distance. Thunder in winter, could it possibly rain? She paced back and forth, worried that if a freezing rain fell on such a cold day, it might bring about severe illness. She was frantic. Grabbing a raincoat and an umbrella, Zhu set out to find her husband. However, upon stepping outside, she unexpectedly encountered her returning spouse. Hurry home. Look at the sky. It seems it will rain. Zhu said hurriedly. Yes, all right, Wang Shoren replied with a smile. Have you packed everything? Not yet, she responded. Let me help you. Very well. Zhu was somewhat astonished, glancing up at this man she had lived with for years, feeling inexplicably that he was different today. She couldn't quite articulate what was special, yet she sensed an unusual feeling. After years of mutual respect as husband and wife, her husband had always been rather capricious, and she had rarely experienced tenderness, but in this moment, she felt it. A warm sensation flows gently within my heart. My dear husband, what troubles you? It is nothing, he replied. Zhu's demeanor appeared somewhat perplexed, and after a pause, she softly suggested, we need not hurry to depart. Wang Shoren chuckled. You have endured hardships alongside me these past 2 years. It is time to return home. As a devoted wife, I am not one to shy away from adversity, Zhu asserted. Yet, the moment the words escaped her lips, she felt a twinge of regret. However, she quickly reaffirmed, I shall heed your wishes. Trust me. We shall return to the capital, he declared. Zhu, taken aback, hesitantly inquired, have you forsaken the pursuit of the sage's path? In truth, she held little faith in it, and had never entertained hope, yet she understood her husband's tenacity. Wang Shoren smiled lightly. In such a manner, one cannot attain sagehood. Zhu sighed in silence and asked, are you content? Why the discontent? After years of pursuing your ideals, can you truly relinquish them without regret? Wang Shoren laughed. I have not abandoned them. Zhu gasped in surprise and placed her hand to her forehead. Alas, could it be that your condition has worsened? Observing his wife's expression, Wang Shoren began to clarify. I have found it. Zhu stammered, a flicker of understanding dawning upon her, yet she remained uncertain. Ah, are you inquiring about its name? It possesses many names, he said softly with a smile. I have even bestowed a name upon it. Would you like to hear it? Zhu nodded, asking what is it? One, he replied. One? Zhu pressed. Is it the one from 1, 2, 3? Wang Shoren chuckled in disbelief. Indeed. Zhu questioned, what does one signify? The unity of knowledge and action. He explained. Has my husband grasped this concept? Zhu began to comprehend, albeit with lingering confusion. Then why not call it knowledge and action? Wang Shoren patiently clarified. Because the emphasis lies not on knowledge, nor on action, but rather on that one. That one, Zhu mused, still shrouded in mystery. One represents essence. Knowledge and action are merely manifestations. Wang Shoren elaborated. I still do not comprehend. Fear not. I shall explain it thoroughly during our journey, he assured her with a smile. Now, let us gather our belongings. To where? She inquired. Why, back to the capital, of course. Wang Shoren playfully pinched her cheek. How could you forget so easily today? Zhu's cheeks flushed with a sudden warmth. After all, they were an old married couple. A smile involuntarily graced her lips, seemingly sweet. The coachman, guiding the carriage, listened to the couple's exchange and thought to himself, these two are quite amusing. The heart is reason. The unity of knowledge and action is indeed profound. Oh, how delightful it is to read. Their conversation is beyond my grasp. By the end of this journey, I shall have earned enough to buy my child books and provide for their education. Farming leads to little success. It is imperative that my child studies diligently. If they prove themselves and achieve a degree, it would be splendid. The more the coachman pondered, the more joy he felt, and he wielded his whip with increasing enthusiasm. Zhu, born into a family of scholars, though a woman, was well versed in literature and history, and had dabbled in the teachings of the sages. Yet, she found herself unable to grasp her husband's philosophy of the heart. This philosophy was indeed rather extraordinary. Zhu suspected few could truly comprehend it. My husband, there is something I wish to express, though I am uncertain if I should. Wang Shoren chuckled, as husband and wife. Is there anything we cannot discuss? The threshold for the study of the heart is rather elevated, and after a moment of hesitation, Zhu remarked, I fear it is all too easy to become misguided. Wang Shoren nodded slowly, acknowledging her sentiment. What then shall we do? Zhu inquired, visibly anxious. Although she struggled to comprehend the teachings, she sensed the profound depth of her husband's heart philosophy, a culmination of his life's work that she wished not to see obscured. I am still in the process of understanding, and there remains much to refine, Wang Shoren responded with a gentle smile. There is no rush. We shall take our time. Eventually, there will be those who can grasp and learn it. At the very least, there will be one who can certainly comprehend it. As long as that person exists, the heart philosophy shall endure. It will not be lost to the annals of history. Zhu suggested, it is crucial to lower the barrier to entry, otherwise, even the finest teachings may fail to be passed down. Perhaps you could draw inspiration from Confucius. Wang Shoren nodded in agreement, stating, I shall simplify, without compromising the essence of the heart philosophy. However, sacrificing quality for the sake of transmission is not my desire. Zhu nodded thoughtfully and asked, What are your plans upon your return? I am held in high regard by the emperor, who is quite fond of me. I shall follow his guidance, Wang Shoren replied. Will you not seek to promote the heart philosophy? Zhu questioned, a mixture of surprise and delight in her voice. Every woman wishes for her partner to achieve greatness. And while the heart philosophy is indeed formidable, it pales in comparison to the emperor's favor and the glory it brings to one's family name. At least, that is how Zhu perceived it. The sage is ultimately too ethereal. How does one compare that to the tangible rewards of rank and title? Wang Shoren remarked. The heart philosophy is still in its infancy. I require time to perfect it. Perhaps you should record your current insights to avoid their loss. Why must we write it down? Wang Shoren chuckled, shaking his head. There is no need to remember it. Zhu retorted, Look at how confident you are. In the 4th year of the Zhengde era, in the spring of March, at the Wang residence in the capital, Wang Shoren descended from the carriage with his wife. Knocking on the door. Clang, clang, clang. After a brief moment, the door opened. Are you the eldest son? Inquired Lu Bo. Yes, it is I. Wang Shoren replied with a warm smile. How do you fare? Quite well, the old steward responded, nodding repeatedly before bowing to Zhu, madam. Yes. Zhu replied with a slight nod. Is my father well? Yes, he is in excellent health, the old steward said with excitement. Eldest son, madam, please come in. If the master knew you had returned, he would be overjoyed. Please, step inside. Wang Shoren shared in the joy, saying, Father is still working at the office, I presume? Yes, he should be returning shortly, the old steward replied with a smile as he ushered them inside. I shall have the kitchen prepare a sumptuous feast. Wang Shoren nodded with a smile, watching him depart, and turned to Zhu, saying, Let us go and see the children. At the hour of shun, Wang Hua had just arrived home when he learned of his son's return. The old father, unable to change out of his official robe, hurriedly rushed towards the courtyard. Father, Wang Shoren greeted, having awaited his arrival. Seeing his normally composed father in such a flurry, he rose and bowed. You have returned. That is wonderful news. Wang Hua exclaimed repeatedly. Wang Hua, who had always been stubborn, obstinate, and somewhat pedantic, finally softened in this moment. No longer aggressive, nor resentful of unfulfilled expectations. He was filled only with joy. Chapter 74. A father's love. After a brief moment of warmth, father and son took their seats. As a traditional Confucian scholar, Wang Hua quickly regained his composure, burying the intense love of a father deep within his heart. His heart was undeniably tender. Yet the words he spoke were cold and rigid. You must be suffering out there, right? Wang Shoren smiled and replied, Father, are you well? I can eat and drink, Wang Hua said dismissively. Upon uttering the words, he felt a twinge of guilt for his harshness but could not bring himself to reshape his persona. He huffed, and turned his head away. The old man is doing just fine. No need for your concern. If you're leaving, do so quickly. Don't linger here. Father, are you still angry? A child's shortcomings reflect the father's failures. It is my fault for raising a son like you, and you cannot blame anyone else, Wang Hua said coldly. You may leave, but you shall not take my grandson with you. Seeing his son remain silent for an extended period, Wang Hua's heart tightened. He lifted his teacup and, with his head bowed, scraped the tea lid against the cup, his calm voice tinged with a hint of tension. Are you really leaving? I'm not leaving, Wang Shuren replied. I wish to re-enter public service. With a clatter, the tea lid fell onto the table, spinning in circles. In that moment, the usually unflappable Wang Hua's emotions surged. Joy, excitement, and pride filled his heart, and his eyes glistened with tears. He took a deep breath, but it did little to quell the tempest within. The tea reached his lips, yet he spilled most of it before tasting a single drop. Really? Is that true? Indeed, Wang Shuren nodded earnestly. I want to serve the country and the people, just as you have. Very well, very well. Wang Hua's eyes shimmered with tears, and for the first time, he lost his composure before his son. Yet this time, he could no longer contain himself. Good child, it is a relief that you have come to this understanding. Wang Hua was nearly overcome with tears, scolding, Your mother left early, and you have never been a worry-free child. He continued to speak, no longer using lofty language. It was as though he were grumbling, yet also expressing his pride in his son's maturity. This was the first time Wang Shuren witnessed such a side of his father, and he understood that this was the true essence of fatherhood. A father's love, hidden beneath layers of admonition, had always been present, never extinguished. In this moment, Wang Shuren's eyes too brimmed with tears, filled with sorrow and guilt. Father, I have been unfilial, causing you concern. He rose to kneel, unable to stand. Get up, quickly. It's all in the past now. Wang Hua's voice softened as he helped his son to his feet, no longer casting the cold glances of old. His aged face radiated kindness and gentleness. The stern father image he had cultivated for decades crumbled in an instant, his facade shattered. After revealing this emotional side, a sense of rationality returned to Wang Hua, and he suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. At over 60 years of age, he had shed tears before his son. How could this be? Just then, the old steward appeared at the door, holding a long wooden tray, calling gently, Sir. Wang Hua wiped his eyes with his sleeve and resumed the demeanor of a distinguished master, saying, Come in. The old steward entered, approached the table, and placed the tray down, arranging the delicacies one by one. He set the noodles before Wang Shuren and chuckled, wind-receiving dumplings and welcome noodles. Wang Hua lifted the wine jug, pouring himself a drink, and remarked, Let me first satiate my appetite. Splendid. Wang Shuren picked up his chopsticks and began to eat the noodles. Indeed, the homemade noodles were delightful. After finishing a bowl, Wang Hua had already consumed half a jug of wine, and the sentimental side of him began to resurface. You are aware that the former emperor has passed away, correct? Wang Hua spoke with a melancholic expression. I have heard. Wang Shuren nodded gently. Is Mr. Li still in the capital? He has left. He departed last spring. And it has been a year now, Wang Hua sighed. Speaking of which, this is a loss for the court. With his abilities and talents, if he had devoted himself to assisting the emperor, it would have been a great fortune for the country and the people. Alas, each has their own aspirations. One cannot force them to stay. Wang Shuren was not particularly surprised, but felt a twinge of regret for not having shared this news with him sooner. Father, how fares the court? Wang Hua smiled wryly and replied, What else? It has always been the same. Sometimes stable, sometimes tumultuous, a cycle of peace and chaos. Alas, I have grown old, and my influence over the court has waned. And presently, Wang Shuren inquired. Not too well. Wang Hua took another sip of wine and continued. The emperor heavily relies on the eunuchs, deploying them extensively to the provinces. The 8 tigers have grown increasingly arrogant, inciting widespread outrage among the officials. The eunuchs hold sway, and the consequences are dire. Wang Shuren reflected, though the emperor is young, he is by no means a foolish monarch. His actions must surely serve a purpose. The crux of the matter is the deteriorating morals. Wang Hua lamented, some officials are even aligning themselves with eunuchs. If this continues, the legacy of our ancestors may be at risk. With a heavy sigh, Wang Hua expressed his concerns, drinking cup after cup, his spirits sinking. Wang Shuren discreetly placed the wine jug before himself and offered reassurance. Father, do not worry excessively. There are still many loyal ministers devoted to the emperor. The situation cannot descend into chaos. If this trend continues, I fear it may not be so. Wang Hua replied bitterly. Even the Minister of Personnel, Jiao Feng, has been seen exchanging glances with Lu Jin, and the attitude of Academician Li is ambiguous, while Academician Yang allows things to progress unchecked. As for the newly appointed cabinet, it is even more dismal. These are all officials of significance in the court, and further down. Wang Hua sighed. Initially, I believed chaos was impossible. But in just a year, the political landscape has truly begun to spiral out of control. Suddenly, he recalled Mr. Li and said, if that esteemed Mr. Li were here, I believe things would not be so. By the way, you share a close bond with him. Do you have any correspondence? None, Wang Shuren replied. He may have gone far afield, and it is highly unlikely to contact him. Upon hearing this, Wang Hua's disappointment deepened. Yet Wang Shuren added, Father, having resolved to embark on my official career, I shall not remain a passive observer. You? Wang Hua chuckled in both amusement and resignation. You are but a minor official. What waves can you make? Even the Minister of Personnel has some faith in his son. Wang Shuren laughed lightly. After all, I have been the Emperor's companion for quite some time. While I may not wield influence in the court, I can certainly do so in private. Wang Hua was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a moment, and his brow gradually furrowed. He shook his head and remarked, do not overestimate your own significance. Having been away from the capital for so long, the Emperor may not regard you with the same fondness as before. The 8 tigers have remained by his side, and in terms of personal relationships, you are far inferior. Father speaks of the 8 tigers. Are they the 8 eunuchs? Wang Shuren inquired. Wang Hua nodded and replied. Lu Jin, Zhang Yong, Gu Deong, Ma Yongcheng, Xiu Ju, Luo Xiang, Wei Bin, and Gao Feng. These 8 eunuchs. Wang Shuren nodded gently, recalling his long tenure as the Crown Prince's companion, which had afforded him some acquaintance with the inner servants. Once they acquire power, if they become malevolent, it will spell disaster for the populace for a decade, Wang Hua stated solemnly. Having once served as slaves, now possessing authority, how can the malice within them be suppressed? It is not that I look down upon eunuchs. Just as a sudden fortune can be difficult to maintain, so too can those who ascend swiftly to power. It is not merely royal servants. Even scholars who toil over the classics, how many can truly hold their ground? They cannot master power. They are instead mastered by it, ultimately bringing calamity to the nation. Wang Shuren nodded lightly. Father's words are indeed wise. Observing his son's furrowed brow in contemplation, Wang Hua hurriedly added, at home, you may act as you please, and even indulge in reckless behavior without dire consequences. However, the political arena is not like the family abode. No one will coddle you, nor will anyone be as lenient as your father. Father, when have you been lenient? That is merely your profound love for your son, Wang Shuren responded. This flattered the elder, yet he soon grew anxious again. Understanding his son's temperament all too well, Wang Hua knew that stubbornness was a flaw. He was utterly inflexible and unaware of the necessity for adaptability. Xiao Yun, do not be obstinate, Wang Hua warned seriously. You are not Li Chongqing. Even if he were to return, he might not be able to resolve such a situation. The 8 tigers have already gained momentum and are not easily subdued. Moreover, the Emperor is ever so unpredictable. Do not overestimate your own abilities. Your role is but that of a minor official, nothing more. Father, do not be stubborn, Wang Hua retorted, his eyes wide. As the esteemed Minister of Rights, if you find yourself powerless in this matter, what can you possibly achieve? Then, he softened his tone and continued. Serving the Emperor's interests requires you to share in his burdens. As a minister, it pleases me that you possess a heart for the Emperor, the nation, and the people. And I support you. However, acting recklessly will only lead you into peril without solving any problems. Do you understand? Wang Shuren chuckled lightly and nodded. I understand. Do you truly understand? Yes, that is good. Wang Hua exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Despite lingering concerns, his son's return felt remarkably different, as if he had undergone a transformation. It seems my son has genuinely matured, Wang Hua thought, his previously clouded mood lifting considerably. During your travels, the Emperor did not dismiss your position. The court continues to disburse your salary monthly, which you cannot decline. I must accept it on your behalf. Now that you have returned, you shall express your gratitude to the Emperor in person, Wang Hua stated. Have the servants prepare some warm water for your bath. You shall enter the palace tomorrow to meet the Emperor. Yes, Father, Wang Shuren agreed, nodding. Wang Hua smiled gently, his heart filled with pride, and turned to casual conversation. Have these past years been arduous? It has been manageable, Wang Shoren replied. Though life has been humble, my spirit is rich. Oh, you stubborn one, Wang Hua said with a bitter smile, his tone filled with heartfelt concern. His face had darkened, his frame had thinned, and wrinkles had begun to adorn him. Observing such a father, Wang Shoren felt a wave of guilt wash over him, softly murmuring, "It is the son who is unfilial." No, I am quite pleased, Wang Hua replied with a gentle smile, his expression brimming with paternal affection. Do not chase after the path of the sage any longer. It is far too ethereal. Ultimately, one must return to reality. Wang Shoren interjected, "Father, anyone can attain sagehood." Wang Hua murmured, Chapter 75, Substitute Teacher Wang. Anyone can attain sagehood, Wang Hua mumbled to himself, glancing around. The laughter had faded, leaving no trace of mirth. Perhaps Wang Hua was simply not the type to wear a smile easily. "Father, are you searching for something? Allow me to assist you," Wang Shoren began. But suddenly he realized something and quickly retreated, shaking his head. "Father, please, remain calm. Listen to what I have to say." Do not be so impulsive," Wang Shoren sighed, feeling helpless, forced to take a step back. Unfilial son. Wang Hua, now of considerable age, soon found himself panting heavily. Casting a fierce glare at his son, Wang Shoren sighed deeply. "Father, will you not listen before making your judgment?" "I will not listen," Wang Hua shouted defiantly. "If this is your attitude, then be gone. If you wish to pursue sagehood, do so without dragging the court into it. I was merely jesting." Wang Shoren understood well his father's obstinacy and chose to temper his words. "I have returned to do what I can for the nation and the people." The earlier comments were in jest. "I hope so." Wang Hua glared at him with a cold tone. "Should you stray further from the path, I shall break your legs." "Understood," Wang Shoren nodded with a pained smile. After this altercation, Wang Hua's joy at his son's return was somewhat diminished. He no longer wished to drink or eat. Stating blandly, "The journey back has been arduous. Take a hot bath and retire early. Do remember to find your official robes." Wang Shoren nodded. "Yes, I shall remember." Watching his elderly father depart, Wang Shoren let out a resigned sigh. After much contemplation, he decided against discussing further matters with him. The younger generation perceives the older one far more clearly than the reverse. Wang Shoren understood his father well, embodying the quintessential Confucian mindset, one that could neither be learned nor understood. He was certain that even the simple phrase "the heart is principle" could lead his father to a breaking point, prompting him to chase after him with a rolling pin. Not only his father, but within the capital, there seemed to be little market for the teachings of the heart. The reason was simple. At present, the doctrine was too revolutionary, especially for someone like his father, whose thoughts had become nearly rigid. Discussing the heart would only be perceived as heresy, and it was likely that his father would even forsake familial bonds for the sake of righteousness. Wang Shoren sighed again. However, he remained undaunted, firmly believing that the teachings of the heart could be propagated and preserved. In the vastness of the Ming dynasty, there must exist those who could comprehend and embrace such wisdom. Not yet at the age of confusion, Wang Shoren felt no urgency. He would allow things to unfold naturally. The teachings of the heart are inherently pure and untainted. Pursuing fame and fortune strays from its essence, at least from its purest form. Otherwise, he would not remain silent on the matter. He retrieved his official robes and hat, bathed, and retired early. The night passed without incident. The following morning, he found himself in the imperial study. After attending the morning court, Zhu Hozhao arrived, as usual, to review the memorials. He exhibited neither sorrow nor joy, perusing and annotating with the demeanor of a weary worker. Lu Jin and Zhang Yong, who held the reins of the Grand Court of Rites and the Imperial Horse Department respectively, were often preoccupied with various affairs and could not always remain at Zhu Hozhao's side. Today, the one attending to him was Ma Yongqing, the head of the Internal Affairs Court. As Ma Yongqing observed the emperor's expressions, he pondered his words internally. Seizing the moment after Zhu Hozhao had finished reviewing a memorial, during a brief respite for tea, he hurriedly produced a document resembling a memorial from his sleeve, presenting it with both hands, saying, "Your Majesty, this is the account of expenditures for palace purchases from last month for your perusal." Zhu Hozhao accepted the document with a raised hand and unfolded it. Ma Yongqing felt a surge of anxiety. This month's greed had been rather excessive, and he feared the emperor might discern the truth. Unfortunately, Lu Jin wielded the greatest power among the 8 tigers, and aside from Zhang Yong, who could offer some resistance, even Gu Daong, the head of the Eastern Depot, was subject to Lu Jin's control. The internal affairs court was a lucrative position, yet it held little actual power. Lu Jin insisted on claiming a portion of the spoils, and even sought the lion's share, which incensed Ma Yongcheng, yet he felt compelled to comply. Reporting to the emperor? What a jest! Lu Jin enjoyed the emperor's favor, and none were untainted in this realm. If the truth were revealed to the emperor, who would benefit? However, he was unwilling to relinquish his rightful share. Thus he succumbed to greed. As he watched the emperor's brow furrow slightly, Ma Yongqing's heart leapt to his throat, and the carefully prepared words vanished from his mind. Your Majesty, the Minister of Works requests an audience, announced a young eunuch from the outer hall. He awaits at the palace gate. Shall your Majesty grant him entry? Zhu Hozhao's attention was instantly diverted, and he asked with surprise, which minister? Minister Wang, the son of the Minister of Rights, Wang Huaji. Oh, old Wang has returned? Zhu Hozhao exclaimed with delight. Quickly let him in. His gaze returned to the accounts as he dipped his brush in ink, inscribing a bold approval. Ma Yongqing observed with unrestrained joy and cautiously inquired, Does your Majesty have any commands? Go about your duties. Zhu Hozhao waved dismissively. Do your work diligently. Do not be negligent. Yes, your Majesty, I shall obey. I vow to remain diligent, Ma Yongqing replied almost as if swearing an oath, bowing again before taking his leave. The emperor's kindness was indeed moving. Zhu Hozhao gazed at the door for a moment, chuckling and shaking his head as he mused. It is merely a change of storage location. What significance does it hold? Then, joyfully he added, Old Wang's return means I shall not be bored anymore. Wang Shouren entered alongside the young eunuch, lifting his robe in salute. I, Wang Shouren, pay my respects to your Majesty. Rise, rise, Zhu Hozhao laughed. Take a seat. Thank you for your graciousness, your Majesty, Wang Shouren replied as he accepted the chair offered by the eunuch and sat down. After years apart, seeing the young emperor again, now a man with a hint of a beard, he appeared more mature. When did you return? Yesterday afternoon. Zhu Hozhao nodded. Your return is timely. We are in need of capable individuals. Attend court diligently. Pausing, he then asked, How have you fared in recent years? Quite well, Wang Shouren smiled. I have been self-sufficient. You still enjoy your leisure. Unlike me, Zhu Hozhao sighed, filled with envy. Wang Shouren found it difficult to engage with the topic, smiled lightly, and shifted the conversation. Upon my return, I have heard of the 8 tigers in court. Pray tell, what is the emperor's reasoning behind this? What else could it be? Zhu Hozhao retorted with a cold smile, casting a glance at him. Did your father inform you of this? Wang Shouren did not deny it, and replied, Does the emperor harbor any grievances? Of course, Zhu Hozhao replied, curtly, Do you think I desire to tarnish my reputation in the eyes of my ministers? Alas, the incessant issues of annexation persist. Throughout history, every dynasty has fallen due to the scourge of annexation. To disrupt the interests of those already benefiting, one must cultivate a new class of beneficiaries. Without this, how can one break the deadlock? Wang Shouren paused, realization dawning upon him. He pondered. The eunuch's monopolization of power is equally undesirable. The gentry, though malevolent, at least know to temper their actions, daring not to act openly. Yet, the eunuchs are different. They have no family outside the palace. Their loyalty lies solely with me. Zhu Hozhao countered. Indeed, Wang Shouren replied. But has the emperor ever considered why they are loyal to the throne? They have no alternative but to be loyal to me, Zhu Hozhao stated. True, yet not entirely true, Wang Shouren interjected. They are compelled to serve the emperor, but what motivates their loyalty? I know what you wish to express. Yes, eunuchs are greedy and commit wrongs, but what of the gentry? Zhu Hozhao scoffed. When they indulge in greed and malice, they surpass eunuchs. Wang Shouren chuckled lightly. Your Majesty, do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Would you be willing to hear my counsel with a calm heart? Speak, Zhu Hozhao grumbled. I must state up front. If you are here at your father's behest to persuade me to dismiss the eunuchs, then there is no need for further discourse. In truth, I hold you in high regard, but I hope you do not resemble those Confucian scholars. Your father is indeed a gentleman. Yet he often clings too rigidly to tradition and has an overly favorable view of his circle. Wang Shouren smiled and said, Let us engage in rational analysis, calmly. Very well, proceed, Zhu Hozhao replied. What you just said is accurate. The crux of the Ming dynasty, as well as previous dynasties, has always been annexation, Wang Shouren noted. But has the emperor contemplated the fundamental reasons behind annexation? Desire for unfulfilled needs. Zhu Hozhao grunted. True, but that explanation is rather vague, Wang Shoren asserted. The gentry may be flawed, yet they are not as malign as you perceive. Zhu Hozhao bristled at this remark, but recalling his earlier commitment to remain calm. He suppressed his irritation and said, I am all ears. The world thrives on profit. All actions are driven by the pursuit of gain, Wang Shoren remarked. This is why I assert that the gentry are not as wicked as you think. I cannot comprehend your reasoning, Zhu Hozhao replied coolly. You assert that profit is paramount, and I wholeheartedly agree. Yet, when profit takes precedence, one's heart becomes clouded by greed. Wang Shoren smiled. Precisely because of this greed, they are less likely to act recklessly. How so? Your Majesty must understand that landlords, wealthy merchants, and gentry often have ancestors who served as officials. This is why they are collectively referred to as gentry in most cases, Wang Shoren explained. These individuals come from families that have held office, and their descendants strive for the same. Thus they possess resources and receive quality education. Are you implying that education purifies the heart? Zhu Hozhao scoffed. Wang Shoren, amused yet resigned, replied, Might I ask the emperor to allow me to finish my thought? Please continue, Zhu Hozhao invited. With the wisdom passed down through generations and the abundance of educational resources, they have indeed become quite intelligent. Wang Shoren paused, seeking the emperor's agreement. Zhu Hozhao, displeased, nodded curtly. Wang Shoren continued. The gentry class, unless faced with life-and-death circumstances, typically remains rooted in their ancestral lands, residing in the same place for generations. Even amidst dynastic changes, they seldom relocate. Thus, they do not hastily deplete their resources, not out of conscience, but for the sake of long-term sustainability. Take the relationship between landlords and tenants, a most common phenomenon. Landlords possess vast tracts of land, yet crops do not grow of their own accord. Cultivation requires labor. Wang Shoren remarked that if landlords wish for tenants to cultivate their land, they must at least ensure the tenants can sustain themselves. Otherwise, the land would lie fallow. Would it not? I concede that your argument holds merit, Zhu Hozhao replied gravely. But if such rampant exploitation continues, the common people will ultimately find it impossible to survive, leading to chaos and jeopardizing the state. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Wang Shoren nodded. The issues must be addressed, yet to resolve them, one must first grasp the essence of the problems clearly. Do you not concur, Your Majesty? Zhu Hozhao gradually calmed, the initial tension dissipating, and jested. You have endured hardship for several years. Indeed, you have matured. Perhaps I ought to exile you to Yunnan for a few more years. Chapter 76. Do you deceive me as well? Wang Shoren chuckled, savoring the moment, and inquired, Your Majesty, is there tea available? I find myself somewhat parched. Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes. You wish to drink tea before clarifying your points? Huh. Serve the tea. Wang Shoren, unable to suppress a smile, exchanged light banter, further easing the previously tense atmosphere. After enjoying half a cup of tea, Wang Shoren returned to the topic of consolidation, stating, from the historical records, I have learned that the issue of consolidation in the Ming dynasty has not been a gradual escalation, from the Hongwu to the Xuanwu reigns. The scale of consolidation has remained modest. If we were to speak candidly, most of it arises from the princely families, while the gentry's consolidation has been relatively minimal. Do you know why, Your Majesty? Is it due to maritime merchants? Zhu Hozhao inquired. Indeed, Wang Shoren affirmed. The interests of maritime merchants have been substantial. Additionally, since the reign of the Taizong, the court has consistently diverted the gentry's attention, which has allowed for such circumstances. However, since the Zhengtong period, consolidation has gradually intensified, only to soon enter a phase of stability. The early Jingtai era saw another surge, yet it was swiftly curtailed. Under the Chenghua reign, consolidation actually lessened somewhat. Wang Shoren did not elaborate further, yet Zhu Hozhao understood the implications. To reprimand one's father in front of his son could not be deemed disrespectful, especially when the subject was the emperor himself. Although Wang Shoren did not state it outright, anyone else would have dared not even broach the topic. Zhu Hozhao silently defended his father's honor, remarking on the prosperity and peace of the Hongji era. Indeed, Wang Shoren nodded. Noting the emperor's displeasure, he quickly added, the late emperor was a rare, benevolent ruler, and during the Hongji era, the state enjoyed stability and the flourishing of commerce. Zhu Hozhao's expression softened slightly, stating, I will resolve the issue of consolidation. A father's debts should be repaid by his son. He took it upon himself to shoulder the responsibility. Wang Shoren reassured him. Your Majesty, in truth, the issue of land consolidation in the Ming dynasty, even now, is not as grave as you perceive. There is no need for you to act with undue haste. Not serious? Zhu Hozhao retorted. In reality, it is so. You know nothing of the matter. Zhu Hozhao exclaimed. Indeed, the overall grain tax has risen significantly, yet this increase is bolstered by high-yield crops such as Yongla beans, Yongla rice, and Xuanda tubers, and is predicated upon the policy of tax reform. If we were to compare it to the era of the founding emperor, the grain tax has undoubtedly decreased by more than 30%. Wang Shoren took a sip of tea and remarked, in truth, many of these are merely pseudo-consolidations. Pseudo-consolidations? Zhu Hozhao furrowed his brow, perplexed. What do you mean? There has been consolidation, yet it is not complete, Wang Shoren elucidated. For the court, land has been consolidated. However, for the common people, it remains otherwise. Zhu Hozhao paused, astonished, and exclaimed, Are you suggesting that the land is being offered up? The term offering refers to the practice where commoners present their land to the gentry, placing it under the gentry's name, while still cultivating it themselves, thereby evading taxes and splitting the profits. This practice has persisted throughout the ages. The Ming laws clearly state, accepting land offerings from the populace results in property confiscation and banishment to military service. Since the implementation of tax reform during the reign of Taizong, such occurrences have significantly diminished. The commoners have been relieved from the burdens of labor taxes. Although the land tax may have increased, their lives have improved, no longer suffocated by the weight of the head tax, rendering the need for offerings unnecessary. It is easy to offer but difficult to reclaim. While it may be simple to relinquish one's cultivated land, it is rare for the populace to part with their fields. Furthermore, the stringent laws of the Ming dynasty serve as a deterrent. Zhu Hozhao had not contemplated this angle. How infuriating, truly infuriating. Zhu Hozhao seethed. Your Majesty, please. Take a moment, Wang Shoren hastily interjected. Your current approach will not resolve the issue. Furious, Zhu Hozhao retorted. Shall we then allow it to persist unchallenged? Wang Shoren, in resignation, asked, Did Mr. Li offer any counsel before his departure regarding your temper? Zhu Hozhao hesitated, gradually calming himself, though the tumultuous rise and fall of his chest signified his lingering agitation. Do you possess any counsel? Although such actions may appear to undermine the court's interests, it is the gentry who benefit. However, the commoners also stand to gain. Wang Shoren comforted him. Consider it from a positive perspective. This is a means of concealing wealth among the populace. I can provide, but they must not seize, Zhu Hozhao asserted. Yet, if I were to send officials to investigate, no results would be forthcoming. I do not believe, he declared, for they are not offerings. Wang Shoren sighed. What will emerge is merely lawful and legitimate land transactions. The gentry are not foolish enough to expose flaws. The commoners, having gained advantages, will not reveal the truth. If your Majesty were to force the issue, it would only stir public resentment and chaos. I despise the gentry, yet the unruly populace is equally detestable, a horde of miscreants. Zhu Hozhao erupted in anger. Wang Shoren remained patient, waiting for the tempest to subside. After a considerable time, Zhu Hozhao finally calmed slightly and urged, Share your strategy with me. Increasing taxes is out of the question, Zhu Hozhao firmly rejected. Such an action would merely compel the common people to engage in offerings under the guise of transactions. Wang Shoren added, First increase, then decrease. What do you mean? Zhu Hozhao inquired. Your Majesty, the gentry of the Ming dynasty must also pay taxes, albeit with significant reductions. Wang Shoren explained. Currently, the gentry's tax obligation is merely 30%, with the remaining 70% retained by them, which is the very reason for the offerings. Zhu Hozhao was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to a realization, exclaiming, Brilliant! First, we increase taxes, and then, in the name of benevolence towards the common people, we reduce their burdens, allowing everyone to pay a uniform tax amount. This way, both officials and gentry will fulfill their tax obligations, while also addressing issues of contributions. What an ingenious plan! Wang Shoren, however, smiled wryly, responding, If your Majesty harbors such intentions, then this national policy will be unimplementable. Surely, that is not your true intention? Indeed, but the gentry must be treated with favor. Neglecting them will undoubtedly lead to failure. Wang Shoren insisted. Moreover, your Majesty, you must also be willing to compromise. Compromise again? Zhu Hozhao laughed in disbelief. These gentry and troublemakers have already trampled upon me, and you still suggest I compromise? Wang Shoren sighed, Your Majesty. Displaying anger will not resolve the issues at hand. I believe Mr. Li has reiterated this principle more than once. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Hozhao inquired, How should one compromise? Through the eunuchs. Wang Shoren replied. Zhu Hozhao squinted his eyes, growing alert once more, and coldly retorted, So after all this, you are still advising me to dismiss the eunuchs? If Your Majesty thinks so, then there is no need for further discussion, Wang Shoren declared. Outrageous. Is it not enough that Li Qing has wronged me, but you too? Zhu Hozhao erupted in fury, genuinely believing he was not jesting when he threatened to exile Wang Shoren to Yunnan. Wang Shoren, wearied, said, Your Majesty, you are too quick to anger, allowing emotions to cloud your judgment. How can I proceed under such circumstances? Am I the one in a hurry? Fine, if I am not in a rush. Then all the blame lies with me, Wang Shoren stated. When will Your Majesty exile me? Zhu Hozhao found himself at a loss for words. Old Wang. Oh, old Wang. Zhu Hozhao lamented. I have treated you well. Why do you follow Li Qing's example and deceive me? Upon hearing Li Qing's name for the second time, Wang Shoren felt a flicker of surprise. He confirmed that Zhu Hozhao was not referring to Li Qing, but to Li Qing himself. Could it be that the emperor was aware of Mr. Li's secret? Wang Shoren cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Hozhao, but discerned no unusual signs. Momentarily uncertain, he chose to set that thought aside. Kneeling and bowing, he said, I have offended Your Majesty. It is my fault, and I beseech you to punish me. 3 years salary reduction. I shall accept the decree. Wang Shoren consoled himself, thinking, After all, I have done little work these past few years, so I might as well pretend I have not received any salary. Seeing his sincere attitude of contrition, Zhu Hozhao finally calmed down, grumbling, Rise. I will not dismiss the eunuchs. You must find a middle ground. Find a middle ground? That is beyond my ability. Your Majesty must be the one to find a compromise. I am the emperor. I command you to compromise, Zhu Hozhao asserted, unreasonably. This could not entirely be blamed on him. The relationship between ruler and subjects had always been fraught, particularly in contrast to the previous reign of Hongji, which cast Zhu Hozhao in a light of being ungrateful and obstinate. If he were to abandon the eunuchs, his reign would undoubtedly become even more challenging. Do not just stand there, speak, Zhu Hozhao insisted, assuring, This time, I will not rush you, nor will I interrupt. If you do not prompt me to speak, I shall not utter a word. You are quite obedient, yet you do not speak. Wang Shoren quipped, feeling defeated. Speak now. Wang Shoren composed himself, responding calmly. Does Your Majesty agree with my earlier remarks regarding the local gentry? Zhu Hozhao gestured towards his own mouth. One can only say, as long as emotions do not sway one's judgment. Upon reflection, your arguments do hold considerable merit. Zhu Hozhao nodded slowly, contemplating silently. In years of disaster, local wealthy gentry do provide relief to the afflicted populace. Although their motives may stem from fear of being harmed by desperate citizens, they nonetheless perform a commendable act that should not be dismissed entirely. Wang Shoren acknowledged this, then inquired about the eunuchs. While they possessed certain shortcomings, their loyalty to the emperor is noteworthy. I never claimed they lack loyalty. Objectively, their fidelity is indeed higher. Wang Shoren did not refute this. Yet he cautioned the emperor that unyielding loyalty could ultimately lead to chaos. Zhu Hozhao, eager yet restrained, feigned a gentle demeanor and asked, Why do you say that? Take, for instance, the emperor's desire to have the eunuchs survey the land. Upon receiving the decree, they would exert themselves tirelessly without regard for local conditions. Wang Shoren elaborated that their loyalty compels them to please the emperor at any cost, resulting in an inflated assessment of land. But at what expense to the common people? Zhu Hozhao was rendered speechless. Yet, all the emperor perceives is their loyalty and willingness to undertake practical matters. Wang Shoren sighed, stating, It may be impudent of me to say, but sometimes, loyalty to the emperor can harm the populace. If officials were to conduct the surveys, the figures would be considerably lower. This would involve compromises based on reality, as well as the potential for corruption, but at least the common folk would not suffer on a large scale. Wang Shoren continued, however, in the emperor's eyes, he only sees them as outwardly compliant and engaged in rampant bribery. Both are detestable, yet the former is far more egregious, is it not? Wang Shoren asserted that the latter, though yielding lesser results, protects the people and aligns with the emperor's original intentions, while the former, despite achieving significant outcomes, completely undermines those very intentions, leading to widespread displacement and even the ruin of families. Zhu Hozhao responded solemnly, I do not wish, nor will I, to choose between two evils. Your Majesty is wise. Wang Shuren praised. Thus, I will not discard the eunuchs. Zhu Hozhao emphasized, pausing before adding, I will not permit the eunuchs to wield unchecked power. Your Majesty is enlightened. Wang Shuren bowed deeply, feeling a sense of relief. You must assist me, Zhu Hozhao murmured, recalling the recent punishment of an individual for 3 years of salary. A flush crept upon his face, yet he could not bring himself to retract the order. Instead, he begrudgingly amended, Well, the concerns of the sovereign are the burdens of the minister. You would not wish to be insulted, would you? Wang Shuren smiled. Having returned to court, I shall certainly alleviate your Majesty's worries. Chapter 77. Xiao Yun, you have gained renown. After so many years in the same classroom, how could there not be affection? Reflecting on the past instances of teasing Yang Tinghe, a smile inevitably graced their faces. Zhu Hozhao harbored deep feelings for Wang Shuren, who shared a close bond with Li Qing. As the saying goes, those who are close to vermilion turn red. Loving the house also means loving the crow. Zhu Hozhao always viewed Wang Shuren through a favorable lens. His demeanor softened as he inquired, Do you mean to suggest that eunuchs should not survey the land or manage military settlements? Wang Shuren shook his head. Not at all. Zhu Hozhao relaxed, fully aware that allowing local self-assessment would merely be a facade, yielding no tangible results. So we still employ eunuchs? Eunuchs can be utilized, but power must not be excessively delegated. Wang Shuren pondered deeply, recognizing that the essence of the issue was already perceived by His Majesty. The official's assessment of property might lead to personal gain under the guise of duty, while eunuchs, in their evaluations, might resort to unscrupulous means to achieve their ends. Perhaps a compromise could be reached by involving both civil officials and eunuchs? Zhu Hozhao frowned and remarked that, in such a case, it would be nearly impossible to accomplish anything, as they would likely end up in conflict. Your Majesty is indeed astute, Wang Shuren acknowledged. We should approach this in 2 phases, working collaboratively. Zhu Hozhao raised his teacup and took a sip, then spoke slowly, Please elaborate. Let the eunuchs handle the initial assessment, but restrict their role to merely quantifying the numbers. The redistribution of power must not fall into their hands, Wang Shuren advised. Once Your Majesty has a clear understanding, the officials can undertake the redistribution, albeit not by local officials. Rather, we can employ the censorate's officials and the 6 department secretaries in the capital. After a moment's pause, he added, Your Majesty must be aware that the figures reported by the eunuchs are likely to be inflated and misleading. Therefore, we should also request local inspectors, governors, commanders, and provincial governors to submit their own reports to the capital. During this time, the Jinui should oversee the process. Wang Shuren proposed. There will certainly be significant discrepancies between the 2 lists. Your Majesty could select a reasonably accurate figure as a benchmark to prevent collusion. It would be prudent to dispatch the Jinui before the eunuchs set out to create a time gap. Will this method be effective? Zhu Hozhao expressed skepticism. Wang Shuren, however, smiled and replied, The officials in the capital differ greatly from those in the provinces. Beneath the emperor's gaze, they inherently harbor a profound respect for imperial authority. Furthermore, those in the political corps place greater emphasis on advancement rather than mere wealth. Naturally, they may exhibit some degree of greed, yet they would never dare to deceive the emperor for monetary gain. Should a matter of such magnitude go awry and incite the emperor's wrath, the lightest consequence would be dismissal from office. Unlike the eunuchs, they would not abandon responsibility, leaving chaos in their wake. Wang Shuren analyzed. While the power of the officials is substantial, Your Majesty can still easily dismiss those below the 6th rank. This is a policy that benefits the people, and by using it as an excuse, no one would have a valid reason to oppose. This rationale is well understood by those censors and officials, hence they would proceed with caution. That makes sense. Zhu Hozhao nodded slowly, smiling as he remarked. It would be a disservice to have a talent like the head of the Ministry of Works wasted. Why not have you join the censorate as a deputy censor? Your Majesty wishes for me to take the lead. This is your proposed strategy. Thus, it is only fitting that you oversee it, Zhu Hozhao replied. In this manner, I could also naturally promote you further afterward. Li Qing had departed and would not return for several years, leaving Zhu Hozhao with a sense of solitude in his endeavors. Yet, Wang Xiaoren's return provided him with a sense of companionship. Both in personal rapport and capability, Wang Xiaoren met the criteria for Zhu Hozhao's aspirations for promotion and use. Your Majesty's goodwill is deeply appreciated, yet I have a more suitable candidate in mind, Zhu Hozhao stated. Li Qing has gone overseas and will not return in the near future. Is it not he? Who else could it be? Wang Xiaoren smiled and replied. This individual bears the surname Yang, with the given name Shun. He was the top scholar in the 3rd year of the Jingde era, the son of the Grand Secretary Yang Tinghe. In an instant, Zhu Hozhao suddenly comprehended and exclaimed, "Marvelous. This means old Yang has been dragged into this as well. Haha, when my son takes the stage, I shall undoubtedly find myself in a predicament. It seems it is up to you to thoroughly ensnare old Yang." At that moment, Zhu Hozhao reminisced about the days of teasing Yang Tinghe. He chuckled. It is well to remain in the capital. Surveying land is no small feat. It would take at least a year to accomplish, and I truly cannot bear to let you go. Wang Xiaoren smiled and replied, Your Majesty, regarding the matter of compromise, the division of profits can be negotiated, yet as you mentioned, the surveying of land must still involve the eunuchs. Zhu Hozhao was reluctant to relinquish the power of the eunuchs. Compromise did not equate to surrender. However, the emperor needed to make a statement. For instance, he inquired, we could dispose of a few minor figures. Wang Xiaoren cautioned, allowing the eunuchs to wield unchecked power will corrupt the integrity of the court. Zhu Hozhao chuckled. Is it not already corrupt? It could very well worsen. Wang Xiaoren advised, Your Majesty, ultimately you must govern the realm alongside your ministers, not solely with the eunuchs. Zhu Hozhao sighed and quietly remarked, As you say, it may be wise to rid ourselves of a few of the 8 tigers. Eliminating a few would not be detrimental. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Suddenly, Zhu Hozhao asked, Do you genuinely believe me to be wise, or are you merely echoing the sentiments of others, who claim I am wise simply for accepting their counsel? Wang Xiaoren, clearing his throat, responded, All I speak is the truth. Is that so? No, it is not. Let us put that aside. Wang Xiaoren conceded, standing and bowing. If your Majesty has no further commands, I shall take my leave. Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes, contemplated speaking, but ultimately restrained himself, saying softly, You may go. I take my leave. The following day, at Wang's residence, Wang Xiaoren returned from the court to find his father seated in the parlor, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Wang Hua's expression was a mixture of surprise, joy, concern, and incredulity, which ultimately settled into seriousness. You have returned? Please, sit, Wang Hua said calmly. Ah, very well. Wang Xiaoren took a seat opposite his father, leaning forward so that only half of his posterior rested on the chair, his legs tense and poised for a hasty exit. Given his knowledge of his father, it seemed likely that a reprimand was forthcoming. It appeared that his previous remark about anyone being able to attain sainthood had indeed provoked his father. Xiaoyan, are you aware of what transpired in the court today? Wang Hua inquired gravely. As his father addressed him as Xiaoyan, Wang Xiaoren relaxed somewhat and shook his head, replying, Please, father, speak plainly. The emperor praised you, Wang Hua stated, in front of the entire court. He commended you and dismissed the 3 eunuchs, Gao Feng, Luo Xiang, and Xiu Ju. This was all due to your counsel. You have gained notoriety. Is that not a good thing? Wang Xiaoren smiled. Just the other day, you were deeply concerned about eunuchs wielding power. Why the change of heart? While I am pleased by the emperor's actions, Xiaoyan, Wang Hua sighed. You find yourself in a precarious position. Though the emperor may have good intentions, the outcome may not be favorable. Are you worried about retaliation from the 8 tigers? Wang Hua scoffed. What fear is there from a group of domineering eunuchs? My concern lies in the treacherous path of officialdom. Your temperament is ill-suited for it. You ought to serve in a local capacity. The capital is not the place for you. Wang Xiaoren chuckled and asked, Father, do you truly have so little faith in your son? No one knows a child better than their father. Do you really think I lack insight into your character? Wang Hua shot him a glare. Then, feeling a pang of guilt, remarked, In truth, I am not much better than you. After all these years in office, I realize I have contributed little in terms of national policies that would benefit the people. I have merely followed the script, and all that remains is a modest reputation. I have no remarkable talents, nor do I possess the skill to navigate social relationships. Though my reputation in the officialdom is commendable, I have no true friends. I am aging now, and I cannot hold on to this position of minister for much longer. Wang Hua sighed softly. Though I hold the title of minister, I am unable to assist you. Wang Xiaoren replied earnestly, If all officials in the Ming dynasty were like you, father, the nation would truly be at peace. Enough of that, Wang Hua retorted with a frown, but then smiled gently, his demeanor softening. Consider taking a position closer to home. The capital is not a place for everyone. The old man continued in a soothing tone. While my capabilities are limited, I can still leverage my influence on your behalf. The court is a vast melting pot. Once you step in, it is nearly impossible to remain untainted. Serving as a local magistrate, doing tangible good for the people, is not a bad path at all. Wang Shoren chuckled and asked, do you think it is difficult to persuade the emperor to control the eunuchs? At this, his father expressed curiosity. How did you manage to convince the emperor? Wang Shoren did not answer directly, but instead posed a question of his own. If I could accomplish such a challenging task, why do you doubt my ability to navigate the intrigues of the court? Wang Hua paused, not angry, nor did he rise to reprimand his son. Perhaps deep down, he hoped for his son to achieve great things. You have reached maturity and are not far from wisdom. Having your own opinions is commendable. I merely offer suggestions. The choice is entirely yours. Wang Hua chuckled lightly. Perhaps your audacious spirit will serve you well in the court. He thought of Li Qing and then looked at his son, wondering if perhaps his son truly could achieve greatness. During this period, pay close attention, you will soon see. Before Wang Hua could finish, the old steward appeared at the door, inquiring, is there a guest? Looking for Miss Xiaoyan? The steward displayed a look of admiration and bowed, saying, Master, your wisdom is commendable. Wang Hua inhaled deeply and asked, which esteemed guest is it? The scholar Yang has come with his son to visit the eldest young master. The steward replied, Yang Shun, a child from another family has arrived? Wang Shoren was taken aback, but then recollected himself. Is the guest in the front courtyard? Yes, the steward affirmed. I just served tea, and I came to inquire if the eldest young master wishes to meet. Of course, I must meet him. Wang Shoren paused and turned to his father, asking, Father, do you wish to meet him? Guests are to be treated with respect. Naturally, Wang Hua nodded and sighed. You may go. Chapter 78. The heartfelt grief of Yang Tinghe Yang Shun, courtesy name Yongxiu. Wang Shoren, courtesy name Bowen. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two introduced themselves. Wang Shoren had met Yang Shun before, albeit during his childhood. This was largely thanks to Yang Tinghe's early fame. Having achieved the highest degree at the age of 19, serving as a scholar, and then returning home to marry. This prodigy was indeed successful both in his career and in love, reportedly marrying the daughter of his teacher. It was said that many literati envied him back then. Perhaps it was for this reason that his son turned out to be extraordinary as well. In his youth, Yang Shun accompanied his father to the capital, where he astonishingly showcased his literary prowess, surpassing even his father. His reputation quickly soared, capturing the attention of influential figures, despite Yang Tinghe not yet having entered the cabinet. Yang Shun's name nonetheless became well known among the elite, and even the three gentlemen of the cabinet held him in high regard, with Li Dongyang referring to him as a peer. This is the origin of the phrase the children of others as mentioned by Wang Hua. The father-son duo left little room for others to thrive. The father became a jinshi at 19, while the son achieved the highest honor mere days after coming of age. Truly, the pupil surpassed the master. In his early 20s, with a refined appearance and exceptional talent, he was not only impressive in intellect, but also possessed striking looks, embodying the image of an elegant young gentleman, certainly more appealing than the dark-skinned and ordinary-looking Wang Shoren, who was in his 30s. Both Wang Shoren and Yang Shun had impressions of one another, as Wang Shoren had often been a topic of conversation at the dining table, introduced by Yang Shun's father. However, in Yang Tinghe's perspective, Wang Shoren served as a cautionary tale. Wang Shoren chuckled, since I am a few years your senior, I shall take the liberty of calling you Brother Yang. Please, have a seat. Yang Shun smiled politely and glanced at his father, subtly reminding Wang Shoren of his position. Esteemed scholar Yang, please do take a seat. Wang Shoren seemed to realize his oversight and quickly invited him, even when Zhu Hozhao was still the crown prince. The two had crossed paths contentiously, with Yang Tinghe finding every fault in Wang Shoren. In the past, at the Palace Academy, Yang Tinghe had often made things difficult for Wang Shoren. However, Wang Shoren had not been without his defenses, and the two had almost come to blows on several occasions. Yet, those were bygone days. Now, Wang Shoren had tempered his sharpness, and Yang Tinghe, holding the title of Grand Scholar, felt it inappropriate to be overly petty. Nevertheless, The lingering animosity from the past made it difficult for them to be amicable. At their first encounter, Yang Tinghe maintained an air of superiority, hardly acknowledging Wang Shoren. Naturally, Wang Shoren did not indulge him. Yang Tinghe, feeling slighted, turned and remarked coolly, "Since I have a good rapport with your father, I shall take the liberty of calling you Little Wang." Wang Shoren was taken aback. Noticing the palpable tension between the two, Yang Shun hastily diverted the conversation, saying, "I have heard that Brother Bowen has just returned to the capital and advised the Emperor against the eunuch's monopolization of power. Such unwavering loyalty is commendable." "Ah, Brother Yang, you flatter me. It is merely my duty to serve the Emperor," Wang Shoren replied, choosing to disregard Yang Tinghe. Many esteemed individuals in the court, including Duke Li and Duke Liang, have offered counsel to the Emperor. Yang Shun smiled and remarked, "Yet the Emperor chose to heed Brother Bowen's advice. One cannot put it that way. It is akin to 5 buns being sufficient to satiate hunger, and I merely happen to be the last one served, nothing more." Wang Shoren modestly insisted. Yang Tinghe, unable to tolerate Wang Shoren's demeanor any longer, interjected forcefully, "My son has recently been promoted to the Ministry of Personnel, but I suspect this may be due to your recommendation, Little Wang." "Oh, what makes you say that?" Today, during the morning audience, the Emperor first addressed the 3 tigers, and shortly thereafter, my son was promoted. "Upon reflection, it seems you are the only one with such goodwill," Yang Tinghe said, fixing his gaze on Wang Shoren. His teeth clenched. While it is indeed a positive development for the son to formally enter the ranks of officials, the timing of this revelation is rather unfortunate. Yang Tinghe possessed exceptional political talent, and given that the crown prince and Wang, his companion, had conspired against him in the past, he sensed something amiss during today's court session. These 2 mischievous troublemakers were likely plotting against him once more. Although Yang Tinghe was unaware of the impending land survey that would see his son take the lead, his past experiences allowed him to quickly discern that this was a trap. Wang Shoren, despite his disdain for Yang Tinghe, could not help but acknowledge that Yang was indeed suited for the role of a high official. His keen political acumen had enabled his son to achieve the highest honors at a young age, and it was only fitting that the Emperor valued such talent by bestowing upon him an official position. Wang Shoren chuckled. "Does Scholar Yang truly believe that your son is incapable of holding even a 7th-rank official's position?" Yang Tinghe found himself momentarily speechless in response to this sharp retort. Yang Shun, having enjoyed a smooth journey to success and achieving the highest honors at a young age, inevitably harbored a sense of pride. Upon hearing Wang's words, he could not resist the bait. Although still young, Yang Shun felt compelled to honor the Emperor's grace and replied respectfully, "Given the Emperor's favor as a subject, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly." This statement left Yang Tinghe at a loss for words. His intention in bringing his son today was to expose Wang Shoren's schemes, to stand on the moral high ground and vent his frustrations, and to pressure Wang into appointing someone else to the task. However, with his son's words, he found himself unable to confront Wang Shoren directly. Thus, he redirected his ire towards his son, scolding, "At such a tender age, what merit do you possess?" Yang Shun's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he dared not retort. "Please do not be upset, Scholar Yang," Wang Shoren interjected, taking on the role of the benevolent elder. "I firmly believe that your son will not slacken in his duties, nor will he shy away from hardship." Yang Shun, unable to argue against his father, could only echo Wang Shoren's sentiments, stating, "Brother Bowen, you flatter me. However, fearing hardship and fatigue is not in my nature." "Foolishness. You infuriate me." Yang Tinghe felt as though he might explode with rage, and his disdain for Wang Shoren only intensified. Despite his efforts to suppress his anger, he could hardly resist the urge to strike. Fortunately, Wang Hua arrived just in time to diffuse the tension. "Father," Wang Shoren stood up, and Yang Tinghe and Yang Shun followed suit. "Minister Wang," Yang Shun acknowledged, having met him before. "Scholar Yang, please do not stand on ceremony." Wang Hua returned the gesture and smiled. "Please, have a seat." Hearing Wang Hua refer to his son as Yang Yiqing, Yang Tinghe felt even more discomfort. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Wang Hua was equally sly. Wang Hua, oblivious to Yang Tinghe's inner thoughts, noticed the discordant atmosphere and, after a moment of contemplation, understood the cause. There was a rift between Yang Tinghe and his son. In terms of political ability, Wang Hua could not compare to Yang Tinghe, but when it came to composure and demeanor, he was leagues ahead. With a stern glance at his son, He then praised Yang Shun profusely before gently suggesting, "Today, after such a setback for the 8 tigers, they shall surely think twice before acting with such arrogance. This is indeed a joyous occasion. Let us raise a couple of cups in celebration and compose some poetry for merriment. Scholar Yang, would you honor us with your presence?" After a brief pause, he chuckled, remarking that the youth are indeed filled with vigor, and their perspectives inevitably clash. It would be excessive to be overly critical. If my son possessed even half the qualities of your esteemed self, I could wake from dreams with a smile. Regardless, let us stroll and indulge in a couple of cups to celebrate. Wang Shoren promptly clasped his hands in respect and said, "Father, Scholar Yang, please." Yang Shun also rose to bow, and though he did not articulate it, his intentions were evident. At this juncture, Yang Tinghe found it impossible to leave. Setting aside Wang Shoren, the warmth of Wang Hua and his son's grievances left him no choice but to stay. Yang Tinghe felt a surge of indignation. Yet he had no outlet for his frustrations. In that moment, his face flushed with suppressed emotion, and ultimately, he could only maintain the elegance befitting a grand secretary. Forcing a smile as he said, "Please, Minister Wang." Once the elder Yang departed, the younger Yang visibly relaxed. Yang Shun sipped his tea and inquired, "Was it truly Brother Bowen who recommended me? Even without my endorsement, the Emperor would surely favor Brother Yang. It is merely a matter of timing." Wang Shoren did not refute this, adding, "The Emperor's intention has always been to elevate Brother Yang. My role was merely to serve as a catalyst." Although Yang Shun possessed a certain pride, he was not blindly arrogant. He chuckled, stating, "Throughout history, there have always been top scholars. What merit do I possess to catch the Emperor's eye?" After a moment, he inquired earnestly, "Brother Bowen, may I speak plainly? Does the Emperor have plans for me?" "Indeed." Wang Shoren pondered briefly before responding, "Brother Yang, there are matters I should not share with you at this moment, as they may affect our overall strategy. However, I trust in your character and believe you can distinguish between public and private interests, so I shall speak candidly. The Emperor intends to survey the lands." Yang Shun was momentarily taken aback, but his eyes soon sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "The Emperor is indeed wise." Wang Shoren nodded with a smile and began to outline the strategy. In the principle of employing those deemed trustworthy while maintaining skepticism towards others, it is essential that Yang Shun be made aware of these plans sooner rather than later, allowing him to prepare accordingly. Wang Shoren felt confident in sharing this. Given the ideological clash between the father and son, coupled with Yang Shun's desire to prove himself, bearing the title of Grand Secretary's son, Yang Shun could not escape the whispers of his colleagues, and the lack of faith from his father only strengthened his resolve to demonstrate his capabilities. "Marvelous, splendid," Yang Shun exclaimed, clapping his hands after absorbing the entirety of the strategy. With officials from the capital not present in the provinces, there are fewer concerns. Local officials, for the sake of stability in their positions, will not allow capital officials to act recklessly. In the end, both sides must compromise to ensure local stability while allowing capital officials to achieve tangible results, thereby maximizing benefits for the nation and its people. Wang Shoren was astonished. He had not anticipated Yang Shun's astute political insights so early in his career, and he felt a renewed sense of appreciation for him. Yang Shun expressed his concerns. "While this arrangement is indeed sensible, entrusting the eunuchs with the surveying task seems somewhat inappropriate. Even those with dubious character can accomplish good deeds when utilized effectively," Wang Shoren remarked with a light laugh. "Moreover, the Emperor has recognized the dangers of eunuchs wielding excessive power and will surely restrain their influence in due course. There is no need for Brother Yang to worry." Yang Shun nodded slowly, affirming, "If the common people benefit and the state gains from this, we must not be overly concerned with minor details. I must share a couple of cups with Brother Yang." Wang Shoren genuinely admired this young scholar, viewing him with newfound respect. As the dishes were served, the two enjoyed their meal while engaging in lively conversation, their laughter ringing out joyfully. Meanwhile, Wang Hua felt a sense of happiness, pleased that the Emperor had recognized the perils of eunuch power. He indulged in wine and poetry, his spirits high. In stark contrast, Yang Tinghe was far from content. He was deeply displeased. His son had been duped, and yet he was helping others count their money. How could he possibly be happy? This was nothing short of a blatant scheme, and the mischievous duo left Yang Tinghe filled with righteous indignation. In Chapter 79, Li Qing's antics were merely a source of irritation for me. "What has come over you today, Scholar Yang?" At the entrance, Wang Hua gazed perplexedly at the retreating figures of father and son, reflecting, perhaps he simply does not enjoy laughter. Wang Shuren remarked. What nonsense is this? Wang Hua retorted, his eyes wide. I've heard the emperor say that while the current head of the cabinet is scholarly, it is Scholar Yang who truly handles affairs. Surely, he must be under considerable pressure. This makes sense. Wang Hua nodded thoughtfully, then redirected the conversation back to Wang Shuren. The emperor values you greatly. For your sake, he has even chosen to forego favoring the 8 tigers. Expect many suitors to seek your friendship. As a gentleman, you must remain unpartisan and uphold your integrity. The son understood. Wang Hua's demeanor softened as he continued. Given the emperor's profound grace, you ought to dedicate yourself wholeheartedly and not become complacent. Your father speaks wisely, said Shuren, taking his words to heart. Wang Hua was taken aback by his son's compliance. He had never felt such ease regarding his son before, prompting him to reflect. Enduring hardship is beneficial. One must endure more hardships. Father, what troubles you? It's nothing, Yang Tinghe replied, his expression sour as he added. You seem quite eager to make progress. Yang Shun faltered, responding, one cannot refuse the emperor's grace, having received his bounty. One must worry and resolve difficulties for the emperor and the nation. Your answer is impeccably sound, Yang Tinghe retorted, flinging his sleeves in anger and departing, leaving his son behind. Why do I keep falling prey to these 2 miscreants? He pondered, his frustration mounting. How could Wang Hua have raised such a son? In truth, during their earlier drinking, Yang Tinghe had subtly conveyed his sentiments, yet Wang Hua seemed oblivious, instead lavishing praise upon Yang Shun and disparaging his own son. Does he believe himself to be a paragon of virtue? Yang Tinghe was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Yang Shun watched his father's retreating figure, feeling an indescribable sense of loss, yet his competitive spirit was ignited. This time, I shall make you see me in a new light. He clenched his fist, filled with determination. In the office of ceremonial affairs, Lu Jin sat in the esteemed position. Gu Deong, Ma Yongcheng, and Wei Bin were lined up, sitting upright, their gazes toward Lu Jin filled with flattery and obsequiousness. What shall we do now, master? Gu Deong inquired, while Ma Yongcheng and Wei Bin wore anxious expressions. The downfall of Gao Feng, Luo Xiang, and Xiu Ju instilled a profound sense of crisis within them. What is there to panic about? Lu Jin remained remarkably composed, scoffing. The emperor will not abandon us. Moreover, Lu Jin suddenly paused, realizing this was an opportune moment to consolidate loyalty and power. With unwavering confidence, he assured them, we may lack in many things, but we uphold loyalty above all. If you stand by my side, I will stake my life to ensure your protection. In the realm of power, Lu Jin, as the chief eunuch of the Imperial Ceremonial Office, stands unrivaled, and in terms of imperial favor, the 3 others are merely shadows in comparison. They had no option but to comply. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 rose to bow, with Lu Jin being the focal point. With a chuckle, he encouraged them to rise. Lu Jin appeared even more elated, his creased face unfolding like a blooming chrysanthemum. He felt assured that with his presence, their fortunes were secure. Indeed, Lu Gonggong is magnanimous, the trio hurriedly flattered, treading carefully with their words. Gu Deong hesitated before inquiring, Gonggong, should we discuss Zhang Gonggong? But upon witnessing Lu Jin's displeasure, Gu Deong promptly fell silent. Lu Jin replied coolly, if you believe Zhang Yong can provide you protection, you may certainly seek refuge under him. I shall harbor no resentment. Nonsense, what merit does Zhang Yong possess? Gu Deong quickly retorted, asserting that in times of trouble, they would still rely on Lu Gonggong. Do not take offense, Gonggong, that was not my intention. Ma Yongcheng and Wei Bin hurried to disparage Zhang Yong, hoping to appease Lu Jin. Only then did Lu Jin reveal a smile once more. Within the inner court, the Imperial Ceremonial Office rightfully held the foremost position. However, the Imperial Horse Office was not to be underestimated, and Zhang Yong, as its head, would not easily bow to Lu Jin. This fact was clear to Lu Jin, who could only resort to isolating tactics to compel Zhang Yong to submit. In the Qinqing Palace, Wang Shuren spoke of Yang Shen's matters. Zhu Hozhao pondered. This is not a matter that can be resolved in a day. Since key figures are already aware, let us proceed with implementation. How does your Majesty intend to arrange this? Lu Jin was to oversee the measurement of land, a man with considerable ambition and ruthless methods. The Jinyui would be responsible for supervising local officials. Zhu Hozhao stated that local officials already possessed ledgers, ensuring efficiency. However, measuring the fields would be time-consuming. Therefore, distribution could not be delayed, as procrastination could lead to complications. Let Yang Shun follow Lu Jin closely. One shall handle the measurements, while the other manages distribution. How does this sound? Your Majesty is wise, Wang Shoren concurred. Zhu Hozhao continued his deliberation. The issue of commoners' contributions is also significant. If everyone were to do so, over time, the national finances would surely become strained. Not to mention the expenses for official salaries, military provisions, disaster relief, flood control, road repairs, and bridge constructions. Where will the funds come from? I am not a tyrant bent on extorting the people, yet I must consider the long-term stability of the Ming dynasty. Wang Shoren nodded gently and asked, "Who does your Majesty wish to send for the investigation? Do you believe self-examinations are reliable?" Wang Shoren fell silent. "Your Majesty, you just mentioned Lu Jin's considerable ambition and ruthless methods. If we were to assign this task to him, not him, for I am well aware of Lu Jin's character and would not entrust this to him. Let Zhang Yong handle it." Zhu Hozhao chuckled. "Among these so-called 8 tigers, you know Zhang Yong best. You must have some understanding of his character, correct?" Wang Shoren slowly nodded. "Zhang Yong, however, harbors little ambition and remains loyal to your Majesty." Haha, great minds think alike. Zhu Hozhao, having been dismissed for so long, felt a surge of relief at being validated, particularly by someone close to him. "Let us discuss a compromise." Wang Shoren laughed. "I cannot compromise. You are the emperor. Only you can negotiate. One person takes half." Zhu Hozhao bargained. "I have already given away 3 tigers. Is that not a compromise?" Wang Shoren let out an amused sigh, stating the crux of the matter. "Merely a question of interest distribution, correct?" Zhu Hozhao replied in a low voice. 7 out of 10 parts belong to others. I am almost reduced to begging." Wang Shoren pondered for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, do you recall my earlier words? Officials and gentry will not excessively oppress the common folk, as they are dedicated to maintaining local stability. The court must rely on them to better collect taxes." Zhu Hozhao remarked, "I am not oblivious to these principles, yet change is imperative, is it not?" "Indeed," Wang Shoren nodded. "However, this has been the case throughout history. The patterns of interest established over millennia are not easily dismantled. To forcibly disrupt them would lead to dire consequences." His expression turned grave as he continued. "The first emperor united the realms, establishing the first great unified dynasty. How did the second emperor meet his demise? It was not solely due to tyranny. The change from local to central officials was also a significant factor. Of course, while this transition favored the state, the calamity arose from the first emperor's impatience. The emperor often states, 'Governing a great nation is akin to cooking a delicate dish,'" Wang Shoren lamented. "Yet, looking back, it appears that you seldom focus on the timing. You speak of seeking progress while remaining stable, but when has stability truly been your priority?" Wang Shoren sighed and inquired, "Employing eunuchs may be a wise strategy. Yet is such a bold move truly prudent?" Zhu Hozhao fell silent, contemplating. "I could retain some of their benefits. A 30-70 split seems fair, with the majority in my favor." Before Wang Shoren could respond, Zhu Hozhao interjected, "Only by doing so can we effectively eliminate the issue of tribute. I have already compromised by taking 3 out of 8 tigers while retaining privileges for them," Zhu Hozhao stated coolly. "The remainder is for you to negotiate. I am the emperor, and my word is final." Wang Shoren replied, "I shall do my utmost. This is precisely what I expect from my loyal minister." Zhu Hozhao's spirits lifted as he clapped Wang Shoren on the shoulder, exclaiming, "I have great faith in you. You surpass Li Qing by far, who merely vexes me." "Unlike you." On the deck, Li Qing suddenly sneezed, rubbed his nose, and muttered, "Which scoundrel has cursed me?" Nearby, Tang Bohu appeared listless, having lost the initial excitement and anticipation, resembling a half-dead figure. "Sir, how much longer must we wait? We have only just embarked on this journey." "There is no need to rush," Li Qing replied, taking a few steps closer to him with a smile. "They say the west is far away. If we could arrive quickly, would it still be considered distant?" Tang Bohu countered, "There must be some time frame for it to be feasible. We have been sailing for over a month. It cannot be that swift." Li Qing chuckled, "Rest assured, this time I will not abandon you." "Would you even be able to abandon me in this vast ocean?" Tang Bohu silently scoffed, and then curiously asked, "By the way, how did you persuade the king of Malacca?" "Naturally, in the name of the Ming dynasty," Li Qing replied. "I carry the emperor's token, and as we bring it along, They face no loss. In fact, the Malaccans would prefer the Ming to engage, as it would help them counter the Franks. Is that so? Tang Bohu nodded slowly, casting a glance at Li Qing. I have a question. May I seek your clarification? After all these years, you have not changed one bit. What is the reason for that? Tang Bohu marveled with both admiration and envy, pondering why his friend never seemed to tan, despite the sun and wind they both endured. Only he emerged darker, creating an internal imbalance within Tang Bohu. Among friends, sharing good things is essential, Tang Bohu emphasized. Li Qing, with a hint of resignation, remarked, I truly cannot handle you. It's so apparent, yet you insist on it being explicitly stated, don't you? Do you believe in immortality? Tang Bohu hesitated and shook his head. Not particularly. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing inquired, what if I told you that I am an immortal? Having lived from the Hongwu era until now, would you believe me? Chapter 80. They flourish again. The immortal Tang Bohu stared blankly, murmuring to himself. His desire to refute stifled by disbelief. Years ago, before he reached maturity, Li Qing was already this way. Now, as he approached wisdom, Li Qing remained unchanged. Without even the slightest alteration. This was utterly unfathomable to Tang Bohu, almost beyond belief, yet the living example stood before him. After a long pause, he slowly regained his composure, muttering, this is indeed astonishing. Doubt still lingered. You must be a practitioner of the Tao, utilizing the ways of health and elixirs to achieve such a state, right? This seemed more plausible to Tang Bohu. Li Qing shook his head with a wry smile, sighing, few know this secret of mine, and you are the first to hear it directly from me and still not believe. Tang Bohu fell silent. It was not disbelief, but rather the incredibility of it all. Have you never been curious about my connection to the Li family? If I were truly immortal, wouldn't everything make sense? Li Qing countered. Tang Bohu was rendered speechless, realizing the truth in her words. After a moment, he swallowed hard and asked, do you possess any truly miraculous abilities? Now it was Li Qing's turn to feel awkward, as it seemed she did not. Not wanting to lose face, she prompted, such as? Tang Bohu, seemingly short on imagination, took a long time to conjure an example. Riding on clouds? Li Qing smiled helplessly. I cannot ride on clouds. But how about this? What? As soon as the words left her mouth, Tang Bohu's pupils contracted, his facial muscles twitching in shock. He witnessed Li Qing slowly lift her feet from the ground, hovering in midair. Moments later, she descended back to the earth. The energy expended was immense, and she feared being discovered, as they were not alone on the boat. Now do you believe? Tang Bohu nodded, dazed. Yes, I believe. The visual and emotional impact was overwhelming, leaving his thoughts frozen as he continued to stare at Li Qing in astonishment. Time stretched on, and after what felt like an eternity, Tang Bohu gasped, his chest heaving intensely. Such a significant secret should not be disclosed, my friend. Li Qing nodded, sighing, indeed. That is why I have long concealed my true self behind various masks. Then why? You are different. You are not like those mundane individuals. Li Qing replied with a gentle smile. In the presence of friends, I no longer wish to wear a facade. It is too exhausting, and I long for someone with whom I can speak my heart. A wave of emotion surged within Tang Bohu, sweeping away any lingering resentment from the years he felt overlooked. He has never been involved in the court, yet he has heard tales of the illustrious deeds of the Yongqing Marquis, who has served in the Hongwu era for several decades. At this moment, the individual before him seemed less like a close friend and more akin to a living history book. Tang Bohu's face was devoid of its previous despondency, now brimming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, yet he found himself at a loss as to where to begin. Li Qing chuckled gently, saying, there is no rush. We have ample time. Feel free to inquire about anything at your convenience. Tang Bohu nodded, taking deep breaths as he gradually composed himself. Sir, Tang Yin has a humble request. Speak. Would you be willing to assist me in collecting my remains in the future? Tang Bohu spoke solemnly. My wife passed away early. Familial discord ensued, and I have no children. I wish to depart quietly. Li Qing was moved and counseled. Why harbor such pessimism? You can still marry and have children. You are only 40 this year, truly just 39. Pausing momentarily, he continued, if you desire, we can turn back now. I shall escort you back to the Ming. They had only just set sail, and it would not consume too much time. No, Tang Bohu shook his head. It would be better if I do not bring misfortune upon anyone else. Whoever aligns with me is bound to suffer. You are being superstitious. Tang Bohu offered no rebuttal. instead smiling wryly. Yet, I truly lack the courage to build a family anew. Let it be. I find this existence quite satisfactory. I have an abundance of time. You need not concern yourself on my account, Tang Bohu stated. Living this way feels quite pleasant. Indeed, I relish traversing the remainder of my life in this manner. Li Qing remained silent. In truth, there is no need to view life with such despair. I am not despairing. Ever since our reunion at the Peach Blossom Temple, I have not been despondent. In fact, I feel even less so now. Tang Bohu laughed. With you managing my affairs after I am gone, I have no lingering worries. Li Qing paused, then remarked, our journey westward is not to propagate Han culture. It is too distant, perhaps even from a different world. No matter how hard we toil, it may yield little effect. So, if we are not to spread Han culture, do you intend to abandon me? Tang Bohu teased. That is not how one treats a friend. Alas, Li Qing sighed. I truly wish you were the Tang Bohu from the films. Li Qing exhaled deeply, speaking earnestly. In the future, leave your affairs to me. Tang Bohu responded with a reassuring smile, then softly asked, is immortality a burden? It is. Li Qing replied with a bittersweet sigh. Very much so. Indeed, even contemplating it brings sorrow. Tang Bohu could empathize with the pain. Having personally endured the loss of his parents, his wife, and his sister, he understood the depths of suffering. He also recognized that Li Qing's experiences far surpassed his own. How have you managed to endure all these years? Day by day, Li Qing answered. Over time, one gradually becomes accustomed to it. He forced a smile, adding, yet, it is not solely suffering. Watching it transform little by little for the better brings joy and satisfaction. Tang Bohu paused. The Ming? Li Qing nodded with a smile. No wonder you have been so industrious. Tang Bohu realized, feeling enlightened. The old Marquis, Li is not your biological son, is he? Li Qing nodded. He is the great-grandson of an old friend of mine, and also my son. Tang Bohu fell silent for a moment, then advised. You need not bear the entire burden alone. Be a little selfish, be a little heartless, and that would no longer be me, Li Qing remarked. Tang Bohu fell silent. Rendered speechless, the two ceased their conversation, sharing a tacit understanding as they gazed into the distance, feeling the sea breeze and observing the ripples on the water, each experiencing their own inner stirrings. Bohu, I have a favor to ask, Li Qing said. Please paint 3 portraits for me. My 3 wives have been gone for quite some time, and with the passage of these long years, I fear I may forget their appearances entirely. I need you to capture them. Though Li Qing possessed some skill in painting, it paled in comparison to Tang Bohu's extraordinary talent. A trivial matter, Tang Bohu sighed, nodding in agreement, then added with a wry smile, yet I doubt I can do justice to the beauty of your wives. While he was supremely confident in his artistic prowess, he understood that the exquisite essence of the beauty Li Qing cherished could never truly be rendered on canvas. Thank you, Li Qing said. He began the process, subsequently voicing his critiques and supplementing them with verbal and written descriptions. Tang Bohu, not daring to be negligent, poured his lifelong learning into the endeavor. After 3 months of meticulous refinement, the 3 paintings were finally complete. They captured not only the forms and nuances, but also their ethereal spirits. It was as if they had truly come to life. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Li Qing could not tear his gaze away, longing to touch them. His fingers inched closer, yet halted just a breath away, only to retract as if jolted by an electric shock. He feared tarnishing the artwork, despite the cleanliness of his hands. Perhaps moved by the scenery, in that moment, the figures felt even more vibrant, animated before his eyes and stirring within his heart. July brought the peak of summer's heat, and the cabin felt like a steamer, unbearable in its warmth. However, bolstered by his true energy, and with Tang Bohu benefiting from Li Qing's aura, they found the heat manageable. Nonetheless, Tang Bohu preferred to soak in the water whenever possible. Months had passed since their journey commenced, yet they had barely traversed half the distance. The western lands remained quite distant. However, Li Qing was in no rush, for the political climate in the Ming dynasty was stable, and Zhu Qijin had just begun his recuperation, providing ample time for their expedition. Their aim was not to propagate Han culture. Li Qing simply wished to observe the Western world of this era and prepare for potential trade. Tang Bohu, nearly losing himself to the sea, grew increasingly impatient. But impatience bore no fruit. He frequently inquired of the sailors, "How far have we come?" The sailors' responses were invariably the same: "Still a long way to go." In this era, information was exceedingly scarce. Most were unaware of their surroundings, as many small nations remained in the tribal chief stage, scarcely qualifying as true nations. Language barriers further complicated matters, with communication relying on gestures and tangible demonstrations. Fortunately, aside from barter, most were still amenable to transactions in gold and silver, alleviating supply concerns. Gradually, Tang Bohu acclimated to this new rhythm, ceasing his frequent inquiries about their progress. He spent his days soaking in baths, playing chess with Li Qing, and listening to tales of Ming history, his restless heart gradually finding peace. Especially enthralled by Li Qing's amusing anecdotes, he immersed himself in the stories as though he were experiencing them firsthand, thus passing the time without feeling boredom. The Ming dynasty. The land survey is progressing fervently, with Lu Jin leading the way and Yang Shun in pursuit. Yang Tinghe, his heart racing, secretly curses Wang Shouren and his ancestors. Li Danyang, aging, has transferred real power to Yang Tinghe. For Yang Tinghe, this presents a golden opportunity to amass reputation and influence, ultimately establishing his dominance. Especially with the emperor no longer favoring eunuch authority, Yang Tinghe feels the moment is ripe. Initially, he had devised plans to enhance his prestige by targeting the eunuchs led by Lu Jin. However, his son became embroiled in the fray. To make matters worse, his son exhibited extraordinary zeal. When the emperor commanded him to charge into battle, he took on the role of a death squad without hesitation. Yang, the elder, was nearly driven to the brink of apoplexy. Yet, no matter how furious he felt, he could not disregard his own son. Reluctantly, Yang Tinghe sacrificed his political ambitions, providing both overt and covert support to his son, daring not to entertain thoughts of hindrance. Simultaneously, under Zhu Hozhao's insistence, Wang Shouren was promoted to the position of Deputy Censor-in-Chief of the Grand Censorate, swiftly ascending to a position of significant power. Chapter 81. Youthful Efforts Unmade. At any given moment, movements by vested interests are seldom smooth sailing. Of course, rebellion is out of the question, the costs are too steep, and the only outcome would be self-destruction. Yet, this does not imply that they will refrain from resisting. The imperial authority does not reach the countryside, and the gentry's grasp over local governance is exceedingly robust. It is all too simple to provoke discontent against Zhu Hozhao. With a slight nudge in public discourse, grievances arise among the populace, particularly in Jiangnan, where taxes are heavier than in the north. In an era where information is scarce, many have never ventured beyond their towns. Oblivious to court policies, they only know what the gentry wishes them to know. Manipulating the common folk has long been a tactic for gentry and officials to exert pressure on the emperor, a method that has endured through the ages. In no time, complaints about the court's extortion and the emperor's disregard for the people's welfare erupted across Jiangnan. Zhu Hozhao was incensed, yet he found himself powerless, and fortunately, the gentry were equally at a loss. Rebellion was not an option. Manipulating the populace could only manifest as a battle of public opinion. However, the common people, especially those in Jiangnan, were leading relatively prosperous lives. At least compared to their ancestors, their current situation was remarkably favorable. Why would they contemplate rebellion? Not even a riot occurred. Despite the steep tax increases, they managed to survive. For the common folk, having food to eat and clothes to wear was sufficient. Rebellion? That would cost them their lives. And whether it succeeded or failed bore no relevance to them. The people are simple, yet not foolish. Who would risk their necks for a life of comfort with their families? Of course, they might mutter a few curses about the dog emperor or foolish ruler in private. Gradually, Zhu Hozhao composed himself. He could not turn the tide. If he had to endure some scorn, so be it. After all, this was merely a temporary phase. Once it passed, everything would be negotiable. As Lu Jin meticulously examined the accounts and Yang Shun orchestrated the allocations with fervor, Zhang Yong also made considerable strides. Investigations revealed that issues with contributions were notably severe in the south, while the north fared significantly better, accounting for less than one-third of the southern predicament. This is quite understandable. In wealthier regions, the pursuit of profit maximization is relentless. Conversely, in poorer areas, individuals tend to be more honest and principled, holding on to their land despite the prospect of lesser earnings or even losses. This land, passed down through generations, is the cornerstone of their existence. And the impoverished populace would not relinquish their fields lightly, save for dire circumstances. For Zhu Hozhao, however, this had become a trivial matter. The taxes had risen considerably, and once the land survey and redistribution concluded, The treasury would neither gain nor lose, while the interests of the affluent gentry would significantly diminish, allowing the common folk to reap substantial benefits. A simple calculation would reveal that they would reclaim their lands to cultivate themselves, as self-cultivation proved far more advantageous. Thus, the losses incurred from contributions would be swiftly compensated, leading to a net gain for the court. Profits do not arise without cost. When the populace benefits, the court also benefits, inevitably at someone else's expense. It is foreseeable that once the land survey is completed and taxes are uniformly lowered, it will mark the day of unified resistance from the gentry class. However, Zhu Hozhao harbored no excessive worries. The young man, possessing a resolute character, would never yield easily, embodying a spirit of defiance. As the night of the 15th of August approached, Tang Bohu lay languidly on the deck, gazing vacantly at the heavens, murmuring, "If I cannot have mooncakes, could I at least enjoy a roast duck?" The bright full moon ascended from the sea, casting its luminous glow upon the deck, the mast, and the surface of the water, creating a dreamy and ethereal beauty. Tang Bohu suddenly longed for the roast duck his father used to prepare. During festive occasions, thoughts of family become all the more poignant. Li Qing felt similarly, though he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. "Next time we resupply, I will roast one for you." Li Qing jested. Tang Bohu replied, "My culinary skills are unmatched. You will soon discover that it is absolutely delectable." Li Qing, momentarily tempted, swallowed hard, and then shifted the topic, aware that lingering on nostalgia would lead to an endless cycle of yearning. "I hear there are golden-haired, blue-eyed maidens over there." "Fair and charming," Li Qing remarked. Tang Bohu scoffed, unimpressed. "What is so appealing about foreign women, especially those from beyond the Ming? They might be coarse and hairy. Just the thought is terrifying." "Have you ever been there, sir?" Tang Bohu inquired. "No," Li Qing shook his head, admitting he had never traveled even before crossing over. Even in later years, international travel was a costly endeavor, and having just graduated from university, he had no funds for such pursuits. "Well, I thought you might have gone." Tang Bohu expressed a hint of disappointment and anxiety. This distant foreign land, thousands of miles away across the sea, what if we encounter local conflict? Can we handle it? "Rest assured, I am quite capable. I will definitely ensure your safety." Li Qing laughed, urging him not to worry excessively. "This is not ancient times. Those people no longer resort to barbaric practices. Cultural differences abound, customs vary, yet we are all human. We must eat, labor, sleep, and socialize. Not as if we were venturing into a primeval forest to encounter wild beasts. There is nothing to be fearful of." Tang Bohu smacked his lips and inquired, "Do you speak the local dialect?" To this, I could only respond with a sense of disbelief, for I have never been there. How could I possibly know? Li Qing's expression darkened with frustration as he thought, "I still recall some English, but whether the Westerners of this era speak that language is beyond my knowledge. Moreover, I cannot even distinguish one country from another. If he is not well versed in the history of the Ming dynasty, what right does he have to expect me to comprehend foreign history?" However, one thing Li Qing could ascertain was that the people of Phalange do not communicate in English. Yet, where English is spoken remains a mystery to him. The political landscape of the West in this era undoubtedly differs from that of later times, though he is uncertain of the extent of that difference. Reflecting on his time before arriving in the Ming dynasty, he realizes he was equally ignorant of Western political affairs. After all, he was merely a commoner, struggling to find work, with little time to ponder global matters. The internet was vastly developed, yet his attention was consumed by frivolities and humor. Now, he reflects on those days with a sense of embarrassment. As a time traveler, he feels akin to a mere stepping stone in this realm, unable to contribute meaningfully, as if his trousers had slipped down to his ankles, leaving him utterly exposed. Alas, the lament of youth wasted leads only to regret in old age. Li Qing sighed. Tang Bohu, puzzled by his lamentation, chuckled. "A gentleman is always youthful. It is never too late to strive." Li Qing could only manage a wry smile. The moon shone brightly, illuminating the deck, where the visibility was excellent. The gentle sea breeze carried a salty chill, yet they, accustomed to the scent of the sea, found it not unpleasant. Both men reveled in the ambience, sailors, navigators, and trade envoys had retired for the night. Gazing around, they found themselves amidst an expansive emptiness, the waves lapping softly against the hull. The sound of the sea a soothing balm for their spirits. Their casual conversations served as a remedy for homesickness. The repetitive rhythm of daily life made time pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, autumn faded into winter, and the sea breeze turned biting and cold. This ship, belonging to the royal family of Malacca, was destined for trade, hence it was well stocked with provisions against the cold. Tang Bohu spent his days wrapped in a fox fur coat, sharing drinks and playing chess with Li Qing, which could be considered a modest form of indulgence. He even enjoyed roasted duck, which was quite tasty. The winter sea was particularly damp and cold, prompting Li Qing to rarely leave the cabin, primarily because Tang Bohu did not venture out. Standing alone in the frigid wind without anyone to converse with made him feel foolish, and over time, he succumbed to a reclusive existence. In the blink of an eye, the new year arrived. On New Year's Eve, the two men exchanged toasts and engaged in idle chatter to welcome the new year. After tonight, it would be the 5th year of the Tinghe era. Tang Bohu reflected, marveling at how a year had passed unnoticed. Indeed, sometimes, pausing to reflect reveals just how swiftly time flows. Li Qing sighed softly, occasionally recalling his descent from the mountain, feeling as though it were merely yesterday. Your yesterday was indeed quite lengthy. Tang Bohu humorously shook his head. Then, turning serious, he remarked, having spent such an extended period in Malacca, I have garnered some understanding of the people of the Flange. The citizens of this small nation harbor a strong inclination towards aggression and exhibit an exceptionally fierce and brutal demeanor, surpassing even the Tartars beyond the borders of the Ming dynasty. It may prove challenging for you, sir, to penetrate the Western market. Li Qing chuckled, saying, Europe is vast, encompassing more than just one Flange. Since we are here, we ought to explore and observe more. A mere Flange hardly warrants such a lengthy journey. Europe? Tang Bohu echoed, pondering the name of this western continental expanse. Well, it is not overly large, Li Qing casually explained. Tang Bohu laughed softly, shaking his head. In our Huaxia, we have 9 provinces, and they possess but a single province. When it comes to trade, it is a matter of accessibility. They cannot consume everything we offer. Actually, it is quite sizable, Li Qing replied. You will understand when the time comes. Tang Bohu nodded slightly and inquired, How long will this journey take? It depends on you. Li Qing answered. On me? Yes. If you are not in a hurry, we could linger for 2 years. If you are eager, we can expedite our journey. Li Qing stated. I am not in haste. To traverse mountains and rivers without taking the time to explore would be a disservice to the time wasted along the way. Tang Bohu pondered. Yet, I wonder how well we will get along. Li Qing raised his fist, assuring him, Rest assured, they will be easy to get along with. In this era, he is indeed an invincible presence. Though firearms have been introduced and improved, they pose no threat to Li Qing whatsoever. Within 7 paces, he is swift. Beyond 7 paces, he remains equally swift. Moreover, at this stage, even with the existence of firearms in the West, they cannot compare to the might of the Ming dynasty. As for cannons, one need not elaborate. The time it takes to reload is sufficient for Li Qing to eliminate several foes. Brutal force is the simplest and most direct. Yet it surpasses all other forms of strength. The annihilation of the physical form is an eternal and unchanging supreme truth. Any scheme, whether covert or overt, crumbles before it like a fragile chicken before a dog, utterly powerless. Chapter 82. Suffering for Officials, Glorious Names for the Emperor on the first day of the new year. The annual company gathering took place, as usual, in the Fengtian Hall Square. Zhu Hozhao received the congratulations of his ministers and delivered a speech. The primary topic revolved around the surveying of land. Surveying land is no simple accounting task. It brings myriad benefits to both the nation and its people. The advantages to the state are self-evident, as the significantly increased taxation speaks volumes. For the populace, it is also beneficial rather than harmful. The reasoning is straightforward. The common people possess a limited capacity to withstand risks, and when faced with significant events, selling their land becomes their sole hope for survival, necessitating a transfer to others. This is also the origin of the saying about the 1,000-year land and 800 owners. However, the issue arises when numerous commoners, having sold their land, still find themselves obligated to pay taxes to the court due to delays in the system's updates. This predicament exacerbates the plight of those who were already not well off. In contrast, those gentry who have consolidated land have reaped substantial benefits. Certainly, conscientious local officials may implement timely system updates, yet not all local officials possess such integrity. Many, having accepted bribes from the gentry, brazenly exploit the common people. If a crisis does arise, they can conveniently shift the blame onto the court system update issues, facing merely a charge of negligence, suffering a slight reduction in salary as a consequence, or, if more severe, a demotion. At worst, they may merely lose their official position. The profits from this trade are substantial, yet the risks remain within acceptable limits. Thus, it naturally flourishes. Of course, they dare not overstep too far and incite the populace to rebellion, which would jeopardize their own futures and even their lives. Typically, they collect slightly less, remaining within the burdens the people can bear, all the while petitioning the emperor under the guise of benevolence, lamenting the hardships faced by the common folk and the poor harvests of the year, pleading for the reduction of taxes. Consequently, the people continue to suffer. The interests of the state are compromised, while local officials and gentry not only reap tangible benefits, but also enhance their reputations. The common folk are unaware of the true nature of the court and who occupies the exalted throne. They only know that the coercive tax collection is enforced by the court, and that the county magistrate is merely executing orders. Moreover, with the gentry's intentional embellishments, all grievances converge upon the court. Naturally, local officials do not indulge in their gains entirely for themselves. They allocate a portion as tribute to the officials in the capital. This practice has given rise to the tradition of mutual respect and obligation. The salaries of Ming officials have seen increments under the Council of Yiqing. Yet if they were indeed to live in absolute integrity, the local official stipends would still be insufficient to fulfill their filial duties. These funds are drawn from the common people. Nevertheless, throughout the reigns of successive emperors, land surveys have been conducted, firstly to alleviate the burdens on the populace and prevent unrest, secondly, to enhance the financial revenues of the court. However, Zhu Hozhao's approach this time was excessively stringent, leaving scarcely any loopholes, particularly in comparison to Hongji, which accentuates his oppressive stance against the gentry. In this era, landlords, gentry, and officials typically form a self-serving coalition. While the supremacy of imperial authority is undeniable, it does not extend intricately to towns, with policies reaching only the county level. To achieve success and avoid reproach from the court, local magistrates must rely on the gentry. Thus, there has always been an unspoken cooperation between the two, mutually accommodating each other. This has been the case throughout history, forming the power structure of the feudal dynasty and constituting a vital component of imperial governance over the populace. The gentry, for their own interests, assist local officials in alleviating troubles and provide financial support, while local officials, in pursuit of their careers, are compelled to tribute to the officials in the capital. The latter, having received their benefits, are naturally obligated to perform their duties. Moreover, many officials in the capital are themselves gentry. Zhu Hozhao's actions, while beneficial to the nation and the people, have indeed wounded the hearts of his subordinates. While it is true that the court's taxes have increased and the burdens on the people have lightened, the question remains, from where does the money come? This is akin to carving flesh from their bodies. On the platform, Zhu Hozhao speaks with fervor, while below, the ministers are consumed by frustration. Ordinarily, they might endure, considering the festive season. After all, it is a time of celebration. However, this time is different. The flesh has been cut too deeply. While land surveys are one matter, the soaring taxes have become unbearable. This approach is tantamount to taking their very lives. Yes, it is a matter of division, yet 70% belongs to the emperor, which renders them akin to beggars on their knees. Kneeling is permissible, as one kneels before the emperor, which is not disgraceful. However, the prerequisite is that one must be deserving of such treatment, is it not? Judging by your perspective, there is indeed no merit to it. Just look at the Song dynasty, and then compare it to our Ming dynasty. Truly, without comparison, there is no harm. Your Majesty, I have a petition to present. From the depths of the crowd, an official steps forward. Zhu Hozhao was certainly aware of what was to come next. He directly stated, during the festive season, let us refrain from formalities and instead focus on celebrating the new year. Gu Deong bowed respectfully and then gestured, bring it forth, all of it. 10 young eunuchs approached, carrying 5 large baskets adorned with the character for blessing. As they set them down, the clattering of metal suggested the promise of red envelopes. Yet, few paid heed to these envelopes. In light of their losses, they seemed trivial. May the emperor take pity on the suffering of the people and bestow his grace upon the land. One man shouted vehemently. However, Zhu Hozhao showed no anger. It was not due to his cultivated temperament or noble demeanor, but rather because this individual was merely a lowly pawn, a stone cast to test the waters. Impudent, bold, Gu Deong sharply rebuked. You are the impudent one, the man retorted, his voice growing louder. I am a Jinshi of the 6th year of Hongji, appointed by His Majesty. I serve the emperor and fulfill my duties to the state, while you are merely a eunuch. Who grants you the audacity to reprimand me? Gu Daiyong's face flushed, yet he found himself at a loss for a retort. The source of his courage was undoubtedly the emperor, but he could not openly acknowledge this. One must respect the master when chastising the dog. Such insolence was clearly directed at Zhu Hozhao, who understood this well. Yet, a mere subordinate did not warrant his intervention. Only officials of the rank of minister or grand scholar were deserving of his attention. What a heart full of loyalty. Very commendable, Zhu Hozhao remarked, casually extracting a red envelope from the basket that surpassed the rank of the chief officials. Here, this is for you. The official nearly faltered. No, I am speaking frankly to you. What is this? This seems rather disrespectful to me. A mere beating with a court staff would suffice. Zhu Hozhao's action left the man utterly bewildered. During the festive season, let us refrain from discussing state affairs. We have all toiled throughout the year. You are weary, and so am I. Let us all take a moment to rest and enjoy the new year. Enjoy the new year? Nonsense. The right vice minister of personnel stepped forward. Bowing deeply and solemnly declared, the sovereign is the ruler of the realm, and the people are his subjects. How can we disregard their plight? Enough of your rambling. Are you not allowing me to celebrate the new year? Zhu Hozhao was well aware that this matter could not simply be dismissed. But all he desired was to enjoy the festivities. After a year of labor, was he not entitled to some respite? The hardships of the emperor have not gone unnoticed by us, the left vice minister of personnel interjected, stepping forward and bowing deeply, his voice smooth as honey. Observing this, Zhu Hozhao sighed, sensing that this new year would likely be far from joyous. His tone turned cold as he said, just get to the point. The left vice minister hesitated, then begrudgingly stated, however, Your Majesty, your affection for the common people is insufficient. They have long suffered, and it was clearly stated during the founding of the dynasty that a tax of 1/3 was to be a perpetual burden. Although the previous emperor integrated the poll tax into the land tax, resulting in significant increases, it allowed the people to live better lives. Since then, there have been no reforms in taxation, only reductions, never increases. Now, with the treasury of the great Ming flourishing and revenues surplus each year, why impose such harsh policies? I concur with this sentiment. The Minister of Justice stepped forward, his voice laden with emotion, tears glistening in his eyes as he implored, Your Majesty, the common people suffer greatly. The common people suffer greatly. In an instant, the assembly fell to their knees, with fewer than half remaining standing. Most soon followed suit, bowing in submission. Those who remained upright were the astute, politically savvy individuals, yet even they had no choice but to conform to the prevailing tide. Within mere moments, no one was left standing. Were the populace to witness this spectacle, they would surely exclaim, all are virtuous officials. Upon observing this scene, Zhu Hozhao's expression turned icily resolute. If you do not wish to celebrate the new year, then let none of us partake in it, he declared. You are unaware of the burdens of governance. You see only the revenues without acknowledging the expenditures. The costs of maintaining offices, managing waterworks, repairing roads, disaster relief, supporting the military, and the stipends for the royal family. Do you turn a blind eye to these? You proclaim yourselves as parental figures to the people. Yet it is the commoners who truly sustain you. Your salaries and the benefits you enjoy, even these red envelopes, are derived from the very people you serve. The Minister of Personnel, Jiao Fong, tremulously replied, Your Majesty is wise. Yet it is precisely for this reason that we cannot bear to see the people suffer. Yang Tinghe interjected with heartfelt sincerity, Your Majesty shows compassion towards your ministers, for which we are deeply grateful. However, if our actions cause the common people to endure hardship, leading to your infamy, it is not the path of a loyal servant. If some must suffer, let it be us. Yang Tinghe continued, Let the officials endure hardship, and the glory shall belong to your Majesty. This way, we honor you above and serve the people below. This is the true duty of a minister. The assembled officials echoed in agreement, moved to tears. Please, Your Majesty, grant us this request. Zhu Hozhao secretly smirked, though his outward demeanor betrayed a facade of great difficulty. His expression shifting between light and shadow. If Your Majesty does not grant our request, we shall kneel here until we perish, stammered the Minister of Personnel. Instantly, a chorus of support arose. Zhu Hozhao sighed heavily, gritting his teeth in frustration, and declared, Very well. I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Pausing, he added, since we aim to ensure the common people enjoy a better life, let us enhance their circumstances further. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Hozhao proclaimed, for households with less than 100 acres of arable land, I shall reduce their taxes by an additional 10% based on the previous amounts. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers bowed deeply in reverence. Yet, as foreheads touched the ground, their intellects seized the opportunity. Wait, this doesn't seem right. A limit of 100 acres? This is absurd. Among those kneeling, who does not possess at least 100 acres of fertile land? Most measure their holdings in qings. Those without several qings of land would feel ashamed to show their faces. Haha, I am indeed wise. I am aware of this without needing to be reminded. Zhu Hozhao chuckled with satisfaction, waving his hand dismissively. Come, come, let us distribute red envelopes. Let everyone enjoy a prosperous new year. Wait, this cannot be your intention for us to celebrate. Are you planning to fatten yourselves at our expense? The ministers lamented. This life is unbearable. Your Majesty, all subjects are your children. Why favor some over others? Your Majesty, since ancient times, it has been said, it is not scarcity that concerns us, but inequality. If you enforce this, unrest will surely arise. Your Majesty, think carefully. Zhu Hozhao listened quietly until the cacophony gradually subsided, and then he remarked nonchalantly, you often speak with eloquence in times of ease. Why is it that now your tongues are silenced? A chilling smile graced his lips as he continued. As Mengzi stated, in times of poverty, one should cultivate personal integrity. In times of prosperity, one should seek the welfare of all. You partake of the court's stipends, receive local tributes, and cultivate several acres of land. How lavishly do you live, that it requires no further elucidation from me. Examine your own consciences. Has the court wronged you in any manner? Zhu Hozhao chastised them. With such taxation, you still find yourselves profiting handsomely, as your tax burden is far lighter than that of the common folk. You enjoy the court's privileges, merely fulfilling 70% of your tax obligations, which scarcely impacts your quality of life. I fail to comprehend your insatiable greed. Objectively speaking, Zhu Hozhao's reasoning seemed somewhat unreasonable. If he were to be considered a landlord, he was undoubtedly the greatest in the realm. If as a gentry, no one could rival the royal family. What right had he, the foremost landlord in gentry, to make such assertions about us? Throughout history, emperors have shared the world with the scholar officials. Why is that? The sovereign and his ministers belong to the same class, akin to one another. The emperor is a large landlord, while the bureaucratic gentry are the smaller landlords, with the larger landlords supporting the smaller ones, and vice versa. This has been the political power structure for centuries, an unspoken understanding among all. Such actions risk alienating allies. The true Son of Heaven, receiving his mandate from the heavens, is merely a means to deceive the populace. The emperor is but a man, not vastly different from ordinary citizens. Can the vast empire and its multitude of subjects rely solely on one individual? What a jest! Even hundreds of emperors could not accomplish this alone. It is sustained by over 100,000 officials, tens of thousands of clerks, and countless local gentry and landlords, who collectively uphold and obey you, thus allowing you to maintain your imperial throne and ensure the realm's peace. Do you truly believe this is solely your achievement? Such arrogance is excessive. As for your father, let us not speak of him. Even your grandfather, Emperor Xianzong, who favored eunuchs and purged redundant officials, made our lives difficult. Yet Emperor Chenghua did not treat us with such disdain. The ministers were incensed to the utmost degree. It must be said that Zhu Hozhao's actions were tantamount to waging war against an entire class, and his approach was nothing short of reckless. At last, someone could no longer contain their outrage. You, the emperor, seize the benefits of the realm for yourself while casting the burdens upon others, prioritizing your own selfish interests over the common good. What do you call this? A tyrant. The accusation was direct and unadorned, devoid of euphemism or subtlety. As they pointedly denounced Zhu Hozhao, as if fearing he might misunderstand the nature of their ire. With the first dissenting voice, others quickly followed, and soon a chorus of reproach filled the air. The Han emperors had faced their share of censure. Even the revered Hongzhi, often idealized as a paragon, had not been spared, yet such a large-scale and synchronized outcry was unprecedented. Zhu Hozhao's countenance remained stern. To claim he was unperturbed would be disingenuous. Yet he recognized that this time, the criticism had struck a deep chord, though he refrained from a furious outburst. You may distribute the rewards, Zhu Hozhao declared. Turning to leave, Unfazed by the torrent of vitriol behind him, he continued on his path, resolute in his own convictions. It is unavoidable. The actions of such vested interest groups render a state of calmness impossible. Criticism is inevitable. Although the reactions of the officials may have been somewhat unexpected, for Zhu Hozhao, it is not insufferable. After all, the scorn is merely a fleeting discomfort, yielding substantial benefits in return, a profitable transaction indeed. However, this is merely his anticipation. In reality, this situation is far from easy to navigate. It is not as simple as the emperor's decree being executed despite dissatisfaction. The imperial command is not to be defied, as defiance is akin to rebellion. This holds true, yet they possess numerous means to compel the emperor to concede. Furthermore, with so many individuals adversely affected by this initiative, even without direct communication, the pressure from below would still mount against the emperor. It is time for the sovereign to grasp the significance of considering the greater picture. At the Wang residence, numerous guests gathered during the New Year festivities, all prominent figures within the court, ministers from the 6 ministries, high-ranking officials, and cabinet scholars convened in one place. The chairs were insufficient, necessitating the borrowing of additional seating from a neighboring estate to accommodate the assembly. Wang Hua could not afford to be negligent. Although he was a minister, none present were inferior to him, whether they were ministers, scholars, or vice-ministers of the censors and high officials from the Court of Judicial Review. Each held significant power. "Ah, how leisurely you all are during this festive season," Wang Hua remarked. "I hope you do not take offense to our uninvited visit." Yang Tinghe, displaying great enthusiasm, sought both personal and professional retribution for the past grievances. "Where is your son now?" he inquired. "He is but a mere vice-minister. What influence could he possibly wield?" Wang Hua wished to keep his son from entanglement, and, with a light-hearted laugh, redirected the conversation. "Are you all here regarding the emperor's tax reform today? Is that not obvious?" Yang Tinghe nodded with a smile. "Minister Wang, we have indeed come for this matter." Zhao Feng seized the opportunity to ask, "What is your opinion, Minister Wang? Is the emperor's decision prudent?" "Naturally not," Wang Hua replied with a gentle shake of his head, frowning slightly. "On the surface, this move appears to augment the treasury's revenue. Yet the practical implementation is fraught with challenges." "Indeed," Li Dongyang concurred, sighing. "At our level, personal gains and losses pale in significance, and no one places any value on that." He paused. "Colleagues, do you share this sentiment?" Some nodded in agreement, while others exhibited signs of unease. Yet their rhetoric remained uniformly aligned. "Minister Li makes a valid point," Li Dongyang lamented. "The issue lies in our ability to concede, yet we cannot expect the lower officials, gentry, and various interest groups to yield. This time, far too many are entangled." "Indeed," Wang Hua concurred, adding, "Not only do we have the concerns raised by Minister Li, but also the princes of the Ming dynasty. The emperor's intentions suggest that they too will not escape unscathed. Recall how the late emperor once sought to encroach upon the interests of the princes, resulting in. Alas, the current emperor is still young, his mindset overly eager. While this may not be devoid of merit as a national policy, the implementation is riddled with difficulties." Wang Hua shared this skepticism, standing among the opposition. In his view, it was an impractical endeavor. Such a national policy could not be enforced locally and might even yield counterproductive results. The power of grassroots forces is overwhelmingly vast. The emperor is but a man, adorned in a dragon robe, and the court consists merely of palatial structures, nothing more. The emperor's recent actions have undoubtedly alienated the gentry class, which serves to uphold his regime. This group includes military officials and nobility, all of whom have felt the sting of diminished interests. The prospect of such a formidable force collectively retaliating sends shivers down one's spine. Yang Tinghe remarked, "The emperor is still young and impetuous. The more we oppose him, the more resolutely he holds his ground. What are we to do?" Wang Hua, a man of virtue, was no fool. He understood the implications behind their words. Previously, his son had successfully persuaded the emperor to reign in the power of the eunuchs, earning considerable acclaim. Now, he was acutely aware of the motives behind the arrival of these individuals. Being a father, he could not entirely suppress his personal interests. Yet he found it difficult to reconcile such foundational matters with familial concerns. After a moment of internal conflict, Wang Hua sighed deeply, rose, and bowed respectfully, saying, "Esteemed gentlemen, please wait a moment. I shall summon my son." Witnessing Wang Hua's demeanor, the others were filled with a sense of admiration and rose to return the gesture, exclaiming, "Minister Wang acts with great righteousness." In the private chamber, Wang Hua succinctly outlined the current situation and the purpose of the esteemed visitors, his face betraying a mix of entanglement and worry. "Xiao Yun, what is your perspective on this matter?" Wang Shouren, unfazed, had anticipated this scene during his New Year's visit and merely smiled. "It's nothing alarming. Unrest is inevitable, but the sky will not fall." "Oh, you are still insufficiently aware. The dangers lurking within are manifold." Wang Hua lamented. "The monarch is the vessel, the people the water. Water can both support and capsize a boat. Given the emperor's current stance." "Father, you are overthinking this," Wang Shouren interjected with a smile. "The common folk will not rebel. The gentry and landlords will merely voice their grievances to vex the court. What do you know? Just watch. The tax collection this year will face immense challenges, likely decreasing rather than increasing." Wang Hua asserted solemnly. "I do not deny that. Reforms are rarely smooth. There will be undeniable growing pains. The longer the discomfort lingers, the more profound it becomes. However, it shall pass," Wang Shouren responded, seemingly carefree. "As long as the people do not revolt, no major calamity will befall us. The gentry and landlords are clinging to their lives. The Ming dynasty cannot fall into chaos." "You." Wang Hua was exasperated and chastised. "The fearless spirit of youth is dangerous. A person like you in a high office would not bode well for the state." Wang Shouren remained speechless. "Then why seek me out? You esteemed leaders may deliberate as you wish. I am merely a vice inspector and lack the standing to engage in such lofty discussions." "Impudence!" Wang Hua erupted in anger, raising his hand to deliver a few swift slaps to his son, seeking to alleviate his frustration. However, Wang Shouren was not one to be easily subdued. He did not dare to dissent openly. Having always been spirited, he would not passively accept punishment, and he quickly fled, exclaiming, "I shall go and meet them." Chapter 84. Debate in the reception hall. Wang Shouren entered with a warm smile, bowed deeply, and greeted, "Esteemed lords, Happy New Year." Present were the most influential figures of the court, with only a few young faces among them. Yang Tinghe, having risen rapidly through the ranks via the imperial examinations, was among the youngest, yet he was still several years senior to Wang Shouren. Regardless of their status, experience, or age, they are all elders, especially during the festive season. As the saying goes, a tiger does not raise a dog. The scions of the Wang family possess extraordinary talents, achieving success at a young age while the great figures rise. They took out the still warm red envelopes. Although there was some commotion in the palace, they certainly did not miss the opportunity for the red envelopes. Despite the ruckus, it is still the new year, a time to seek auspicious beginnings. After all, who would refuse a gift given freely? However, given that they sought a favor today and it is a festive occasion, it is only right to express gratitude, considering it is not truly out of their own pockets, but rather as if the emperor had not distributed them. Alas, no merit should be met with reward, esteemed gentlemen. Please, do keep this to yourselves. Wang Shouren shook his head repeatedly, embodying a spirit of integrity. The oldest and most seasoned minister of personnel, Jiao Feng, smiled and remarked, "It is the new year, merely seeking a bit of good fortune. We are on friendly terms with your father, and in a way, we are also considered elders. Such gifts from the elders cannot be declined." Wang Shouren did not hold these elders in high regard. Yet he recognized that one should not strike a frowning countenance upon those who extend goodwill, especially since everyone present held a higher rank than he. While he appreciated the gesture, he maintained his refusal. His gaze, however, drifted towards the tea table beside the main seat. Noticing this, Jiao Feng's smile widened, and without further ado, he placed the red envelope on the tea table, with others following suit. "Dear sirs, what are you doing? Please take it back." Wang Shouren insisted repeatedly. "You can pretend all you want," Yang Tinghe thought to himself, placing his red envelope on the tea table. It was not that he was concerned about the money. He merely could not bear to see Wang Shouren benefit while feigning reluctance. At that moment, Wang Hua approached and, upon witnessing the scene, immediately wore an unpleasant expression. "Let us discuss matters at hand. What is this?" he remarked coldly. Yang Tinghe replied, "The friendship of gentlemen is as light as water, yet even tea must be purchased." He added, "This tea is not made of gold. I kindly ask you all to take it back, otherwise, we need not proceed with our discussion." Wang Hua's tone left no room for negotiation. Li Dongyang intervened to smooth things over, suggesting they return to serious matters. Yes, let us focus on the important issues," Jiao Feng echoed. and the others hastily followed suit. Wang Hua was about to say more when Yang Tinghe interjected, "The emperor's actions today cannot be comprehended. Such national policies cannot be enforced effectively. Forcing them will only incite public discontent and unrest in the realm. We must devise a solution." After a pause, he turned to Wang Shoren. "What do you think?" Wang Shoren, not minding Yang Tinghe's verbal advantage, pondered for a moment before responding. The emperor is indeed a magnanimous person. The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere grew tense, and the expressions of the gathered individuals soured. Yang Tinghe raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what do you mean by that?" "The emperor continues to favor the gentry and bureaucrats, still granting tax exemptions amounting to 30%, Wang Shoren stated. "Is that not generous?" The others responded with silence. Yang Tinghe replied coolly, "Do you presume we have come here to vie for our own interests? All esteemed gentlemen uphold integrity. Even if we were to pay our taxes in full, it would be for the sake of the court. I trust in the character of all esteemed officials," Wang Shoren added with a smile. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered officials softened slightly, yet their underlying frustration remained unabated. "Bowen, you must understand this is not a matter of our agreement or disagreement." Li Dongyang sighed softly, expressing concern over the far-reaching implications of the situation, which encompassed nearly all individuals on the political stage. The emperor's actions had severely shaken the power structure, and if such national policies were implemented, imminent upheaval loomed on the horizon. Pausing for a moment, he candidly remarked that the emperor, being young and impetuous, possessed a strong competitive spirit and was often resistant to counsel. As the emperor's companion during his days as crown prince, you have earned his deep trust. And if you could elucidate the pros and cons to him, I believe he would heed your advice. Wang Shoren took a seat nearby and smiled, stating, "I, as a junior, believe that Scholar Li is overly concerned." Li Dongyang was not angered but rather intrigued by this assertion, questioning the rationale behind it. The common folk would not, nor have any reason to revolt. If we can stabilize the populace, we can stabilize the nation. Wang Shoren replied that while the gentry indeed faced losses, they still enjoyed the court's favor. Their discomfort was genuine, yet they lacked the courage to rebel. Li Dongyang furrowed his brow and countered, "While this may hold some truth, are you not aware of the significant influence that the gentry wield locally?" Wang Shoren nodded and candidly acknowledged, "Scholar Li's concerns are not unfounded. For a considerable time to come, the Ming dynasty will be beset by various trivial matters. Local gentry and officials will undoubtedly exert pressure on the court, but all they possess is this means of pressure. Would they collude to revolt? Absolutely not. Such notions are far-fetched." Yang Tinghe interjected, stating, "While they may not revolt, they can render the court's decrees ineffective, making it impossible to govern the provinces. Consequently, rather than increasing tax revenues, the court's income will dwindle even further. Do you truly believe that local gentry and landlords are virtuous individuals? The pain of such a situation is inevitable, yet turning a blind eye to the ongoing land consolidation issues could ultimately jeopardize the very foundation of the Ming dynasty." Wang Shoren added, "Throughout history, the rise and fall of dynasties have invariably been linked to land consolidation. Fortunately, the current state of the Ming dynasty has not yet reached an irretrievable point. Should we pursue such national policies at that time, it could indeed provoke widespread chaos. Better to mend the pen than to lament the loss of the sheep," Wang Shoren stated somberly. "Implementing these measures now may only cause temporary discomfort, but delaying them will lead to dire consequences. If we abstain from action, the Ming will inevitably tread the same path as previous dynasties." Yang Tinghe, feeling indignation yet restrained by his position, turned to Wang Hua and asked, "Is this how you educate your son, Wang Shangshu?" Under normal circumstances, Wang Hua would have readily seized the opportunity to instruct his child publicly. However, he suddenly found his son's words quite reasonable. Though the present circumstances are challenging, failing to act now would lead to even greater difficulties in the future. Upon reflection, if the court were to implement this policy, would the Ming dynasty truly face imminent ruin? Not necessarily. However, if land consolidation reaches a point where the common people can no longer sustain their livelihoods, and local gentry completely control their fates, then we would indeed face catastrophe. Wang Hua's silence surprised everyone and inevitably stirred up anger. Zhao Feng spoke up. "As an old man, I can no longer foresee the future, yet we must not neglect the present. Should such national policies be enacted, we will witness an overwhelming surge of tax resistance across the Ming. The local gentry will not openly reveal themselves, Instead, they will manipulate the common folk. Shall we resort to forceful suppression? Even if the emperor disregards the plight of the people, what guarantee do we have that the military will not falter? Jiaofang questioned. Let us not forget that the interests damaged extend beyond the gentry, the civil officials, and the military officers. The nobility is included as well. The actions of the commanding generals appropriating military provisions are no secret. Do they not harbor grievances? Furthermore, there are the princes of the vassal states. Indeed, the princes have lost the 3 guards, yet this does not signify that they pose no threat to imperial authority. The emperor's actions have greatly alienated the populace. Should unrest escalate, what would happen if an ambitious prince seizes the opportunity to rise in rebellion? Li Dongyang furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. Minister Jiao is not being alarmist. This is also a concern of mine. If the princes were to rebel against the emperor personally, we could not ensure that there would be no fence-sitters. If the princes promised various benefits, I fear that Scholar Li's words hold merit. Yang Tinghe expressed his strong agreement, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Shoren. It is true that the common people do not rebel, but their lack of insurrection does not guarantee that the regime will remain unscathed. The implication of this statement was well understood by all present. During the reign of the Jiangwen emperor, did the common people rebel? They did not. In fact, the populace was quite supportive of the Jiangwen emperor. But what was the outcome? A regime that seemed as solid as a rock was violently overturned, fundamentally due to the interests of the vested groups, the princes and the military. Yang Tinghe candidly stated, the Ming can no longer withstand internal strife and war. Once conflict arises, this era of prosperity will surely be reduced to ashes, perhaps never to be restored. Yang Tinghe fixed a penetrating gaze upon Wang Shoren and remarked, the emperor holds you in such high regard, yet you, in a bid to maintain his favor, stand idly by while the emperor and the Ming face peril. Do you not feel shame? Wang Shoren felt no shame, only exhaustion and disappointment. These political titans, when their own interests were at stake, displayed a short-sightedness that was disheartening. Their excessive desire for stability bred a profound fear of change. Even when aware of the benefits that reform could bring, they would recoil at the prospect of short-term pain, conveniently crafting numerous excuses to justify their cowardice and ineptitude. Wang Shoren believed that not all of these individuals opposed reform solely due to a few extra tax levies. Even Yang Tinghe, whom he personally found quite disagreeable, was not motivated by mere taxes. At this level, securing a place in history was the paramount pursuit. However, to achieve historical recognition, one must wield power, and the foundation of power lies in the ability to command subordinates. This is not a matter of royal decree. One cannot simply assume authority and realize political ambitions without the cooperation of others. To ensure that subordinates follow your lead, one must offer them incentives. Those who follow the leader must gain something in return. This is the essence of power, after all. The majority adhere to the principle that those who provide sustenance are to be favored. In this light, these influential figures are still vying for their interests. Albeit they are contending for power and prestige rather than mere tax percentages, they aspire for something far greater. It cannot be said that they are entirely wrong, yet neither can it be deemed entirely right. Wang Shoren sighed and said, why can't you gentlemen have a bit of faith in the emperor and in the Ming? Why can't you think of the long-term future of the Ming? In truth, the emperor is still wise. These matters had previously been deeply discussed by Wang Shoren and Zhu Hozhao, who had devised a series of measures, though he found it inappropriate to voice them openly. These individuals are not to be underestimated. Once the truth is revealed, unforeseen complications are bound to arise. Even in the court, I must contest the words of the censor Wang Qian. Yang Tinghe remarked indifferently, if the emperor were akin to a deity, why would he require ministers or an army? Wang Shoren scoffed, shrugging his shoulders. If all of you esteemed officials are merely opposing for the sake of opposition, then I see no reason for further discourse. It is the new year, and I shall not detain you any longer. Please take your leave. The crowd was incensed, momentarily envisioning the disgraceful actions of the Duke of Yongqing. Most had not personally collaborated with him, yet they were all too aware of Li Qing's notorious deeds. Wang Shoren's demeanor today was reminiscent of Li Qing's excesses. No, at least Li Qing held a title, whereas what stature did Wang Shoren possess? Merely because his father was a minister? Indeed, a minister is formidable, but who among us is inferior to your father? This is utterly outrageous. Yang Tinghe, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, Minister Wang, is this how the Wang family treats their guests? Chapter 85. Some enjoy harmonious contentment, while others are beset by frustration. And not only Yang Tinghe was incensed, every individual present seethed with righteous indignation. What does it mean to be unafraid due to ignorance? It is merely that, prior to this moment, even the fearsome Duke of Yongqing, Li Qing, would not dare to act so recklessly, nor had he ever displayed such audacity. Among these individuals were those genuinely vying for personal gain, yet they also sincerely wished for a brighter future for the Ming dynasty, at the very least to preserve the current prosperity. For both public and private reasons, they did not desire the Ming to descend into ruin. Ironically, it was precisely this desire that would inevitably lead the Ming toward its demise. They understood this principle, yet, ensnared in their circumstances, they could not maintain a long-term perspective. As Jiao Feng had articulated, the future eluded his vision, yet the present could not be disregarded. After all, they were not Li Qing, unable to foresee a long-lasting existence for the Ming. Having traversed the treacherous waters of political intrigue for half their lives, they were acutely aware of the consequences that awaited. In an instant, all eyes turned with fury towards Wang Hua, demanding an explanation. Wang Shoren, though a censor, held a significant position of authority, yet could not compare to these top-tier political magnates. Furthermore, Wang Shoren was relatively young. They could not lower themselves to engage in a heated dispute with a junior, and thus their ire coalesced around Wang Hua. Wang Hua found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he fully understood and shared the sentiment of the assembly, recognizing that the emperor's actions were excessively reckless and utterly absurd. On the other hand, he could not, in good conscience, dismiss his son's assertions as mere fallacies. The reasoning was glaringly evident. Anyone with a semblance of historical knowledge knows the repercussions of annexation, and the emperor's actions were intended to mitigate the pace of such annexation. Wherein lies the fault? If not addressed now, the forces of resistance in the future would only grow fiercer. The distinction between acting proactively and being compelled to act is monumental. By that time, even if the court had the will, it would likely be impossible to succeed. At this moment, Wang Hua felt an overwhelming burden. He feared that a single decision could sway the future trajectory of the Ming dynasty. In the frigid weather, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, dispelling the usual calm demeanor he possessed. In truth, he need not be so conflicted, for even if he offered counsel, Wang Shoren would not heed it. Little Yun has always been a mischievous child. Although he is dutiful, he never adheres to the traditional father-son hierarchy. After a long pause, Wang Hua reluctantly forced out a statement. You all could persuade His Majesty as well. Goodness. Yang Tinghe nearly choked on his breath, realizing the absurdity of the situation. Indeed, I wondered why the lower beam was askew. It turns out the upper beam is crooked. Old Yang was genuinely infuriated when Wang Hua had previously wronged his son. He had not behaved in this manner. Why, now that it concerns his own son, does he exhibit such protectiveness? The anger was not confined to him. Even the composed Li Dongyang could not conceal his displeasure. How could Wang Hua act this way? Jiao Feng and the others also felt exasperated. Was it merely asking your son to advise the emperor? What was there to fear? Today, within the palace, we have already spoken our minds, but alas, did it prove effective? Unexpectedly, this seemingly refined and modest gentleman, Wang Hua, reveals himself to be a servant who ought to maintain the righteous path of the sovereign and the duties of a loyal minister. The vice minister of the censorate, with indignation, declared, it is a minister's duty to petition the emperor, and moreover, your son belongs to the censorate, responsible for the voice of the people. As a voice minister, he speaks without fear. Indeed, Jiao Feng replied solemnly, should your son face punishment from the emperor, I would willingly forsake my position in the Ministry of Personnel to staunchly defend him. We are all of the same mind. A chorus of agreement ensued. Pressing Wang Hua to clarify his stance, Wang Shoren suddenly laughed. The crowd halted, perplexed by his reaction. Yang Tinghe frowned and asked, why do you laugh? I laugh at you court officials, Wang Shoren replied, for being so short-sighted, focusing solely on the present and disregarding the future. I laugh at your pompous demeanor, demanding assistance while maintaining such self-righteousness. I laugh that you seek my help yet cannot let go of my father. Wang Shoren's scornful laughter struck a nerve. You do not assist yet dare to mock us. This is truly intolerable. The esteemed officials were incensed. The emperor had never spoken to them in such a manner. Their fragile egos shattered. They were used to being the ones to scold, never the recipients of such derision, especially from a young official. Some hot-tempered individuals began rolling up their sleeves. Unruly child. Wang Hua finally lost his temper, unleashing his paternal authority with a few resounding slaps. Wang Shoren, caught off guard, took the blows squarely on his face, dazed and stammering. "Father, have you mistaken your target? You wretched scoundrel." Wang Hua rebuked vehemently, still unsatisfied. "Again?" Wang Shoren retorted, now infuriated. "Are you going to strike me instead of them? Just because I am your son? If you continue, I might just run away." The force of his father's blows was so vigorous that they stirred the very air, prompting Wang Shoren to take flight. "Stop, you ungrateful wretch, stand still," Wang Hua thundered, pursuing with raised hand. The assembly erupted in laughter. However, as minutes turned into a quarter of an hour, then two, the father and son did not return. They had left. Bang! Yang Tinghe slammed his hand on the tea table, enraged. "This is too much." The others were equally incensed, utterly astonished by the outcome. During this festive season, even the most shrewd among the esteemed officials found their composure utterly shattered. Yang Tinghe raised his hand to take the red envelope and tucked it into his pocket, cursing under his breath. Do they still wish to learn from the two generations of the Yongqing Marquis, taking money without doing any work? What a farce. Others quickly followed suit, each grabbing their share, grumbling as they exited to the courtyard. The father and son enjoyed their tea in tranquility. "Xiaoyan, do you truly believe that no significant troubles will arise?" Wang Hua, feeling anxious, leaned towards conservatism, disapproving of the emperor's reckless actions. "If this continues, the future of the Ming dynasty will indeed face grave issues," Wang Shoren remarked. Wang Hua fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed. "Perhaps you are right. Or perhaps I am simply growing old." "Xiaoyan, what are your plans for the future?" Wang Shoren countered with a question. "Father, are you considering submitting your resignation to the emperor?" "Yes, it is time to make way for the younger generation." Wang Hua smiled and added, "However, with today's events, leaving will be much easier." Wang Shoren remained silent. "Do not feel guilty. I do not blame you. In truth, I have long contemplated retirement." Wang Hua reassured his son, patting him on the shoulder. "I feel no guilt. The reason I acted today was precisely for this," Wang Shoren replied. Wang Hua, taken aback for a moment, suddenly smiled and nodded slightly. "Very well. Share your plans with me." "In truth, I have no grand plans. If I must say, it is to remain in the capital, monitor the emperor, and prevent him from becoming overly ambitious," Wang Shoren stated, emphasizing the need to endure the initial painful period. Wang Hua nodded slowly, then sighed again. "Xiaoyan, with your temperament, in the realm of governance, one must blend with the prevailing winds. I understand your aversion to this, as I share the sentiment. Yet oftentimes we are not in control of our circumstances. One can act according to their heart," Wang Shoren softly replied. Wang Hua merely smiled bitterly. "You are too idealistic. Do you think your father's experience in governance is straightforward? To maintain friendships without forming factions, embodying the virtues of a gentleman. Yet, you must also recognize that this humble gentleman has, in fact, accepted illicit gains under various guises." Wang Hua spoke with a hint of bitterness. "I do not wish to partake, but should I refuse, I am left with the label of a gentleman whose reputation does not reflect reality." "Your father has already reached the pinnacle of benevolence," Wang Shoren remarked. Wang Hua smiled gently, neither confirming nor denying. "Your father lacks the capability to match the Yongqing Marquis, yet he holds great hopes for you." After a pause, he continued, "As your father, I wish for your safety and a smooth journey through life." Wang Shoren remained silent. Wang Hua smiled again. "I merely express my thoughts. Your life is your own to govern. How you choose to navigate your future is beyond my interference. Pursue what you believe is right and what you desire." "Yes, father," Wang Shoren replied, his eyes glistening. "Now, let us celebrate the new year with joy," Wang Hua declared, rising to leave for the front hall to summon Xiao Zhu and her children. "For the new year is a time for family happiness." Oh, how different the new year feels. Some bask in warmth and harmony, while others suffer in silence, and still others cannot even enjoy dumplings. "I would love a steaming bowl of dumplings," Tang Bohu grumbled, mechanically chewing on dried meat, his face reflecting a profound sense of despair, nearly on the verge of vomiting. Li Qing clicked his tongue, feeling similarly despondent, and sighed. "Let us endure a bit longer. Once we reach our destination, we shall feast heartily." Upon hearing this, Tang Bohu felt a slight sense of solace and inquired, "Sir, do you think the cuisine overseas differs significantly from ours?" Li Qing was momentarily at a loss for words. Upon reflection, it seemed that foreign delicacies were rather scarce, Perhaps steak was the only dish that could be deemed passable. Yet he had only heard of it and had never tasted it himself. The intricacies of Western culinary culture during this era remained an enigma to him, for beyond the borders of the Ming dynasty, only the cuisine of Jiaoji was palatable, while the fare of Malacca was utterly unaccustomed to his palate. With this in mind, Li Qing relinquished any lofty expectations, simply hoping for fresh ingredients and proper cooking. He had no desire to consume a steak that was merely rare. That would be akin to gnawing on an unbutchered cow. Observing the eager anticipation on Tang Bo's face, Li Qing chuckled. As for the specifics, I cannot say. But surely it must be better than dry jerky, no? Indeed, Tang Bohu nodded slowly, washing down the piece of jerky with water, stretching his neck as if to clear his throat. After a considerable pause, he exhaled deeply, lamenting, "Now, every mealtime, my jaw aches. Perhaps we should cook next time." He shook his head, adding, "Never mind. It's best to minimize fires. Should any mishap occur, the consequences could be dire." Tang Bohu resolved, "Let us endure. We have managed to persevere this long. Yes, just a bit longer." The speed of merchant ships in this age was far inferior to that of later periods. When focusing solely on sailing speed, it was roughly 5 times slower in favorable winds due to the lack of precise navigation routes and the inability to sail at full speed around the clock. Ships relied on wind for propulsion, making wind direction critically influential. They had to navigate close to the coastline while avoiding storms, often anchoring for extended periods and taking detours, resulting in a painfully slow journey. Nevertheless, Li Qing believed that this was merely a phase of exploration, and he was confident that once they became more accustomed to the routes, their efficiency would increase exponentially. Of course, if they were aboard the grand treasure ships of the Ming dynasty, it would not be this sluggish. Chapter 86. Landing in early April. After more than a year adrift at sea, they finally reached their destination, the headquarters of the Florentine merchants. Relishing the sensation of solid ground beneath their feet, Tang Bohu felt a transformation within himself, as if everything had grown more splendid. Li Qing, too, was in high spirits. Who could have imagined that in an era of such developed transportation, he had never traveled abroad? Yet here he was, 5 centuries ahead of his time. Stepping beyond the borders of the feudal Ming dynasty and even out of Asia, the thought was simply astonishing. For a fleeting moment, he experienced a sense of time and space blurring, as if he had transcended dimensions. "Sir," Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, slowly regaining his composure. "What is it?" Tang Bohu's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet a hint of trepidation lingered. In this unfamiliar land, separated by an endless ocean from the Ming, with stark differences in culture, language, and even ethnicity, how could one remain entirely composed? It was undeniably a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Li Qing, too, felt a surge of adventurous curiosity. Eager to immerse himself in the local customs and experiences. "I shall go greet the traders from Malacca," he announced. "Let us reside here for a while, gather information about our surroundings, and then devise our next course of action." Tang Bohu inquired, "What do you mean by further plans?" "To travel and explore other countries." Li Qing replied with a smile. "Since we've come all this way, it must be worth the effort. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to all our hard work." "Do we really need to go to other continents?" Tang Bohu hesitated slightly. Li Qing chuckled. "Europe is rather vast, far beyond just the land of the Franks. In fact, it is even larger than the Ming dynasty." "Is that so?" Tang Bohu replied, somewhat astonished yet feeling more at ease. "Did you not say you were unfamiliar with this place? You seem quite knowledgeable." "I only know this much. Beyond that, I am utterly ignorant," Li Qing admitted with a wry smile. He then encouraged Tang Bohu, saying, "There's no need to be anxious. We possess wealth and strength, and we shall undoubtedly lead a prosperous life." Upon hearing this, Tang Bohu's restless heart gradually calmed. Though he had no direct understanding of Li Qing's martial prowess, he figured that someone who could fly must surely be formidable. "All right, then let us proceed with this plan." With his anxiety easing, Tang Bohu was once again overtaken by a strong sense of curiosity. After bidding farewell to the merchants of Malacca, Li Qing and Tang Bohu officially commenced their journey in a foreign land. "Sir, where are the fair-haired, blue-eyed maidens you spoke of?" Tang Bohu exclaimed. Surveying his surroundings and noticing no one with a fair complexion, many appearing even darker than he, who had been weathered by the sun and sea, though not excessively dark. The locals mostly had a muted complexion, with slightly curly brown hair, deep-set eyes, and prominent noses, although their somewhat short facial structure appeared rather striking. Observing these many different faces, Tang Bohu felt quite intrigued. So many foreigners. Little did he know, in the eyes of the locals, he himself was the foreigner. Fortunately, the Franks were aware of the great eastern nation known as the Ming dynasty. Although language barriers existed, communication could still be facilitated through gestures and demonstrations. Li Qing teased. What? Do you wish to sample the local redskin beauties? Tang Bohu rolled his eyes in resignation, confessing that the local populace did not align with his aesthetic preferences. He refrained from making any absolute statements, saying, one must tread carefully in unfamiliar territory. It is prudent to first ascertain the situation before discussing anything further. At that moment, his stomach growled audibly, and fortunately, there was a food vendor nearby. With Li Qing's presence, Tang Bohu felt emboldened and eagerly approached the bakery window. Retrieving silver coins exchanged for gold from the merchants of Malacca, ready to make a purchase. It was amusing how Tang Bohu's manner of communication with the foreigners resembled that of a Taoist performing a ritual, eliciting quiet laughter. Soon, the transaction was complete. Mimicking Li Qing's earlier conversational style upon their arrival, he repeatedly exclaimed, "Good, good." In truth, he had no understanding of the phrase's meaning, only recognizing it as a polite expression. As a representative of the Celestial Empire, Tang Bohu was keen on upholding his homeland's dignity, behaving quite gentlemanly. Li Qing could not help but facepalm, yet seeing Tang Bohu so thoroughly engaged, he refrained from correcting him. As long as Tang Bohu remained unembarrassed, all was well. Perhaps due to Tang Bohu's gentlemanly demeanor, the bakery owner did not take advantage of this foreigner and even returned him some change. Tang Bohu received the change and approached Li Qing, handing him a piece of bread, saying, "Eat it while it's warm, otherwise it will be difficult to chew later." Li Qing accepted the dark bread with a smile and took a bite, savoring the rich aroma of wheat and its chewy texture. However, he knew that it wouldn't be long before he grew tired of it, perhaps even reminiscing about the time when he enjoyed dried meat. "Boer, shall we head into the city?" Li Qing suggested. "I have just begun to familiarize myself with this area. Why not explore a few more days?" Tang Bohu, puffing his cheeks, mumbled, "The city is surely under strict control, and as outsiders, we may find it challenging to navigate. We should familiarize ourselves further and gather more information." "I crave white bread." "White bread," Tang Bohu exclaimed, suddenly finding the dark bread less appealing. Li Qing chuckled, "Not just white bread, but steak, lamb, fish, and eggs. Everything available in the Ming dynasty can certainly be found here. It's merely a matter of different cooking methods. Europe is still on Earth. It isn't an alien civilization." "Into the city," Tang Bohu asserted resolutely. "We must go." Indeed, while the dark bread had a unique flavor and was far superior to dried meat, he understood that even the most delectable food could become tiresome with excessive consumption. Moreover, the dark bread was quite taxing on his jaw, which had already been worn out from the journey. He yearned for fresh, succulent meat, be it boiled, stewed, or roasted, anything but dry food. Tang Bohu was truly reluctant to consume such fare any longer. After finishing the last bite of dark bread, the two cast their spells and confidently made their way towards the bustling district. Along the way, they encountered shady establishments and faced robberies. However, under Li Qing's formidable strength, every assailant was swiftly subdued. The journey was filled with excitement, but ultimately safe, and as the scorching heat approached, they arrived at the vibrant area of Florange, or perhaps the political center itself. Throughout their journey, although they still struggled to communicate with the locals, their communication efficiency had markedly improved, significantly reducing the costs of interaction. Notably, after donning local attire and with his sun-kissed complexion, Tang Bohu managed to avoid unnecessary trouble with his somewhat rustic accent. Li Qing decided to delegate all diplomatic matters to Tang Bohu. After spending over half a month exploring, they rented a guest house, finally securing a temporary place to stay. "Oh, this is quite nice," Tang Bohu remarked, dressed in the latest fashionable wide-shouldered robe that exposed his arms and showcased his calves, topped with a brown long hat. Leaning against the bed with one arm propped up, he reminisced about the peppered roasted lamb from lunch, lost in bliss. Li Qing, however, was not as leisurely. He was busy writing and drawing with a quill pen. Here, brushes were non-existent, and writing was primarily done with bird feathers. Fortunately, Li Qing had experience with fountain and ballpoint pens. Despite a century having passed, he rekindled his memories and found himself writing even faster than with a brush, though not as elegantly. "Sir, what are you writing?" Tang Bohu, feeling bored, initiated conversation. Li Qing paused his work and replied, Boer, we have been here for a while. Have you noticed any issues? Issues? Tang Bohu replied, puzzled. What do you mean, sir? Li Qing sighed with a wry smile. The cost of living here is rather exorbitant. I just calculated, and based on our spending habits, it would only suffice for a year. Really? Tang Bohu exclaimed. Is it that insufficient? Indeed it is. Li Qing nodded with a smile. How can you still smile? Tang Bohu said anxiously, as the saying goes. It is easy to slip into luxury from frugality, but difficult to return to frugality from luxury. Once you have tasted peppered roasted lamb, how can you still accept black bread? Li Qing chuckled. The value of goods is determined by their scarcity. The reason prices are so high is that silver is abundantly available. It seems the Franks were not lying. The distant West is vigorously mining silver. Tang Bohu furrowed his brows, rising to sit beside Li Qing, and said, Sir, I have always harbored a question. Your primary purpose in coming here is to promote maritime trade, so that the Ming court and the common people can profit in silver, correct? That is indeed the case. Li Qing confirmed with a nod. Tang Bohu frowned. But have you ever considered whether it is truly worthwhile to exchange essential goods like silk, tea, porcelain, and spices for these cold, hard silver nuggets? Moreover, will the influx of silver into the Ming lead to rampant inflation? He pondered, after all. Silver cannot be consumed or worn. Is hoarding such a commodity truly beneficial for the state and its people? Li Qing chuckled softly. Silver is not a useless metal. It is a deeply ingrained currency. Not only does it stimulate the enthusiasm of the populace, but it also effectively boosts and develops the economy. Furthermore, silver is recognized not only by the Ming, but also by nations around the world as a medium of exchange. It can be readily converted into essential goods. The age of exploration has already commenced. We cannot focus solely on the Ming. Tang Bohu began to grasp the concept, but remained somewhat perplexed. Li Qing contemplated for a moment and asked, Bohush, what do you believe wealth is? I do not think it is merely money, Tang Bohu replied. This is evidenced by the Ming's treasury notes. The excessive printing of currency will not enrich a nation, but will only lead to soaring prices. Li Qing nodded slightly. Currency is not the essence of wealth. So what is? Labor power. Li Qing asserted, or, one might say, productivity. That is the essence of wealth. To encourage diligent labor through currency is undoubtedly the best approach. Silver is a universally accepted currency, and the more, the better. Li Qing remarked. A vast amount of silver signifies a vast labor productivity. That is the essence of accumulating wealth. As Li Qing expounded on a rather novel concept, Tang Bohu found it quite challenging to comprehend, yet he understood enough, though some aspects eluded him. Once Li Qing finished, he fell into deep contemplation. After a while, Tang Bohu pondered, but this place is truly too distant. Can it really be, as you say, revitalizing the entire maritime trade of the world? It is not impossible. Li Qing replied confidently. You are aware of the treasure ships of the Ming, and maritime trade had already flourished long before our dynasty. Without delving too far back, the prosperity of the Song dynasty was due to its thriving commerce. Since Emperor Taizong's reign, we have vigorously promoted maritime trade. Over a century has passed, and whether in shipbuilding or navigational experience, we have made great strides. Even the merchants from Malacca can reach here. Why cannot the Ming? Li Qing chuckled lightly, saying, the current pace is slow merely due to unfamiliarity. Once we become accustomed to the navigation routes, the majestic treasure ships of the Ming dynasty will traverse the waters in far less time. Tang Bohu pondered this for a moment and concurred with Li Qing's perspective. Indeed, even without considering the official treasure ships, the merchant vessels of the common folk, such as the Li family's trading ship, are colossal in stature. Reflecting on this, Tang Bohu felt a twinge of guilt and awkwardly remarked, your strategies are truly awe-inspiring, and I, Tang Bohu, am humbled. Li Qing smiled, replying, you have already performed admirably. In Jiaoji and Malacca, particularly in Malacca, due to your connections, the elite are captivated by the allure of the Ming dynasty. With their unknowing guidance, it won't be long before the Ming's influence over Malacca becomes effortless. Li Qing stated earnestly, with this, your name shall be emblazoned in the annals of history. I owe much of this to your support. I am but a minor contributor. Tang Bohu chuckled, shaking his head. Such praise is excessive. How could I compare to your brilliance? That is not how it should be articulated, Li Qing replied. The geographical position of Malacca is of paramount importance to maritime trade. Li Qing continued, from the perspective of sea trade alone, Malacca holds greater significance than Jiaoji. Tang Bohu scratched his head, suddenly realizing that there was truth in this assertion. Though he lacked knowledge of economic trade, he understood the critical nature of navigation routes. A sense of pride surged within him. Could it be that Tang Yin would also achieve great endeavors? With an understanding of Li Qing's strategy and the immense benefits it entailed, Tang Bohu lost interest in leisurely travels and inquired, "What shall we do next?" Li Qing contemplated briefly and replied, "Our immediate priority is to thoroughly understand the Portuguese." "In what aspects?" Tang Bohu asked. "Political structure, livelihood and economy, developmental trends," Li Qing delineated. "This area is likely on the periphery of the political power center. After a period of familiarization, we shall venture into the core region." Tang Bohu felt a twinge of anxiety and asked, "Can you withstand gunfire, sir? In a direct confrontation?" "Yes," Li Qing affirmed. "In an unexpected situation, I can endure without suffering fatal injuries. I might only sustain minor wounds. With my full defensive energy, I would remain unharmed. However, I cannot withstand cannon fire. Standing still while being bombarded would indeed be fatal, even with my energy fully deployed." "Is that so formidable?" Tang Bohu exclaimed, astonished. Li Qing laughed. "I am striving for a lifespan of 200 years. Do you think I have lived this long without reason?" Tang Bohu swallowed hard and stammered. "If a few hundred years pass, wouldn't cannon fire then feel like mere tickling? How could that be?" Li Qing rolled his eyes. "Do you think artillery will stagnate in its development?" "Ah, that does seem plausible," Tang Bohu conceded awkwardly. "Well, what if I am a burden?" Clearing his throat, Li Qing asserted, "Let me put it this way. Even if I must divide my focus to protect you, I remain invincible. At this stage, firearms appear clumsy to me and are of little use. Within 7 paces, I am swift, and beyond that, I am still quick." Tang Bohu remained somewhat unconvinced, stating, "What if the distance is greater? Then I shall carry you as we flee." Li Qing chuckled. "What? When they fire upon us, shall we merely stand idly by?" After a brief pause, rest assured, conflicts may indeed arise, yet the adversary would not be foolish enough to employ artillery within the city. As for firearms, with a mere range of several hundred meters, they pose no threat to us whatsoever. That is reassuring. Tang Bohu relaxed, yet could not help but inquire, "Sir, if you were to exert yourself to the fullest, how many could you vanquish?" "In my most formidable encounter in Japan, I claimed the lives of nearly 1,000. Li Qing replied with ease. "Given that several decades have passed since then, I would assert that I could not fall below 1,000, truthfully speaking. If I were to disregard all constraints and unleash my full potential, 1,000 would undoubtedly not be my limit." "Goodness," Tang Bohu gasped, murmuring. "Does that imply you alone could engage in a small-scale battle?" "In theory, yes, but I am not one for bloodshed," Li Qing remarked, shaking his head. "War is a tool of destruction. It must be wielded with caution. You have already slain nearly 1,000 in a single skirmish and yet claim to abhor violence?" Tang Bohu was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. However, now that safety was no longer a concern, there was no need for excessive caution. The bustling area around them was starkly divided, with nobles riding in carriages alongside beggars shuffling along on foot, majestic churches standing next to dilapidated structures, and some indulging in opulence while others struggled for survival. The streets were wide, yet littered with excrement, either from animals or humans. In the sweltering summer heat, the scene was jarring, a dissonance of stark contrasts yet a peculiar harmony. Tang Bohu covered his nose with one hand and muttered, "Is it not so? Do the inhabitants lack proper sanitation? How can such a significant city be in worse condition than the countryside? Perhaps in a vast forest, one finds all manner of birds." Li Qing quipped, then asked, "Bohush, have you noticed anything amiss here?" "Indeed, it is quite perplexing," Tang Bohu replied. "The wealthy and the impoverished coexist entirely, unabashedly displaying their lives. Astonishingly, they manage to coexist harmoniously, even in the political heart of power. It seems as though the mountains are high and the emperor distant." He spoke without restraint, jesting. If this were the Ming dynasty, would it not incite the nobles to flaunt their status? Let alone the political center. Even an inconspicuous town in the Ming would not exhibit such a phenomenon. Wealthy individuals, regardless of their disposition, would not flaunt their affluence before the extremely impoverished. The stark disparity would incite discontent. They consume their meat behind closed doors. Here, however, the affluent seem eager to ensure the poor are acutely aware of their wealth, utterly failing to conceal their excess. In the Ming, while the poor may recognize the better lives of the rich, they remain distanced from the reality of such existence. only able to imagine the interior of grand estates. Here, it is entirely different. The opulence of the wealthy is unabashedly displayed before the impoverished, who not only do not hide their wealth, but actively embellish it to satiate their vanity. An eatery roasting lamb might stand adjacent to a bakery selling burnt bread, allowing the poor to gnaw on dry bread while witnessing the affluent feast heartily, a situation that is profoundly perplexing. Not only Tang Bohu, but even Li Qing experienced a significant psychological impact. To him, this was utterly inconceivable. Even more astonishing is the fact that, in such a fragmented situation, they could harmoniously coexist without incident. The two individuals walked together, taking in various settings, even masquerading as devout Catholics while visiting a church. Eventually, the conspicuous pair caught the attention of the royal family. On that day, a group of royal guards intercepted them, chattering away in a flurry of words. The diplomat, Tang Bohu, proved to be rather inept, merely repeating, "Good, good." After a futile exchange, the guards grew impatient and prepared to resort to force. "Sir, I have done my utmost. It is now your turn to perform." Tang Bohu, nervous and sweating profusely, was at a loss. Li Qing, however, offered a subtle smile and refrained from any aggressive action, instead enunciating two words with precision: "De Ming." Unlike Tang Bohu, who was tanned from the sun and wind, Li Qing's distinct Eastern features were accentuated, and the mention of De Ming conveyed information with remarkable efficiency. The locals clearly recognized the name upon hearing it. The lead guard appeared momentarily stunned, scrutinizing Li Qing before signaling his subordinates to hold their positions. Realizing that normal communication was futile, he attempted to convey meaning through gestures and actions. Although Li Qing found it somewhat perplexing, he possessed a means for effective communication, Malay. Previously, in the Malay archipelago, he had successfully communicated with the Franks through intermediaries. Indeed, upon hearing Malay, the guards expressed palpable delight, gesturing animatedly, and even Tang Bohu was able to comprehend. "We have someone who speaks Malay." Li Qing nodded, indicating for them to lead the way. Yet, Tang Bohu hesitated, asking, "Sir, are we simply going to proceed like this? What alternative do you propose?" Li Qing chuckled. "We seek to understand them, and they wish to learn about the great Eastern nation. There is no inherent danger. Should anything arise, I can ensure your safe escape." "Very well then." The two were escorted for a while and soon found themselves aboard an open carriage. After a short journey, they arrived at the royal palace. The architecture was strikingly distinct, not as exquisitely refined as the palaces of the Ming dynasty, yet exuding a raw, extravagant grandeur. The two-story structure was interconnected, giving it an imposing height. The upper walls were adorned with glimmering gold particles, particularly the central lion's head, which must have weighed over 100 pounds. The lower walls were constructed with exquisite Eastern porcelain, a single type of porcelain reassembled and affixed after shattering. Beautiful, yet wasteful. Treating porcelain as tiles, Li Qing surveyed the expansive palace, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Upon reflection, it bore a resemblance to the mass-market KTV establishments of later eras. Of course, the style was only somewhat similar, and due to technological limitations, it paled in comparison to the KTVs of the future, though it was commendable for its time. Someone had alerted the king of the Franks in advance, and it wasn't long before he arrived, accompanied by a translator. Chapter 88. Shattered Worldviews. Esteemed guests, greetings. May I inquire if you are merchants from the great Eastern nation of De Ming? The language was not Mandarin. However, Li Qing could grasp the general meaning, as the words were spoken in Malay. At long last, Tang Bohu found his moment to shine. He had diligently studied foreign languages over the years, often engaging in late-night discussions with courtesans. It was no exaggeration to say he had surpassed the level for proficiency, exceeding Li Qing in linguistic capability. "Greetings. Is this your king?" "Indeed." The translator nodded and inquired once more, "Are you merchants from the Ming dynasty?" Tang Bohu recollected the Li family and, thus, responded affirmatively, offering a respectful gesture to the king. Uncertain of the customary etiquette observed by the locals in the presence of their sovereign, and reluctant to appear disrespectful, he opted to adhere to the conventions of the Ming dynasty. He then pondered anxiously, would this king perceive my gesture as insufficient respect and consequently become enraged? Yet, how could I prostrate myself before the ruler of a barbaric little nation? Nevertheless, with my mentor present, I could always make my escape. Tang Bohu grasped Li Qing's arm, prepared to flee at any moment. However, it appeared he was overly concerned, The king did not express anger, but, rather, exhibited great delight upon hearing the translator explain their identities. He immediately began to chatter excitedly. The translator conveyed, "It is evident that esteemed guests such as yourselves must possess a substantial family business, correct? In foreign lands, one cannot afford to lose face." Having lived abroad for several years, Tang Bo's confidence was at its peak. He replied with a subtle smile, "Let us say, the scale of our family business is unrivaled in the Ming dynasty." In truth, he was not exaggerating, given the current financial strength of the Li family. There were indeed few who could compete with them. While many of their industries had been decentralized, it merely allowed for profit sharing without relinquishing complete control over related enterprises. The king, upon hearing the translator, grew unexpectedly exuberant, becoming momentarily incoherent. "Oh, my lord." The translator was similarly overwhelmed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the two. After a considerable pause, they regained their composure. The translator inquired, "We wish to purchase your silk, whatever quantity you have. In addition, we desire tea, spices, and porcelain. All of it, the more, the better." Tang Bohu hesitantly glanced at Li Qing, realizing he could not make this decision alone. For Li Qing was the head of the Li family. Li Qing smiled and replied, "We are indeed here for trade, as long as we can negotiate a fair price. The goods are not an issue. Silk and tea, we can purchase at equal value." The counterpart responded. Li Qing found the term equal value somewhat ambiguous. It is precisely equal value. The other party seemed equally perplexed by Li Qing's confusion, pausing momentarily before relaying a few words to the king. After receiving confirmation, he added, "Silk at equal value, with an additional 30% for tea." Having spent several years in the Ming dynasty, Li Qing's language skills had somewhat declined. So he switched to Mandarin. "Bohu, please ask them what the specific prices are." Tang Bohu inquired in detail, and the response left him astounded. "First, sir, they mean that equal value refers to equal weight." Li Qing was taken aback. "Are they that affluent?" The other party, noticing his astonishment, assumed he was dissatisfied. However, they did not raise the price further, merely gazing at him with intense interest. "By heavens, just how wealthy are you? Is there silver everywhere?" Li Qing was aware that the Ming dynasty was a country with scarce silver resources, the quantity and quality of its silver mines far inferior to those in the West. After all, even the diminutive nation of Japan produced silver in quantities comparable to the Ming. Yet, he had not anticipated that here, silver would hold such little value. Indeed, silk is not heavy. Typically, a bolt of silk weighs merely 5 pounds. However, if exchanged for an equivalent weight in silver, it would amount to a staggering 80 taels. 80 taels. Nowadays, a bolt of silk sold overseas scarcely fetches 18 taels, yet here exists such a vast profit margin. He began to comprehend why the Europeans in Malacca were so eager to engage in trade with the Ming dynasty. Enormous, terrifying profits. Could it be that with a single stroke of a spade, one could unearth silver? For a moment, Li Qing felt as if he were in a dream. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he realized that in later times, silver holds little value, seemingly worth only a few coins per gram, overshadowed by gold by a wide margin. Utterly different from the gold-silver exchange rate of this era. The lengthy maritime route, fraught with peril, coupled with the small nation's cargo ships, which are far inferior to the grand Ming treasure ships, incurs exorbitant transportation costs. Contemplating these factors, Li Qing gradually regained his composure, though his heart continued to race uncontrollably. It was not only him. Tang Bohu was equally taken aback, nearly losing his composure. He understood that maritime trade was lucrative, but never could he have imagined it to be this profitable. Trading by equivalent weight was simply beyond belief. Setting aside the imperial treasure ships, Li's merchant vessels alone might well return with an entire silver mine. Li Qing exhaled deeply, stating, "If tea prices rise by another 20%, the goods we can supply will far exceed your expectations." To his surprise, the counterpart shook his head, indicating that they would only offer that price. 1%, Tang Bohu interjected. The other party remained steadfast, seemingly disinclined to negotiate, or perhaps this was merely their psychological price. Li Qing pondered, "How much do you require?" "Yes, we desire all that you can provide. The more, the better." The counterpart stood firm, exuding an air of lacking nothing but silver. "Well, I will give it considerable thought," Li Qing replied. The other party appeared perplexed. Either it was acceptable or it was not. What was there to contemplate? Given this, Li Qing had no choice but to say, "Very well. However, We shall remain here for quite some time, preparing to engage in trade with you upon our return." The king, upon hearing this, expressed great delight, assuring that he would extend warm hospitality to the two, hosting a banquet that evening and arranging accommodations for them. "Sir, does this nation, evidently not large, truly possess such vast amounts of silver?" Tang Bohu, having regained his composure, began to question their financial capacity. Li Qing mused, "It is unlikely that I am mistaken. The silver mines here are indeed abundant, as can be inferred from the prices. Yet, this seemed overly exaggerated. Could it be that their fields yield not crops but silver? I shall find time to inquire indirectly," Li Qing remarked. In truth, he felt much like Tang Bohu, lost in a dream, grappling with the incredulous. Having spent some time here, although he had not explored every inch, he sensed that this was not a great nation, and its population was far surpassed by that of Jiaoji or Japan. Did they not engage in agriculture, solely focused on mining gold and silver? This seemed implausible. He had witnessed farming households with his own eyes. Never mind, he thought. For now, he would set aside these concerns, rest well, and prepare for the evening banquet. Casting aside distractions, Li Qing smiled and remarked, "I wonder what foreign banquets are like." Upon hearing this, Tang Bohu could not help but feel a sense of anticipation, exclaiming with delight, "I simply adore the tender pepper lamb from this place. Truly exquisite." "Look at you, so lacking in ambition," Li Qing remarked with amusement. Tang Bohu rolled his eyes and retorted, "And what of it? How long has it been since I savored a proper meal? Just take a glance at my cheeks. Though I may not be youthful anymore, I hardly appear as aged as this." He continued, "The pepper lamb truly is the finest dish I have tasted in quite some time." Li Qing felt a blush creeping to her cheeks and sheepishly replied, "You've endured much. Rest assured, one day I shall produce a film about you, not the kind that merely flatters." Tang Bohu was left bewildered. What on earth are you talking about? He comprehended each word individually, yet when strung together, they appeared as incomprehensible as an ancient script. It's nothing of great consequence. Merely a script to be acted out, so future generations may know of your deeds and sacrifices, Li Qing explained. That sounds splendid. Tang Bohu grinned. The script must include exquisite delicacies, and the actor portraying me must be meticulously chosen to embody my flamboyant spirit. Well said, Li Qing chuckled. After a light-hearted exchange, fatigue washed over Tang Bohu, and he succumbed to slumber, while Li Qing, feeling invigorated, lay in bed with her thoughts drifting. In the evening, the two attended a grand banquet. Initially drowsy from lack of sufficient rest, Tang Bohu's lethargy vanished upon sighting the delectable lamb, steak, and pies laid before him. The feast was lavish, with an abundance of meats, adorned only by a few vegetables, and complemented by desserts such as egg tarts, cream, and sweet sauces. The air was thick with an alluring aroma. Without tasting, Li Qing could ascertain that spices had been employed in the cooking process, as such effects could not be achieved otherwise. Evidently, European cuisine of this era had begun to skillfully incorporate spices for flavoring their ingredients. The king formally introduced Li Qing and Tang Bohu to the royal court and ministers. While Li Qing remained silent, Tang Bohu, accustomed to grand occasions, conducted himself with poise, exhibiting neither timidity nor arrogance, thus upholding the dignified etiquette of the Celestial Empire. After a series of ineffective exchanges, the banquet commenced. Tang Bohu, who had little taste for sweetness, alongside Li Qing, a carnivore at heart, indulged heartily in the feast, their dining manners impeccable, yet they consumed copiously. However, they underestimated the scale of this banquet. Servants flowed continuously through the hall, presenting dish after dish as if they were of no cost, ensuring an almost unending supply of food that seemed impossible to finish. The two soon found themselves satiated, yet the banquet had barely reached its midpoint. Gradually, they became astonished. This crowd possessed an insatiable appetite that was almost inhuman. Li Qing, confident in her own capacity to consume, observed that each individual present seemed to outpace her in consumption, their stomachs seemingly unfillable, even a young woman's appetite far exceeding that of robust men. "Are they pigs?" Tang Bohu muttered under his breath, questioning, "Sir, how can these people eat so much? The ones we encountered before did not seem to possess such voracity." Li Qing was equally perplexed, yet he soon noticed something unusual. These individuals would venture out periodically, returning with an insatiable hunger akin to that of ravenous wolves. "Stay seated and do not move. I shall go and investigate," he said. Rising from his seat, Li Qing stealthily positioned himself behind one of them. Before long, he uncovered their secret regarding consumption. They ingested food only to regurgitate it afterward. Eating and then vomiting? Li Qing was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend this peculiar dietary culture and was profoundly shocked, as if his worldview had shattered. Chapter 89. The pristine and self-disciplined Yongqing Marquis, Li Qing dared not gaze any longer, overwhelmed by a strong sense of physiological discomfort. He promptly relayed this secret to Tang Bohu. Although Tang Bohu was equally perplexed, he too was taken aback, subsequently experiencing a similar wave of discomfort. How could they behave in such a manner? He inquired. Perhaps it is a tradition passed down from the aristocracy, Li Qing speculated. He recalled that even in later generations, the West placed significant emphasis on lineage, and such extreme extravagance and wastefulness were likely practices that persisted solely among the nobility, serving as a means to distinguish the impoverished from the elite and to showcase aristocratic superiority. Having spent some time in this realm, Li Qing had encountered a myriad of individuals, from the destitute to the affluent, and even attended a lavish wedding banquet where the fare was abundant, featuring the slaughter of a bull, alongside turkey and lamb. However, such behavior as witnessed tonight had not occurred then. When satiated, one remained satisfied, without engaging in the act of vomiting. As for the impoverished, they savored the inexpensive, stale black bread that had hardened with time, not daring to waste even a crumb, let alone regurgitate it. This scene was a first for Li Qing, shattering his perceptions entirely. In an era marked by limited productivity, their actions could not merely be described as wasteful. They were an affront to both humanity and the divine. Tang Bohu, having feasted heartily, felt a wave of nausea wash over him upon hearing these revelations. Gazing at the sumptuous array of ingredients, his appetite waned, his stomach churning. "Sir, when will this banquet conclude?" he inquired. "How should I know? Perhaps soon. It has already been an hour," Li Qing responded. He too wished to depart. Yet as the banquet had commenced with the two of them, it would be discourteous to leave midway, especially as they were to discuss trade afterward. Li Qing silently mused. Let us see how long they can continue this cycle of consumption and regurgitation. And thus he engaged Tang Bohu in casual conversation to distract himself. Not long into their dialogue, a translator approached, having noticed that the two had ceased eating. "Dear guests from the Ming dynasty, why have you stopped dining? Is the fare unpalatable?" he inquired. "Ah, we are quite full," Tang Bohu replied in Manchu, expressing gratitude for the king's generous hospitality. Upon hearing this, the translator appeared enlightened and beckoned to two female attendants. "Esteemed guests, please accompany them," he translated. "Ah?" Tang Bohu hesitated. While he was not devoid of desires, the women present did not meet his aesthetic preferences. "That is too kind. Truly, it is unnecessary," he replied. Translation. Surprised by his polite refusal, the translator momentarily froze, only to recall the rumors that Easterners are generally more reserved, and thus responded with a knowing smile before extending another invitation. "Please, do not hold back." However, Tang Bohu repeatedly waved his hand, casting furtive glances at the maid. It simply would not do. He could not convince himself. To be fair, the two women were not unattractive. Their complexions were merely a shade darker, and their features were quite acceptable. Yet, the combination left him somewhat unsettled. Unexpectedly, his reluctance was perceived as mere politeness, leading to a third invitation. The two ladies were the stars of the soiree and quickly drew attention. The king approached the translator to inquire about the situation and subsequently expressed his enthusiasm. Tang Bohu felt utterly helpless, casting a tearful glance at Li Qing. "Sir, what shall we do?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Qing addressed the translator, saying, "Then we shan't be polite." Tang Bohu sighed. "Ah, you virtuous Lord Yongqing. How could you be so? Well, it is for the greater good. Fortunately, it is night time. Once the lights are extinguished, it should be somewhat tolerable, right?" Lost in thought, Tang Bohu followed Li Qing as they both bowed to the king and departed the banquet. The night was deepening, with twinkling stars illuminating the dark sky, alleviating the weight of the night. As a foreigner in a strange land, only the night sky provided a semblance of solace, for it was the same sky as that of the Ming dynasty. However, the local customs were truly overwhelming. Tang Bohu's mind raced with the impending challenges ahead, filled with reluctance and anxiety about the potential embarrassment stemming from his physiological aversion. The turmoil within him was unbearable. Yet, seeing Li Qing's calm demeanor gradually eased his tension as they followed the maid to a well-ventilated room. A maid entered and lit a lamp. then invited the two men inside. Tang Bohu hesitated. He was even prepared to sacrifice himself for the sake of trade between their nations. But lighting the lamp and being in Li Qing's company felt exceedingly awkward. While being flirtatious with courtesans was not shameful, the lack of boundaries made him uncomfortable. And he thought to himself, after all, this is a barbarous little nation. How uncivilized. Tang Bohu looked hesitantly at Li Qing, who chuckled lightly, appearing remarkably relaxed as he stepped inside first. Taken aback, Tang Bohu exclaimed, "Wait, are you really this open-minded?" With no retreat left, he reluctantly followed suit. The maid invited them to sit down, then opened the window and retrieved a wooden bucket and a goose feather from a cupboard, kneeling before them and placing the bucket directly beneath them while brandishing the feather. Tang Bohu's mind went blank, despite his self-proclaimed charm. He was at a loss regarding this peculiar display. "Sir," he thought, feeling as helpless as a child, for the first time realizing his repertoire of poses was insufficient. Li Qing remained remarkably composed, gesturing for the maids to leave, indicating he would handle it himself. The maid hesitated, insisting on assisting, animatedly gesturing for him to open his mouth. Tang Bohu stood there, bewildered, when suddenly enlightenment struck him. He finally comprehended the maid's intentions. They were here to induce vomiting. As soon as the thought arose, Tang Bohu was immediately seized by a wave of nausea, his stomach churning tumultuously like relentless waves battering the hull of a ship, causing a severe gastric spasm. This physical discomfort surged forth with unstoppable ferocity, compelling him to bend over and seize a wooden bucket, whereupon he retched violently. "No, are you really vomiting?" Li Qing exclaimed, utterly speechless. He had merely intended to take a breather under this pretext. In the past, he would leave the table once he had eaten his fill. However, today's banquet was organized specifically for the two of them, and subsequent negotiations for trade collaboration were to follow. Thus, whether out of courtesy or business considerations, it would be inappropriate to depart midway. Little did he expect Tang Bohu to be so candid. Li Qing hurriedly rose to pat Tang Bohu's back while ushering the maid away. Upon realizing their apparent self-sufficiency, the maid did not insist on staying and retreated. At that moment, Tang Bohu resembled a river bursting its banks, utterly beyond control. As he expelled his stomach's contents with a cacophony, Li Qing, feeling exasperated, contemplated abandoning him. After some time, Tang Bohu gradually regained his composure, spitting a few more times before lifting a water jug from the table to rinse his mouth. After several rounds of rinsing, he finally felt somewhat alleviated. So this is what Europe is like, Tang Bohu thought helplessly, appearing as though he had just endured a tumultuous ordeal. Li Qing could not help but stifle a laugh, covering his nose with his sleeve while hastily pulling Tang Bohu up. "Let us hurry. If we linger any longer, I too shall feel ill." The maid had not strayed far. Upon seeing them emerge, she entered to tidy up. The two men gazed up at the night sky, inhaling the fresh air as the discomfort in their stomachs gradually subsided. Tang Bohu chuckled wryly. "Is there something wrong with them? I can't comprehend it. Yet I suppose I should at least show some respect." Li Qing also managed a bitter smile, acknowledging, every region nurtures its own people. But this atmosphere is indeed hard to endure. Nevertheless, being a significant financial backer, it would be unwise to confront the money. Li Qing preferred to refrain from further commentary, having no intention of setting things right. He simply appreciated the wealth here. As for the local customs, they were none of his concern. He was neither a saint nor a pope, devoid of the altruistic love for humanity. Managing affairs in the Ming dynasty was already quite enough for him, leaving him no leisure to meddle in European matters. Tang Bohu shook his head and sighed. "I am beginning to believe they indeed possess wealth. Our Ming dynasty South Royal Court would not dare to be so extravagant." Judging by the scale of this banquet, the expenses for the night far surpassed those of an emperor's feast for his ministers. With Li Qing, an adept at dining, Tang Bohu was quite familiar with court banquets, primarily because they had grown weary of the bland food aboard the ship. Thus, they engaged in a discussion about imperial feasts to quell their cravings. Li Qing pondered, having wealth is generally a good sign. But based on what we have seen and heard so far, their affluence seems excessive. There must be crucial factors we are unaware of. Tang Bohu contemplated for a moment and deemed Li Qing's observation to be valid. The question is, would they be willing to disclose such information? Perhaps they would, considering the trade collaboration we have promised. Tang Bohu thought Li Qing was being overly optimistic, replying, "After all, it is merely verbal, and they have yet to witness the capabilities of the Li family. Do you not yet understand the nature of the people here? Li Qing inquired. What do you mean? They take pleasure in showcasing their strength and flaunting their superiority, particularly those who are affluent and of noble birth. Li Qing remarked. Tang Bohu scratched his head, seemingly in agreement, and mused that it was indeed perplexing, for the people here are so innocently straightforward. Initially inclined to label them as foolish, he reconsidered, recognizing that their generous hospitality toward them warranted a more diplomatic expression. Li Qing understood his sentiment and chuckled, saying, we must not think in such a manner. National conditions differ, and thus, so too do ways of thinking. Since the unification of the Qin dynasty under Emperor Qin, the external pressures have significantly diminished in the Ming dynasty, leading to fewer external threats but greater internal strife, which has fostered a culture of concealment. In contrast, Europe is home to numerous nations of varying sizes. In such circumstances, those who hide their talents are more susceptible to being bullied, whereas those who display their brilliance can instill awe. Upon hearing this, Tang Bohu felt enlightened and exclaimed, your words awaken the dreamer. Indeed, that makes sense, no wonder. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Tang Bohu, like Li Qing, adopted a more optimistic outlook and pondered aloud. Sir, could it be that commercial trade has flourished here, enabling the Franks to amass such wealth? That is undoubtedly the case. Li Qing nodded, then hesitated, adding, yet, relying solely on trade could not account for such immense riches. After a brief pause, he continued, the banquet has lasted for quite some time. Even if they experience bouts of nausea, there will still be copious amounts of wine remaining in their systems. While their minds are clouded, let us pry this secret from them. Ah, splendid. Tang Bohu also found himself intrigued by the source of their wealth. Chapter 90. The competition has commenced returning to their seats. They observed the lords and ministers still indulging in food and drink, with a steady stream of servants bringing forth an abundance of sumptuous dishes, reminiscent of the feast's initial grandeur. Despite having uncovered their secret to indulgence, both were still astonished. How long would this banquet continue? At present, there were no signs of it drawing to a close. Tang Bohu was astounded and rose to inquire with a nearby translator, receiving an even more shocking revelation. An entire night of feasting. He gasped. Even Li Qing, who was accustomed to the extravagant, was taken aback. Confusion turned to respect. It had only been a little over an hour, and they had yet to reach the midpoint. He refrained from probing for information at this juncture when the others were reveling in their feast. Instead, he engaged in casual conversation with Tang Bohu, occasionally nibbling on some food, striving to maintain the act of chewing to avoid being dragged away for purging. However, upon learning of this marathon feast, Li Qing dared not indulge recklessly. He chewed a single steak for an eternity. If the officials from the 6 ministries, the 9 ministers, or the grand scholars of the cabinet were to witness this, they would undoubtedly comment in a sardonic tone. Oh, weren't you quite the hearty eater? How is it you've become so courteous upon leaving the borders? To be honest, Li Qing felt somewhat disheartened. He had prided himself on being a connoisseur of banquets. Yet this time he had truly received a lesson. Tang Bohu fared somewhat better. Stimulated by the experience, he had purged violently, but now found himself ravenously hungry. Although lacking appetite, he could still manage a few bites, yet he no longer dared to consume his food with the same fervor as before, savoring even his beloved lamb with deliberate care. For the first time, Li Qing experienced the sensation of time dragging on during a feast. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, the royal nobles, having indulged in a relentless cycle of feasting and regurgitation, appeared weary. Their pace of consumption had significantly diminished. At this juncture, the maidservants brought forth a series of small beds, allowing the guests to recline. The maidens knelt before them, dutifully obeying their commands to serve food. Perhaps due to overindulgence, many had developed an uncanny ability to vomit at will. One merely had to gesture, and an understanding maid would promptly retrieve a wooden basin from beneath the bed. The scene began to spiral into absurdity. It was unbearable. Even Tang Bohu felt himself unraveling and turned to Li Qing for assistance, suggesting, shall we take our leave? I truly cannot endure another moment. Not only he, but Li Qing too felt the tension rising, having previously insisted on understanding and respecting the customs. At this moment, respect was utterly out of the question. He was on the brink of cursing. The air was thick with the aroma of food, mingled with the remnants of gastric concoctions, making Li Qing hesitant to breathe deeply. Truth be told, the smell was not excessively foul. The food had only recently been consumed, and the stomach was merely preparing to do its work, so the scent was not overly acrid. Yet, the sight of others vomiting while one was trying to eat was intolerable. Ultimately, Li Qing could bear it no longer and said, "Bohush. Please inform the translator that we have matters regarding maritime trade to discuss with the king." It was imperative to leave, lest he develop a fear of dining. Tang Bohu, as if granted a reprieve, promptly stood and departed. Before long, the word reached the king, who, albeit reluctant to abandon his meal, prioritized trade. After exchanging a few words with those nearby, he instructed the maidservants to carry him over, inviting the two to converse in a more suitable setting. Finally escaping the scene of chaos, the two exhaled deeply and felt liberated enough to breathe freely. In this place, the custom of tea drinking had not yet emerged. Tea leaves were primarily utilized as flavoring in meat dishes rather than brewed for drinking. Only wine was available. Wine it was. Anything was preferable to witnessing a multitude of individuals retching before them. Li Qing consumed wine as if it were water, while Tang Bohu conveyed his intentions. Having surpassed his previous limitations in foreign languages, Li Qing entrusted the diplomatic matters to him. With a translator mediating, the communication flowed smoothly. After an extensive discussion, the prices for the main commodities were essentially settled. The opposing party offered reasonable prices and exhibited a disinterest in haggling, while Li Qing was not one to be overly fastidious. With substantial profits assured, there was little reason for hesitation. Once the prices were agreed upon, Li Qing laid the groundwork before revealing his true intentions. The situation was far more favorable than he had anticipated. Upon learning that Li Qing questioned his financial capacity, the king candidly disclosed the truth. Li Qing was taken aback, his mind a tempest of astonishment. He was shocked to discover that Europe had embarked upon 3 significant competitions: maritime, trade, and colonization. Perhaps having traversed time for so long had led to his gradual assimilation. He had always perceived the West as still steeped in barbarism, believing that the Ming dynasty could leisurely strategize. Yet, upon hearing this revelation, he felt an urgency. Indeed, while the Ming dynasty remained at the pinnacle of global power, the West had begun to accelerate its progress. He finally comprehended the origins of the wealth of the Franks. Colonial plunder. A place known as Majesty could yield tens of millions of taels of silver annually for the Franks, and this was still due to inefficient mining practices. Their relentless exploitation knew no bounds, as they squandered their riches without end. With a modest population and an influx of silver, prices soared to outrageous heights for a time. Eventually, they dispersed vast amounts of silver, employing their wealth to make various European nations labor for them. Some smaller countries cultivated cotton, others wove cloth, some grew grain, while others supplied furs, leaving the Franks to seize silver mines, colonize, and revel in their spoils. Of course, this endeavor was fraught with challenges and bloodshed. Mexique? Perhaps it referred to Mexico, Li Qing mused, lamenting his limited knowledge of Chinese history and his complete ignorance of Western history, rendering him unaware of the world's geopolitical landscape in this era. Nevertheless, he did recognize a few familiar names, such as Columbus, the famed maritime adventurer who had only recently passed away, and Da Vinci, who was still alive at that time. The collision of Eastern and Western histories profoundly shook Li Qing as a time traveler. Simultaneously, he suddenly understood why the Franks were so generous. On one hand, they were indeed wealthy, with vast reserves of silver. On the other hand, they were desperately poor, with only silver to their name. With this understanding, as he observed the prices of goods, he realized that the Franks were not simply foolish spenders. At least from their perspective, they were not. For a fleeting moment, Li Qing contemplated returning to the Ming dynasty, summoning the Ming naval fleet to seize the silver directly. However, upon reflection, such a notion seemed impractical. The distance was considerable, not to mention the potential decline in the Ming fleet's combat effectiveness along the way. The sheer logistics of troop deployment were daunting. If aggression were to be pursued, landing would be necessary, nullifying the advantages of the Ming treasure ships. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. A more significant issue lay in the fact that the inhabitants were aware of the Ming dynasty and its might. Should war be declared, it might catalyze unification among them. While overcoming the Franks alone would not be insurmountable, challenging all of Europe would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, once ensnared in the quagmire of war, the maritime trade route would be effectively blocked. Waging war seemed unduly inhumane, and the Ming emperor, officials, gentry, and commoners lacked any colonial mindset, even exhibiting a strong aversion to it. Thus, they would be unable to leverage war to amass wealth. After much contemplation, Li Qing concluded that leveraging maritime trade to accumulate wealth, subsequently radiating that prosperity to the numerous vassal states of the Ming, would be a more prudent and effective approach. War was a one-time transaction, whereas maritime commerce could endure for decades, even centuries. Reflecting on the geopolitical landscape of future generations, he recognized that maritime trade had always flourished. Li Qing resolved not to prioritize short-term gains at the expense of long-term sustainability, reminding himself to maintain a broader perspective, lest he be blinded by immediate profit and become short-sighted. However, the psychological shock brought about by this engaging conversation lingered for an extended period, leaving an indelible mark on him. Despite the Ming dynasty's continued dominance, Li Qing felt an acute sense of urgency and impending crisis. The competition had commenced. How could the Ming refrain from participating? The plan to harvest Western wealth could no longer be postponed and needed to be expedited. The global landscape was undergoing transformation. The tide of the age of exploration had risen dramatically, and the Ming must seize the lead. After a spirited exchange, the king appeared to grow hungry once more, warmly inviting them to return and indulge in the culinary delights. Li Qing, though somewhat famished himself, felt a sense of reluctance. Nevertheless, recognizing the sincerity and openness of the host, he graciously accepted the invitation. During the festivities, Li Qing inquired about the banquet customs, discovering that what they experienced now was a product of considerable frugality. Looking back, banquets would last several days, during which attendees could not leave their seats, consuming and regurgitating simultaneously. Nowadays, not only had they embraced thriftiness, but they also prioritized hygiene. With the practice of eating and expelling primarily relegated to the latter part of the event, and public indiscretions had become a thing of the past, Li Qing found himself at a loss for words, utterly speechless. Yet, he had to concede that this indeed represented significant progress. Fortunately, after this engaging discourse, the banquet reached its conclusion, and soon dawn broke. Li Qing and Tang Bohu, weary from the evening's events, returned to their quarters, collapsing onto their beds and succumbing to deep slumber. Upon awakening, they found it was nearly dusk. The washing facilities were quite rudimentary. Yet Li Qing had anticipated this and had brought along several toothbrushes for oral hygiene. Fortunately, there was no banquet scheduled for that evening. Instead, a maid brought forth a sumptuous meal of lamb, steak, egg tarts, and cream. After enjoying their dinner, the two ventured out for a leisurely stroll. "Sir, shall we continue to reside here for the time being? We could become better acquainted with the royal family and then explore their colonies," Li Qing remarked with a smile. "If I happen to encounter that illustrious Leonardo da Vinci, perhaps you could engage in an artistic exchange. The collision of Eastern and Western perspectives might inspire you in unexpected ways." Chapter 91. The weary Zhu Hozhao in the Ming Dynasty. The implementation of new policies faced considerable challenges, inciting widespread turmoil. Not only in the capital, but also among local officials and the gentry, there was a collective resistance. They did not take to the front lines themselves, but instead remained in the shadows, inciting the populace to oppose the court's edicts. Consequently, petitions concerning banditry and civil unrest inundated Zhu Hozhao's desk, presenting a daily barrage of distressing matters. Zhu Hozhao felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. Although he did not relent, he was nonetheless beleaguered. Endless days of labor took their toll, tarnishing his reputation both within the political sphere and among the common people. Admittedly, the substantial tax reductions enacted by the court had improved the lives of those with arable land. However, many were mere tenants without land of their own. With the court imposing additional taxes on the gentry, tenants inevitably felt the repercussions. Of course, the landlords dared not overreach. They merely increased rents to a modest extent, ensuring that tenants could maintain a semblance of normalcy in their lives, as their losses were substantial. Nonetheless, for impoverished tenants, any rise in rent exacerbated their hardships, naturally breeding resentment. Those who benefited from the reforms seldom boasted about their fortunes, while those who suffered losses were compelled to voice their grievances. Moreover, the thoughts of the common people, seeking to reclaim their lands through the contributions of the gentry, began to flourish as they aspired to cultivate the fields themselves. Under the new policies, self-cultivation proved to be far more profitable. Consequently, the gentry and landlords found themselves in a dire predicament. This was not merely a matter of sacrificing flesh, but akin to having their very bones extracted. How could they not be anxious? If they could not manage the emperor, could they then not handle the unruly populace? As the ancient saying goes, It is easy to invite the gods, yet challenging to send them away. The gentry, often benevolent and occasionally performing charitable acts to win the hearts of the people, found it exceedingly difficult to part with their tangible wealth. Their true nature was swiftly unveiled. What contributions? That was a standard transaction. I, the master, paid for it. Indeed, money changed hands, and the common folk accepted it. Yet the agreements made at the signing were understood to allow for the redemption of their lands. However, when the people attempted to reclaim their fields with the money, these gentry and landlords refused to acknowledge their claims, adamantly asserting that it was a normal sale. They had no choice. Their greed was one factor. But acknowledging the verbal agreements would be tantamount to admitting to land contributions, which the laws of the Ming dynasty explicitly deemed a grave offense. The lightest punishment would be exile. The commoners spoke in unison, yet the documents were indeed signed as normal land transactions. As a result, unrest erupted across various locales, and the county magistrate found himself powerless, spending nearly all day in court addressing cases. The county magistrate of this era was not like those portrayed in dramas. Solely engaged in court proceedings, he had to juggle numerous responsibilities, including the welfare of the populace, taxation, the enforcement of policies, and criminal litigation. All were part of his duties. While it is often said that the county magistrate is a minor official, the reality is that his authority is quite substantial. A myriad of issues descended upon him all at once, and Zhu Hozhao seethed with unexpressed rage, his temper flaring throughout the day. At this time, officials in the capital began to conspire against him. The censors and officials, organized and disciplined, collectively took action, hurling scathing criticisms at Zhu Hozhao, nearly labeling him as the most incompetent ruler in history. Thus, the emperor's countenance grew dark with fury. Zhu Hozhao truly erupted in anger, directly administering punishment in court, and under Lu Jin's supervision, several censors were beaten to death. This truly stirred a hornet's nest. The censors, unpunished, questioned the emperor's authority. The ministers, weary of kneeling at the palace gates, opted for a collective resignation instead. This time, even the noble families who benefited from the establishment of the military academy refused to lend their support. Infuriated to the extreme, Zhu Hozhao was determined not to approve their resignations, insisting they all continue their work diligently. Simultaneously, Zhu Hozhao, building upon the foundations of the Jinyue and the Eastern Investigation Agency, reopened the Western Investigation Agency and subsequently established the Internal Investigation Agency. In a short time, the court's secretive enforcers reached unprecedented levels in Ming history. With 3 agencies and 1 guard, spies were dispatched in full force, and Zhu Hozhao vowed to suppress the opposing factions completely. The piercing winter wind howled, and snowflakes danced through the air. Zhu Hozhao stood before the palace, gazing at the yellow-tiled roofs and red walls blanketed in white snow, his expression stern. Nearby, the servants trembled, scarcely daring to breathe. It was Yang Yiqing who stepped forward to brush the snow off the emperor's cloak, gently inquiring, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." Zhu Hozhao exhaled a cloud of warm breath and replied, "What did Yang Yiqing say?" He mentioned that he would return to the capital to assume his post after the handover. Yang Yiqing responded, adding that, "Your Majesty, I am somewhat acquainted with Yang Yiqing. He is not one to shy away from trouble or fear offending others." Zhu Hozhao fell silent for a moment and inquired about the military preparations. "Quite satisfactory," Yang Yiqing replied after a brief contemplation. Yet according to Yang Yiqing, the disturbances from the barbarians have become increasingly frequent in recent years. Given this momentum, a conflict in the future appears inevitable. "I actually hope they come sooner rather than later," Zhu Hozhao murmured softly, then said, "You have worked hard on this journey. You may take your rest." "It is but my duty," Yang Yiqing replied with a smile, cautiously probing, "Your Majesty, today on my return, I encountered Lu Jin. He wishes for me to align with him." I see," Zhu Hozhao responded in a tranquil tone, revealing no sign of approval or discontent. Yang Yiqing sighed inwardly and advised, "In this frigid winter with snow falling, it would be best for Your Majesty to return to the palace." Zhu Hozhao remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Fearing to incur the emperor's displeasure, Yang Yiqing dared not speak further, bowing respectfully before retreating quietly. As the year drew to a close, the festive spirit was nowhere to be felt, leaving Zhu Hozhao in a state of melancholy with no one to confide in. Wandering aimlessly for a while, he suddenly felt the urge to converse with someone. Turning back to call out to the young eunuch lagging behind, Xian summoned the Grand Secretary Wang Shoren to the palace. A modest spread of dishes and a pot of wine were laid out, with the two seated across from each other. Zhu Houzhao lacked an appetite, consuming only wine. And after a few cups, his handsome face flushed as he murmured, "Old Wang, do you think I am in the wrong?" "Not at all," Wang Shoren chuckled lightly. "The pain of transition is unavoidable. Any reform will yield adverse effects. That is simply the way of things." Pausing briefly, he continued, "However, the East factory should not be so bloated. People liken them to the court's hounds, which reveals a deep-seated aversion. In truth, a single Jinyui would suffice. This is something I cannot heed, at least not at present." Zhu Houzhao replied pensively, "I still require these watchdogs for protection." Wang Shoren sighed inwardly, contemplating before stating, "Your Majesty, I wish to request an official position." "What position?" "Governor General," Wang Shoren replied. "The capital will not descend into chaos, nor is it likely to, despite their uproar. They are merely relying on local support, and once the provinces are stabilized, all shall settle." "You?" Zhu Houzhao scrutinized him, shaking his head slightly. "I acknowledge your capabilities. But this time, you are not suited for it." Sipping his wine, Zhu Houzhao sighed deeply. In any significant reform, blood must be shed. It is unavoidable. The highest form of killing is to strike at the heart, is it not? Wang Shoren's eyes sparkled. "I shall strike at their hearts." Zhu Houzhao paused, setting down his cup to gaze intently at Wang Shoren, eventually expressing surprise. "You are so confident? If one does not try, how can one know?" Wang Shoren replied with a gentle smile. "I can be of little help to your Majesty here in the capital. It is better to make use of resources effectively." "I have not regarded you as a mere resource," Zhu Houzhao remarked, somewhat glumly. "I have always considered you a friend." "I know," Wang Shoren replied with a smile. Zhu Houzhao's expression softened slightly as he asked, "How is your father?" "He is well. The southern Jiangsu province is a prosperous land, and the scenery in spring and autumn is delightful. The officials there are quite at ease, and my father is deeply grateful for your Majesty's kindness." "That is good to hear," Zhu Houzhao sighed. "Your father is an upright and conscientious official. Although I have had my differences with him, I understand his intentions. His move to southern Jiangsu will be beneficial for both him and the state." Wang Shoren nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Does your Majesty wish to allow me to travel to the provinces?" "If you desire to go, then go," Zhu Houzhao replied slowly. "Moreover, do not merely serve as a provincial governor. Act as an imperial envoy, under the pretense of a heavenly inspection." Wang Shoren's heart raced at this prospect. If granted such authority, his powers would greatly expand, facilitating his endeavors. Historically, imperial envoys commanded respect from officials of higher rank. Regardless of whether they were provincial dignitaries or regional leaders, an envoy's presence necessitated deference, even if they were a low-ranking official or a eunuch. Furthermore, the notion of conducting a heavenly inspection was akin to being a walking emperor. Such a significant delegation of power was not a mere whim from Zhu Houzhao. He trusted Wang Shoren, recognizing his capabilities, and understood that the title of imperial envoy was merely a formality during provincial assignments. An envoy inherently represented the emperor, and the true implication of the heavenly inspection was to oversee the realm on behalf of the sovereign, granting them access to any part of the Ming Empire. Although envoys typically held a temporary status, the emperor could revoke this title at any moment, alleviating any concerns. Wang Shoren comprehended these nuances. Yet he held little fascination for power or status. He sought to unify knowledge and action. "The new year is approaching. Let us depart after the festivities," Zhu Houzhao suggested. "We have stirred enough commotion. A brief delay is inconsequential." Wang Shoren countered, "Does it truly matter where we celebrate the new year? Furthermore, public sentiment is rapidly intensifying. We should not procrastinate." Zhu Houzhao nodded slowly. "Very well. Old Wang, do you believe I have acted rightly?" "At the very least, it is a step in the right direction," Wang Shoren replied. "The sooner this policy is implemented, the more beneficial it will be for the Ming, both for the state and its people. As for the factory guards, your Majesty may have been somewhat hasty, but in times of urgency, flexibility is required. Once the chaos subsides, we can reassess." "Yet the Ming has indeed encountered turmoil," Zhu Houzhao lamented. Wang Shoren recognized that the emperor currently needed affirmation, someone to comprehend and validate his actions. Thus, he chuckled lightly. For the sake of the Ming's enduring legacy, why concern oneself with fleeting gains or losses, or one's reputation over a lifetime? Upon hearing this, Zhu Houzhao felt considerably reassured, sighing, "That rascal Li Qing, I wonder when he shall return." He said 5 years. But I cannot shake the feeling that it will be much longer. Wang Shoren smiled gently. Your Majesty is still quite young, whether it takes 10 or 20 years. You can certainly afford to wait. Noticing the emperor's discontent, Wang Shoren offered comfort. From my understanding of the gentleman, he will not fail to honor his word to your Majesty. Within the longest conceivable time frame, he will undoubtedly present himself before you. Then, with a playful tone, he added, in truth, time passes swiftly. Swiftly? Zhu Hozhao replied. At times, I still feel youthful, yet in the blink of an eye, I shall be at the threshold of wisdom. Wang Shoren reflected, missing Li Qing as well. Time, like a fleeting shadow, eludes grasp, and he pondered when he might next meet his friend, wondering what his own visage would be by then. It seemed that by the time Li Qing concluded his affairs, he himself would be aged. Chapter 92. The return date approaches. Wang Shoren departed. This new year, Zhu Hozhao felt quite unsettled. Both of his closest friends had left him, and he intimately experienced the essence of loneliness. No one understood him. The common folk did not comprehend. His ministers were oblivious, and even his family failed to grasp his plight. The Empress Dowager urged him to soothe the hearts of the people, while his biological mother insisted he hasten to continue the Zhu family's lineage. No one seemed to care for his feelings. He felt weary, yearning for escape, yet he was the emperor. Though he appeared formidable, he was, in truth, tormented. With even his private life subjected to scrutiny, a reality that deeply displeased Zhu Hozhao. Yet what could he do? Gradually, Zhu Hozhao grew weary of his own tempestuous nature. Refraining from outbursts and concealing his emotions, yet he remained uncompromising. The minister's petitions were incessant, either urging him to alleviate the burdens on the populace, denouncing the powerful for their manipulations, advocating for him to take numerous concubines and establish a stable dynasty, or outright berating him. Zhu Hozhao found their incessant clamor unbearable. Slowly, he became increasingly taciturn. At just over 20, he appeared remarkably mature, no longer the vibrant youth he once was. The burden of being an emperor was arduous, and the challenge of being a thoughtful and capable ruler was even greater. At times, he longed to emulate his father or simply indulge in the pleasures of imperial life. Indifferent to the consequences, yet he could not bring himself to succumb to such complacency. He did not wish to disappoint his father, nor did he want to let down his two confidants, who were tirelessly striving for the glory of the Ming dynasty, one traversing the vast lands of the empire, the other venturing overseas. How could he, as emperor, abandon his responsibilities? He did not wish to betray them. Fortunately, despite the minister's frustrations, they dared not relinquish their duties entirely. Their attitude may have been passive, yet pressing matters still required attention. The 3 factories in the Imperial Guard were as fierce as wolves, and despite their discontent, they refrained from overstepping in critical affairs. Moreover, Yang Yiqing did not keep him waiting long. In the spring of the 6th year of Zhengde, he arrived in the capital. With Li Dongyang's strong recommendation, Yang Yiqing faced little resistance and smoothly joined the cabinet. However, after Yang Yiqing's appointment, Li Dongyang submitted his resignation, genuinely exhausted and aged. Zhu Hozhao did not press him to stay, but granted this loyal minister considerable respect and deference. The situation had finally ceased to deteriorate, although it had not improved significantly. With a growing rift between the emperor and his ministers, Zhu Hozhao, feeling helpless, resorted to the most pragmatic approach, to delay, to wait until everyone gradually adapted, accustomed themselves, and resigned themselves to the situation. This would take time. Fortunately, Zhu Hozhao persevered, and Wang Shoren's celestial inspection yielded results, leading to a gradual improvement in circumstances, albeit slight, which bolstered Zhu Hozhao's confidence. He firmly resolved that this period of painful adjustment could not be overcome in a day. It required a considerable span to acclimate. Thankfully, Zhu Hozhao had time. The monotonous and repetitive rhythm of life was dull and oppressive. Yet, as Wang Shoren had said, time indeed passed swiftly. The 6th year of Zhengde flew by, followed by the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th. Zhengde was no longer a youth. The turmoil brought about by the new policies gradually subsided, and although the rift between the emperor and his ministers remained unresolved, the state and its people found stability, with tax revenues showing slight improvement. Zhu Hozhao was not anxious. He understood that strategies were devised from above and policies implemented below, as many sought to evade the losses incurred by the court's new national policies. His indifference was not due to apathy, but rather a necessity to solidify these policies. Only once they were conclusively established could he elevate the discourse. It was already the 9th year of Jingde. As Zhu Hozhao listened to the cicadas chirping, a bitter smile graced his lips. It was time to return, wasn't it? His beard had grown a bit longer, yet influenced by the current trends of the Ming dynasty. He had not allowed it to flourish like his grandfather's. Compared to his father, it was not much shorter. In contemporary Ming society, a more open attitude prevailed, and people no longer adhered strictly to the traditional norms concerning hair and skin passed down by their parents, opting instead for practicality. Of course, beards had been regularly trimmed in the past for aesthetic reasons, but now short beards were all the rage. Long beards had proven somewhat inconvenient. And with the narratives of popular novels, the image of the handsome, bearded gentleman no longer aligned with current aesthetics. Men of a certain age still opted for facial hair, yet now sought simplicity, hygiene, and freshness. Zhu Hozhao twirled his mustache, sighing softly. Could it truly take 10 years? Or perhaps he was simply weary, using it as an excuse? Feeling somewhat troubled, he could nonetheless understand. After all these years, merely surviving had been exhausting, especially since Li Qing had hardly enjoyed a moment of rest. Alas, even an amiable chat would suffice. Zhu Hozhao mused bitterly, pondering how old Wang was currently preoccupied with dealing with banditry, uncertain of how long this would occupy him. Should he not be called back to the capital for a report? He promptly shook his head in denial. To inconvenience someone for personal gain, hindering their work, was simply unreasonable. After a spell of vexation, Zhu Hozhao commanded, "Summon Yang Yiqing." Yes, the young eunuch bowed and hurried towards the cabinet. After Li Qing and Wang Shoren, only Yang Yiqing could engage him in genuine conversation. The thought of Yang Tinghe, however, was one he preferred to avoid. Nevertheless, Zhu Hozhao extended the utmost kindness and leniency towards his teacher, Yang Tinghe. Though he found Yang intolerable, he was indeed a man of action and a leader of the conservatives. In a court predominantly composed of traditionalists, Yang Tinghe's presence was essential and must be maintained. Otherwise, the situation would only deteriorate, perhaps becoming unbearable. Zhu Hozhao had genuinely matured, learning to tolerate and compromise, yet deep within, a flicker of youthful recklessness remained. Alas, reality did not permit him to indulge in his true nature. I sincerely hope that fellow returns soon, Zhu Hozhao murmured. Bohush, after a brief respite in phalange. Let us return to Ming, Li Qing proposed. Tang Bohu, taken aback, replied, Are you not going to Moxage? I have visited many places, perhaps next time. I have been away for too long, and I've already missed my appointment in Jiaoji. Li Qing sighed softly. I have my concerns about Ming as well. Very well, I, too, am somewhat eager to return. Tang Bohu smiled. He had developed a fondness for adventure, yet could not fully sever his ties to his homeland. After so many years away, how could he feel no longing for home? Li Qing chuckled lightly, saying, You are not too old. Consider marrying and settling down. If you do not wish to go to Wuzhong, you may reside in Jinling, and I shall arrange it for you. Forget it, I prefer this life. Longing for home is one thing, but after a while, I would likely tire of it. Tang Bohu gently shook his head. Next time we set sail, be sure to take me with you. Li Qing sighed softly. Bohush, one must follow the path trodden by the majority. But is the path of the majority necessarily the right one? Tang Bohu chuckled, pondering for a moment before nodding. Very well, it cannot truly be deemed a mistake. Is it wrong to live life in a manner one finds preferable? You are rather conflicted, sir. He jested. At times, you are excessively liberal, yet at other moments, you display an extreme conservatism, akin to those antiquated scholars. To be frank, these years have opened my eyes to a multitude of diverse experiences. Although I may not fully comprehend them, they are undeniably novel and intriguing. Tang Bohu smiled, but his expression soon shifted to one of seriousness. This place is exceedingly barbaric. Brutal killings and ruthless possession seem to be viewed as entirely justified. It is different here than beyond the borders. The harsh, frigid lands of the northern desert render large-scale agriculture nearly impossible, which in turn diminishes their capacity to pose a tangible threat to the Ming dynasty. Presently, the Ming remains the strongest, yet if we cling to the notion of our unparalleled superiority, deeming all others as savages, we are bound to encounter significant turmoil in the distant future. Indeed, Li Qing sighed gently. Scholars often proclaim that he who wins the hearts of the people secures the realm. While there is some truth to this, it is a rather one-dimensional perspective. Winning the people's favor does not necessarily guarantee dominion, nor does losing it spell doom. Tang Bohu inquired. Then what, in your opinion, is of greater importance than the people's hearts? You just articulated it, did you not? Li Qing replied with a smile. What did I say? Tang Bohu asked, puzzled. Li Qing enunciated deliberately. He who wields violence governs the realm. Gaining the populace's favor may lead to governing effectively, but it does not ensure protection. Ultimately, in dire circumstances, it is violence that prevails. He who commands the greater force will stand unyielding. Upon hearing this, Tang Bohu could not help but reflect on the events of recent years. The Florentines invaded smaller nations, slaughtering men and boys, seizing women and gold, exemplifying violence in its most extreme form, and yet they only grew stronger. Resistance was met with death, and further resistance met with more death, until no one dared to rebel, until despair rendered people numb, resigned to their fates. Contemplating the downfall of the previous dynasty, was it merely the loss of the people's hearts that led to their demise? It seemed not. For had the Mongols retained the military prowess of Genghis Khan's era, the Yuan dynasty would not have perished. Even if they lost the people's favor, what of it? Peasant uprisings were destined to be crushed, only to return to servitude. A chill suddenly coursed through Tang Bohu. The nature of the world was indeed cruel, and somewhat horrifying. If the Ming were to develop extreme violence, compounded by a self-serving ruler, then, Li Qing perceived his concern and spoke soothingly, do not fret. While the development of military might is essential, it should not be wielded to oppress or exploit the populace. I shall remain vigilant. After a pause, he added coldly, should an emperor arise who utterly disregards the lives of his subjects, I would not hesitate to assist the founding emperor in rectifying the situation. You would dare commit regicide? Of course, I would prefer not to kill, but if it comes to that, then so be it, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. An emperor is merely a man. Once his head is severed, it cannot be restored. It is not a particularly difficult task. Tang Bohu opened and closed his mouth in disbelief before finally offering a bitter smile. Though Tang Yin has not pursued an official career nor understands the intricacies of court politics, one must recognize that the emperor's role is profoundly significant to both the nation and the people. You must not act impulsively, should you truly slay the emperor. The consequences would be exceedingly dire. Do not act recklessly. He is well acquainted with Li Qing, and it is precisely this understanding that instills fear within him. Well, look at how frightened you are. When circumstances are dire, I would never make such a move, Li Qing murmured. I am more cautious than anyone else. The achievements I have today were not easily attained, and I shall not act recklessly. He then shifted the conversation, saying, the other day, I heard from the translator that their king has summoned Da Vinci. If possible, we should bring him back to the Ming dynasty. Tang Bohu was somewhat surprised and inquired, Sir, you often speak of this Da Vinci. Is he truly formidable? Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, he is likely not as formidable as the rumors suggest. Such tales may be exaggerated. We shall know the truth upon meeting him. I have always held a skeptical view of Western history. Yet his fame suggests he may possess some genuine talent. Chapter 93. Mutual shock. Li Qing vaguely recalled a statement from his school days when a teacher remarked that Da Vinci was an exceedingly busy man. His lifetime insufficient, even if he were to toil from birth without rest. The implication of that statement could not be clearer. Li Qing believes in genius, but does not subscribe to the notion of a genius who can defy fate itself. His skepticism towards Western history naturally prevented him from providing Tang Bohu with a definitive answer. You must have known this Da Vinci previously? I have heard of him, but I have never met him, Li Qing replied with a smile. It is said that his artistic prowess is remarkable, and perhaps he could impart some wisdom to you. Tang Bohu merely chuckled, finding little in the other that warranted his admiration. This was not merely personal pride, but a reflection of cultural confidence. What he had witnessed in recent years rendered any notion of the local populace's educational achievements insufficient. He could not believe that such an environment could foster a great master of painting. In truth, Li Qing harbored doubts as well. He understood that historical figures often come with numerous filters, and it is likely that achievements not belonging to an individual are wrongfully attributed to them. However, this requires a prerequisite. One must be sufficiently renowned. The ships of the Franks, though smaller than those of the Ming, still possessed considerable capacity. Even as waves struck the hull, they maintained balance while sailing. Based solely on maritime experience, the Franks exhibited superior skills, a testament to their frequent voyages across the seas, which had honed their expertise. After spending several years here, Li Qing had gained some insight into their ambitions. This was a nation intent on colonizing the world. More precisely, The Franks were comprised of two nations, each with its own king and independent governance. Li Qing discerned that these factions intended to divide the earth in two, one half for each. To be candid, he found this somewhat amusing, not out of disdain, but rather due to the sheer folly of such aspirations. Even if they were to unify, the power of the Franks would be wholly insufficient to govern the entire world. Nevertheless, this served as a clarion call for Li Qing. It was imperative to curtail the Franks' ambitions. The wealth and resources should rightfully belong to the Ming, while the Franks could excavate their mines and supply the Ming with their bounty. The naval forces of the Ming dynasty should not limit their vigilance to the various vassal states. They must also venture to Europe to showcase the might of the empire, and even reach the Americas. Although I have never set foot in Mexico, the descriptions I have encountered suggest it is indeed part of the Americas. Unfortunately, time is of the essence, and thus I must temporarily set this matter aside for future exploration. In July, my companion and I returned to the royal palace aboard a merchant ship, where we encountered the renowned Leonardo da Vinci. However, I cannot ascertain whether he is indeed the historical figure. I am aware of his illustrious reputation across various fields, though the specifics of his life, including his portraits and dates, have faded from my memory. Greetings, I said. Da Vinci appeared to have been brought here against his will, exhibiting a bewildered demeanor intermingled with hesitation and unease. After all, the reputation of the Franks is notorious. While he is not a Frank himself, the frequent trade exchanges in this region ensure the presence of translators, allowing us to communicate in Malay as a medium. Observing this man, who appeared to be in his 60s, I found it difficult to ascertain his identity and pondered, would it be prudent to ask him to sketch an egg as a means of verification? He seemed somewhat apprehensive under my gaze and asked, "Friends from the East, what do you seek from me?" I reassured him, there is no need for anxiety. We harbor no ill intentions. My esteemed companion has long admired your esteemed name and has a keen interest in Western painting. He wishes to engage in discussion with you. Upon hearing this, Da Vinci turned to look at Tang Bohu, who in turn gazed back at Da Vinci, resulting in an awkward silence between them. I scratched my head, realizing that the situation was far from what I had envisioned. I had anticipated a mutual exchange of ideas, yet it appeared that they were not on the same wavelength. After a moment's thought, I inquired, "Could you create a painting for me? I am willing to compensate you." "Certainly," Da Vinci replied readily, perhaps intimidated by his reputation among the Franks, making him reluctant to refuse. I smiled and turned to Tang Bohu. "Would you also like to commission a piece? We could compare them later." Tang Bohu, not inclined, shook his head. "The paints I previously used are no longer viable, and those here are unsuitable. I would prefer not to compromise my standards in art. I shall content myself with observing his work." "Very well," I conceded, feeling a twinge of regret. In truth, I had underestimated the cultural confidence of the Han people. Tang Bohu held no desire to compete with Da Vinci. "Shall we begin?" Da Vinci inquired. "Ah, yes," I nodded. Suddenly recalling something, I asked, "Have you not created a painting titled Mona Lisa, depicting a woman with a smile?" He looked taken aback, a hint of surprise mingling with relaxation, and replied, "How do you know of this?" With a slight smile, I responded, "I have heard it mentioned before. I have also heard of your profound studies in mathematics and geometry. Might you share your insights?" Da Vinci appeared perplexed, seemingly unaware of what I was referring to. I was taken aback, pondering, is it possible that such concepts did not exist in this era, or that the terminology had yet to be coined? Or perhaps the translations were simply inadequate. Unable to grasp the specifics of the situation, Li Qing opted for the most straightforward method of communication. He dipped his brush into oil paint and sketched a rough outline of an airplane on paper, inquiring, "Are you familiar with this?" Da Vinci looked on, astonished and incredulous. Then suddenly enlightened, he asked, "Is this how the kites are in the East now?" Li Qing was taken aback and stammered, "You call this a kite?" The term kite is a direct transliteration. Whether it be Da Vinci or the translators from the West, the pronunciation remains consistent. The other party was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, could it be that Marco Polo misnamed it in his travels? Upon hearing the name Marco Polo, Li Qing was flooded with thoughts. Without further contemplation, Tang Bohu discerned the situation and interjected, "Are you trying to create a device for human flight, sir?" "In theory, it is indeed possible, but one would require rocket propulsion to ascend." Li Qing was once again astounded, this time more than ever before, nearly exclaiming, "Boer, are you also a time traveler?" Observing the shock on Li Qing's face, Tang Bohu smiled with satisfaction. It was the first time he had witnessed such a profound expression on Li Qing, and naturally, he could not afford to lose face in front of foreigners. With a calm smile, Tang Bohu continued, "To achieve the effect of flight, kites will not suffice. One must use wooden or iron kites. However, this would necessitate a greater rocket thrust." Tang Bohu spoke eloquently, while Li Qing gaped in bewilderment, and Da Vinci remained perplexed. The crux of the matter was that Tang Bohu spoke in Chinese, which the translator could not comprehend, and Da Vinci could not grasp the content of the conversation. Feeling utterly baffled, "Are you still going to draw, or should I be sent back?" he inquired impatiently. Suddenly, Li Qing interrupted Tang Bohu with a loud voice. Strange things remain unchanged. Tang Bohu appeared confused, stammering, "What are you talking about, sir?" Li Qing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat and asked, "Boer, how do you know all this?" He was genuinely astonished. Tang Bohu chuckled and retorted, "Do you not know that someone has already accomplished the feat of flying?" Li Qing was momentarily stunned, feeling as if he had stumbled into a parallel world, experiencing a surreal blend of ancient and modern times. After a while, he slowly regained his composure and inquired, "When did this happen?" "During our Ming dynasty, of course," Tang Bohu replied with a smile. Noticing the confusion on Li Qing's face, Tang Bohu elaborated, "In the late Yuan period, there was a scholar named Tao Guangyi, well-versed in knowledge but disinterested in serving in the Yuan court. He became engrossed in alchemy and later, after several failed attempts, immersed himself in the study of firearms. When the founding emperor rose in rebellion, Tao contributed significantly to the development of weaponry. After the emperor's ascension, he was granted the title Qingdao and bestowed with a noble rank. In the 23rd year of Hongwu, Tao Qingdao secured dozens of rockets to a chair and held a kite for balance in an attempt at flight. Indeed, he soared into the air. But due to excessive gunpowder, a chain reaction explosion occurred mid-flight. Tang Bohu mused, "It is said that even had the rockets not exploded, Tao would have faced difficulties. The kite was not sturdy enough and soon tore apart upon ascent. At the very least, one would require a wooden kite." "A wooden kite? If a paper kite can fly, surely a wooden kite can as well." Tang Bohu smiled faintly and remarked, "To carve wood into a kite takes 3 years to perfect. Yet it can falter in a single day of flight. Before the advent of papermaking, wooden kites already existed." Li Qing suddenly felt as though he were riding a donkey in search of another donkey. With thousands of years of civilization behind it, who could rival such profound heritage? If one were to delve deeply, there would be enough to stand tall against the world. However, with the arrival of Leonardo da Vinci, it was only natural that he should not leave empty-handed. Li Qing momentarily suppressed his thirst for knowledge and instead engaged in an academic discussion with da Vinci under the pretense of painting. Da Vinci was astounded to discover that many of his ingenious ideas resonated with this young man from the East. He conceded that he had drawn inspiration from Eastern culture, yet he had merely diverged creatively from that foundation rather than copying it outright. The fact that Li Qing could articulate ideas so similar to his own left him astonished and somewhat defeated. It became evident that many of his proud creations had already been conceived by others, possibly even before him, and some of which he had never imagined. Da Vinci could not help but feel disheartened. Li Qing, reflecting on this, had to admit that Da Vinci was indeed a genius. However, the brilliance of his ideas remained confined to the realm of imagination and could not be realized, at least not in the present stage. In the presence of Li Qing, a time traveler, these fanciful notions were not rare treasures. Frankly speaking, while Da Vinci was erudite to the point of being extraordinary, he had not yet reached a divine understanding. There were aspects that should have belonged to him which, when discussed, left him appearing bewildered. Li Qing's emotions were complex, but ultimately transformed into acceptance. He refrained from delving too deeply into conversation. Da Vinci had already achieved fame, and excessive discussion might not yield positive results. Li Qing extinguished any thoughts of bringing Da Vinci back to the Ming dynasty, as the current era did not support a technological explosion. And Da Vinci was no longer young. Such a journey could indeed be perilous for him. With no enmity between them, Li Qing did not wish to act unkindly. What followed was a simple focus on painting. Chapter 94. Sir, do not flaunt your skills. How does this painting fare? Li Qing presented it to Tang Bohu. In his pursuit of realism, he had lost the essence of the artwork. Tang Bohu gazed intently at the depiction of Li Qing and remarked, "There is merit to be found, yet it ultimately lacks grandeur and feels rather cluttered." Cluttered? Li Qing was taken aback, asking, "Do you mean it lacks negative space?" "Indeed." Tang Bohu chuckled and shook his head, saying, On such a large canvas, you have only rendered a half-portrait. It seems a waste of paper and ink. Li Qing laughed. This style is characteristic here. There is minimal negative space, and half-portraits are favored. It's a matter of seeking common ground while embracing differences. I find it quite satisfactory. Tang Bohu chuckled, expressing that it was well if Li Qing took pleasure in it. Taste and aesthetics differ, and one cannot impose their views upon another. Li Qing tucked away the oil painting and said, "Let us return tomorrow. Are you not taking Da Vinci with you?" Tang Bohu inquired. Li Qing replied, "No, he is of an age where, should something happen along the way, it would be truly regrettable. There is no animosity between us, so it is unnecessary." Tang Bohu nodded slightly, contemplating. In painting, perhaps as you say, perspectives and aesthetics diverge. I find it rather ordinary, yet in other respects, this individual is indeed exceptional. Are you not concerned that he may propel Europe's advancement, thereby posing a threat to the Ming dynasty? Previously, such concerns existed, yet they have now dissipated. Li Qing remarked, moreover, that individual has been renowned for quite some time. Their works have long since permeated the world. To attempt their obliteration is now impossible, and at their venerable age, it is unnecessary to engage in such malevolent acts. Tang Bohu, taken aback for a moment, then chuckled proudly. In that case, our millennia of heritage renders us impervious to any adversary. Just then, the king strolled over, prompting the two to cease their conversation and offer a slight bow. "My esteemed guests," the king said with a beaming smile, "the merchant vessels are ready for your return. We can depart at any moment." Upon hearing the translator relay this message, both men appeared utterly bewildered. Soon, however, they grasped the king's intentions. Clearly, he was not naive and sought to expand his trade partnerships as much as possible, thereby enabling him to negotiate lower prices for goods from the Ming dynasty. The king's personal involvement suggested that, aside from trade, there was a desire to witness the might of the Ming firsthand, should the opportunity arise. He might not hesitate to resort to force. The Ming, of course, harbored no fears should matters escalate. They would ensure the king's return was a one-way journey. Yet, Li Qing was reluctant to see Ming goods sold at throwaway prices, as an influx of sellers would drastically diminish profits. With a faint smile, he stated, "The Ming only accepts the audience of vassal states. Non-vassal states entering the Ming are traditionally viewed as provocations. Our emperor will spare no effort to eliminate such threats. Naturally, our celestial empire is renowned for its hospitality, provided both parties are willing to become friends." The king, upon hearing Li Qing's sentiments, appeared quite displeased and inquired, then, "How might one establish friendship with the Ming?" "Quite simply," Li Qing replied, "the king must compose a letter of allegiance to the Ming, and upon receiving the imperial decree from our emperor, the two nations shall be considered friends." Tang Bohu tensed, his palms sweating. To have these ruthless savages submit would surely be seen as a tremendous affront. He even envisioned the king's wrath, ordering their immediate execution. However, Tang Bohu failed to comprehend the value system of these people. They were indifferent to the notion of submission. What mattered to them were tangible benefits, not mere verbal claims of superiority. "Very well," the king readily acquiesced. "I shall bring the letter myself." No, Li Qing insisted. "I can present it on your behalf. You cannot simply go uninvited. Only after our emperor grants his consent may you proceed to the Ming." Tang Bohu relaxed somewhat, chuckling. "Indeed, that is the custom of our Ming." Yet, mid-sentence, the king's demeanor shifted dramatically, his face contorted with rage as he erupted in a torrent of exclamations, followed swiftly by his guards surging forward. "Why are you enraged at the prospect of allegiance, yet incensed at the suggestion of intermediaries? By heaven, are you targeting me?" Tang Bohu exclaimed. To be fair, the king had reason to be furious, after years of lavish hospitality and even assisting in the capture of a notable figure. He was met with this. The cordiality that once adorned the king's visage vanished, replaced by indignation at feeling mocked. The guards encircled Li Qing and his companion, while the king retreated behind them, looking down upon the two with a frosty demeanor as he delivered his ultimatum. "Gentlemen, the matter rests in your hands." Tang Bohu's voice quivered. He was aware of Li Qing's formidable abilities, yet had never witnessed them firsthand. Faced with a group advancing with weapons drawn, fear inevitably took hold. As they were on the brink of returning to the Ming, this unforeseen predicament was far from anticipated. Li Qing sighed softly, murmuring to himself, "I had hoped to engage with you amicably. Very well, perhaps a little exercise is in order." Li Qing firmly grasped Tang Bohu's wrist, shaking his head resolutely, indicating that there was no room for negotiation. Observing this, the king wasted no time, swiftly gesturing with his hand, and the royal guard surged forward. Dozens of guards rushed in, overwhelming the two in an instant. In the next moment, a powerful gust of wind erupted, sending the guards flying as if they were kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise. The residual force of the fierce wind caused the king, who stood behind, to stagger, the expression of satisfaction that had just emerged on his face abruptly freezing, then transforming into shock and ultimately into fury. Though the language barrier existed, it was evident he was hurling profanities, likely cursing his guards for their incompetence. In a brief moment, more guards charged forth. Li Qing remained unhurried. Although he needed to protect Tang Bohu with one hand, he still displayed an invincible demeanor, allowing no one to approach within 3 feet. The excitement was overwhelming, causing Tang Bohu's heart to palpitate, his anxiety rising to his throat. He felt like an object being tossed by Li Qing, his body flying ahead while his soul lagged behind. Quickly, capture the king to use as a hostage. Tang Bohu shouted in a panic, seizing the moment of inspiration. Do not rush. Winning hearts is the true strategy, Li Qing replied calmly, emphasizing the importance of gaining the king's submission to achieve a peaceful resolution. I cannot say whether he will be convinced, but my heart is about to burst, Tang Bohu lamented, his heart racing wildly. As more guards approached, Li Qing retreated to create space beneath their feet. Witnessing the increasingly difficult task of capturing the king, Tang Bohu exclaimed in frustration, I believe you can fight extraordinarily well. Just stop showing off. I might vomit. One guard closed in within 3 feet, but before he could act, Tang Bohu struck him in the face. This initiated a cascade of chaos, as Tang Bohu unleashed a torrent of colorful language, increasingly potent. Wave after wave. Within a quarter of an hour, the entire royal guard was incapacitated, groaning on the ground and unable to rise. The royal palace was not the Ming dynasty. With such a limited number of guards, after Li Qing had subdued them all, the king could not muster further warriors in the short term. At that moment, royal family members arrived, but upon witnessing the horrifying scene, they were momentarily rendered speechless, too terrified to shout, fearing the wrath of this formidable figure. Finally, it came to an end. Tang Bohu bent down, gasping for breath, when suddenly he heard a hissing sound. He looked up, horrified to see someone across from him brandishing a firearm, the barrel aimed at Li Qing, the fuse already burning to its end. Bang! The gunshot abruptly interrupted Tang Bohu. Before he could comprehend the shock, he heard a piercing scream. The assailant dropped the firearm and fled, prompting a cacophony among the royal family members. The king bellowed, silencing everyone instantly. He still possessed some fortitude. He neither ran nor begged for mercy, but merely stared in astonishment at Li Qing, muttering something under his breath. The translator beside him collapsed onto the ground, yet still remembered his duty, asking, Are you the true master? Li Qing smiled and stepped forward slowly. As the moment approached, the king, despite his efforts to remain composed, was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable fear. When Li Qing drew near, instinct took over, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly terrified. Li Qing bent down to assist him, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, revealing a bright smile. I am not one to seek conflict. I prefer resolution. Shall we converse amicably now? His words were relayed swiftly. The king, in a fit of desperation, nodded fervently in agreement. In that instant, his anger dissipated, and he began to perceive Li Qing in a more favorable light. Li Qing proclaimed, I am an envoy of the Ming dynasty, a nation that values its word. The previous misunderstandings are inconsequential. The agreements we established still stand. If you genuinely wish to become a vassal of the Ming, you are most welcome. However, we must adhere to proper protocols. We are civilized individuals and must not act barbarously. The king, recognizing the wisdom in Li Qing's words, quickly conceded, declaring that any territorial disputes would be resolved according to Ming authority and that all matters would follow the established procedures. Li Qing had been merciful. The guards had merely been incapacitated, suffering injuries, but not fatalities. The king, understanding this, felt any rebellious thoughts fade away, replaced by a sense of being wronged. Li Qing chuckled. The Ming dynasty has always treated its vassal states with benevolence. As long as you do not provoke us, you have nothing to fear. The king, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, admitted his earlier rashness and offered to host a banquet in honor of the two men as a send-off. Upon hearing of the feast, both men turned pale, insisting that since preparations were made, they must depart immediately. Their resolute stance left the king no choice but to comply. Nevertheless, he drafted a formal letter of allegiance for Li Qing to deliver to the emperor of the Ming dynasty. Thus, the two men, long separated from their homeland, embarked on their journey back. On board the vessel, Tang Bohu remarked, upon reflection, that confrontation proved necessary. Otherwise, the king, regardless of his feelings, might have sought to encroach upon Ming territory. Although we are not afraid, there would inevitably be some cost to bear. Li Qing smiled and replied, this deterrent will not last long. We must utilize trade to bring our naval forces here, for it is essential to adapt to local customs and showcase our might appropriately. Chapter 95. The Right Path Boer. What do you know about the matter of Tao Wanhua? With idle curiosity, Li Qing sought to satisfy his inquisitiveness, only to discover that Tang Bohu had limited knowledge on the subject. I have only heard snippets, the details elude me. If you wish to learn more, you could investigate further upon your return. The descendants of Tao Chengdao should still be around. Tang Bohu pondered and remarked, Sir, while the flying prowess is indeed impressive, it ultimately serves no benefit to the nation or its people, and we should not disperse our focus too widely. Li Qing chuckled, that may be true for now, but the future holds different possibilities. The scientific achievements attained at the cost of Tao Wanhua's life should not be buried by the sands of time. Tang Bohu nodded in agreement, and then inquired, when do you plan to embark on your next voyage upon your return? Li Qing found himself in a quandary. According to his initial plans, once the trade route was established, he intended to enjoy a well-deserved respite, spending quality time with his family and indulging in a leisurely lifestyle. However, the international situation was undergoing a dramatic transformation, and how could the Ming dynasty remain indifferent? Observing his contemplation, Tang Bohu refrained from pressing further, simply stating, remember to take me along on your next voyage. He added, if I am still able to move, that is. Li Qing paused in surprise, then smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. You are only in your 40s. Why speak like that? Tang Bohu replied with a chuckle, in just a few years, I will be 50. One can age quickly, you know. Li Qing fell silent for a moment, nodding in agreement. Indeed, looking back, time passes swiftly, and one ages without notice. Fear not, he said, dispelling his negative thoughts with a smile. I will definitely set sail again in the future. If you wish to go, I will certainly take you along. After a brief pause, he added, this journey has been quite lengthy, especially for you. Once we return, make sure to rest well. Coincidentally, I also have many matters to attend to. There is no rush. If I do depart, I will not leave you behind. Tang Bohu smiled and turned his gaze towards the sea, seemingly questioning Li Qing while also musing to himself. The tide of great navigation is already fervent. Who knows how long it will last? It will be a long time. Indeed, Li Qing replied softly, and the distant future holds much more than just the ocean. The Portuguese had not set foot in the Ming dynasty, yet they were well aware of its existence. At this stage, they were quite familiar with many of the Ming's vassal states, particularly Malacca, where the Portuguese had contemplated using colonial tactics, though they had not yet had the opportunity to implement them. In terms of maritime knowledge, the Ming dynasty was currently somewhat at a disadvantage. The speed of the ships was remarkable, much faster than their initial journey, and it was estimated they would reach Malacca within half a year, as Li Qing had anticipated. In early March of the 10th year of the Zhengde era, the merchant ship arrived in Malacca, after experiencing the earlier onslaught from the Ming navy. And with the king's reverence for the Ming, the Portuguese chose not to display their ruthless side. Instead, they opted for negotiations with the Malaccan royal family regarding trade relations. Although it was framed as a trade discussion with Malacca, the actual focus was on Ming goods, as Malacca had little to offer in return. Tang Bohu expressed his displeasure at this arrangement, saying, Sir, they do nothing but shift goods from one hand to the other, yet they reap vast profits. We are truly at a disadvantage. Li Qing chuckled, we haven't lost much. The Portuguese will certainly not purchase their goods at the prices we agreed upon. Why not? Tang Bohu suddenly understood. Are you implying that weaker nations lack the ability to negotiate fairly? That is one reason, but not the sole explanation, Li Qing clarified. We must remember that selling goods at equal prices comes with the premise of free shipping. However, trade with Malacca requires them to collect the goods, which incurs significant shipping costs that cannot be overlooked. Nevertheless, since Ming treasure ships are quite large, overall, we still profit. Tang Bohu nodded slowly, sighing. That makes sense. Yet, Malacca still stands to gain significantly. The ease of profit from mere buying and selling is quite remarkable. Dear Bohu, while it is undeniable that the Ming dynasty stands as the foremost power, it is imperative to extend concessions to our allies. As the leader, one must possess the wisdom befitting such a role. It is acceptable to reap substantial rewards, yet one cannot claim them all. Otherwise, as Li Qing remarked with a wry smile, we risk alienating those who would otherwise stand with us. Li Qing softly asserted, only through mutual benefit can we achieve longevity. We may savor the meat, but we must also allow others to partake of the broth. Indeed, the colonial strategies of the Florentine are immensely lucrative, but such a mode of development cannot endure. Inevitably, it will lead to backlash. This path is one we cannot emulate, nor could we even if we wished to. For abandoning the heartfelt ties of the Han people would not be an act of compassion. Li Qing continued, the Ming dynasty is formidable. Yet it is precisely because of this strength that we must refrain from employing inhumane tactics. Once that threshold is crossed, there will be no turning back. Not even the emperor, nor I, nor anyone else can halt the ensuing tide. The excesses of colonization are so profoundly profitable that they can drive one to madness. Once the malevolence of human nature is unleashed, only destruction remains, not creation. Li Qing inquired, if one could seize directly, who would engage in trade? If all became bandits, who would undertake production? Indeed, one could enslave others to labor, but when these slaves are pushed to their limits and rise in defiance, is this not merely a different manifestation of a peasant uprising? Li Qing sighed. Should the regime be toppled at that juncture, it would not merely be meat left to rot in the pot. You see, a wise individual understands the value of benevolence and gradual prosperity. This is the righteous path. Tang Bohu wholeheartedly agreed, yet added, I believe a slight increase in prices is permissible. Li Qing nodded, smiling. Such matters seldom require intervention. Market forces will dictate prices. Of course, we should not allow the market to operate entirely unfettered, though we are not yet at a point necessitating intervention from the court. Then we need not keep watch over them? Tang Bohu queried. There is no need, and with so many on both sides, how could we possibly oversee them alone? Li Qing stretched lazily, stating that after a couple of days of rest, they would journey to Jiaoji. After a pause, he added, I shall remain in Jiaoji for a while. You may return to the Ming dynasty ahead of me, with Zhu Qijin ensuring your safe passage. Li Qing harbored no concerns. Tang Bohu pondered for a moment before nodding. Having been away for so long, I truly wish to return and see how things are. He then advised, you should also find a balance between work and rest. Do not overexert yourself, for the old marquis is advancing in years and should consider his family. A few more years in the Ming dynasty will not alter the grand scheme. Li Qing remained silent for a moment, then replied, I will. 2 days later, the king of Malacca personally saw the two of them off to their ship, seizing the opportunity to express his desire for increased trade with the Ming dynasty. Li Qing did not refuse, assuring that he would convey this to the emperor before embarking on the return journey to Jiaoji, Han Wangfu. It was midsummer, and Zhu Qijin, with hair white as snow, reclined on a chair draped with a cool mat, beside him ice cubes exuding a faint chill, with a bucket holding fruit wine, lychees, and watermelons. Yet, he felt no desire to indulge, his gaze lost in the dense foliage above. Great-grandfather, great-grandfather. A little girl scampered over, shaking his arm. Play with me. My dear grandchild. Take it easy. Zhu Qijin mustered his energy, sighing, great-grandfather is old. Time is unrelenting, and I can truly no longer play. Why not go and play with your brothers and sisters instead? At that moment, the newly appointed steward of the Wangfu hurried over, bowing and saying, Your Highness, there are guests who wish to see you. Who is it? The young servant remarked, It is the talented scholar of the Ming dynasty, Tang Bohu. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qijin paused for a moment before a sudden realization washed over him. The wrinkles on his face rippled as he hastily rose and inquired, Where is he? The response came, Your Highness, he is at the main entrance. Excellent, excellent, Zhu Qijin exclaimed thrice as he hurried towards the entrance, disregarding his great-granddaughter's indignation about being deceived by her great-grandfather. As the gates of the royal residence reopened, the sight of Zhu Qijin after many years stirred emotions in Li Qing. Even his simple-minded grandson had reached the venerable age of 70. He recalled the last time they parted, when Zhu Qijin's hair had not yet turned completely white. This led him to think of his adopted son, who was of a similar age, and he imagined he too must now be entirely gray. Zhu Qijin gazed at the youthful Li Qing for a long moment, and finally remarked, "You have arrived late." Li Qing, filled with regret, replied, "I apologize. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances overseas, but fortunately, I am not too delayed." "Very well, let us proceed inside," Zhu Qijin responded. "Is it convenient?" Li Qing asked. After contemplating, Zhu Qijin decided it might be best to avoid potential recognition of his younger appearance, and said, "Let us go to the small courtyard." Despite being called a small courtyard, in truth, it was anything but. It was incomparable to those in the capital or Jinling, though the intricacies of Jinling's courtyards were renowned. Li Qing surveyed the surroundings before turning his gaze back to Zhu Qijin and smiling. "Even at this advanced age, you manage without a cane. Your health appears quite robust." "Huh, that is no excuse for your tardiness," Zhu Qijin replied, his tone laced with a hint of melancholy. Li Qing offered an awkward smile. "Navigating the waters often brings unforeseen challenges. I hope you can understand." "I understand you, but do you understand me?" Zhu Qijin retorted, his eyes narrowing as he added, "If you are late again, who knows, perhaps next time I shall no longer be here." "Fear not, I see you living for quite some time yet." Li Qing chuckled lightly. "By the way, could you do me a favor and arrange for Tang Bohu to return to the Ming dynasty?" "Very well," Zhu Qijin conceded, merely venting his frustrations, yet he was profoundly moved to see the youthful Li Qing once again after so many years. "Am I truly incapable of being like you?" Zhu Qijin inquired, a tinge of envy in his voice. Li Qing chuckled wryly. "Had I the ability, I certainly would not have stood idly by during your grandfather's time." "It is truly enviable," Zhu Qijin murmured. "These past 2 years, I feel as though I have aged considerably. My vitality has diminished greatly. I can no longer ride. Last spring, I attempted to ride once, and nearly lost my balance. At 70, possessing such vigor is indeed a rarity. You must learn to be more accepting." Li Qing encouraged. Zhu Qijin lamented, "How can I accept this when I see you?" "Then look at me," Tang Bohu interjected playfully. Zhu Qijin waved his hand decisively. "Bring Tang Bohu back to the Ming dynasty." The guards outside the courtyard entered and escorted Tang Bohu away. "Sir, when will you return?" Tang Bohu called back. Li Qing assured him, "Travel safely. I shall return as soon as I finish my tasks, which will be soon." Chapter 96. A new breakthrough while it seemed quick. It was a span of 3 months. Yet, it also felt slow, as those 3 months swiftly passed. Zhu Qijin felt his condition had improved significantly, and the heavy sense of twilight had greatly alleviated, making him reluctant to see Li Qing depart. As winter set in, he thought, "How could the Ming dynasty be as comfortable as here? I shall stay until after the new year." As winter's chill sets in, the new year remains a distant prospect. Li Qing gently remarked, acknowledging the good intentions but asserting his need to depart. Zhu Qijin, in a sullen tone, retorted, "Your failure to keep your promise warrants some form of acknowledgement. I have always shown you considerable kindness, persevering through these years." Li Qing listened quietly, allowing Zhu Qijin to express his grievances before responding. "Within 3 years, I shall return once more as a means of atonement. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Qijin's demeanor softened slightly as he huffed, "You best ensure I live long enough. It would only benefit the Ming dynasty." "Rest assured," Li Qing replied with a smile. "Both for the sake of duty and personal sentiment, I shall endeavor to extend your lifespan. With proper care, you could exceed 10 years. Maintain a calm disposition, for I shall not abandon you. Understanding my worth is sufficient," Zhu Qijin huffed, then inquired, "By the way, when do you require the grain?" "I have begun to accumulate a surplus. I shall present my petition to the emperor upon my return," Li Qing affirmed. "Very well. Let us agree on 3 years this time. No further missed commitments," Zhu Qijin insisted. "At my age, I find myself rather apprehensive, fearing I may not live to see you again." Li Qing chuckled. "This time, our meeting shall come sooner, not later. Now, I must take my leave." "Wait a moment. Is there something else?" Zhu Qijin asked. "This is for you." He handed over a cloth pouch, muttering, "My grandfather mentioned that you are particularly fond of this. I am not one to be stingy. I shall not allow your efforts to go unrewarded." Li Qing paused, then replied with a smile, "There is no need for this. You have already given me plenty. In the future, it is unnecessary. While I do appreciate wealth, I do not place undue significance upon it." In the 10th year of the Zhengde era, as winter approached its end, Li Qing finally returned to Jinling. "I hope they are all well," he mused. the sunlight illuminating the gilded characters above. A profound sense of nostalgia washed over him as he inhaled deeply and approached the grand entrance of the Yongqing Marquis' residence. Having further concealed his identity, Li Qing found that the household staff had not changed significantly. They still retained some recollection of him, quickly recalling his presence. "Are the old Marquis and matriarch still in residence?" he inquired. "Indeed. 3 years ago, both the old Marquis and matriarch returned home and have not ventured far since," the steward replied. The once youthful servant had matured into middle age, having prospered under the auspices of the Yongqing Marquis, accumulating wealth, marrying, and starting a family. Remaining loyal to the Li family. "Please, step inside, sir." Li Qing hesitated at the threshold, asking, "Are they both in good health?" "The old Marquis and matriarch are rare benevolent souls, truly blessed, and they enjoy robust health," the steward responded with a smile. "Please, enter the courtyard. I shall inform them of your arrival." "That is reassuring." Li Qing relaxed and stated, "I shall not enter. Please inform them that I am currently residing in Jinling." The steward paused, taken aback, but before he could respond, Li Qing turned to leave. In the small courtyard, Li Qing took an unconventional route. Following the pebble path to the study, where he retrieved a book and reclined in a chair, comfortably passing the time. Nearing noon, the sound of a lock turning echoed from outside, and the door swung open. Li Shuer entered, leading someone by the hand. After securing the door, she called out, "Grandfather Li?" Li Qing rose from the study, responding, "Come inside." Seeing that it was indeed him, the three were filled with joy. Li Hong insisted that his daughter not assist him, while Zhu Wanqing hurried forward. "Godfather, Uncle Li," she exclaimed. "Indeed," he replied. Li Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Gazing at the two elderly figures before him, a melange of emotions swirling within him. They had truly aged. Upon settling into the guest room, Zhu Wanqing inquired, "Uncle Li, you're not leaving this time, are you?" After a moment of silence, Li Qing forced a smile, replying, "I'll be staying for an extended period this time." "That is wonderful." Zhu Wanqing chuckled lightly, the movement deepening her wrinkles, rendering her appearance even more venerable. "It's about time to take a break. One cannot remain perpetually occupied, can one?" Li Qing nodded. "Is everything well?" "Quite well indeed. I've finally found leisure," Li Hong interjected with a grin. "I spend my days amusing myself with birds, basking in the sun, or listening to operas, so leisurely that it's almost unsettling. Leisure is indeed a blessing. We ought to relish life more," Li Qing responded joyfully. Seizing the moment, Li Shuer chimed in, "Grandpa Li, the steam engine you once spoke of has been created." "Really? Pray tell again." Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Li Shuer hesitated, then clarified, "It has been developed, though not entirely perfected." Li Qing, skeptical, asked, "What do you mean?" Li Shuer pondered her words carefully, stating, "To be precise, a rudimentary tool powered by steam has taken shape and can be applied in production. However, what? It cannot achieve the assembly line production you envisioned," she admitted. "The steam engine produced is too rudimentary. It cannot be utilized in workshops nor installed on ships." Zhu Wanqing succinctly summarized, "It can only serve agricultural purposes, not industrial ones." "For agriculture?" Li Qing queried, momentarily baffled. Then exclaimed in surprise, "A steam-powered water pump?" "That's a fitting name," Li Shuer affirmed, nodding vigorously. "It can indeed be used for irrigating fields." "Splendid." Li Qing exclaimed with joy. "Don't be too hasty in your excitement, Godfather," Li Hong interjected with a wry smile. "While it can be used for irrigation, the costs are exorbitant. Steam must be generated by fire, and the fuel is far too precious. Be it firewood or coal, the expenses are simply untenable. Frankly speaking, it's not particularly useful." That's a rather harsh assessment. "How could it be of no use?" Li Qing countered, curious. "Shuer, how did you manage this?" He marveled at how, after only a few years since he first mentioned it, she had managed to create such a thing, his astonishment rivaling that of Tang Bohu's legendary tales. "What is so difficult about it?" Li Shuer replied, bewildered. "Is it not merely a matter of having hands to work? Are you seeking a beating?" In truth, it wasn't particularly challenging. It was completed in under a year," Li Shuer quickly added. "If you don't believe me, you may refer to the Yongla Encyclopedia." Li Qing paused, stammering. "The Yongla Encyclopedia contains records of the steam water pump?" Li Shuer explained. "What I mean is, the Yongla Encyclopedia inspired me. For instance, the water wheel from the Eastern Han era and the bellows from the Song dynasty, when combined and driven by steam, it could work." With a sigh, she continued, regrettably, The fuel costs are prohibitive. If it could be placed on the treasure ships, the substantial profits would offset the costs. However, applying it for irrigation is simply not worth it. After a brief pause, she lamented, I've attempted to mount it on ships, but it proved unfeasible. Only capable of powering very small boats that can barely carry a person, let alone the grand treasure ships of the Ming dynasty. As for integrating it into looms, that is utterly impossible. Li Shuai expressed her frustration. For the past few years, I have been working on this, yet no matter what I do, I cannot seem to achieve a practical product. As Li Qing took a moment to gather his thoughts, he inquired, Is what you observed in the Yongle encyclopedia readily applicable to reality? Li Shuai, with a perplexed expression, failed to grasp the reason behind Li Qing's question. However, Zhu Wanqing understood immediately and explained with a smile, The reality has always been in use. The majority of the common folk are illiterate. Yet these inventions were designed for agriculture and have never been neglected. It's merely that the average peasant manages only a few acres, rendering such substantial investments impractical. These innovations are predominantly utilized by wealthy landlords who hire tenants to cultivate the land, and once their utility is exhausted, they withdraw. As for the landlords who lease land, they concern themselves solely with the collection of rent, without the authority to dictate how tenants cultivate their crops, which is why these advancements are not ubiquitous. Uncle Li, you have always focused on national affairs, so it is understandable that you may overlook this. After a brief contemplation, Zhu Wanqing continued, Nonetheless, traditional irrigation tools are rather inefficient, vastly inferior to the steam-powered pumps, yet the cost is prohibitively high, preventing widespread adoption. Li Hong sighed. Indeed, who would utilize firewood to generate steam for cooking? The expenses associated with irrigating an acre could instead yield hundreds of pounds of grain. No one would engage in such folly. It could be done using coal. Li Qing interjected. Is coal free? Our Ming dynasty is not lacking in coal, he remarked, simultaneously pondering the feasibility of employing steam engines in mining operations, which seemed plausible. While steam-powered looms and vessels presented significant challenges given the current industrial capabilities, utilizing steam engines for irrigation and mining appeared considerably more achievable. If large-scale coal mining could be realized, it would expedite the journey towards becoming an industrial nation, igniting a fervor within Li Qing. Indeed, the initial investment would be substantial. However, with the new trade routes already discovered, financial concerns were no longer an issue. Li Qing felt a surge of exhilaration, his face flushed with excitement. After a considerable pause, he gradually regained his composure, meeting the odd gazes of the three with a blush. I am not speaking in jest. This is genuinely feasible. I shall visit the capital soon and have a thorough discussion with the young emperor. In that moment, he recalled the matter that weighed heavily on his mind and quickly asked, Has anything significant occurred during my absence? The three exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Li Hong who spoke up. Some events have taken place, and they have stirred quite a commotion. Li Qing's heart sank, and he hurriedly pressed for details. What happened? Tax reforms, Li Hong responded gravely, elaborating on the shifts in national policy and their repercussions, the turmoil within the court, the surveying of lands, the re-establishment of tax rates, the Western Investigation Bureau, the Internal Affairs Bureau, gentry resistance, tenant grievances, the increase in banditry, and the delays in state affairs. Each issue struck a chord within Li Qing, stirring a sense of urgency. This little rascal is far too hasty. Li Qing gritted his teeth, feeling an impulse to lash out. Li Shuai murmured softly, You are too conservative. Without a bold approach, these matters cannot be effectively implemented. I actually believe my nephew's impulsiveness has been quite beneficial. The situation has gradually stabilized over the past 2 years. Li Qing was momentarily taken aback. Do not resort to violence. Li Shuai quickly stepped back a couple of paces, somewhat disgruntled. Even if I misspoke, is that so wrong? After a lengthy silence, Li Qing gently nodded. Indeed, ruffling the feathers of vested interest has never been a smooth undertaking, and the sooner it is done, the better. Upon reflection, it is not so troubling. It merely leaves me feeling somewhat unsettled. Li Shuai relaxed, her courage swelling once again as she remarked, You are simply too concerned, excessively so, unable to tolerate even the slightest flaw. Yet, in truth, even the most commendable national policies may yield negative effects, as long as the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. They are deemed acceptable. Li Qing nodded silently, sighing, I must make a trip to the capital. Chapter 97. Farewell to Zhu Hozhao, Li Shuai suggested. With the new year approaching, why not wait until after the festivities to depart? The current situation has stabilized. There is no need for such haste, especially after your long travels. You have only just returned. Li Hong and Zhu Wanqing refrained from offering counsel. Subsequently, Li Xuan'er fell silent. Li Qing replied, "It's no issue. It is still the end of winter. I shall hasten my journey to ensure my return before the new year. There is still ample time. Dear godfather, there is no need to rush." Li Hong chuckled. "Wanqing and I are quite free at the moment. We will be here whenever you return." Zhu Wanqing added, "State affairs take precedence. Uncle Li, do not overexert yourself. If there is any urgency in the capital, it naturally concerns the court and us all." "Indeed, I am well aware," Li Qing smiled, rising to say, "I shall head to the capital now. The sooner I go, the sooner I shall return, ensuring I am home for the new year." Pausing, he inquired, "By the way, is Tang Bohu in Jinling?" After a brief stay at the residence, "He has departed for Wuzhong," replied Li Xuan'er. "Is there anyone who does not yearn for home?" Hearing this, Li Qing chuckled lightly. "That is quite good. Very well. I shall take my leave. I will return before the new year." His sudden departure left the three feeling somewhat despondent. Yet they understood Li Qing's nature. Once he made a decision, he acted without hesitation, though they felt a pang of sympathy for him. In the imperial palace, Zhu Hozhao consumed his labo porridge, occasionally picking at the crispy pickles, appearing to relish the meal, yet inwardly overwhelmed. Beside him, the Empress Dowager Ji and the Empress Zhang took turns bombarding him. This usually discordant mother-in-law duo was particularly united today. Quickly bear children. Though Zhu Hozhao was still young, he was not without years, having reached his 20s without progeny. How could they not feel urgency? Hongji had but a single heir. Yet that sole heir had not yet produced any offspring, which would make anyone anxious, especially considering Zhu Hozhao had been married for a decade. The two women implored him earnestly, but Zhu Hozhao remained preoccupied with his porridge, having consumed 3 small bowls without uttering a word, strictly adhering to the adage that one should not speak while eating. Zhu Hozhao. With no choice, Zhu Hozhao set down his bowl and chopsticks, saying, "These past few years, I have been consumed by state affairs, neglecting you all. I shall strive to balance my duties and ensure that you may soon hold great-grandchildren and grandchildren." "What do you mean by striving to balance?" Zhang retorted. "You find time for martial arts, horse riding, and even performances, yet you cannot spare a moment to continue the lineage?" "I shall focus on state matters," Zhu Hozhao replied. Exasperated, he decided to dismiss them, but upon seeing their reluctance to move, he declared, "According to the ancestral teachings of the Ming, the harem must not interfere with governance. I kindly request the Empress Dowager and the Empress to retire." The two women, infuriated, found themselves at a loss. With a huff, they swirled their sleeves and turned to leave, their demeanor indicating that this matter would not be so easily resolved. Zhu Hozhao, beleaguered by the situation, felt powerless against the duo. One was his mother, the other his grandmother. What could he do? Utterly vexing, Zhu Hozhao huffed heavily, ordering, "Withdraw, all of you." "Yes, Your Majesty." The servant hastily cleared the breakfast and exited the imperial study. Even the little eunuch attending dared not linger any longer, and in an instant, silence enveloped the room. Zhu Hozhao slowly exhaled, leaning back on the dragon throne to relish this rare moment of tranquility, unhurried in his duties. However, mere moments later, the little yellow gatekeeper returned. Speaking softly, "Your Majesty, Dr. Li requests an audience." "I am not ill. I simply lack the time for frivolities," Zhu Hozhao bellowed. "Get out." "Yes, yes. I shall leave at once." The little eunuch, startled, scurried away to wait outside. Zhu Hozhao simmered in anger for a while. But suddenly a realization dawned upon him. Li was a common surname, and there were many in the Imperial Medical Office with that name, all referred to simply as physicians. The one called Divine Doctor could it be that scoundrel Li Qing had returned? "Come back," Zhu Hozhao shouted again. After a brief moment, the little eunuch timidly entered, stammering, "Your Majesty, did you call for me? Which Dr. Li do you speak of?" The eunuch shook his head in confusion. "It was the Jinui guarding the palace gates who sent me to inform you, Your Majesty. I do not know the specifics." "Quickly summon him." "Yes, I shall do so immediately." Zhu Hozhao reclined back in his chair, then abruptly stood, pacing a few steps before sitting down again. He picked up his teacup, then set it down. At that moment, he resembled not an emperor, but rather a lowly official, fidgeting in his seat. He waited and waited, uncertain of how long it had been, until the eunuch's voice echoed once more from outside. "Your Majesty, Dr. Li has arrived." Zhu Hozhao took a deep breath and commanded, "Admit him." Then a middle-aged man strode in, tall and slender, his fitted dark velvet robe accentuating his upright posture. His features were mature, yet his demeanor betrayed a youthful spirit. "Commoner Li Chongqing pays homage to your Majesty." He began to bow from several paces away, yet his feet continued to move steadily forward. Zhu Hozhao instantly recognized Li Qing, and his previously restless heart gradually calmed. "Rise," Zhu Hozhao said, suppressing his excitement. "Be seated and serve tea." "Thank you, your Majesty." Li Qing clasped his hands and took a seat, smiling as he inquired, "It has been years. How have you fared?" "Your Majesty?" "Not well." Zhu Hozhao huffed. "Why have you only just returned?" Li Qing appeared taken aback, responding, "Does my return matter so much? The Ming has an emperor and numerous ministers." "Spare me that." Zhu Hozhao interrupted, releasing a sigh. "Since you are back, I shall grant you an official position." "Please, do not. I have come merely to inform you. To spare you any worry, I intend to depart shortly." "How can you be so irresponsible?" Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, agitated. "Am I truly lacking in responsibility?" Li Qing retorted, eyes wide. "Is it not hypocritical for you to say such a thing?" Zhu Hozhao tempered his anger, reluctantly conceding, "Perhaps I misspoke. If you do not wish for an official post, then reside in the capital. I grant you the privilege to enter the palace at any time." Li Qing gently shook his head. "This place does not require my presence. I am weary and wish to rest." "Then why return? You might as well perish outside." Zhu Hozhao shouted in frustration, "Get out. Do not let me see you again." Li Qing rubbed his nose and slowly rose to his feet. "Are you truly leaving?" Zhu Hozhao fumed, "Come back." Li Qing halted, turning to face him, and coldly remarked, "Am I being too lenient with you?" Zhu Hozhao paused, meeting Li Qing's perilous gaze. His simmering anger gradually extinguished. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "Are you aware of the current situation in the Ming dynasty?" "I have heard some things," Li Qing replied. "Though you may have acted a bit hastily, you have not erred." Li Qing nodded slightly in affirmation. "Have you nothing further to say?" Zhu Hozhao pressed. Just keep working hard," Li Qing suggested. Zhu Hozhao was taken aback. "Is that all? Is that your grand compliment?" Li Qing tentatively praised him. Zhu Hozhao, incensed, slammed the table and glared. "A ruler bears the worries, and a minister suffers the disgrace. When the ruler is shamed, the minister faces death. For these years, I have not only been worried daily, but have also endured constant reproach. How can you remain indifferent? Are you jesting? When did I become your minister?" Li Qing retorted, exasperated. "The position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince has long been dismissed. I am but a commoner, so refrain from labeling me. You just want to provoke me." Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, petulantly akin to a child. "Can you not act more mature?" Li Qing sighed. "I primarily came to discuss matters overseas with you." "Is it about overseas trade?" Zhu Hozhao asked, his tone subdued. "Indeed, the potential profits are truly enticing," Li Qing replied. "Silk can be exchanged for silver of equal weight, and tea commands an additional 30% on top of that. Porcelain, spices, and other goods also yield immense profits." Zhu Hozhao was left speechless, muttering, "Are you dreaming? Or am I? Did I travel all this way just to deceive you? Am I that idle?" "That is indeed a point," Zhu Hozhao responded. "But I meant you were not so trivial. How much could we earn?" Zhu Hozhao's excitement surged. "However, we must deliver the goods directly," Li Qing added. "What does that matter? We would still profit immensely." Zhu Hozhao dismissed the concern, asking, "How long would a round trip take?" "Initially, it will be slow. I estimate it will take over 2 years. Once familiar, it may reduce to about 1.5 years, Li Qing explained. "I have brought the nautical charts to the capital and will present them to you tomorrow." "Excellent." Zhu Hozhao inquired, "How much can they consume?" "As much as we can provide," Li Qing declared. "The Florentines are wealthy beyond measure." Upon hearing this, Zhu Hozhao pondered, "What if we simply seize it?" "Theoretically, it is feasible, but if we pursue that course, it would become a one-time transaction. Engaging in combat thousands of miles away would incur enormous costs and face significant logistical challenges, which does not align with our long-term interests," Li Qing stated solemnly. "Pursuing immediate gains is unwise. Should we resort to war, the repercussions would surpass the turmoil caused by this tax reform, potentially irreparable." After a pause, he added, "You have been rather rash this time, lacking in prudence." "It is easy to speak without bearing the burden," Zhu Hozhao retorted. "How else could I solidify the terms?" He sighed, disappointment evident in his voice. "I have already exerted my utmost. Others do not understand me, and neither do you. It truly disheartens me." Years of pent-up frustration poured forth. Li Qing patiently listened to his grievances, then sighed. In essence, you are correct. Now that it has occurred, it is best not to dwell on it. Henceforth, exercise caution. He then inquired, by the way, do you have any offspring now? Why the hurry? Zhu Hozhao replied, irritated. I am only in my 20s. There is plenty of time. Surely, you do not intend to meddle in this as well? Li Qing nodded earnestly, asserting the necessity of governance. You have gone too far. Zhu Hozhao exclaimed in indignation. The Empress Dowager and the Empress may be one thing, but you dare to trouble me with this? Li Qing replied with seriousness. I understand your reluctance to establish the national foundation prematurely. It can be deferred, but it must not be absent. If necessary, I can provide a remedy. How dare you? Zhu Hozhao seethed, raising his hand to hurl a teacup at Li Qing. After years apart, your temper has truly escalated. Li Qing deftly caught the cup, inhaling deeply before suggesting, perhaps you should consider having a child, even if it is just one. Chapter 98. Magnanimity. Zhu Hozhao scoffed. You speak so eloquently, yet without a national foundation, wouldn't that group of people erupt in chaos? Is it to end the line? Enraged, he continued, what nonsense. Li Qing's expression turned cold as he remarked, surely you understand the folly of inaction. The benefits of establishing a national foundation far outweigh the drawbacks. You should hasten to father an heir. You need not remind me. Li Qing furrowed his brow and pondered. Weren't you quite fond of that sort of thing before? What has caused your sudden change of heart? At the mention of a change, Zhu Hozhao felt a pang of anxiety, exclaiming, what change? You are the one who has changed. He continued, your health is sound, and the empresses are fine as well. After all this time, how is it that no child has come forth? They are as lifeless as wood, lacking any excitement. Zhu Hozhao lamented. It pales in comparison to the thrill of military parades. Over time, I have lost interest. Neglecting this matter for too long will lead to stagnation. After all, what is not used will rust, Li Qing advised. Taken aback, Zhu Hozhao stammered. Is it truly that dire? Do you still feel any impulse when faced with them? Not particularly, Zhu Hozhao replied, shaking his head. I suppose I've grown weary of them. Come spring, I shall select a few more consorts. It is imperative to strive for a legitimate heir, Li Qing urged. Regardless of your feelings towards the Empress, such matters should not be clouded by personal emotions. They concern the future of the Ming dynasty. Treat it with the seriousness it deserves. After a pause, he added, I will prepare a remedy for you to regain your vigor. As the saying goes, desire for food and sex is inherent. A fondness for women is not shameful. An early heir would benefit the court as well. Understanding Zhu Hozhao's temperament, Li Qing chose to reason calmly, knowing that excessive pressure would only provoke resistance. Despite Zhu Hozhao's mischievous and unruly nature, he recognized the necessity of succession. After some persuasion, he consented to the endeavor of procreation. Seeing this, Li Qing felt a sense of relief. Both parties, previously too young, were now in their 20s, the prime age for bearing children. Although they lived in luxury, far removed from the struggles of common farmers, with diligent efforts, conception was certainly within reach. Probability dictates that with sufficient attempts, success is inevitable. Moreover, the odds were not as insurmountable as one might think. Though Zhu Hozhao was initially obstinate, he ultimately accepted Li Qing's prescription. Are you truly leaving? Li Qing inquired. There is no rush. Let us stay for a good 10 days. The complexities of overseas dynamics, trade details, and the shifts brought about by engaging in commerce with the West all require careful strategizing before my departure. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hozhao could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. I am aware of your toil, yet Zhu Hozhao can only chuckle at his own self-deprecation. Alas, who am I but the emperor? Feel free to rest as you wish, but do not linger in leisure indefinitely. Li Qing chuckled, do not worry. I am not one to lead a life of idleness. Even without your urging, I would not remain in repose for long. Zhu Hozhao nodded, asserting, regardless of your acknowledgement, I remain firm in my judgment. It matters not if you concede. Concede to what? Do as you please, came the response. With a sigh, Zhu Hozhao added, do not wander to distant lands. I shall periodically write to Lord Li. Should you wish to know of my circumstances, you may inquire of him. Li Qing remained neutral, stating, let us discuss matters of importance. Do you possess no personal matters to share with me? Zhu Hozhao inquired. Li Qing, with a hint of amusement, replied, you are an adult now. How can you still behave like a child? You were not like this with your grandfather. Zhu Hozhao muttered, had you been like him, I would have reciprocated accordingly. Are you suggesting that I, as emperor, am lacking? Li Qing laughed. You are doing well. Yet you cannot compare to your grandfather, at least not yet. However, I have faith in you. Now, let us address serious matters. Li Qing cleared his throat and stated, concerning trade with the West, we must ensure that benefits are concentrated within the court at this stage. The Franks are a rather barbaric nation, and for both public and private interests, we should not allow civilian trade with them. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hozhao also adopted a serious demeanor, contemplating. Such substantial profits cannot remain concealed, especially since the Franks maintain close ties with the smaller nations around Malacca. Currently, maritime trade largely traverses that route, making it impossible to keep it a secret. I understand that, Li Qing replied, but there are still methods to consider. The court could purchase civilian goods at prices significantly above market rates, comparable to those for overseas sales. Without goods, they will naturally be unable to trade with the Franks. Zhu Hozhao shook his head. This approach is unfeasible. While it is true that they would willingly sell to the court if profits remained comparable to overseas trade, this is merely the initial phase. Once the secret of high profits is exposed, they will surely engage in trade themselves. We can draft an agreement in advance. Li Qing suggested. That is a viable option, yet in the face of immense profit, they may not adhere to honesty, Zhu Hozhao replied. Li Qing smiled lightly. Within the court, there are 3 factories and 1 guard. They would not dare to overstep their bounds, and conflict may not necessarily be a negative consequence. What do you mean by that? A compromise? Zhu Hozhao inquired, perplexed. Li Qing playfully asked, which do you believe yields greater profit? Trading with the Franks or the meager taxes from the land? Zhu Hozhao suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting we use this as leverage to strictly enforce land taxes? Precisely, Li Qing affirmed. The future of climate remains uncertain, and we must find ways to stabilize grain supplies. As for maritime trade profits, concessions may be acceptable, allowing us to conceal wealth among the populace. However, we must not relax our grip on grain supplies. They must be firmly secured. Pausing for a moment, he continued. Let me share some news. The granaries in Jiaoxi have begun to yield results and can now supply the Ming. The treasury currently lacks no grain, so we should wait. Zhu Hozhao remarked. We cannot afford to wait, Li Qing insisted. The initial investment in land reclamation is substantial and returns are slow. If the Ming does not actively purchase, what motivation will there be for them? It is not a significant expenditure for the court. Furthermore, upon seeing the return on investment, Zhu Qijin can surely cultivate the land with ease, can he not? Li Qing chuckled and remarked, a great nation should possess magnanimity in times of need. One cannot disregard others, for when the moment arises, they may not be able to count on them. You have accepted his money, haven't you? Li Qing, feeling vexed, pondered whether he wished to learn martial arts. Let us pretend I did not say that. Zhu Hozhao, with a reluctant acceptance, acknowledged the reasoning and nodded, saying, after the new year, I will arrange for someone to procure it. Li Qing nodded and continued, with the opening of trade routes to the west. Those overseas vassal states will also desire a share of the profits. It is prudent to allow for some benefits to maintain trade and adjust prices accordingly. Zhu Hozhao, skeptical, questioned, why have you suddenly become so accommodating? In order to genuinely realize a world trade system led by the Ming dynasty, it is essential to allow others to reap some rewards. If the Ming were to monopolize all the benefits, who would be inclined to engage with us? Li Qing responded with a roll of his eyes. If we continue to hoard everything for ourselves, it is only a matter of time before they unite against us. Do you fear them? Zhu Hozhao scoffed. The Ming is strong and currently, we do not fear their alliance. Yet times are evolving, and they too will continue to progress. We must not box ourselves in. Li Qing stated, as the saying goes, leave a line for future encounters, should conflict arise, even if the Ming were to triumph. We would inevitably suffer casualties and lose the goodwill of our vassal states. Destruction is far inferior to creation. Harnessing maritime commerce to amass great wealth and converting their labor into diverse resources would yield far greater benefits, would it not? Li Qing inquired. What advantage does killing them bring to the Ming? In the process of taking lives, do we not also risk our own? Indeed, Zhu Hozhao slowly nodded. However, regardless of whether we engage in battle or not, we must not neglect our military preparedness. Your wisdom is profound, Li Qing acknowledged. The difference between having a sword sheathed and being without one is significant. While we endeavor towards steady development, we must also remain ever ready for combat. Zhu Hozhao, choosing to overlook the latter part of that statement, asked, pray tell, How wise am I? Li Qing, wary of his own restraint, averted his gaze from Zhu's infuriating expression and asked, has Xiao Yin returned? As for old Wang, he has come back, only to leave again. Zhu Hozhao replied with a hum. He is currently quite formidable, traversing the heavens on royal inspection. How could local officials not cater to him? After a pause, he added, yet old Wang is indeed impressive, perhaps even more so than you. Zhu Hozhao hesitated, appearing to hold back words. I hope my remarks do not upset you. Li Qing suspected Zhu was being deliberately provocative, yet he had no proof. Pray, elaborate. Yet, there is not much to elaborate upon. He ascends mountains to quell bandits and descends to confront landlords. Wherever he goes, it is like spring rains nourishing the earth. Not only does he resolve conflicts, but he also prevents unrest, and most crucially, there has been little to no bloodshed. Zhu Hozhao generously praised. Thanks to him, the regions have remained stable these past few years. Otherwise, I would have been left unsupported. Li Qing willingly conceded. Indeed, he is more formidable. Well then, you are formidable too. Do not be jealous. Zhu Hozhao teased in a tone reminiscent of an adult placating a child. Li Qing, both amused and exasperated, inquired, where is he now? He wrote last month, indicating he plans to visit Liangwang. Zhu Hozhao replied. Zhu Hozhao, filled with envy, remarked that he too found joy in exploring the mountains and waters while also achieving great accomplishments. He sighed, lamenting, unlike me, alas. It is a pity you are not of the Zhu lineage. Otherwise, the emperor would surely bestow upon you great responsibilities. Li Qing, with a darkened expression, cautioned, beware, lest the founding emperor visit you in your dreams tonight. With a jest, he observed Zhu Hozhao's despondency. You have truly become increasingly dull. Li Qing paused for a moment and quietly confessed, at times, I feel the same. Perhaps I am weary, losing my drive, becoming more cautious, and even conservative. Yes, this flaw must be rectified. He reflected upon himself. It is not your fault. Many times I too feel an immense fatigue, Zhu Hozhao admitted. Li Qing's countenance darkened as he retorted, what fatigue do you speak of? You are barely in your 20s. This is the prime of your life for striving. But I do not wish to strive, Zhu Hozhao replied weakly. What did you say? Li Qing raised his voice. Nothing, nothing. Zhu Hozhao hurriedly shifted the topic, suggesting, if it is merely a short stay, then I shall reside in the palace. Perhaps not. As a man, it is not proper for me to dwell within the imperial halls. Previously, that was a special circumstance. Let us remain at Yang Yiqing, Li Qing pondered before adding. During this time, I shall enter the palace daily. Very well, Zhu Hozhao did not press further, but his mood remained somber. Li Qing sighed. To be an emperor is indeed arduous. However, being born into royalty is your responsibility and your mission. I understand your suffering, yet there is no alternative. You must endure. Zhu Hozhao fell silent. After a moment of tension, Li Qing shifted the conversation to his experiences overseas. Hearing of the inhumane conditions of colonialism stirred Zhu Hozhao's emotions. The tales of foreign nations intrigued him, while the discussions of culinary traditions elicited disdain. When Li Qing recounted the fear that Tang Bohu felt at banquets, Zhu Hozhao burst into hearty laughter. How fascinating! Truly fascinating! Zhu Hozhao exclaimed, captivated. As the saying goes, different lands nurture different people. The essence of their land is indeed unique. I yearn to experience it firsthand. Li Qing chuckled lightly. You are the emperor, the sovereign of all. If you wish to behold the mountains, you need not travel. You can summon them to you. Yet, it is not the same as climbing the mountains oneself, is it? Zhu Hozhao probed. Next time you embark on a voyage, I wish to. No, you do not wish to, Li Qing interjected. Zhu Hozhao retorted, on what grounds? Li Qing calmly responded, you should not entertain such thoughts. Why not? Zhu Hozhao seethed. Just because I am the emperor? Li Qing chuckled. Do you not consider what you are saying? If you truly seek justification, then very well. It is because you are the emperor. Zhu Hozhao simmered with indignation, yet found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy silence, he huffed, an emperor is still a human. First and foremost, an emperor, only then a human. Li Qing gently shook his head. Do not forget, you are indeed the son of heaven. Zhu Hozhao had no retort and scoffed. Have you forgotten your promise to me? What promise? Indeed, you have forgotten. Zhu Hozhao exclaimed in anger, the travelogue. Li Qing's face flushed, and he sheepishly admitted, I forgot to bring it back. Are you jesting? All right, I did not write it. Li Qing confessed candidly, adopting a posture of indifference. Zhu Hozhao was enraged. yet he found himself unable to take any action against him. "Look, you had to ask, making both of us look foolish," Li Qing said, exasperated. However, over the years, Zhu Hozhao had indeed endured much, so one could not be overly demanding. Li Qing took a step back and remarked, "When you have the time, I shall make it up to you and have someone deliver it. Deliver it personally to me." Zhu Hozhao pressed his advantage. "Very well," Li Qing acquiesced, adding, "But you must not be lazy. The demeanor befitting an emperor must be upheld. The fate of the Ming dynasty and the welfare of the countless citizens cannot be taken lightly." Seeing Zhu Hozhao chattering incessantly, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Not even a long-tongued woman speaks as much as you do, becoming more stubborn with age." Li Qing shot him a stern look, raising his hand but refraining from striking. "You should attend to state affairs now," he said, rising to depart. "Oh, are you angry? Really angry?" "Surely not," Zhu Hozhao exclaimed. Li Qing ignored him and walked directly out of the grand hall. The capital was quite cold in the 12th lunar month, yet Li Qing felt no heavy burden. Firstly, the food crisis would not escalate to jeopardize the survival of the Ming dynasty. Secondly, Europe was even colder. Such is the nature of humanity. After witnessing others in worse situations or encountering those equally unfortunate, one's own sorrow can become significantly lighter. The streets of the capital were bustling with a great throng. The common folk wore thick garments, often layered with 3 layers inside and 3 outside, wrapped in various materials. Although this appeared bulky and unseemly, it effectively warded off the cold. The flourishing textile industry had substantially reduced the cost of clothing, making it accessible for the masses. However, compared to the south, particularly the Jiangnan region, the lives of the northern populace were still somewhat meager, even in the emperor's own capital. Nevertheless, Li Qing felt content. The present was satisfactory, and the future would be even brighter. There was no need for undue worry. At least, the people seemed quite satisfied. Progress must be made step by step, and sustenance consumed bite by bite. The reforms in land taxes, improvements in fertilizers, and enhancements in agricultural tools were all advancing towards a brighter future. What more could one desire? After years away from the theater and tea houses, many new plays had emerged, and he found them quite intriguing. After indulging in entertainment, it was already the hour of shun. Li Qing pondered that his small courtyard required some tidying up, so he did not return to the palace but headed straight to Yang Yiqing. This time, he chose not to take the usual route. The key resting on the gatehouse was still in place. Li Qing retrieved it, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The courtyard remained the same, though it had become overgrown with weeds from disuse. It was evident that someone had tended to it for a considerable time, but perhaps had grown lax in the past 2 years. The persimmon and pomegranate trees stood bare, yet the bamboo, remarkably resilient to the cold, retained its verdant hue. After a stroll around, Li Qing pushed open the door to the main hall, where the air was thick with dust from disuse. A thick layer of dust covered the table and chairs, and cobwebs adorned the corners. Li Qing stretched, preparing for a thorough cleaning when a knock sounded at the courtyard door. "Mr. Li, this is Yang Yiqing. Are you home? The door is unlocked. Please come in." The door swung open, and Yang Yiqing entered, cupping his hands in greeting. "I heard from His Majesty that you have come to the capital, and I wish to converse with you. I hope I am not intruding." "Not at all," Li Qing smiled. "Come inside and let us talk." After clearing a table and 2 chairs, they sat facing each other. "I have just returned as well, and I have yet to settle in." "Yang, oh, you should now be addressed as Master Yang." Li Qing chuckled, apologizing for the lack of hospitality. "Not at all," Yang Yiqing replied courteously. Though he hailed from the ranks of the scholars, he had pursued a military career and, having recently entered the cabinet, had not shed his rough demeanor. Thus, he remained indifferent to such formalities. "Your return, sir, must surely be in service to the nation?" Li Qing inquired. I merely came to take a look. The path of officialdom does not suit me," Yang Yiqing responded, sensing Li Qing's intent to persuade him to stay. He swiftly diverted the conversation, asking, "What is the outcome of the implementation of the conscription system?" Yang Yiqing temporarily shelved his thoughts of urging Li Qing to remain in court, replying, "It is quite favorable. The conscription system, coupled with the reform of military records, has significantly boosted morale. The soldiers now have more time for training, and their combat effectiveness has notably improved, though they have yet to experience actual battle, making it difficult to assess their true capabilities." Li Qing nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "As a military officer, you must be responsible for matters concerning military readiness since joining the cabinet?" "Indeed, all matters, great and small, pertaining to this have been under my purview, Yang Yiqing affirmed. What is the situation beyond the borders? Not particularly optimistic, Yang Yiqing sighed. For many years, the barbarians have refrained from daring incursions into the Ming territory, which is indeed a blessing, yet it has also propelled them towards unification. From the smallest family to entire nations, all seek survival and progress. When unable to look outward, they must turn inward, and soon enough, there will inevitably be a conflict. Li Qing pondered for a moment and replied, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. After a pause, he asked, how long do you think it will be before that day arrives? I cannot say for certain, but in my estimation, it will be soon, perhaps within 5 years. 5 years? Li Qing frowned. This time frame was rather awkward for him. Had it been 10 years, he could have found time for overseas ventures. However, 5 years would necessitate a prolonged stay, at least 2 or 3 years, after which he might miss the opportunity to set sail. Of course, Li Qing did not doubt the military's capabilities. Rather, he was uneasy about the emperor's decisions. The past events with Zhu Qizhen still left him feeling unsettled, and he wished to avoid repeating such mistakes, especially considering that Zhu Hozhao's temperament was in stark contrast to his father's. When war broke out, one could not guarantee he would refrain from taking direct command. However, 5 years truly felt excessive. After a moment's reflection, Li Qing asked, will it be 5 years from now or within 5 years? Who can guarantee such things? Yang Yiqing replied with a wry smile. The affairs of the world are ever-changing, and predicting such monumental events is exceedingly difficult. As they spoke, Yang Yiqing returned to his original purpose, saying earnestly, with your talents, entering the cabinet would be more than sufficient. The emperor holds you in high regard, and I too have faith in your character. Would it not be better for you to serve in the court? Did the emperor send you? The emperor expressly informed me of your return and indeed wishes for your involvement. However, this is also my sincere intention, Yang Yiqing explained. You are well aware of the emperor's nature. When war arises, he is likely to lead from the front himself, and I cannot dissuade him, nor can Yang Tinghe. With the 3 factories and a guard, once the emperor sets his mind, even a united council of officials may struggle to restrain him, Yang Yiqing said solemnly. It seems you may be the only one capable of doing so. Li Qing was apprehensive at this notion, and upon hearing it, he found himself engulfed in inner turmoil. For a long while, I have been tirelessly traversing the tumultuous journey of these years. Indeed, I find myself somewhat weary. However, I shall keep a vigilant eye on him and will not stand idly by when the time comes. Perhaps it is best to settle in the capital for a few years of warmth with family, Li Qing pondered, feeling fatigued. Despite the abundance of time, he often felt stretched thin, as if the meticulously planned schedule had never been fulfilled. I recall before my departure, I vowed with utmost determination that once I completed this task, I would relish life, accompanying my son and niece through their final stages. Yet, the unpredictable circumstances abroad and the emperor's uncontrollable whims made it exceedingly difficult to keep my promise. I can only strive to balance it all. Li Qing couldn't help but question himself. What if, 5 years hence, my son or niece were to suffer ill health? Would I still be able to venture overseas? The answer is undoubtedly negative. The ties are too profound, or perhaps I am simply too greedy. Having pledged my life to the nation, can I still dare to dream of securing my family's well-being? Such aspirations are far from easy. Yet, Li Qing could not let go. He could not relinquish them, for they are those he has watched grow since childhood. Though not bound by blood, they are the dearest of kin. Blood is thicker than water. Truly, it is impossible to part with them. Chapter 100. The restless Prince Ning plans have always been overtaken by change. Li Qing sighed inwardly. After much contemplation, he resolved to remain. While overseas pursuits are significant, the Ming dynasty is of greater importance, and there are exceedingly vital individuals within it. Whether or not I hold an official position, I shall contribute my humble efforts. Rest assured of that, Li Qing promised. Upon hearing this, Yang Yiqing felt greatly relieved. Yang Yiqing remarked, in truth, there is nothing inherently wrong with the emperor leading troops personally. Many emperors have done so, and although he is still young, he possesses a fair understanding of military affairs, frequently engaging in drills and studying strategies. However, the emperor has yet to bequeath an heir. If he were to command from the center, it would be manageable, but should he personally enter the fray, any misstep could lead to consequences more dire than those faced by the former Emperor Yingzong. As a seasoned military commander stationed at the borders for many years, Yang Yiqing was well versed in military matters and the art of warfare. He understood Zhu Hozhao and believed that in a fair battle, there was no reason for the Ming to be defeated. He did not perceive the emperor's direct involvement in warfare as a sign of national decline. Rather, he feared Zhu Hozhao's propensity to take up arms himself. Furthermore, with no heir or brothers, any misfortune on the battlefield could plunge the realm into chaos. Li Qing, however, held a different perspective. He was genuinely apprehensive. If the past were to repeat itself, years of effort would be rendered futile, and the momentum of the Ming's development would surely be stifled. It is better that the emperor refrains from leading troops, Li Qing concluded. If the emperor consents, that would be splendid. If not, it would suffice for you to accompany him. Dear sir, Yang Yiqing chuckled. As long as the emperor does not charge into battle, there should be no significant issues. The emperors of the Ming are not so fragile. The civil official's insistence that the emperor must not stray far from the center is merely an attempt to confine him. Now a civil official, Yang Yiqing still instinctively placed himself in the role of a military commander. Military leaders would welcome the emperor's direct involvement, as fighting alongside him would surely lead to a bountiful feast thereafter. Li Qing mentally concurred with Yang Yiqing's viewpoint, yet he bore a genuine shadow of fear regarding the emperor's expedition. On the battlefield, a single blunder could cost countless lives, leaving no room for negligence. As long as I am in the Ming dynasty, Zhu Hozhao cannot lead the charge in person. In this regard, Li Qing is quite confident. Leading a personal expedition is not a trivial matter, not to mention the preparatory work. Even the time spent on disputes between sovereign and subjects would suffice for me to arrive and thwart it. I plan to reside in Jinling for the next few years. Should the emperor entertain thoughts of a personal expedition, you may send someone to inform me, and I shall hasten to prevent it. Li Qing divulged the address of his residence in Jinling to Yang Yiqing, who noted it down, unwilling to relent. Do you truly have no desire to enter the officialdom? My time in the bureaucracy exceeds your age. Li Qing hesitated to decline directly, replying, I have indeed grown weary over these years. I shall rest for 2 years before considering it again. Time spares no one, after all. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted Yang Yiqing, and the door was pushed open as Yang Tinghe entered. Upon seeing Yang Yiqing in the guest hall, he could not help but frown slightly. Yang Tinghe quickly masked his surprise, smiling as he clasped his hands, saying, the door was not properly closed. It opened with a knock. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope Dr. Li will not take offense. After a brief pause, he added, esteemed scholar Yang is also present. Indeed, Yang Yiqing replied nonchalantly. It appears Scholar Yang has arrived as well. It was evident that the two Yangs were not on amicable terms. Li Qing chuckled and said, no disturbance at all. Please, have a seat. Yang Tinghe surveyed the room, but found no available chair. Suppressing his aversion to filth, he wiped his sleeve before sitting down, remarking, it has been many years. I trust Dr. Li as well? Quite well indeed. Li Qing wished to bypass excessive pleasantries and inquired directly, what brings Scholar Yang here? The emperor holds you in high regard, and although you are not a minister, such favor from the emperor necessitates that you honor his trust. Yang Tinghe sighed. I assume your visit to the capital is related to the recent reforms? Not at all. Yang Tinghe was momentarily taken aback, continuing somewhat disgruntled. Speaking of these reforms, to be frank, they are indeed sound policies. However, it is important to recognize that good policies can sometimes yield counterproductive effects. Take, for instance, the impacts of the reforms over the past few years. Yang Yiqing, a radical, found himself at odds with Yang Tinghe's lengthy discourse. Rising from his seat, he declared, Dr. Li, Scholar Yang, I must take my leave. I wish you a safe journey, Scholar Yang. The two rose, and as he departed, Yang Tinghe felt a sense of relief, ready to address the crux of the matter. The civil unrest is something you are likely aware of, thus, I shall refrain from elaborating. I will focus instead on the gentry, landowners, military generals, nobility, and the royal family. The emperor's actions in this regard truly risk alienating the populace, Yang Tinghe stated gravely. These individuals are extensions of imperial authority and pillars of support. Should their sentiments be disregarded, it could lead to a rift between sovereign and subjects, and potentially serious consequences. Li Qing listened quietly, refraining from offering his opinion. Yang Tinghe continued to elaborate on the flaws of the reforms, and noticing Li Qing's silence, he added, the reforms have been in place for several years now, and the vested interest groups have attained a certain level of adaptation. I do not wish to implore you to advise the emperor to abolish the reforms. Rather, I hope you might counsel him to consider some concessions. Yang Tinghe sighed wearily, expressing his fatigue. I have been the emperor's teacher, having watched him grow. He is intelligent and decisive, unafraid to take action, which is commendable, yet also a double-edged sword. The emperor, however, exhibits an excessive impatience and a fervent demeanor, which is far from beneficial. Li Qing comprehended Yang Tinghe's sentiments, admitting that upon first hearing of these matters, he shared the same apprehensions, particularly considering Yang Tinghe's inherently conservative nature. Yang Tinghe remarked, the late emperor governed with benevolence and leniency, which, indeed, had its fair share of drawbacks. However, the loyalty of the ministers was firmly aligned with the emperor. They were dedicated to their duties. But what of the current situation? True, the emperor has upheld his position, and new policies have been implemented, yet the underlying cost has been the estrangement between ruler and ministers, resulting in a palpable loss of enthusiasm among officials. Yang Tinghe lamented, during the exercise of power, some degree of loss is inevitable. When orders are issued, excessive losses could lead to a breakdown in control, which is the most perilous scenario. Li Qing, wearing a knowing smile, reassured him, do not worry, esteemed scholar, matters will gradually improve. However, he refrained from divulging the intricacies of European trade to Yang Tinghe. Yang Tinghe, with a wry smile, replied, you are still too naive, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned forward and spoke in a hushed tone. What if the princes harbor rebellious intentions? Which ones? Yang Tinghe reclined back into his chair, lost in contemplation. Observing his silence, Li Qing interjected, rest assured, I possess a modicum of integrity. The Prince of Ning, do you believe he would dare to rebel? Li Qing scoffed. Since the establishment of the Jiangwen reign and the subsequent reduction of princely powers, he had discerned their true nature, even those with blades at their throats, such as the minor Prince Shi, dared not rise against authority. What power does the Prince of Ning hold now? One must not generalize the situation. In a genuine conflict, even the restoration of the Prince of Ning's military forces would not stir significant upheaval. Yet what of public sentiment? Yang Tinghe asserted. This sentiment does not pertain to the common populace, but rather to the political elite. With the emperor's current stance, should the Prince of Ning advocate for the restoration of the Hongji policies, the outcome remains uncertain. Li Qing furrowed his brow, carefully analyzing the situation, yet he remained unconvinced. Does the emperor not recognize this? He does, Yang Tinghe replied. What has been his reaction? None, Yang Tinghe sighed. The emperor, much like yourself, does not perceive the potential chaos that the princes could incite. Li Qing pondered further and asked, is it only the Prince of Ning? At present, only the Prince of Ning. How did you come by this information? Li Qing inquired, intrigued. Yang Tinghe candidly confessed, he has bribed officials in the capital. Li Qing's lips twitched, utterly perplexed by the Prince of Ning's reasoning. Noticing Li Qing's reluctance to divulge any insights, Yang Tinghe grew somewhat irate, stating, do you think my concerns stem from selfish motives? Li Qing gently shook his head. You are the emperor's mentor and the chief minister of the cabinet. Your influence is substantial. In terms of the power that can be wielded, you are, without a doubt, the foremost figure beneath the emperor. I trust that you will act in the interest of the sovereign and the nation. Upon hearing this, Yang Tinghe's demeanor softened considerably. Since you comprehend the situation, would you be willing to persuade the emperor to make certain concessions? Yang Tinghe proposed, if the emperor is amenable to compromise. I possess means to mend the relationship between ruler and ministers, at least to alleviate tensions. Regrettably, this tax reform bears significance for the enduring legacy of the Ming dynasty. I cannot acquiesce to your request. Yang Tinghe retorted angrily. Are you implying that all my words have been in vain? Not entirely. I will remain vigilant regarding the affairs of the Prince of Ning, Li Qing assured him. What use is your vigilance? Yang Tinghe was thoroughly exasperated. Was the issue at hand merely about the princely lords? It pertained to the entire vested interest group, which, if united in opposition, could lead to dire consequences. Li Qing chuckled derisively, asserting that such a possibility was non-existent. You are like a rotting wood that cannot be carved, and a summer insect that cannot discuss ice. Yang Tinghe, in a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of curses at Li Qing. Li Qing, feeling a twinge of annoyance himself, thought that had it not been for Yang Tinghe's advancing age, he would have delivered a solid punch. At this juncture, Yang Tinghe remained quite significant. He was a traditionalist, yet also suppressed the traditionalist faction. Should he cease to exist, the political landscape would inevitably become more arduous. Take care, I shan't see you off. Li Qing leaned back in his chair, issuing an implicit dismissal. Old Yang was on the verge of overturning the table, indignantly pointing at Li Qing before storming off. Li Qing mentally contemplated the situation, still convinced that the princely lords would not rebel unless they harbored a death wish. However, having learned of Prince Ning's restless ambitions, he could not afford to remain idle. Li Qing stretched lazily, muttering, "There are so many princely lords in the Ming dynasty, aside from the 4th. I am somewhat inclined towards the line of the 17th. The next day, in the palace, Li Qing cut straight to the chase, asking, "What are your thoughts on the matter of Prince Ning?" Zhu Hozhao, astonished, inquired, "Who told you this?" "Yang Tinghe," replied Li Qing. Chapter 101. Pain. Excruciating pain. Zhu Hozhao remained silent for a long while, lowering his head to ask, "Do you believe Prince Ning would rebel?" "No. Indeed, he would not." Zhu Hozhao replied softly, his expression complex, tinged with a sense of regret. Li Qing was taken aback, exclaiming, "You wish for him to rebel?" Zhu Hozhao remained mute. "Preposterous. Have you lost your senses?" Li Qing exclaimed in anger, gritting his teeth. "May the founding ancestors' spirit strike you down." Zhu Hozhao said nothing. With a bang, Li Qing slammed his hand on the table, placing a foot on the imperial writing desk, leaning forward to grasp Zhu Hozhao by the collar, lifting him up and coldly declaring, "If you dare to stir chaos in the realm, I shall undoubtedly kill you." Outside the imperial chamber, the attendant heard the sound of the table crashing and hurriedly called out, "What is happening, Your Majesty? May I enter?" Zhu Hozhao tilted his head, bypassing Li Qing to shout outside, "It is nothing. Simply wait patiently." He then turned his gaze back to Li Qing, lightly chuckling, "At your age, why do you still become so easily agitated?" Li Qing did not smile, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Zhu Hozhao. "Have you been kicked by a donkey? You know full well the purpose behind my actions, do you not? This is a foolish scheme," Li Qing stated coldly, "should another Jingnan campaign occur. Do you comprehend the ramifications it would bring to the Ming?" Zhu Hozhao replied nonchalantly, "I am not Jiang Wen, nor is Prince Ning the same as Taizong. You." Li Qing, enraged, struck him several times before delivering a powerful punch. In an instant, Zhu Hozhao's eyes bulged, his mouth agape, his body curling like a cooked shrimp, facial muscles twitching, and his entire being convulsing. With a gasp, Li Qing released his grip, and Zhu Hozhao fell from the dragon throne, veins in his neck bulging, his body uncontrollably rolling, saliva spilling from the corners of his mouth. It hurts so much." Throughout his life, Zhu Hozhao had never experienced such pain. It penetrated to the marrow of his bones. After a lengthy pause, the sensation of agony gradually subsided, and he gasped for breath, glaring at Li Qing with unprecedented fury. Li Qing spoke with a calm demeanor, "You truly dare to act in such a manner. I could very well end your life. However, you are free to summon the Imperial Guards to take me away and see what happens." Zhu Hozhao, trembling, managed to rise from the ground, supporting himself against the imperial table as he sat back in his chair, breathing heavily to alleviate his physical pain. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure and, gritting his teeth, silently declared, "If you have the ability, let me speak." Li Qing raised his hand, restoring his ability to talk. Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Hozhao suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing and, after a while, roared, "Get out." For several consecutive days, Li Qing remained in a small courtyard, neither visiting the palace nor attending the theater or tea houses. He was well aware of Zhu Hozhao's intentions to capture a representative figure, instill fear among the vassal kings, and thereby compel the royal family to accept the new taxation policies. Ultimately, he aimed to implement permanent land reforms, achieving a lasting resolution. Yet, to realize this objective, the chosen representative must be sufficiently exemplary. A rebellion among the vassal kings. They must not act recklessly. Even the gravest offenses would only result in the loss of their title, passing it to their heirs. Rebellion was the only path to dire consequences. While commoners might still find a glimmer of hope in their uprisings, a vassal king's rebellion would lead to an inevitable massacre of their entire lineage. Only in this way could true terror be instilled among the numerous vassal kings of the Ming dynasty. This strategy, grand in its conception, was undeniably effective. Viewed through the lens of future generations, it was a masterstroke, capable of resolving a significant flaw in the Ming administration. However, Li Qing, situated within the fray, perceived the living reality of the Ming, vivid and breathing. When war erupted, countless lives would be lost, and innumerable families would be shattered. It was far more than merely the death of a single prince. The vigorous development of the Ming would also suffer tremendously, taking years, if not decades, to recover fully. This little wretch, Li Qing, gritted his teeth, wishing fervently to strike Zhu Hozhao down. Alas, there was but one son of Hongji, and this fellow had yet to bear an heir. If he were to be killed, while it might not lead to the kingdom's downfall, it would certainly cause upheaval. Should the ascension of the immortal Jiajing occur, it would be even worse than Zhu Hozhao. Damn it, it truly is a source of constant worry. Li Qing reminisced about the days when Zhu Jianshan was in power. Those were times of genuine peace, where he felt relaxed and unburdened, unlike Zhu Hozhao, who only provoked his ire, keeping him perpetually on edge. To speak frankly, Zhu Hozhao was not foolish. As Yang Tinghe remarked, he was intelligent, brave, and audacious in thought and action. Yet, the issue lay in his excessive audacity. Ding, ding, ding. Who is it? It is I, Zhu Hozhao called sheepishly. I come bearing warmth, so quickly, open the door. A small temple cannot house a great deity. Speak plainly, Li Qing thought, irritated, and was in no mood to offer him a warm reception. Oh, hurry and open the door. I have serious matters to discuss. Zhu Hozhao lamented. How can a grown man still hold grudges? If we are to speak of grudges, it is I who should hold them. Li Qing replied coolly, Your Majesty. Your humility is unmatched. I could never compare. After a brief moment, the door latch was pried open by the Imperial Guards, and Zhu Hozhao sauntered in with a playful grin, exclaiming, on such a chilly day, enjoying hot pot and wine would indeed be delightful. With a wave of his hand, he turned back and commanded, Bring it all in. The guards entered in a steady stream, carrying food boxes, charcoal, seasonings, copper stoves, and pots. Zhu Hozhao was the first to stride into the guest hall, beckoning Li Qing. In this bitter cold, do not linger outside. Come in. Fresh ingredients were laid out on the table, a pot was set on the stove, charcoal was ignited, and spring water was poured in along with various seasonings. Once everything was ready, the palace guards discreetly withdrew, leaving only the two of them in the hall. Zhu Hozhao jovially remarked, Are you still angry? I have come to offer my apologies. Do not be so petty. Please, sit down. With a stoic expression, Li Qing approached the table and replied coolly. To recognize one's mistakes and correct them is a virtue. As long as you harbor no such intentions again, I can forgive you. My primary desire is for you to remain in the capital. There are no ulterior motives, Zhu Hozhao asserted. Having been an emperor for so many years, do you think I cannot discern the gravity of the situation? He poured wine for Li Qing, adding, You must understand, when you struck me, I truly believed I was destined to meet the late Emperor Taizu. Li Qing raised his cup and took a sip, chuckling. If you persist in your obstinacy, you should be wary of my retribution. Huh? You dare to enjoy my wine yet threaten me? Zhu Hozhao paused, then burst into laughter. I had forgotten your nature. After taking a sip of wine, he continued earnestly, Rest assured, I will not plunge the realm into chaos. If I truly wished to abandon my responsibilities, I would not endure such hardship. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's demeanor softened considerably. Indeed, despite Zhu Hozhao's frivolity, he had a clear understanding of significant matters. That is for the best, Li Qing sighed. The present state of the Ming is no small achievement. Many have invested tremendous effort, and the dynasty has seen 10 emperors, 9 of whom have passed. Let us not quarrel over semantics, Zhu Hozhao corrected. Li Qing chose not to pursue this point and continued, having finally attained a favorable situation. We must not jeopardize it, otherwise, I might resort to violence. Does this threat extend to me? Zhu Hozhao inquired. Li Qing countered, What do you think? Zhu Hozhao smirked. Do you truly believe that an emperor would tolerate your insolence indefinitely? Such treasonous words would lead any emperor to condemn you. Does your any emperor include yourself? Li Qing asked. Zhu Hozhao retorted, What do you think? Li Qing chuckled as he picked up his chopsticks and casually added ingredients to the pot, saying, As I mentioned, you may test your limits. I possess a broad mind and do not wish to bicker with you. However, that does not imply my generosity will last forever. Zhu Hozhao huffed. I recognize and appreciate your contributions to the Ming, yet you remain a subject, not an emperor, and must remember your place. Li Qing smiled, setting down his chopsticks to pour himself some wine. Observing this, Zhu Hozhao also raised his cup, adopting an air of superiority. The tension lingered until the broth in the hot pot began to bubble, and the slices of meat danced within it, prompting both men to finally take action. After a while of feasting, Zhu Hozhao could no longer contain himself and admitted, So, You truly do not intend to stay in the capital for long? Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. Zhu Hozhao exclaimed in frustration, I have gone to such lengths to retain you. How can you wound me so? Li Qing smiled wryly, asking, Have I not done enough? Zhu Hozhao opened his mouth to respond, but lowered his gaze. Li Qing was not a vindictive person. Zhu Hozhao's willingness to come forward and admit his faults signified sincerity, and he would not dwell on the past. What is done is done. As long as one can acknowledge and rectify their mistakes, I hold no grudges, Li Qing stated. What does it mean when something is in the past? What does it mean to hold no grudges? Zhu Hozhao was thoroughly vexed by the beating he received, yet he refrained from incessant complaints, fearing that Li Qing might strike him again, given his history of transgressions. As the evening progressed, with the wine flowing and the dishes savored, the atmosphere gradually softened. Li Qing remarked, A few days ago, Yang Tinghe came to see me, speaking of discord between sovereign and subject. He was quite right. The relationship between ruler and minister must not be allowed to become overly strained. Adhering to their counsel will naturally prevent such tensions. Li Qing glared. This is not about you admitting fault or compromising. Occasional acts of kindness, a shift in attitude, can also serve to ease the relationship. You needn't perpetually wear a sour expression. All right. Zhu Hozhao replied with evident impatience. Am I bothersome to you now? As a matter of fact, I am. He muttered. Perhaps I shall travel after the new year. I still wish to celebrate in Jinling. Li Qing picked up a piece of meat, blew on it, and dipped it in sauce, saying, There are so many people in the palace. You won't be bored. It is I who finds it dull here. You truly are heartless. Enough of that. Let us discuss serious matters, Li Qing said earnestly. The new policies have yet to penetrate the hearts of the people. It is best to maintain the current state. Even if you have good ideas, now is not the time to implement them. Excess leads to detriment, and one must allow for breathing space. Understood. Moreover, you should consider fathering a child. The pleasures of marital intimacy and familial joy are exquisite, after all. Such is the nature of man, Li Qing remarked with a light chuckle. Zhu Hozhao shot him a glare and retorted, I shall take several consorts after the new year. That is more like it. Indulging occasionally is perfectly acceptable, and no one will object, Li Qing responded, then grew serious again. There is one thing you must remember. What? Li Qing pronounced each word deliberately. Do not lead troops personally. What do you mean? Do you look down upon me? Zhu Hozhao was incensed. This statement struck him more painfully than a physical blow. Li Qing replied, A son of 1,000 gold should not sit in the hall of power. As an emperor, you must cherish your own well-being. After all, you are not a general, and the battlefield is fraught with peril. Enough. Zhu Hozhao interrupted angrily. Do you know of the esteemed General Wei Wu? Li Qing asked. Does such a position exist in the Ming dynasty? Having distanced himself from the court for years, he was indeed unaware of the current political landscape, and the sudden emergence of a martial title left him perplexed. However, if one could be appointed as the Wei Wu general, it suggested some merit. Even the most foolish emperor would not easily bestow such a prestigious title. If the Wei Wu general were truly worthy, he could indeed lead in battle. But you cannot, Li Qing stated earnestly. You are the emperor and cannot afford to take even the slightest risk. Zhu Hozhao felt a flush of warmth on his face and retorted sulkily, Such a position certainly exists, and the Wei Wu general is indeed deserving. Very well. Considering your well-intentioned counsel, I shall concede. Really? Do you think I am like you? A fickle person? Zhu Hozhao grumbled. Li Qing took a deep breath and inquired. May I ask, Your Majesty, what is the name of this general? Li Qing, you have overstepped your bounds, Zhu Hozhao declared, his head held high. Do not presume to inquire about the affairs of the court, even if you were an official. All right. Li Qing chuckled in exasperation, took a sip of wine, and remarked, if it truly comes to a point where we must engage in battle, I can discuss matters extensively with Yang Yiqing. He has spent many years on the frontier and is well acquainted with both friend and foe. Although he is now a civil official and should not be leading troops, he can certainly assist you as an advisor to ensure a prudent strategy. Indeed, that is acceptable, Zhu Hozhao assured. Military affairs have always been of paramount importance. I would never treat them lightly. You need not worry on that front. I am glad you understand. Li Qing smiled, feeling reassured after conferring with Yang Yiqing. Even if the young one were to lead the charge, he was confident he would have ample time to intervene. With this thought, Li Qing truly relaxed. Finally, he could return home and enjoy the new year peacefully. If all went well, he would spend these coming years cherishing time with his family. Time was indeed short. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, and he lost his appetite for hot pot. Wait a moment. I shall fetch the maritime navigation chart for you. Li Qing retrieved the rough navigation map he had drawn during his travels, explaining, it is rather rudimentary, merely intended to give the Navy a general impression. Should we venture out to sea, we will still need to rely on guides from Malacca. Moreover, there are the Franks there, whom we can hire in the name of the court. It would be best to deploy the elite forces of the Navy to display the might of our Ming dynasty and intimidate lesser adversaries. Li Qing meticulously outlined various matters of state. When it came to political affairs, Zhu Hozhao set aside his frivolous demeanor, listening intently and committing everything to memory. As Zhu Hozhao put away the navigation chart, he teased, I thought you were going to recommend yourself to lead the expedition personally. I did entertain that notion. But I am indeed weary and wish to rest for a while. However, in the future, I shall not decline, Li Qing replied. Regardless of the time or whether I am in the court, I will contribute in my own way and will not truly abandon my responsibilities. Is that so? Indeed. Sure enough, your words are rather cryptic. Li Qing retorted with a frown. Zhu Hozhao laughed heartily, jesting, what can I say? Your character is well known. One cannot blame others. Li Qing shot him an annoyed glance and said, this is a promise. A word is worth 1,000 gold. Zhu Hozhao raised his fist. Li Qing reciprocated with a fist bump, declaring, a word is worth 1,000 gold. Excellent. Zhu Hozhao exclaimed with delight, pouring wine for Li Qing and filling his own cup. To honor your words, I have not indulged you in vain. Let us drink this cup to the brim. Li Qing chuckled as he clinked glasses with him and downed the drink in one go. However, the eager to return Li Qing did not notice the cunning glint in Zhu Hozhao's eyes. After the toast, Li Qing said, I must take my leave. So soon? Did you not say you would stay for 10 days? Zhu Hozhao expressed surprise and dissatisfaction. Li Qing smiled lightly and replied gently, you are already in your 20s. Not a fool, and having been emperor for so many years, my presence in the court matters little now. You are the emperor of the Ming dynasty, with the blood of the Zhu family coursing through your veins. You must uphold the dignity of the Ming, honor your ancestors, and serve the people. In truth, you are quite remarkable, indeed, quite excellent. Ultimately, he was departing to enjoy life, and the typically stringent Li Qing, almost to the point of being obsessive, rarely spoke kind words. Perhaps having been accustomed to busyness, he now felt a sense of guilt in this moment of leisure. How rare it is to hear sweet words from you. Go on, Zhu Hozhao said cheerfully, not dragging the conversation further. Perhaps he too believed that Li Qing truly deserved a respite. Well, he departed. Li Qing could not suppress a chuckle, performed a bow, and said, I take my leave. The charcoal fire blazed brightly, yet the broth was dwindling. Zhu Hozhao poured more soup from the pot, relishing the delectable flavors. His spirits lifted. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month in Jinling, Li Qing did not rush home. Having informed his adopted son, he ventured to the market to procure ingredients. After a leisurely stroll lasting over half an hour, he returned laden with purchases, resembling a moving obstacle. It was the new year, after all, and one ought to feast abundantly. Perhaps due to his exceptionally good mood, he felt no fatigue as he bustled about the kitchen, humming popular operatic tunes of the day. Delightful indeed. Unbeknownst to Li Qing, he was gradually becoming assimilated. He recalled the days when he hummed the popular songs of future generations. Li Shuer arrived early, assisting Li Qing without a hint of the airs typically associated with a young lady of the Yongqing marquis household, displaying a down-to-earth demeanor. Father, mother, and the others will be arriving shortly. No rush. Even if they come, they will merely be waiting, as I still have quite a bit to do. As Li Qing prepared the dishes, he took a piece of pre-sliced pork belly from a basin, and while cutting the meat, he inquired, where's Xiao Hao? I did not see him during his last visit. It's the end of the year. My elder brother is busy with the accounts during this time, Li Shuer replied. Li Qing, realizing, chuckled. Did you not also take over a portion of the business? Why aren't you busy? Well, everything else is manageable. But accounting is the most troublesome. I've left that to my elder brother, Li Shuer laughed, adding for him. It's just a side task, he. Li Qing retorted with mock annoyance. Having a sister like you is indeed his good fortune. A married daughter is like spilled water, but I am still here. Not yet married. We are still family, Li Shuer quipped, but abruptly fell silent, cautious not to continue. Li Qing did not display any change in expression, merely smiled and said, as long as you are happy. At this age, it was indeed increasingly difficult to find a match. unless one sought a man who would rely on her support, which this young lady clearly would not entertain. Li Shuer hastily shifted the topic to steam engines and matters of wealth. Their lively conversation continued as they cooked, not hindering their efficiency. After 2 more dishes were completed, Li Qing remarked, "I bought charcoal. You should light it in the parlor. Your parents are getting older and cannot withstand the cold." "Oh, certainly." Li Shuer clapped her hands. Casting a furtive glance at Li Qing and seeing no change in his demeanor, she felt reassured and went on her way. Once the final dish was ready, the previous dishes had cooled. Li Qing arranged all the food on a tray and covered it with a pot lid to keep it warm over a low flame. Recent days had seen no snowfall, and with the sun shining brightly, it was not particularly cold. Li Qing settled onto a small stool beneath the eaves, propping his leg up and facing the sun, basking in the comforting warmth as he gently rocked one foot. By midday, the couple finally arrived. "Godfather, Li Shu, we are late." "Not at all, just in time for the meal." Li Qing was aware they had delayed their arrival, fearing they might find him in a fluster if they arrived too early. He rose and said, "The charcoal brazier is lit indoors. Please come in. I shall fetch the dishes." Li Shuer seized the moment, playfully asserting her presence. "I contributed too, you know." Li Shuer giggled and turned to leave. The 3 individuals settled into the living room, where Zhu Wanqing remarked, "Uncle Li, now that you have finally found some leisure time, why not enjoy life instead of busily toiling away?" Li Qing merely smiled, responding, "Even in idleness, one must find ways to pass the time." Zhu Wanqing felt a lump in her throat. Suddenly, on the verge of tears, she recognized that Uncle Li was aging. Though he appeared youthful, the truth was that he had grown old. The fierce and tempestuous man who once scolded her and struck her palm was now replaced by a kind-hearted elder. Upon reflection, it had been many years since he had uttered harsh words. It seemed that as she and her husband grew older, his temper had also dissipated, becoming less fiery, less strict, and less critical. Only gentleness remained. As both she and her husband aged, so too did he, and even more so. Come, indulge in my culinary skills and see if I have diminished," Li Qing said, picking up his chopsticks and inviting them to partake. His culinary prowess was unquestionable. Zhu Wanqing sniffed, picked up a piece with her chopsticks, and before even chewing, exclaimed, "This dish surpasses even that of the emperor's young chefs." Li Qing burst into hearty laughter. "You little girl, you still possess that gift of eloquence." "It is merely the truth," Zhu Wanqing replied, smiling. "If it is delicious, then do indulge further," Li Qing said, filled with satisfaction. In that moment, his thoughts were solely focused on remaining, on not going anywhere, but simply accompanying them. Li Shuer brought over warmed wine, pouring it for each of the 3 elders. The wine was notably gentle, and a few cups would do no harm to the body. "Cheers, cheers, let us celebrate the new year," Li Hong exclaimed, glaring. "This girl, does she not understand propriety in toasting? Enough, enough, why concern ourselves with such matters? As long as we are happy," Li Qing declared, raising his glass. "Come, let us drink to our reunion. May the coming year bring no worries." "A fine poem. A fine poem." Zhu Wanqing enthusiastically cheered, causing Li Qing to chuckle repeatedly. "You only know how to flatter. What kind of poetry is this?" Although the new year had not yet arrived, the festive spirit was palpable. Chapter 103. The duality of fire. The next day, Li Qing awoke at his leisure. The sun had only just begun to peak above the horizon, and the morning frost lingered in the air, offering a refreshing chill. After yawning, he fetched a basin of water to wash up. Considering that aside from his adopted son and his family, the younger generation would not be visiting, and he had no intention of spending the new year at the Ho residence, he felt no need to overly disguise his true self. In the past, old Zhu had granted him the privilege of enjoying the ancestral temple, yet it was not through a realistic portrayal. That painting emphasized grandeur but lacked authenticity. 100 years had passed, and no one would connect the two. It was noted that Zhu Zhanji had indeed created a realistic depiction, yet it had been taken away by Zhu Qizhen. At present, the court had no grasp of his realistic self-portrait, and there was no fear of exposure. He was meant to enjoy a leisurely life, and there was no need for excessive caution. Once he shed the facades from his face, Li Qing felt an invigorating freshness envelop him. He retrieved new clothes from the wardrobe and ventured out to the bustling market, enjoying a simple breakfast, listening to a story at a tea house, and strolling through the vegetable market. By the time he returned, it was nearly the hour of chun. He had long noticed the door ajar and quickened his pace. Upon entering the courtyard, he discovered that the Li House siblings had arrived. Qing, young Master Qing. Li Hao gazed at the unexpectedly youthful Li Qing, momentarily taken aback, but soon found his composure, exclaiming with vigor, "In a few years, when we stand side by side, who knows who will be the grandson and who will be the elder? What is this called? This is aptly termed. How can one discern who is the grandson or the elder?" Li Qing shot him a glare and retorted, "Don't provoke me into slapping you during the New Year festivities." Li Shuer stepped forward to take the items from Li Qing's hands, remarking, "You look best this way. Well, beauty cannot be endlessly admired. Go brew the Longjing tea I brought for Tinghe," Li Hao commanded. "I've been swamped with your trivial matters these past few days. I'm utterly exhausted." Li Shuer shot him an annoyed look. "You certainly have a lot on your plate." "Hey, you weren't this particular when you asked for my help," Li Hao countered with a glare. "Fine, there are still some finishing touches needed. You handle it yourself." "Sister will take care of it," she replied. "Just wait. I'll get you sorted out." With a smug smile, Li Hao opened his arms and approached warmly. "Tinghe, it feels like an eternity since we last met. I've missed you dearly." Despite the passage of years, this lad had changed little. Now in his 40s, he still bore the same mischievous spirit, remaining the dandy young lord he once was, except when conducting business. Li Qing, bemused, pushed him away and suggested they converse indoors. As they settled in the parlor, Li Qing inquired, "How has the family business fared over the years?" "Quite well, steadily advancing. With profits rolling in," Li Hao chuckled. "By the way, Tinghe, are there any reforms regarding commerce from the court?" "Indeed, there are," Li Qing nodded. "After the new year, the court will acquire goods from the private sector. With the Li family being so prominent, we shall undoubtedly be a focal point." "Really?" Li Hao was taken aback. "So the profits will concentrate with the court?" "What's wrong?" "Not pleased," Li Qing teased. "Of course, there's a bit of dissatisfaction," Li Hao admitted, "but since it's national policy, we must comply. I'm not foolish enough to let profit cloud my judgment and oppose the court." "That's the right mindset," Li Qing affirmed. "The Li family is wealthy enough and has a broad enterprise. Despite the recent decentralization, we remain a formidable entity, attracting attention and thus must tread carefully." Li Qing felt a sense of relief. After a pause, he added, "Fortunately, the court will acquire at overseas prices, which, overall, won't hinder our profits and will even save us considerable trouble." Li Hao, astonished, asked, "But what does the court stand to gain?" "There is indeed profit to be made, but it's perhaps best if you remain unaware," Li Qing jested. "Otherwise, you might find yourself feeling unbalanced." "You truly are selfless," Li Hao teased. Li Qing replied with earnestness, "The Li family's present standing is the result of your mother, your grandfather, and your great-grandfather's collaborative efforts. While you have undoubtedly contributed significantly, these are merely superficial reasons. The deeper reasons lie in national policy and strength. Should the nation's power wane one day, leading to turmoil, even the most exceptional business talent would be of no avail." "Grandfather Li, tea is served," Li Shuer announced as she entered with the brewed tea. Li Qing accepted the cup, blowing gently on it before taking a sip, and continued, "I do not wish to undermine your talents. You are indeed remarkable in business. However, you must remember that your success in commerce is rooted in a favorable environment. If you are likened to a fish, then the powerful national strength is the water in which you thrive. This understanding is crucial." After a brief pause, "There is an essential matter you must comprehend. At the scale of the Li family, they are now capable of exerting a certain degree of influence over the Ming dynasty." Li Qing set down his teacup, adopting a serious demeanor. "From a moral standpoint, one must understand the importance of gratitude. The Li family's current stature is not an exaggeration of the national favor they have received, whether from Duke Chao or from my perspective. It holds true. From the standpoint of the Ming dynasty or the emperor, a family so vast that it can influence the nation and is committed to self-serving pursuits cannot be tolerated." "Master Qing, listen to me," Li Qing interrupted him, continuing, "From my perspective, I cannot stand idly by and watch you and the Li family plunge into the abyss. If it truly reaches that point, I shall exert every effort to protect you all, but I can only safeguard your lives. I cannot preserve the numerous enterprises or the immense wealth. Moreover, if it comes to that, I would not protect them even if I could." Having expressed his thoughts in one breath, Li Qing lifted his teacup, savoring the tea leisurely. "Now you may speak." "What more can I say?" Li Hao replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. After a moment's reflection, he said, "To be honest, I have never harbored thoughts of self-serving endeavors. Both you, Master Qing, and my parents have subtly shaped my character. My mother often speaks of the value of life. Indeed, that is it, Li Hao continued. The education I have received does not support such actions, so you need not worry on that account. However, to claim that I am entirely at ease would be somewhat disingenuous. There is a lingering discomfort, but it is merely discomfort, nothing more. Li Hao sighed, adding, Yet after hearing your words today, I no longer feel that discomfort. Li Qing chuckled lightly. It is only natural for a person, not a sage, to possess a modicum of self-interest. This is nothing to be ashamed of. What matters is that you can accept it. Not entirely acceptance, Li Hao replied. There is also fear of the Li family being targeted. His trepidation was evident. Li Qing laughed lightly. There is no need for such alarm. A healthy development that benefits the nation and its people suffices. Just avoid engaging in dubious practices. Having a sense of reverence is commendable. Every individual should have something to fear, lest malevolence takes root. I am pleased to see you possess such wisdom. The younger generation of the Li family ought to be guided in the same manner. Indeed, I shall. Li Hao nodded gently, hesitating before adding, Master Qing, not everyone can be like me, deeply immersed in the situation, with a voice to speak. Many act not out of a sense of duty to the nation or its people, but rather driven by self-interest. Some may even evolve into predators. Li Qing nodded with a wry smile. That is the flaw of capitalism. What should be done? At present, it is far from the time to discuss this. If it were to come to that, I would endeavor to keep the meat from spoiling in the pot, Li Qing replied. Li Hao scratched his head. Perplexed, I do not quite understand. There is no need for you to understand. I have my methods, Li Qing noted, observing Li Hao's lingering apprehension. Human civilization emerged with the discovery of fire. Similarly, capital can be likened to fire. This flame can illuminate the night, yet it can also burn, regardless of my presence. The world would reach this juncture. I merely gave it a gentle push. Li Qing smiled gently. We cannot extinguish this fire merely because it may cause harm. Returning to a world of darkness is not the answer. It is neither entirely good nor entirely bad. It possesses both a frenzied side and a docile side, with its significance lying in how it is utilized. For countless years, humanity has endeavored to master the use of fire, accumulating a wealth of experience. In the future, the application of fire is bound to become more rational. We inherit the wisdom of our predecessors, and while we may hold confidence in ourselves, we must also trust in the sagacity of those who come after us. Li Shuer interjected, What about you? Li Qing raised his fist and replied coldly, I believe in myself. Li Shuer rolled her eyes, inquiring playfully, When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, will my flowers bloom while all others wither? You talk too much. Li Qing shot back with a glare. Indeed, Li Shuer was taken aback, turning her head away in annoyance. Li Hao, perplexed, asked, What does that mean? You talk too much. Li Shuer repeated sharply. Hey, Li Hao retorted angrily, I indulge you. All right, enough of the bickering, Li Qing interjected, putting an end to the siblings' playful squabble. Once spring arrives, we shall refrain from venturing out to sea, consolidating our resources instead, and then sell them to the court. The Li family stands to gain significantly while expending less effort. Why not? At this stage, even a commercial giant like the Li family lacks the capability to set sail for Europe. It is not that merchant ships cannot reach Europe, but rather that there is no assurance against direct aggression from others. Li Qing advocated for the court to spearhead the initial venture, not merely for the sake of profit concentration, but also based on practical considerations. Only with the Imperial Navy's presence can we ensure amicable trade relations. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Li Qing does not glorify violence. However, not glorifying violence presupposes the capacity to dissuade others from employing it. Otherwise, one risks becoming a misguided idealist, espousing lofty morals while leading the nation astray. Fine, I shall commence this after the 15th, Li Hao nodded, sheepishly adding, Young Master Qing, I would never dare to compete with the court for profit. Please share your thoughts with me. Why burden yourself unnecessarily? Li Qing replied curtly, This matter cannot be concealed from others. You shall soon find out. All right then, Li Hao conceded. Despite the multitude of enterprises under the Li family's banner, he still carved out time to meet with young Master Qing. After a brief exchange, he prepared to take his leave, albeit dragging his girlfriend along with him. Brother, you are the busy one, not I. Why must you do this? Li Hao glared at him, then added, Young Master Qing is challenging my intellect. You must know something. So tell me. Li Shuer feigned innocence. What do I know? Stop the nonsense. You both were just exchanging signals. Li Hao expressed his dissatisfaction. What does when autumn arrives on the 8th of September? Will my flowers bloom while all others wither mean? Li Hao inquired in a hushed tone. Chapter 104. Living together, Li Shuer retorted mockingly. Youth squandered leads only to regrets in old age. Nonsense, Li Hao declared angrily. My elder brother has not fallen to such depths of ignorance. With a huff, he recited, a fragrant breeze wafts through Chang'an, the city adorned in golden armor. Just as he finished, his expression shifted abruptly, and he hastily fell silent, exclaiming, You reckless girl, are you trying to provoke me into reciting the opposite poem? If you know it, why ask? Li Shuer rolled her eyes. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly alarmed. Is young Master Qing about to make a move? Li Shuer pressed her forehead and asked, What did Huang Chao do? Rebellion, Li Hao exclaimed, but quickly covered Li Shuer's mouth. Exasperated, my great-grandmother. Do you not see where we are? This is the street. Li Shuer brushed his arm away, rolling her eyes in frustration. It is clearly you who speaks without restraint. Why silence me? Fine, fine, just say what Lord Qing intends to do. Li Hao was at his wit's end. A simple question in this frigid weather had him sweating profusely. Li Shuer whispered, Huang Chao eradicated the aristocracy. He intends to eliminate capital. What? Li Hao gasped. Does that mean I am the first target? Li Shuer, disinterested, turned to leave. Hey, wait. Clarify your words. I knew it. Lord Qing is not the sort to sacrifice kin for righteousness. This is what it means. No wonder they say meat rots in the pot. Li Hao clicked his tongue. Sister, your mind works remarkably fast to arrive at this conclusion. Li Shuer chuckled. Our parents bore only 2 of us. Surely one must be wise, right? You. Li Hao fumed. Is that how you wish to play? Fine. Go manage your own affairs and leave me out of it. Hey, why are you getting so worked up? Li Shuer quickly softened her demeanor. Brother, dear brother, I truly am at a loss here. I was wrong. Won't that do? Then tell me why the court is willing to pay a high price to acquire it, and I shall forgive you. Are you foolish? This matter is quite evident. The court must have found a way to sell it for an even higher price. Li Shuer was speechless. Of course I know that. I am asking where the opportunity lies. Li Hao, your current line of thought is perilously reckless. I am merely indulging my curiosity, he replied helplessly. I have a compulsion regarding such matters. It troubles me greatly when I cannot comprehend. You wish to know the new opportunities? I simply wish to know, Li Hao reiterated. Li Shuer found it amusing. Then why not ask him where he has been all these years? I dare not inquire. Li Hao lamented. You know his temperament. He treats me like a child. Just now, I asked a little too much, and he nearly lost his temper. You are clever. You should be able to deduce it. I am not a worm in his belly. How could I possibly know? Li Shuer huffed. Moreover, remember what was said today. A greed for wealth can indeed lead the Li family to ruin. You are now lecturing me. I have spoiled you. Li Hao shot her a fierce glare. The meaning is clear. I would not act foolishly. I have never acted foolishly before. Once the Lantern Festival is over, I shall begin to operate. At this, he suddenly wore a cunning merchant's grin. Strike while the iron is hot. I must take this opportunity to consolidate more goods. Oh dear. I almost forgot to invite Lord Qing. The new year is approaching. We cannot celebrate in the small courtyard, can we? Li Hao slapped his forehead and pulled Li Shuer back. Let's go. We have to invite Lord Qing. No need. Li Shuer gently pulled away, sighing. He will not come. How can that be? Even a pretense would suffice, Li Hao insisted. It is a rare gathering. It must be joyful. Go if you wish. I shall return home first. Li Shuer was unwilling to say more and left decisively. Li Hao stood in place for a while, muttering to himself. If you are not going, then neither shall I. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Is the master home? Startled from his reading, Li Qing paused and called out. The door is not locked. Come right in. Shortly after, Tang Bohu entered the parlor, surveying his surroundings before taking a seat opposite Li Qing. Though small, this courtyard is quite charming. Why are you not in Wuzhou? Li Qing set down his book and poured him a cup of hot tea, saying, The new year is approaching. Can you not get over that mental hurdle? Tang Bohu sipped his tea and sighed. What was once a deep abyss has now become a mere light conversation. I have long since come to terms with it. But alas, we still cannot be together. If they are uncomfortable, so too am I. Fear not, for I am here. We shall celebrate the new year together. Li Qing reassured him. By the way, I do not plan to travel far this year. Perhaps just a trip to Jiaoji. Why not stay here with me? I am quite the renowned figure. Residing here might be inconvenient, Tang Bohu replied. Nonsense. After all these years at sea, your fame must have waned. A little disguise would suffice, Li Qing countered. Speaking of disguise, are you not afraid of being recognized? Tang Bohu exclaimed in astonishment. If your identity is revealed, it would be a far graver matter than mine. Li Qing chuckled lightly. Very few know the truth. What do I have to fear? Besides, those who know would not speak of it. There is nothing to worry about. However, do remember to cover that head of white hair when you step outside. Tang Bohu nodded with a smile, pondered for a moment, and said, Then I shall stay. We are accustomed to sharing our lives together. Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle, then sighed once more. If only Xiaoyan were here, it would surely be livelier. Have you heard from Bowen? Not in quite some time. Do you know of his current situation? Li Qing replied, I heard from the emperor that he is now a special envoy on a mission, dealing with various intricate matters. He will likely be busy for quite a while. Being busy is not a bad thing. It means making contributions, Tang Bohu expressed with a hint of envy. Seeing this, Li Qing added, In truth, you have also done much for the country, albeit without recognition. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, I could speak to the emperor and secure you a title. No, you know me well enough. I am truly unsuited for an official position. Tang Bohu replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Ever since that incident, I realized my path in politics was closed. If I were to hold office, it would likely result in chaos, and I would not find joy in it. This is quite satisfactory as it is. Li Qing fell silent for a moment, then sighed. That matter was indeed a misstep by the court. The court has its own difficulties. Tang Bohu exhaled deeply. Years have passed, and I have long since let go of any resentment. A mistake is a mistake. Even if there are reasons behind it, it remains an error. Li Qing pondered and suggested, What if the emperor were to grant you a title? You need not take up an official post if you do not wish to. But it is merely an empty title. Do I still lack for such a thing? Tang Bohu chuckled, shaking his head. Moreover, a title granted is hardly one of substance. Enough of this. I have long since come to terms with it. Well, let us not dwell on such matters, Li Qing smiled. Come, the market has yet to disperse. Let us head to the New Year's fair. Tang Bohu was taken aback. You are celebrating the New Year right here in this little courtyard? The Yiqing marquisate was far too noisy. Where could one find tranquility here? Li Qing rose, stating, I shall fetch a bag. You should wrap your hair. With the New Year approaching in just a few days, the streets were bustling with life, throngs of people jostling against one another. The two of them busied themselves with shopping, returning to their small courtyard only by noon. Li Hong and Zhu Wanqing had been waiting for quite some time. Anticipating their arrival, Li Qing had purchased some cooked delicacies while passing by an eatery, warming them in the eastern kitchen, and soon, they were ready to dine. You need not come to visit me every day. With the new year upon us, you ought to spend time with the little ones. This time, I truly intend to stay for an extended period, Li Qing remarked. Li Hong replied, Godfather, let us celebrate the new year together. Zhu Wanqing added, Since Bo, who has been a guest of the Li family for quite some time, if Uncle Li wishes to keep the younger generation uninformed for now, he can stay here under the pretense of being Bo Hu's friend. It is perfectly fine. The children can be quite boisterous, and I am not accustomed to it. This arrangement suits me well. You truly need not accommodate me, Li Qing chuckled. I am not here for just a day or two. Do not concern yourselves with such matters. After this meal, do not visit for a few days. Tend to your own affairs, for Bo Hu is here as well. And I am not alone. The couple nodded, resigned. Filial piety requires not only reverence, but also compliance. Fortunately, this time he genuinely intended to stay long-term, freeing himself from the pressures of fleeting moments. After lunch, the couple engaged in light conversation before departing. Li Qing and Tang Bohu played several rounds of chess before venturing to the brothel. The establishments in Jinling only closed for business on New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year. Days passed swiftly, and on the eve of New Year's Eve, the two gentlemen managed to prepare a sumptuous feast, complete with fish, meat, and dumplings. They raised their cups in camaraderie, engaging in joyful conversation. Li Qing deliberately halted the flow of his internal energy, feeling pleasantly tipsy by the late hours of the night. Tang Bo's cheeks flushed as he rambled incoherently. It turned out that he had visited his former lover during this trip. She had become a concubine, bearing 2 daughters. Though her life was not particularly fulfilling, it was not entirely bleak either. Overall, it was manageable. He did not disturb her, but merely observed for a while before returning to Jinling. Though he claimed to be indifferent and genuinely wished her well, he could not help but praise the 2 little girls for their charming and clever natures, asserting that they would surely marry into a good family and become proper wives. By the time they reached the end of their revelry, Tang Bohu tumbled under the table, unconscious. Li Qing assisted him back to his room, imparting a measure of his internal energy, covering him with a blanket, and returned to the parlor to continue drinking on his own, consuming an entire jar of wine until he felt pleasantly intoxicated, before finally retiring to the neighboring chamber. Not long after he had fallen asleep, the firecrackers of the 11th year of the Zhengde era erupted with a resounding crackle, reverberating like a thunderous cascade. Chapter 105. Boredom and Joy when Tang Bohu awoke. It was already afternoon. He had slept soundly, without even a dream. After washing his face, he felt remarkably refreshed. The meal was simmering in the pot, ready to be warmed for consumption. In the parlor, Li Qing perused a novel, while sweet-smelling roasted sweet potatoes were nearly done on the stove, filling the air with their delightful aroma. Tang Bohu chuckled. I have little appetite. I shall save room for dinner. I'll just have this to tide me over. After indulging in delicacies, a bit of coarse grain occasionally is surprisingly pleasant. The slender sweet potato, roasted to a tender sweetness, bursts with flavor upon breaking its skin and taking a bite, filling the mouth with its delightful aroma. Tang Bohu, enraptured, indulges himself with 3 pieces in quick succession. Oh, this Schwanda sweet potato truly is a remarkable delicacy, both delicious and bountiful. The remnants of inebriation dissipated by the sugar, Tang Bohu leans back in his chair, savoring the blissful moment. Li Qing chuckles, remarking, occasional indulgence is not the same as relying on it for sustenance. You would tire of peppered lamb if consumed daily, wouldn't you? Especially this? The mention of peppered lamb reminds Tang Bohu of the dread he felt at the banquet, prompting him to change the subject. Sir, when is our next voyage at sea? It seems it will be quite a while. Li Qing softly replies, then with a smile, teasingly asks, what? Have you grown so accustomed to the wild that you cannot bear idleness? Not quite. Tang Bohu sighs. I simply find it hard to settle. This spring, I plan to explore the magnificent landscapes. While my health permits, I wish to wander more, for when I can no longer move, these memories shall sustain me through my remaining days. Li Qing inquires, are you truly not considering a more conventional life? Tang Bohu shakes his head. I have grown accustomed to and come to enjoy this current way of life. Very well, Li Qing nods, asking, this spring, I intend to visit Wudong Mountain. Would you care to join me? Wudong Mountain. Tang Bohu asks with curiosity, are you a Taoist priest of Wudong? In a sense, Li Qing replies with a smile. I am the eldest disciple among the many of Wudong. It is indeed a place conducive to self-cultivation, both in environment and ambience. Having spent so many years away, it is only natural to feel a bit unsettled. A retreat there would do you good. Tang Bohu laughs. Since you recommend it, it must be worthwhile. By the way, do they know your secret? Only a little, Li Qing responds. They are aware that I am the sole direct disciple of Master Zhang, but they do not know the secret of my longevity. I see. That's a relief. Tang Bohu nods gently, then asks, are all Wudong disciples skilled in combat? That is somewhat the case. Li Qing chuckles. Are you interested in learning martial arts? I am nearing the age of understanding destiny. What need have I for that? Tang Bohu replies. I am merely curious about what a Taoist's daily life entails. Early morning exercises, preparing meals, studying scriptures, meditative practices, and receiving lay practitioners, Li Qing summarizes. In short, life is quite orderly. Can one eat meat and drink wine? Tang Bohu inquires. Meat is permissible, but wine is not. Li Qing abruptly pauses, surprised. Why are you so inquisitive? Do you wish to become a Taoist? Tang Bohu laughs. I simply wish to experience the life of a Taoist. Over the years, he has traveled to many places, embraced numerous novel experiences, and has grown fond of this refreshing sense of exploration. In this life, one should savor the myriad splendors of the world, such as the essence of a life well lived. Tang Bohu muses, to experience is to gain. Li Qing nods in agreement, enviously stating, you possess a remarkable perspective. In truth, you too could adopt such a view. It is merely a matter of willingness, Tang Bohu counsels. Having achieved so much is truly commendable, and it is sufficient. You speak as if it were so simple. Each stage of life presents its own challenges, and the notion of sufficiency does not exist. Li Qing sighed, remarking that the current Ming dynasty had traversed rivers and was sailing towards the sea. Yet beneath the ocean lurked hidden reefs and turbulent currents. There were opportunities as well as dangers. Should one grow complacent, it would be better to navigate the tranquil rivers instead. Tang Bohu, silent, managed a wry smile and replied, I knew I couldn't dissuade you. However, do not overexert yourself. You often say that everything possesses duality. There exists both the unfavorable and the favorable. The vast Ming dynasty is not solely your burden to bear for the sake of the nation and its people. His words held wisdom. Li Qing nodded with a smile. Am I not taking it easy? At that moment, the door swung open, and the siblings Li Hao and Li Shuer entered with a food box. Qingyi, old Tang, Li Hao said with a playful grin, today is the first day of the new year. I suppose I can enjoy some leisure. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Li Shuer, securing the door, added, Father and Mother sent us over. We hope we are not intruding. What intrusion is there? The more lively, the better, Tang Bohu replied, fully awakened from his stupor and feeling hunger. Upon seeing Li Hao carrying 2 jars of fine wine, his thirst was rekindled. And he immediately urged, let us begin. With exquisite food and drink, their conversation flourished, and the festive spirit grew even more robust. Upon learning that Li Qing intended to visit Wudong Mountain, Li Shuer inquired tentatively, may I accompany you? Yes, of course, he responded. The young girl had achieved remarkable success in recent years. It was only fitting to allow her some relaxation. Really? Li Shuer exclaimed joyfully. Then I shall prepare. No need to hurry. We will depart in March when spring arrives. There is ample time, Li Qing reassured her. Li Shuer nodded with delight. Li Hao mischievously interjected. Qingyi, you must not favor one over the other. Are you going too? Not at all, Li Hao muttered. What I meant was for this girl to experience the life I once led at Wudong. What is Wudong life like? Tang Bohu inquired with interest. Huh. You wish to experience it as well? Tang Bohu nodded. Experiencing a new way of life could indeed be refreshing. Splendid. Li Hao exclaimed, on that note. I commend you as a true man. He then turned to Li Qing. Qingyi, you have heard him. Please ensure he fulfills his desire to experience this new life. Tang Bohu, intrigued by Li Hao's cunning smile, asked, Sir, what entails his Wudong life? Shoveling dung. Li Qing could not suppress his laughter. Tang Bohu shook his head repeatedly. Let it be clear, I shall not partake in that. Li Shuer shot her brother a disapproving glance. Discussing this at the dining table is simply annoying. Li Hao grinned mischievously, but I said nothing. This is what Qingyi claimed. Li Qing, both exasperated and amused, suggested. Let us change the subject. As the siblings bickered, Tang Bohu interjected with jest, and they spent the first day of the new year amidst this jovial uproar. On the second day, families busily visited relatives, while Li Qing ventured alone to the residences of Duke Chao and Duke Liang, merely observing from the door without entering. He also visited his former superior, Mao Chong. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had executed Mao Chong, his family had remained unscathed. Initially, Li Qing had extended a helping hand to Mao Chong's family, and later, during his prolonged absences, he entrusted his junior disciple to look after them, arranging for them to be incorporated into the Li family enterprise. The courtyard gate is adorned with spring couplets, and vibrant red lanterns hang high. The descendants of Mao Chong enjoy a life of abundance. On the third day of the new year, Li Hong's family of 4 visits, and despite Li Qing's efforts, she cannot save any of the red envelope money, distributing it instead. As the days unfold, the couple and their siblings frequently visit, and though the festive spirit gradually diminishes, the warmth remains undiminished. Li Qing cherishes this tranquil, unhurried way of life. Occasionally, she takes her godson out for breakfast, engages in conversations with her niece about the wonders of the future, discusses business matters with Li Hao, and inquires about Li Shuer's career. Life flows gently, like a meandering stream, softly caressing a heart weathered by time. Although it cannot erase the scars, it bestows fleeting moments of lightness. On the 15th day of the new year, they savor glutinous rice balls, and on the 2nd day of the 2nd month, they venture into the greenery. This relaxed existence, though simple, provides profound solace. Li Qing, once burdened by the weight of life, seems rejuvenated. The couple enjoys good health, their limbs agile, able to eat and drink. And with Li Qing regularly tending to their well-being, they show no signs of decline. It appears that heaven smiles upon them, and all is remarkably well. In the splendid spring of March, the courtyard basks in sunlight. Beneath the ginkgo tree, Li Qing and Zhu Wanqing engage in a game of Go, while Li Hong and Tang Bohu compete in a spirited match. Li Shuer flits her gaze between the 2 games, offering her commentary. Li Hao, preoccupied with providing goods for the court, is often too busy to visit the courtyard. Alas, another loss. Zhu Wanqing glances at her daughter and says, Uncle Li, I heard from Shuer that you plan to visit Wudong Mountain? Yes, it's been a while since I last went. I intend to stay for a while. Li Qing replies with a smile. A round trip will take about 3 months. I'll share some teachings with my junior disciples and should return around late summer or early autumn. Zhu Wanqing nods slowly. That sounds good. Staying here all the time must be dull for you. It is indeed a bit dull, but I quite enjoy this monotony, Li Qing replies gently. Upon reflection, there is nothing particularly urgent that requires my attention, so I might as well embrace this boredom. Are you not leaving anymore? Zhu Wanqing inquires, surprised. I will always be here with you, Li Qing assures her. I do need to make a trip to Jiaoji, but that will only take half a year. The rest of the time will be spent in Jinling. You must keep your word. Zhu Wanqing expresses her concern. Li Qing chuckles. I don't let down those close to me. That only applies to outsiders. Zhu Wanqing nods, feeling justified in her concern, saying, you should take a break. Really take a break. Indeed, Li Shuer agrees, then murmurs, it's already March. Zhu Wanqing shoots her a glance but responds, the weather is pleasant now. If you intend to go to Wudong, the timing is perfect. Nearby, Tang Bohu, having overheard, looks up and says, Sir, there is no time like the present. Why not go today? Just as he finishes speaking, Li Hong exclaims, General. Tang Bohu looks down again, momentarily taken aback. Wait, where are our carriages? No need to worry about the carriages. We have some ready at the manor, Li Hong replies earnestly. Chapter 106. The distinguished guests of Wudong Mountain. The three opted not to take a horse-drawn carriage, deeming it a waste of time. In the vibrant spring of March, as the grass grows and the orioles sing, galloping forward against the refreshing spring breeze is a delightful experience. Li Qing needed no introduction. With the protection of true energy, Li Shuer was unperturbed by the rigors of travel. Although Tang Bohu lacked such energy, his years of wandering had honed his physique, allowing him to traverse the path without feeling fatigued. In the evening of late March, they arrived at the foot of Wudong Mountain, where they found a guest house to spend the night before ascending the mountain the following morning. It was Tang Bohu's first visit to Wudong, and as they meandered up the winding path, he chattered incessantly, asking questions left and right. Initially, Li Qing answered patiently, but when Tang Bohu continued to pester him, he chose to ignore him. Li Shuer, in good spirits, answered many of Tang Bohu's queries, despite having visited only once herself. Unlike past visits, they did not encounter any disciples of Wudong at the halfway point. As the trio continued their ascent, Li Qing soon understood the reason. So many people, he exclaimed. Indeed, there were hundreds of practitioners before them, all busy attending to guests, resembling a sightseeing group on an excursion. Shuer, do I look out of place? Li Qing asked. You look just like someone in their 40s, Li Shuer replied, then turned her gaze towards the crowd ahead and inquired, is today a special occasion? Li Qing pondered for a moment and slightly shook his head. It doesn't seem so. Let's just proceed. Indeed, there were throngs of people. However, under Li Qing's adept guidance, they quickly navigated around the crowd to the back mountain area, where there were considerably fewer people. After walking for a while, a middle-aged Taoist approached them. Master brother? Is that you, Daojio? You've grown so much since we last met. It is I, Daojio replied, his face lighting up with a smile upon recognizing his elder brother. When did you arrive? We arrived yesterday and set out early this morning, Li Qing said, surveying the surroundings. What is the occasion today? I don't recall such a large gathering of practitioners before. Oh, we are hosting a community event where practitioners can offer incense and request charms for free, which has attracted more people, Daojio explained. Noticing Li Shuer and Tang Bohu beside Li Qing, he asked in surprise, who are these two? They are my friends, wishing to stay on the mountain for a while. Li Qing replied with a smile. When Li Shuer had last visited, she had disguised herself as a man. After so many years, having adopted a feminine appearance and having only visited once, she was not recognized. Ah, so they are Master Brother's friends. Daojio performed a respectful bow. The others quickly followed suit and returned the gesture. Where's the sect leader? Li Qing inquired. The sect leader is attending to distinguished guests, Daojio explained. Master Brother, please rest for a moment while I inform the sect leader. No rush. I am curious. What makes these guests so distinguished? Are they officials? I'm not quite sure. But they might be the family of an official, Daojio replied uncertainly. They carry an air of unspoken nobility. They don't seem like ordinary wealthy folk. They have been residing on the mountain for a while, seeking blessings for a family elder. As Daojio elaborated, he led them along a path, encountering several familiar faces along the way. They paused intermittently until they reached the quiet chamber designated for Li Qing, just as the hour was drawing to a close. Master Brother, please take a seat, I will go inform the sect leader. There is no need to rush. Focus on the guests first. I am not here for just a day or two. Li Qing waved his hand and inquired, have you visited the Liaodong region in recent years? Dao Jiu sheepishly shook his head, saying, since I returned 2 years ago, I haven't gone back. Firstly, the scale of smuggling there has diminished, and secondly, several senior brothers have aged. He chuckled. There is no need for psychological burdens. Prioritize your own needs. From now on, there will be no more relentless travels. Let us remain in the mountains. Li Qing smiled. It's all quite manageable. You have done exceedingly well. With the opening of new trade routes, the fervor for smuggling goods from Japan will naturally wane, and Li Qing no longer desires to organize newcomers. For a considerable time ahead, he would refrain from leveraging the prestige of Wudong Mountain. The capital has not yet matured to a point where it would warrant such risky endeavors. Li Qing remarked, with so many practitioners present today, you should tend to your tasks. I shall rest for a while. Very well then, I will take my leave. Dao Jiu nodded and departed. Tang Bohu expressed his astonishment. Impressive. I never anticipated that you would thrive in any setting. Even without revealing secrets, you managed so well. Truly remarkable. Li Qing chuckled. Li Shuer rolled her eyes. You underestimate the worth of being the sole direct disciple of Zhang Xianren. It dawned on Tang Bohu, who then asked, are you truly Zhang Xianren's direct disciple? Li Qing replied, without a doubt. May I see the true scriptures and secrets of Zhang Xianren? Li Qing responded with a smile. The Yongqing Marquis's residence possesses them. However, here you will find even more comprehensive materials. If you wish to see, I shall take you to the scripture pavilion tomorrow. Is that really possible? Tang Bohu queried in astonishment. I do not need to pay homage to the master to enter Wudong? No. Li Qing laughed. Why this sudden interest? You are an anomaly. Your skills cannot be replicated by outsiders, but Zhang Xianren is different. I wish to give it a try. Tang Bohu chuckled. What if I manage to master it? Li Qing smirked inwardly, thinking, you cannot learn my abilities, and do not even hope to master his. Given Tang Bohu's unusual enthusiasm for the matter, Li Qing chose not to discourage him, suppressing a laugh, and said, then give it a try. At noon, Dao Jiu brought meals. There was meat, though merely as a garnish, with the meal primarily consisting of vegetables. After dining, Li Qing meditated, Li Shuer followed suit. While Tang Bohu attempted to emulate them, crossing his legs, sitting upright, and placing his hands on his knees. After merely 15 minutes, he felt discomfort all over and opted to lie flat instead. In the afternoon, the Wudong sect leader arrived to converse with Li Qing about the current state of Wudong. The new leader, Dao Hao Yushu, succeeded Yu Zhen and Yu Xian and was now in his 60s, yet appeared vigorous and in excellent condition. Yushu had met Li Qing, the senior brother, long ago, and they were not strangers. My senior brother, you too have aged, Yushu lamented. Time indeed spares no one. Will you depart again after this visit? Yes, I am but a wandering Taoist in the mundane world, Li Qing replied, feeling a bit embarrassed, self-mockingly adding, what kind of Taoist am I really? Yushu was not particularly surprised, recalling how the previous two leaders had tried to retain him with similar words. Albeit with a sense of regret, Li Qing shifted the topic, asking, I heard from Dao Jiu that a distinguished guest has arrived at the mountain. Who might this guest be? Yushu extricated himself from his regrets and mused, if the guest remains silent, it would be improper for me to inquire further. Well, based on my analysis, they likely hail from a prominent family, perhaps above a marquis. Pausing for a moment, he contemplated, a duke, perhaps? Li Qing was taken aback. True dukes were scarce in the Ming dynasty, with most relatives of the royal family merely attaining the title of marquis, often only posthumously conferred with an honorary title. Could it be the Duke of Chao or the Duke of Liang? Li Qing chuckled to himself. Isn't this akin to searching for a donkey while riding one? I might as well take a leisurely stroll to see. As the sun descended in the west, casting a gentle glow, most practitioners had descended the mountain, rendering the place a tad desolate compared to the bustling ascent. Li Shuer and Tang Bohu followed Li Qing, leisurely admiring the construction and scenery of Wudong Mountain along the main thoroughfare. Beneath the corporeal form of the great Emperor Zhenwu, and before the ethereal presence of Master Zhang, a young boy, approximately 10 years old, sat in meditation. His posture was quite precise, yet the slight quivering of his shoulders betrayed his lack of mastery over the essence of meditation. Beside him was a chubby youth, of a similar age, whose short limbs and plumpness hindered his sitting posture. Beads of sweat dampened his back, yet he gritted his teeth in perseverance. Upon noticing someone enter, The chubby boy discreetly turned his head, and, upon recognizing the Wudong sect leader, his face lit up with joy. He hastily rose, bowing with respect. "Greetings, Taoist." "There's no need for such formality, practitioner," Yushu chuckled. "One should meditate within their limits. If discomfort arises, do not force it." These words resonated deeply with the chubby boy, who eagerly nodded in agreement. He then approached the young boy and whispered, "Young master, shall we conclude for today? I am praying for my father." "The time is not yet right to cease," the young boy replied, returning to his meditative state. The chubby boy, feeling helpless, turned to Yushu for assistance. Li Qing interjected, "Sincerity brings efficacy. However, if your father is unwell, he requires medicinal treatment. Mere prayers will not suffice." The young boy responded, "Medicine may alleviate temporarily, but it cannot eradicate the root of the ailment. I can only hope for the benevolence of the great Emperor Zhenwu." Tang Bohu commented, "What a dutiful child." The chubby boy, hearing this, shot an annoyed glare at Tang Bohu. Yet, with his round face, small eyes, and stubby brows, the expression lacked any real menace and instead appeared rather comical. Li Qing turned to Li Shuer, who subtly shook her head, indicating that they were neither of the Duke of Chao nor the Duke of Liang's kin. Seeing this, Li Qing gradually relaxed, no longer preoccupied with the meditating youth. He lifted his gaze toward the venerable statue of the great Emperor Zhenwu and his master's stature, feeling a twinge of discontent. The great Emperor Zhenwu occupied the central and elevated position, while Master Zhang's form was significantly shorter, placed beside him, thus yielding the most prominent spot. Each time Li Qing beheld this scene, he felt an urge to kick the fourth elder and elevate his master to the rightful place. Alas, within the framework of a unified dynasty, even deities and Buddhas must bow to imperial authority. It is said that the compassionate Avalokiteshvara, upon arriving in the Tang dynasty, altered her name to Guanyin to avoid the taboo of Emperor Taizong. Gazing at the small old man who bore a resemblance to her, Li Qing could not help but reveal a hint of sorrow. The youth's posture abruptly shifted, collapsing onto the ground, startling the chubby boy who hurriedly approached, panic-stricken. "Young master, what has happened to you?" Li Qing regained his composure and chuckled lightly. "It is merely a disruption in my circulation, nothing serious." The young man, eager to maintain his dignity, found it impossible to sustain his meditative state, and, blushing, muttered, "Huang Jin, lend me a hand." Chapter 107. Impertinence. The boy named Huang Jin quickly stepped forward to assist the youth, adjusting his wrinkled garments caused by prolonged meditation while inquiring with concern, "Young master, are you well? Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" "No worries," the youth replied nonchalantly, yet the twitching of his lips and involuntary frown betrayed his discomfort. "My legs have gone numb." It was not an ordinary numbness. He leaned heavily into Huang Jin's embrace, appearing less as if he were being supported and more as if he were slumped against him, though the youth's pride remained unyielding. "Today I have made further progress. I estimate that in a few days I shall achieve a satisfactory conclusion." The young man seemed to speak to himself. Or perhaps he was justifying his state to those around him. Indeed, Huang Jin, accustomed to his master's arrogance, responded, "Our young master is exceptionally gifted. He learns everything effortlessly, and meditation is certainly no exception." Yu Su wore a peculiar expression, while Li Qing could hardly suppress a smile. And Tang Bohu laughed outright, without reservation. The youth's face flushed a deep crimson. Huang Jin, fiercely protective, glared at Tang Bohu, yet his jovial appearance lacked any real menace, only serving to heighten the amusement. Even Li Shuer could not help but chuckle. Impertinent. Huang Jin widened his small eyes to their fullest. Yu Su chuckled lightly to ease the tension, saying, "The young master is sincere and filial. However, as my senior brother has mentioned, relying solely on prayers will not resolve the issue. Given that your father is unwell, it would be prudent to employ medicinal remedies. Young master, why not summon your father? My senior brother possesses remarkable medical skills and may indeed be able to assist him." This represented a significant opportunity, with an immediate reward of 5,000 taels of silver. Yu Su could not afford to be negligent, as the many mouths to feed at Wudong Mountain depended on him. Li Qing nodded with a smile, indicating his willingness to assist. Huang Jin interjected, "My master cannot travel far." "Cannot travel far?" Li Qing was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened, realizing, it seems the illness has reached a critical stage. After all, who would place their hopes in ethereal deities without dire necessity? Li Qing was well aware of his own medical abilities. He could treat ailments, but not stave off death. With a sigh, he remarked, "I am not a divine physician. I fear I may be of little help." The youth looked at Li Qing in astonishment and asked, "Are you the senior brother of the master of the sect?" "I merely apprenticed before him. That is all." "I am far inferior to the master," Li Qing clarified. The youth turned to Yu Su, who, understanding the situation, smiled and nodded without exposing the truth about his senior brother. Seeing this, the youth felt disheartened. He had believed this person might be more formidable than the Wudong master, possessing even greater skills. With a sigh of disappointment, he nodded to Yu Su and said, "Huang Jin, assist me in exiting." "Ah, young master, please take care." Huang Jin gently supported him, yet he underestimated the extent of his master's numbness. After taking just a couple of steps, the youth nearly stumbled. "Young master, I apologize for my impertinence." Huang Jin effortlessly lifted him horizontally, striding forward with his short legs, while the youth's face flushed deeper with embarrassment. Feeling utterly humiliated, he buried his face in Huang Jin's sturdy chest. "This little fellow is truly amusing," thought Tang Bohu, filled with delight. Li Shuer shot him a glare and huffed. "Before the great Emperor Jinwu and Master Zhang, you ought to behave more solemnly." "Ah, yes." Tang Bohu quickly suppressed his laughter and bowed to Yu Su. "Taoist, I would like to request 2 talismans of safety. Could you possibly consecrate them personally?" "Of course, please follow me," Yu Su replied with a smile. "Senior brother, I must take my leave for now." "Very well, go about your business. I shall sit here for a while." Li Qing responded as he settled himself in front of his master's divine form, legs crossed, focusing and emptying his mind. Li Shuer sat beside him but soon lost her patience, staring vacantly at the divine form of the great Emperor Jinwu. "Is it true that the likeness of the great Emperor Jinwu was modeled after Taizong?" she queried. "Only partially. The 4th brother does not resemble him," Li Qing replied. "But he indeed served as a template. Was this due to political necessity?" "One could say so, for the Jingnan campaign cannot be obscured, and embellishment is essential." Li Qing opened his eyes, gazing up at the imposing figure of the great Emperor Jinwu, suddenly seized by an intense urge to test the power of his accumulated qi over the past century. Would this concentrated punch, honed over 100 years, be capable of shattering this formidable statue? Li Shuer was about to inquire further, but, realizing that this was not a suitable place for conversation, suppressed her curiosity and sat in meditation like Li Qing. That evening, in the quiet chamber, Li Shuer relentlessly questioned Tang Bohu about events of the past, which piqued his interest, eager to recount the tales of yore. With time to spare, Li Qing began narrating old stories. The 3 of them sat cross-legged, one telling tales while the others listened, akin to a cozy gathering. As night deepened, Li Shuer retired to the inner chamber for rest, while Li Qing and Tang Bohu laid out their bedding on the floor, spending their first night back at Wudong Mountain in this manner. The next morning, after a simple meal of porridge, Li Qing took Li Shuer and Tang Bohu to the scripture pavilion, a repository not only for the unique classics of Wudong Dao, but also for alchemical elixirs, extraordinary techniques, arts, talismans, and various Taoist texts. In truth, whether Wudong, Longhu, or Quanzhen, they all trace back to a common origin. Taoism encompasses a vast array of subjects, including the teachings of Huanglao, metaphysics, and the study of immortals. In essence, there is no distinction between Taoism and Taoist teachings, much like the relationship between Buddhism and Zen, where the latter extends from or is part of the former. People do not differentiate between the two, as they are intrinsically one. Ultimately, this division arose because Confucianism became mainstream, leading to Taoism being sidelined by those in power and subsequently declining, hence the added title of teaching. In this era, there is no notion that Taoism is separate from Taoism, just as no one would distinguish between Buddhism and its foundational texts. Indeed, both Taoism and Buddhism share numerous commonalities, and even Confucianism exhibits similar thoughts to those found in Taoism and Buddhism. If one were to impose a strict classification, those who study the classics would be labeled as Confucian. People naturally assume that Taoism is synonymous with Taoist philosophy and Buddhism with Buddhist teachings. And this is indeed the case. The distinction lies simply in the fact that while Buddhism advocates transcendence from the world, Taoism occasionally engages with it, yet often remains in a transcendent state, which is why the term teaching has emerged. The absence of a formal concept of Confucianism arises from 2 primary reasons. Firstly, Confucianism has always been engaged with the world, and secondly, Its sheer magnitude renders it intolerable to emperors if it were to claim the status of a doctrine. Li Shuai, thanks to Li Qing, is not unfamiliar with the classics of Taoism. In contrast, Tang Bohu, a staunch Confucian, devoted his youth to the rigorous study of the teachings of Confucian sages, aspiring to attain scholarly distinction. His entire focus was on Confucian doctrine, and upon suddenly encountering the classics of Taoism, he was immediately struck with awe. As he perused the texts, he exclaimed, "Sir, may I frequent this place?" "Of course," Li Qing replied with a chuckle, "at your age, still so eager to learn. What? Are you planning to pursue further studies?" "What further studies?" Li Qing laughed heartily, adding, "If you enjoy it, feel free to immerse yourself here. I will mention it to you later." "Thank you, sir." Tang Bohu nodded cheerfully, engrossed in his reading. Li Shuai did not come here to study Taoist classics. Seeing Tang Bohu engrossed, she could not afford to waste time. "Bohu, focus on your studies. We shall not disturb you," she said, pulling Li Qing away. "Let us stroll up the mountain." "Don't pull so hard," Li Qing replied with amusement. Placing the classic texts back on the shelf, "This isn't your first visit to Wudong Mountain." "There are many inconveniences for a young lady," Li Shuai retorted. Tang Bohu, diligently immersed in his studies, interjected, "You are no longer a young lady." "But I am still a woman, aren't I?" Li Shuai replied. There were plenty of female practitioners on the mountain, yet none approached her. Tang Bohu swallowed his words, slightly disgruntled, and cleared his throat, attempting to remedy the moment. "Sir, miss, you need not worry about me. Please go ahead." "How perceptive of you," Li Shuai remarked, returning her gaze. "We are here to relax. Let us go." The practitioners who came to pay their respects had yet to arrive, and at this hour, the disciples of Wudong were all engaged in their studies in the main square, rendering the vast expanse of Wudong Mountain remarkably tranquil. As the early summer morning carried a refreshing chill, breathing in the crisp air invigorated them both. "Li Qing, I shall just call you by your name to avoid raising suspicions," Li Shuai mumbled, feeling somewhat guilty. "Who told you to introduce me as your friend? Friends call each other by their names, after all. You lack a courtesy name." "Very well," Li Qing replied with a wry smile. "Starting tomorrow morning, I shall be lecturing my junior disciples. You are free to do as you please." Li Shuai smiled mischievously and asked lightly, "How free am I?" "You may live however you wish, just as your elder brother does." "Is that not freedom enough?" Li Qing countered. "Not at all," Li Shuai huffed, cheerfully declaring. "Living on the mountain is delightful. Even the air is sweet." At that moment, a youthful voice rang out nearby. "Perhaps it is the wine that intoxicates, rather than the people." Li Shuai blushed and glanced over to see the arrogant young lad from the previous day, who scoffed. "Oh, little imp, are your legs feeling numb yet?" "You." The young boy was momentarily speechless, indignantly retorting, "If you sit like that, you would feel numb too." Li Shuai laughed. "What is the matter? If your skills are lacking, why should you assume others are like you? You are insufferable." The young boy's face flushed with anger. "My child, you must not be rude," a middle-aged woman admonished. The woman, approximately in her 40s and of a similar age to Li Shuai, was remarkably well preserved. Her complexion fair and her demeanor exuding an air of dignity and grace. Though she did not possess the youthful allure of Li Shuai, she still retained an undeniable charm. It was evident that she was a force to be reckoned with. The young boy, though filled with indignation, dared not retort, casting a resentful glare at Li Shuai before lowering his head. "You're quite something, quarreling with a child," Li Qing remarked, both amused and exasperated. As he clasped his hands in greeting to the woman and spoke in a clear voice, "My friend has a rather obstinate temperament. I apologize for her rudeness." The woman chuckled lightly. "No harm done. The innocence of youth is indeed precious." Her words were eloquent, showcasing both her magnanimity and a subtle critique of Li Shuai. Li Shuai paused momentarily, her brows furrowing in response. "Forget it," Li Qing interjected. "As guests, we should not be quarrelsome." With a slight huff, Li Shuai refrained from further comment. The young boy whispered a few words into the woman's ear, and her expression shifted from surprise to a warm smile as she approached with measured steps. "Is the Taoist adept in medicine?" she inquired. "One could say so," Li Qing acknowledged with a slight nod. The woman pondered for a moment before asking, would the Taoist be willing to descend the mountain? Realizing she sought his expertise for her husband, Li Qing countered, "What ailment does your husband suffer from?" "My husband does not exhibit any obvious symptoms. However, he has always been frail and easily falls ill. Many renowned physicians have examined him, yet to no avail," she explained. Li Qing discerned the underlying issue. Age had taken its toll on her husband's vitality, a predicament he felt ill-equipped to address. Acknowledging her evident wealth, he replied with a wry smile, "If so many esteemed doctors have been unsuccessful, what merit do I possess?" Word has it that the Taoist's approach to healing is unique. The woman insisted, unwilling to concede. "Should you restore my husband to health, my family is prepared to offer a reward of 10,000 taels of silver for the crafting of a golden statue in your honor." After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing responded, "If you could elaborate on the specifics, I would not shy away from extending my assistance." The woman hesitated, glancing at Li Shuer. With a resigned sigh, Li Shuer said, "Fine, I shall step aside." She moved to the side, joining the young boy, and cheerfully asked, "Shall I accompany you for a stroll? You're calling yourself sister at your age?" The boy teased, his youthful countenance belied by an air of maturity. Amused yet slightly annoyed, Li Shuer retorted, "You may call me aunt instead. You certainly have a high opinion of yourself," he quipped. "Hey," Li Shuer feigned annoyance, leaning in to whisper, "Do you believe I would strike you?" With a nonchalant demeanor. The boy replied, "You'd best refrain from such actions, otherwise it could end badly for everyone. So, you possess quite the influential background?" With a chuckle, the boy replied, "In any case, my standing surpasses yours." "How fortuitous, for my own background is not insignificant," Li Shuer laughed. "A single beating from me would be inconsequential." "Oh, the ignorant are often fearless," the boy scoffed before walking away. Li Shuer stood in place, momentarily stunned, before finding the encounter increasingly amusing and decided to follow him. Based on the woman's description of her husband's symptoms, Li Qing thoughtfully prescribed a regimen of gentle nurturing, advising, "In your husband's condition, only gentle care will suffice. You may wish to consult the master for a set of health-preserving Tai Chi exercises to supplement this approach. It may yield some positive effects, but remember, do not overindulge." After a brief pause, she curiously inquired, "As you mentioned, your husband's condition is not particularly grave. Why not come in person?" The woman merely replied, "My home is far, and my husband dislikes venturing out." "I see." Li Qing discerned that the woman was merely offering excuses, yet she refrained from probing further, instead providing some health advice and dietary recommendations. After a while, Li Shuer returned with the young man, whose face was etched with annoyance and defiance. Though the cause of his distress remained unclear, the astute woman immediately recognized that her son had been wronged. However, having just acquired a prescription and seeing that her son did not appear physically harmed, she deemed it unwise to confront the matter directly. She smiled and remarked, "Truly admirable for a monk to retain a childlike heart at such a tender age." This subtly implicated the entire Wudong sect. Li Shuer seemed not to grasp the implication and replied with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment, but I am not a Taoist priest." The woman said nothing more and took her son away. Once the mother and child had distanced themselves, Li Shuer commented, "They indeed have considerable connections." Li Qing was about to chide her when curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to ask, "What connections?" "A princely house," Li Shuer disclosed. "Ah?" Li Qing exclaimed, intrigued. "Which princely house?" With so many generations of emperors, the number of princes was already quite substantial, and Li Qing could hardly keep track. "That little fellow is quite astute. I can only speculate, not knowing which prince it might be," Li Shuer replied with a wry smile. "Nevertheless, it is likely to be a prince." "No wonder. That makes sense," Li Qing nodded thoughtfully. The princes of the Ming dynasty were prohibited from leaving their territories without the court's permission, lest it be construed as treason. The woman's husband did not merely dislike traveling. He was forbidden from doing so. After the fourth junior sect entered the major sect, fearful that others might follow suit, strict regulations were imposed on the princes. It is worth noting that even during the era of the founding emperor, the princes of the Ming dynasty were not significantly better off than those of the Han dynasty. Had the princes of the Han been subjected to the same restrictions as those of the Ming, the temper of Emperor Wu would certainly have prevented any such policies. The hardline stance taken by the junior disciple was thus justified. Li Qing chuckled, shaking her head. "Now that you are aware of their background, let us refrain from teasing them further. Among all virtues, filial piety is paramount. It is indeed commendable for the young lord, raised in a lap of luxury, to endure such hardships for the sake of his father's blessings." "Yes, indeed," Li Shuer agreed. "It is sincere and dutiful of him to travel such a distance to Wudong Mountain and to endure the rigors of meditation." She mused. "I wonder to which branch he belongs. Perhaps he should even address me as aunt." Li Qing shot her a knowing glance. "Do not forget, Your mother's status must remain discreet. Let us leave that aside, she suggested. While the ascetic has yet to arrive, let us take a stroll. At the hour of Chun, they returned to the scripture pavilion, where Tang Bohu was still engrossed in the same position, thoroughly absorbed in his task. Li Shuai inquired in wonder, "Is it truly so captivating?" "It is indeed captivating," Tang Bohu answered with a smile. "Observing it brings clarity, relaxation, and joy. The teachings of Taoism align perfectly with your current state." Li Qing smiled and said, "The core philosophy of Confucianism is to take up. That of Buddhism is to let go, and Taoism teaches one to be open-minded. However, there is no need to delve into texts concerning elixirs, talismans, or the art of divination, as the study of immortals ultimately remains too ethereal and lacks practical value." Li Shuai chuckled. Taking up is indeed a valid point, but most simply fill their pockets. As for letting go, that is not so evident. The fees for incense offerings are quite exorbitant. Li Qing laughed. "Your perspective is somewhat skewed. In truth, all three philosophies hold merit, yet if one were to argue, Taoism is the most formidable. Do you recall the figure who summoned the Han to their demise?" Li Shuai paused, slightly vexed. That was indeed quite fierce. Whether one takes up or lets go, before that individual, it all pales in comparison. They simply take what they desire. Truly formidable. Although they ultimately met with failure, they remain a legendary figure. Tang Bohu interjected. Taoism does possess a certain uniqueness. Buddhism emphasizes cultivating for the afterlife, while Taoism advocates for ascension in this very life. Though both may seem intangible, Taoism certainly exhibits a more audacious spirit. At this, Tang Bohu curiously inquired, "Sir, among the three schools, which do you favor the most?" "That goes without saying. It must be Taoism," Li Shuai answered eagerly. However, after a moment of serious contemplation, Li Qing responded, "Confucianism." Li Shuai exclaimed in surprise. "Why Confucianism?" "Because Confucian thought is the most rational and practical. From the smallest family to the largest nation, Confucianism provides the necessary support," Li Qing explained. "History has borne this out. Among the three, only Confucianism has penetrated the hearts of the people, etched into their very bones and souls." After a brief pause, he continued, "Objectively speaking, Taoism may be more lofty and idealistic, and if one were to strictly adhere to Taoist principles, it would indeed surpass Confucianism. The issue, however, lies in the lack of suitable soil for such tenets." Li Qing chuckled lightly. "It is not merely my choice of Confucianism. Rather, it is the choice of all. What is truly usable is the best." Li Shuai scoffed. "If Zhang Zushi were to hear this, he would surely give you a good thrashing." "Haha, the old man is not as small-minded as you think. He himself greatly admires Confucianism," Li Qing replied with a grin. "After thousands of years of sifting through the sands of time, what remains is truly precious. Only Confucianism has become mainstream, gaining universal recognition and implementation, which speaks volumes of its greatness." Li Qing asserted, "In terms of contribution, Confucianism stands at the forefront." Li Shuai remarked, slightly disgruntled, "I never expected that you, who have always opposed Confucian scholars, would hold Confucianism in such high regard. Each matter should be judged on its own merits, not against individuals." Li Qing smiled. "Among the officials of the Ming dynasty, there are still many virtuous individuals. One must not be extreme and cannot condemn an entire group based on the actions of a few." Li Shuai shrugged and chose not to elaborate further. Tang Bohu, however, wholeheartedly agreed, saying, "I feel the same way." Li Shuai, frustrated, stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Do you both feel as if only women and petty individuals are difficult to manage?" The two nodded. "Not at all." "How annoying." After lunch, Tang Bohu returned to the sutra repository, while Li Qing prepared lessons in the quiet room, and Li Shuai rested in the inner chamber, enjoying a moment of tranquility. However, this peace was short-lived, as it was soon interrupted by the arrival of a young boy accompanied by a jovial-looking chubby companion. "Is something the matter?" Li Qing inquired, pausing his work with curiosity. "I am looking for that old maiden," the boy asked. "Is she here?" "Indeed, she is," came the response. Li Shuai emerged from the inner chamber, teasingly asking, "What? Have you come to reclaim your pride?" "I am not that petty," the boy retorted haughtily, yet soon softened his demeanor, saying, "May I have a word with you in private?" Li Qing regarded him with a puzzled expression. Li Shuai, equally bewildered, replied, "What could a little brat like you possibly want to discuss with me? Send your mother." "How rude." The chubby boy glared. This time, however, the youth remained unfazed and repeated his invitation. "May I?" Li Shuai sighed. Unfortunately, it isn't raining today. The boy frowned, perplexed. What do you mean? On rainy days? One has the leisure to punish children. Such impudence. The chubby boy glared again. Amused, Li Shuer pondered for a moment before conceding. Considering your earnestness, very well. Let us go? Within a mere quarter of an hour, Li Shuer returned. Li Qing inquired. Did his mother summon you? No, it was just him, Li Shuer exclaimed, intrigued. This little fellow is remarkably clever, having grasped that I might deduce his identity. Truly a little prodigy. Chapter 109. The boy's astonishment. He knows you know? Li Qing asked. Astonished. I merely harbor suspicions, Li Shuer replied, shaking her head. If I cannot manage even a small child, what have I accomplished in these several decades? Pausing, she added with a mischievous grin, however, I have not dispelled his doubts. In fact, I have deepened them, leaving him uncertain about whether I truly know his identity. Heh. Li Qing was at a loss for words. You, an adult, still engaging with a child. How remarkable. What can I say? He did call me an old maid. Li Shuer responded with a huff. Li Qing, uninterested in further commentary, returned to his own affairs. In the past, he had been preoccupied with various tasks, often neglecting his personal responsibilities for the sake of others. Now that he had some leisure time, he felt compelled to fulfill his duties, such as mentoring the disciples of Wudong. Over the years, Li Qing had spent much of his time in the mundane world, and after traversing thousands of miles, his understanding of the Tao had deepened. He could not withhold his insights from his junior disciples, imparting these revelations in a way that would encourage them to contemplate more profoundly. The Wudong master brother commenced his discourse. On a crisp morning, the main square of the temple was filled with Wudong disciples, all present and accounted for. Li Shuer and Tang Bohu, however, chose not to attend, opting instead to engage in their own pursuits, adhering to their personal Wudong journey plans. Unlike the other disciples, they were closer to Li Qing and further from Wudong, able to listen whenever they pleased. Missing this opportunity might mean waiting an indeterminate time for the next. Unbeknownst to Li Qing, mingled among the thousands of Wudong disciples were some outsiders. Young master, can you comprehend this? Huang Jin, at the back of the crowd, couldn't help but inquire. Some of it escapes me, while other parts remain unclear, the boy replied. Isn't that equivalent to not understanding? Huang Jin mentally scoffed. But out of consideration for the young master's pride, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead asked the most pressing question, how much longer must we remain here? After the number 99, Huang Jin calculated with his fingers and soon felt disheartened, realizing they had not yet reached the halfway mark, and thus succumbed to daydreaming. However, the boy quickly assigned him a task. Huang Jin, take notes on the content and transcribe it afterward. What? What do you mean? Huang Jin's eyes widened in an unprecedented manner, far exceeding any previous display of rudeness. Is this truly so difficult? The youth inquired, visibly displeased. Huang Jin replied, Young master, your intelligence is remarkable. There is no need for a servant like me to remember, is there? However, a good memory pales in comparison to a poor pen. You ought to jot it down. But I have no paper or writing utensils, the youth lamented. Huang Jin nodded reluctantly. I shall do my best. From that day forth, the early morning practice grounds were graced by the presence of a little chubby boy, diligently writing. As time passed, Li Qing took notice of the pair. Yet he paid them little heed, thinking to himself that if they wished to listen, they were free to do so. After all, it was not uncommon for the children of noble families to pursue Buddhism and the Tao, especially when they were so generous with their actions. Initially, the youth often sought out Li Shuer in the quiet room, attempting to discern whether she had gleaned any knowledge of his true identity. However, fearing that his overt attentiveness might arouse suspicion, he altered his approach and began to subtly probe Li Qing instead. It must be said, the young lad was quite clever. Yet ultimately, he was merely a boy of around 10 years, appearing overly naive in Li Qing's eyes. With no personal grievances to speak of, Li Qing saw no reason to make the boy uncomfortable and feigned ignorance of his identity, which ultimately assuaged the youth's concerns. Nevertheless, the boy continued to visit frequently, inquiring about matters of cultivation and the Tao, only to receive the response, "It's all false, merely an illusion." Upon hearing this, the youth was utterly disheartened, falling into a state of despondency for quite some time. Once the promotional activities concluded, the mountain grew considerably quieter. In the midst of delivering teachings, Li Qing found himself with more space to roam and observe. Occasionally, the youth would bring along the little chubby boy, seeking to engage in conversation about various supernatural topics. Li Qing, lacking in patience, found little interest, whereas Li Shuer exhibited remarkable forbearance, often enlightening this potential nephew, or even grandson, on various matters. As time unfolded, the youth ceased to refer to her as old maiden, instead adopting the term old aunt. Following a spirited debate, he further amended it to little aunt. Life on the mountain unfolded in a soothing and unhurried manner, wherein monotony was interspersed with moments of joy, and the exquisite scenery combined with the tranquil atmosphere was profoundly moving. Over these days, Tang Bohu underwent significant transformation. He engaged in reading, meditative sitting, and leisurely walks, his entire state of mind evolving into one of clarity, introspection, non-contention, and serenity. His outlook on life and his attitude towards existence became increasingly positive, shedding the earlier gloom. Li Qing observed this with satisfaction, deeming this journey to Wudong all the more worthwhile. Before long, the gentle days slipped by unnoticed, and the onset of early summer gave way to the quiet arrival of midsummer. On this day, a middle-aged woman came to bid farewell, accompanied by her child, and took the opportunity to inquire about various matters of importance. Li Qing, of course, shared his insights freely, offering tailored advice. During their conversation, the otherwise idle Li Shuer engaged the youth in light-hearted banter, perhaps succumbing to a mischievous impulse, or perhaps influenced by the woman's words. She leaned close to the boy and whispered, "Your Highness, do not think of little aunt upon your return." The youth stammered, What? What do you mean?" Li Shuer raised an eyebrow, and the boy, flustered, turned his head away, insisting, "I do not comprehend what you are saying." "What Highness? What title? What are you talking about?" "You know I know, and you know I know." After a lengthy pause, the youth's face flushed crimson as he quietly implored, "Please, do keep this a secret." "What did you say? I cannot understand you." "Beauty, kindness, youth, dear sister, please keep this a secret." The young man, with a pang of guilt, sought a way out, knowing that if the court were to take notice, the consequences would be dire. Anxiously, he offered, "I can give you money." Amused by his fear, Li Shuer laughed. "Come now, I was merely teasing you. I won't tell a soul, especially since your intentions stem from filial piety." "Are you trying to deceive me?" he stammered. "Not at all. I only know your father is a prince. Yet I cannot ascertain if you are the heir apparent. Given your tender age, it seems your father would not allow you to wander too far," Li Shuer deduced. Then inquired, "But what of the Qing prince?" The boy was taken aback. The old maid's wisdom exceeded his expectations. However, he quickly regained composure, astonished as he asked, "Could it be that you two are—" "What do you mean?" "Of royal lineage, or perhaps a noble?" He replied uncertainly. "Indeed, quite clever of you," Li Shuer remarked, playfully tugging at his cheek. "Now, can you guess whether I am of royal blood or nobility?" The young lad, still just a child of 10, could not possibly discern the answer. "Sister, might we exchange secrets?" "Huh, do I appear to be a fool to you?" Li Shuer rolled her eyes. The boy changed tactics, inquiring, "Sister, what is your name? Why not simply ask for my surname?" She teased. Embarrassed by her jest, the boy's face flushed, and he awkwardly replied, "Fate has brought us together. You are beautiful and kind. Surely we could become friends across the years, or at least close confidants." Li Shuer scoffed. "With a mind as devious as yours, I would rather not be your friend." Taken aback, the boy's face turned crimson as he retorted, "You are the one with a devious mind. What skill is there in bullying a child?" In the distance, Li Qing, a woman, looked on in astonishment. Li Shuer, flustered, quickly covered the boy's mouth, realizing that her action was akin to drawing attention to their secret. She hastily released him, chuckling nervously. Even the well-mannered woman could not suppress her displeasure at this moment, coldly remarking, "Do you have no children of your own, to amuse yourself by teasing others?" Li Shuer was taken aback. The woman's ire only grew as she continued, "Is it that you cannot bear children, or that no one wishes to marry you?" The boy, fearing to provoke the old maid further, hurried to his mother's side, whispering urgently. Moments later, the woman's expression shifted dramatically as she regarded Li Shuer with newfound caution, followed by a rueful smile. "My eldest son passed away prematurely, and I have had no other children for many years. I am overly concerned about this only son." I spoke in haste. "I beg your forgiveness, young lady. Strictly speaking, the heir cannot leave the fiefdom. If the court were to learn of it, and he were captured, the lineage of the Qing prince would undoubtedly suffer grave consequences. The current emperor is not as lenient as his predecessor. Zhengde has always held a certain disdain for the princes, especially following the recent reforms, as the fiefdoms openly oppose the central authority. While the Qing prince does not seek conflict with the court, he cannot sever ties with other princes, maintaining a stance of conformity. If caught in wrongdoing, the emperor would not show mercy. How could the woman not be apprehensive? To provide someone with a means to harm oneself is to relinquish authority. You are quite perceptive, Li Shuai remarked with a slight hum, adding coolly, "Is this your way of apologizing?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Forget it, I am not so petty. The young lady possesses a kind heart." The woman smiled gently, stepping forward slowly to retrieve a stack of banknotes from her sleeve, softly saying, "This is my apology." Li Shuai did not accept it, replying, "Rest assured, I shall not seek trouble for myself. If you find the money too burdensome, feel free to donate it." The woman paused for a moment, then smiled, saying, "That was my intention all along. If so, I shall contribute even more." One should not strike a smiling face. Recognizing her own faults, Li Shuai refrained from being too aggressive and managed to smile, remarking, "Madam, you are quite magnanimous. Indeed, it has been a long time since we departed. My son and I must return. If fate allows, we shall gather again, and as sisters, we can share stories." The woman concluded with a promise of a future meeting, taking her leave with her child. Li Shuai gazed at the receding figures of the mother and son, exclaiming, "No wonder she is the legitimate wife of the Prince of Qing. Her stature is commendable." "The Prince of Qing?" Li Shuai continued. "Just now, I tricked that little fellow. He is the son of the Prince of Qing." Li Qing reflected for a moment and chuckled. "In that case, he should indeed address you as aunt, for you are quite closely related by blood. The Prince of Qing is the son of Zhu Jianshun, and Zhu Wanqing and Zhu Jianshun are siblings, thus their relationship is not distant. Tracing back, they all belong to the lineage of Zhu Qizhan." Chapter 110. A letter from Zhuho Zhao. Li Qing chuckled lightly. "I recall attending the wedding banquet of the Prince of Qing. Then why didn't you recognize him? Are you foolish? Do you think this is a common gathering? How could the princess show herself before the guests?" "Ah, I completely forgot about that," Li Shuai admitted awkwardly. "By the way, what illness does the Prince of Qing have?" Li Qing replied, "It's not a serious ailment. He simply possesses a frail constitution. Back then, he was just a delicate scholar, not one destined for longevity." Li Shuai nodded slowly, sighing, "Life is unpredictable. Sometimes, in the blink of an eye, an entire generation passes." Li Qing gently nodded in agreement. "Are you not feeling any distress?" "Not at all. I am not well acquainted with him," Li Qing said with a bitter smile. "Everyone else may feel troubled, but why should I be distressed? Among the Zhu family, I only truly care for a select few. What about my grandfather? Does he count?" Li Shuai inquired. Li Qing fell silent. "There must be at least a little bit of affection." "Yes," Li Qing sighed softly. "I do feel anger towards him. Yet despite the resentment, there remains some affection." "Indeed," Li Shuai nodded, whispering, "Mother said that grandfather had his moments of brilliance. There were indeed times, though perhaps not as splendid as you imagine. After all, in your mother's eyes, her father is the best in the world. But let us not dwell on him anymore." Li Qing recalled the past, her mood turning somber, and said, "Summer is upon us. I believe I have shared most of what I needed to. After a few days, we shall return. Indeed, we have had our fun and relaxation. But your career cannot be neglected," Li Qing remarked. "Yes, indeed," Li Shuai agreed, nodding. "Should we focus on installing the steam engine on the cargo ship? Do you think that is an easy task?" Li Shuai hesitated, awkwardly admitting, "It seems quite difficult. It may take a considerable amount of time." Li Qing contemplated for a moment and said, "Let us take it step by step. For now, we should perfect the steam-powered water pump. It will prove quite useful." "Is it truly useful?" "Absolutely," Li Qing affirmed with a nod. "What about the fuel?" Li Shuai posed a fundamental question, remarking that not only ordinary citizens, but even the wealthy landowners would hesitate to lavishly convert firewood, used for cooking, into steam for irrigating fields due to the exorbitant costs involved. It is imperative to first focus on energy conservation and efficiency. As for fuel, it is not as precious as one might think." Li Qing chuckled lightly, asserting that while the resources of gold and silver mines in the Ming dynasty are not abundant, there is no shortage of coal. With the mature technology for large-scale steam-powered water pumping machines, costs would naturally decrease, making widespread adoption feasible in due course. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shuai inquired whether steam engines could be applied to mining operations. "Certainly," Li Qing nodded, considering the matter further. "However, it is not without its challenges. You could certainly experiment, but I must make a trip to the capital. What purpose does this visit serve? She asked. To properly harness capital, Li Qing paused, realizing that utilize might not be the right term. It would be more accurate to say guide, steering capital towards the appropriate paths. Li Shuer, puzzled, asked for clarification. Take the steam-powered water pump as an example. Do you think other wealthy gentlemen would delve into its study? Li Qing queried. They wouldn't. There's no profit to be gained. Who would want to burn money unnecessarily? Li Shuer chuckled, noting that the princess of Xing was merely ensnared by a piece of evidence she had against her. Thus, it is essential to make it profitable for them. To inspire them to innovate, Li Qing remarked. The emergence of the Wanhu Feitian and the steam-powered water pump led Li Qing to no longer underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. This civilization, which has persisted for millennia, possesses a collective intelligence among the working populace that undoubtedly ranks as the foremost in the world, without exception. Over the years of maritime trade and commerce, the seeds of capital have sprouted into seedlings, ripe for guidance and utilization, transforming capital into tangible returns. While a technological explosion may seem unrealistic, it is possible to expedite its progress through purposeful guidance, emphasizing development in this direction. Once a certain threshold of accumulation is reached, the occurrence of a technological explosion will be inevitable, arriving ahead of the West. Li Shuer still struggled to grasp the concept, yet Li Qing chose not to elaborate further. Expressing his optimism instead, the development of the situation is even better than I had anticipated. The future is promising. Are you going to break your word again? She teased. What do you mean by breaking my word? Did you not say you would reside long-term in Jinling? Indeed, I will stay long-term. But I must first confer with the emperor in the capital about this matter. Then I shall return, Li Qing replied with a smile, indicating he would not linger at court. I see, Li Shuer relaxed, stating, you introduced the concept of the steam engine, and you hold significant insight regarding its craft and technology. You could lend a hand. Hearing this, Li Qing felt a wave of insecurity, sheepishly admitting, I may speak authoritatively, but in truth, I know little about it. To be frank, he was not familiar with the construction of steam engines. He had never even seen one. If asked to guide, I would be at a loss. Sometimes, a single idea can save considerable manpower and resources. Since he had some free time, he thought he might as well get involved later. Li Shuer invited him, noting that the steam research facility was located just outside Jinling, not far from home. Very well. I will give it a try upon my return from the capital. Li Qing consented, though he did not believe he would be of much assistance. It is said that imaginative ideas must be grounded in contemporary realities to bear fruit. Otherwise, they are merely castles in the air. Technology and industry are closely intertwined. Yet the growth of industry is a gradual process that cannot be achieved overnight. Li Qing felt little confidence in the matter. As Li Shuer remarked, idleness can indeed be a form of leisure. At that moment, Tang Bohu approached and said, Come, let us dine. You are quite carefree, Li Shuer retorted. A light heart is a blessing. It allows one to live with ease, comfort, and clarity. Tang Bohu, not perceiving this as a slight, chuckled and replied, Though there may be meat on the mountain, it is still rather bland overall. Let us descend and indulge in a few cups. I shall treat you. In good spirits. Li Qing walked alongside. Miss Li, will you join us? Tang Bohu inquired. I shall abstain, lest I disrupt your lively conversation, Li Shuer replied. Do bring me some meat dishes. Having consumed the mountain fare for too long, I find it rather unpalatable. Very well. Although a disciple of Wudong, Li Qing, the senior brother, did not adhere strictly to the prohibition against alcohol. He had, however, never partaken of it on the mountain. The two descended to a nearby tavern several miles away, ordered various signature dishes, and requested 2 jugs of wine, engaging in conversation as they dined. Sir, should we not be on our way soon? Li Qing asked with a smile. Indeed, shortly, Tang Bohu replied. How have you fared during this time? It has been quite pleasant, not merely in physical indulgence, but also in spiritual delight, Tang Bohu smiled. After a grand journey, it reaffirms that our Ming dynasty is truly splendid. What are your plans next? Li Qing inquired. Did I not mention? I intend to explore the magnificent landscapes. Tang Bohu said jovially. Unlike you, I do not possess such grand aspirations. I simply prefer to revel in the beauty of nature. Li Qing nodded, a smile gracing his lips. He could see that Tang Bohu had gained significantly from this trip to Wudong. Since this is a leisure trip, one must not tire oneself. I shall give you the key to my courtyard in Jinling, so you may return and rest at your convenience, Li Qing said, smiling. Agreed. Having known each other for many years, Neither felt the need for formalities, and Tang Bohu accepted with ease. And you? Tang Bohu asked. Can you truly detach from worldly affairs and enjoy life at ease? I will find some tasks to occupy myself, but I intend to reside in Jinling for the long term, Li Qing replied. Time is short, and I am reluctant to be away for long. Nor do I have any pressing matters that require my departure. Indeed, your perspective is wise, Tang Bohu said, sipping his wine. In truth, how many monumental matters truly require your attention? Much of it is self-imposed pressure. The foundation of our Ming dynasty is so solid that merely relying on our past achievements for centuries would pose no issue. Li Qing chuckled and nodded. That is true in theory, but one cannot simply sit idle and expect to thrive, can one? Rest assured, I am gradually coming to terms with this. It is good to let go. Once you do, life becomes less burdensome, Tang Bohu remarked. The two continued to eat and converse. And by the time they returned to the mountain, it was nearly evening. A famished Li Shuer was devouring a roasted chicken, swatting away flies. After another fortnight, Li Qing bid farewell to his fellow disciples, and together with Li Shuer and Tang Bohu, they set off on their return journey. They traveled leisurely, and by late July, they arrived back in Jinling. Upon their return, Li Hong delivered a letter to Li Qing, an epistle from Zhu Hozhao. In the guest hall of the courtyard, Li Hong presented the letter to Li Qing. Godfather, has the emperor discovered your secret? Indeed, he is aware, but remains uncertain, Li Qing added, opening the envelope to read. Li Qing, you truly are heartless. I permitted you to relax, yet there has been not a whisper from you for over half a year. Do you truly have no intention of returning? If you do not surface soon, I may have to embark on a clandestine visit to the Jiangnan region. With a scornful remark, Li Qing continued reading. By the way, I must share some news. The Empress is expecting. The imperial physician confirmed her pregnancy this month, and she is likely to give birth during the festive season. You must come to celebrate. Indeed, as you said, the joys of intimacy are indescribable. I once approached it incorrectly, but now I truly comprehend the exquisite pleasure it brings. Ah, how delightful. Li Qing wore a peculiar expression, pondering whether he had indeed taken the wrong path in the past. It seemed unlikely, as he recalled that the palace had teachings on such matters. Nevertheless, since the Empress was with child, there was no need for further contemplation on that subject. As he continued reading, he found nothing but trivialities, some scolding him, others criticizing the ministers. The letter, overall, bore a resemblance to a discontented child confiding in a trusted friend, rather than a missive from an emperor. It indeed reflected the character of Zhu Hozhao. Amused, yet somewhat touched, Li Qing acknowledged the sincerity of the young man, despite the trouble he often caused. Chapter 111. Patent. After folding the letter, Li Qing chuckled to himself and inquired, Honger, when was this letter delivered? At the beginning of last month, Li Hong replied. The emperor wrote 2 letters in total. One was to inquire about my retirement life, and this one was included, with the express instruction that only you, my godfather, could open it, so I did not dare to read it. Pausing for a moment, he added, in truth, the emperor must have known, right? To some extent. Li Qing sighed. One must admit, the Zhu family is indeed astute. Your statement isn't entirely accurate, is it? Li Hong retorted, referencing his father-in-law. Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, you may say that in my presence, but if Wan Qing hears it, you shall face her wrath. She isn't here, after all. Li Hong replied with a grin, before his demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. The current emperor possesses the valor and audacity of a thunderous warrior and the ambition of an extraordinary sovereign, yet his temperament lacks the steadiness one would hope for. Indeed, Li Qing wholeheartedly agreed, expressing hope that once he becomes a father, his restless heart may find tranquility. Becoming a father? Li Qing laughed. The empress is with child. As he spoke, he handed the letter to Li Hong. Li Hong hesitated for a moment before accepting it, unfolding the letter. It was the first time he had encountered such a format, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. With a wry smile, he remarked, this is certainly a refreshing approach. Godfather, perhaps you should take a trip to the capital? I intend to, Li Qing nodded. I had already planned to visit the capital upon my return, regardless of whether he writes to me or not. Li Hong gave a slight nod and asked, how long will you be gone? Not long. At most a month, and at the least, within a month, Li Qing replied gently, this time. I will truly stay for an extended period and refrain from wandering. Ah, Li Hong relaxed and smiled. After a few days of rest, Tang Bohu once again embarked on his journey. He now possessed a newfound clarity, embodying a carefree spirit akin to a swordsman wandering the world. Following Tang Boha's departure, Li Qing lingered for over 10 days, setting off for the capital after the Mid-Autumn Festival. The weather turned cooler in late autumn. After the morning court session, Zhu Hozhao performed a series of 10 movements of the brocade, feeling a slight perspiration and an invigorating sense of well-being. After wiping his face with the towel handed to him by a young eunuch, he made his way to the imperial study, muttering to himself, since that fellow left. Life has indeed become monotonous. I wonder if he has seen my letter. Alas, he truly lives a carefree life. Upon entering the imperial study, Zhu Hozhao's mood darkened further as he gazed upon the mountain of memorials piled on the desk. Cursing under his breath, he reluctantly took his seat to begin reviewing them. A young eunuch entered with light steps, respectfully announcing, "Your Majesty, Yin Song requests an audience." Yin Song? Zhu Hozhao paused, surprised. Has he returned so soon? Announce him. A little over a quarter of an hour later, Yin Song entered with the young eunuch, bowing deeply. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." "Rise," Zhu Hozhao replied, casting a glance at him. "How have you fared these past years?" "Your Majesty's concern is appreciated. I am well," Yin Song responded, rising only to bow again. Zhu Hozhao set down his brush with a smile, remarking, "I have heard that during your retirement, you accepted the invitation of the governor of Yuanzhou to compile the local annals. It is commendable that you did not forget to contribute your efforts even in retirement. You still serve as my secretary of the Central Secretariat, correct?" "Your servant, Yin Song." "Thanks your Majesty for your grace," Yin Song replied, bowing in gratitude. Zhu Hozhao chuckled inwardly, reflecting, "In truth, I had nearly forgotten you. It was only due to old Wang's recommendations that you came to mind." At that moment, another young eunuch entered, announcing, "Your Majesty, Divine Physician Li requests an audience." "What day is it today?" "Which Li Divine Physician?" Zhu Hozhao suddenly recalled. "Which Divine Physician are you referring to?" "The one who treated the late emperor," the eunuch explained. "Quickly announce him." "Your servant obeys." The young eunuch bowed and hurriedly exited. Zhu Hozhao, filled with excitement, began to pace back and forth, and shortly thereafter, he directly left the imperial study, clearly intending to greet the physician in person. Without an imperial command, Yin Song felt it inappropriate to leave and remained still, observing with composure. As they entered, conversing amiably, Li Qing noticed someone waiting for an audience and said to Zhu Hozhao, "Your Majesty, please attend to your official duties first. I shall return shortly." "No need for haste," Zhu Hozhao insisted, pulling Li Qing back. "Yin Song, you may proceed with your duties, by my command." "Yes, I obey," Yin Song replied, bowing once more before rising and giving a slight nod to Li Qing. Though he had not interacted with Li Qing before, Yin Song was well aware of the esteemed physician's reputation. Whether as the former grand tutor to the crown prince or as the divine physician after his dismissal, he had never fallen from the emperor's favor. Years had passed, yet Li Qing had not diminished in stature. He remained as vibrant as ever. Yin Song dared not show any indifference. Li Qing nodded slightly, watching him depart, then hesitated, saying, "I recall that he seemed to have retired to his hometown." "Indeed. He has just been summoned back," Zhu Hozhao replied with a smile. "It was old Wang who recommended him." "Is that so?" Li Qing nodded slowly, then inquired, "When did he return?" "I do not know. It is unclear." Zhu Hozhao shrugged and remarked, "He has performed admirably. There is no need for me to summon him back. Let him remain in his post for now, and when he chooses to return, I shall call for him." After a pause, he added that both old Wang and Yang Tinghe were quite different in their roles, one in the court and the other in the provinces, which seemed quite satisfactory. Li Qing teased, "You truly have a knack for overworking people." Zhu Hozhao chuckled, shaking his head. "How can one know the joy of a fish if one is not a fish? Old Wang is living quite freely. Even if I were to summon him back, he may not relish the idea. With the title of an imperial envoy and the authority to patrol in the name of heaven, who would dare oppose him openly? A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, but it does not imply that an envoy can act without restraint." Li Qing countered, "That may be the case for others, but old Wang does not abide by such rules." Li Qing nodded in agreement, relinquishing the topic, though he expressed some regret at not having had the chance to see him here. "Please, have a seat," Zhu Hozhao warmly invited. "Bring tea." "No, bring wine. Perhaps another day." "Tea will suffice," Li Qing interjected, noticing the mountain of memorials piled upon the imperial desk yet to be addressed. He quickly stopped Zhu Hozhao, saying, "Let us indulge in wine and conversation once you have concluded your official duties." "Very well, Then, sit for a moment. I will be with you shortly, Zhu Hozhao replied, taking a deep breath as he settled at the imperial desk, transitioning into a state of work. Today, he demonstrated no signs of procrastination, achieving remarkably high efficiency, having reviewed a multitude of memorials in just over half an hour. Are you being thorough? Li Qing questioned skeptically. I am indeed being quite diligent. Zhu Hozhao shot him a glare, retorting, though a memorial may appear lengthy, once you subtract the formalities at the beginning and the end, the actual content is minimal. With the Cabinet's preliminary drafts to reference, the review process is naturally expedited. Zhu Hozhao jested, do you understand? You are merely casting baseless doubts. As if you have ever been an emperor yourself. Li Qing awkwardly touched his nose. Well, indeed, I have never been an emperor. The eunuch from the Ministry of Rites arrived to collect the memorials, followed shortly by the arrival of food and drink. The two dined and conversed. Zhu Hozhao picked up a piece of food, took a sip of wine, and inquired, You have seen my letter, have you not? What letter? Li Qing responded, astonished. Oh, come now, don't feign ignorance, Zhu Hozhao scoffed. The letter I sent in June. It is not yet September, and you appear in the capital, claiming not to have seen it? I genuinely know nothing of the letter. I have come for a matter of significance, Li Qing replied, half seriously, concerning wealthy merchants and gentry. Oh, pray do tell. Li Qing succinctly explained a novel contraption he had discovered in the civilian sector, a steam-powered water pump. He elaborated on its principles, stating, in truth, the steam pump is merely the beginning. I believe that with millennia of accumulation, there is a wealth of knowledge yet to be uncovered. The emergence of capital has fostered a fertile ground for invention and creation. Zhu Hozhao listened intently, his eyes alight with enthusiasm, neglecting his wine until Li Qing's throat grew parched from speaking. In a moment of respite, he eagerly asked, Can boiling water be used to pump water? Li Qing replied, The focus is not merely on that. The crux lies in harnessing the profit-driven nature of capital, guiding its utilization to better integrate resources, talent, and innovations, thus creating more efficient tools for production, ultimately leading to more effective means of amassing wealth from around the globe. Would you not agree? Zhu Hozhao chuckled. I comprehend your meaning. Li Qing responded with delight. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Ah, how amusingly unrestrained. Zhu Hozhao chuckled, then inquired, Where is that steam pump? It sounds rather intriguing. Li Qing, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledged that while the emperor was indeed clever, he also had a penchant for amusement. Even after all this time, his playful spirit remained undiminished. However, this lightheartedness was still tolerable and did not impede matters of state. I discovered it during my travels in Jinling. If the emperor is interested, he may send someone to inquire further, Li Qing suggested, steering the conversation back to the topic of capital utilization. Very well, Zhu Hozhao noted. Smiling, do elaborate. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qing stated, For capital to invest in this area of development, the court needs to promulgate a patent law. Patent? Zhu Hozhao queried. Li Qing elaborated. This law would ensure that inventors have exclusive rights to the profits from their creations. Others who produce or utilize these inventions would be required to pay a certain percentage in compensation. Zhu Hozhao nodded slowly. That seems a viable approach. However, wouldn't this make it rather advantageous for them? Li Qing smiled in agreement. We could establish a time limit for patent protection to ensure that they benefit without extracting unlimited profits. That sounds reasonable, Zhu Hozhao mused. What you propose is quite novel, without any precedents to draw from. How long do you think the protection period should be? What do you think of 20 years, Your Majesty? A generation? Li Qing replied. Zhu Hozhao nodded. That duration is neither excessively long nor overly short, aligning with the interests of all parties involved. Li Qing refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting the emperor's conclusion. After a while, Zhu Hozhao pondered aloud. Could it be shortened further? Certainly, but that may dampen capital's enthusiasm, Li Qing cautioned. 20 years may seem lengthy, yet for a nation, it is quite reasonable. The court invests nothing but stands to gain considerably. Ultimately, these advancements will benefit the state and its people. Li Qing smiled softly. From any angle, it appears quite advantageous. However, should you find it too long, adjusting it slightly is entirely within your discretion as emperor. What about 18 years? Zhu Hozhao proposed. That is acceptable, Li Qing replied. But let's settle on 20 years. 2 years are inconsequential, Zhu Hozhao remarked. For the court, this could indeed be considered a no-cost venture. Indeed, Li Qing affirmed. However, It is imperative that the patent pertains to entirely novel creations, things that have never existed before. This determination must rest solely with your Majesty. Such authority must not be delegated, whether to the 6 ministries, the cabinet, or the Board of Rights. Rest assured, I am well aware of the implications, Zhu Hozhao acknowledged. Nodding, after contemplating for a moment, he smiled. We shall revisit this matter later. It has been a long time since we met. Today, let us indulge in a few more cups. Very well, I shall join you, Li Qing replied, raising his cup in cheer. After exchanging pleasantries and toasting each other, Li Qing casually inquired, does the Empress bear any children? She is with child, confirmed by the court physician in May. It is likely she will give birth during the new year, Zhu Hozhao replied with a smile. It is only this year that I have come to understand the joys of fatherhood. Li Qing, bewildered, remained silent. Suddenly recalling a previous conjecture, Li Qing leaned forward, whispering into Zhu Hozhao's ear. At first, Zhu Hozhao appeared astonished, only to be consumed by anger as he exclaimed, nonsense. Do you think I cannot distinguish between reality and folly? Li Qing hastily covered his mouth, his expression darkening as he replied, if you know, then do not voice it. Zhu Hozhao, realizing his own crudeness, shot him a fierce glare and retorted, you speak without thinking, prying into everything. Curiously, Li Qing inquired, what do you mean by a man's happiness? Zhu Hozhao glanced around before lowering his voice, replying, the pleasure houses. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he continued. The women in the palace are as wooden as logs, perpetually frowning and wearing sour expressions. Even when they are undoubtedly pleased, they feign discomfort, which utterly extinguishes my interest. Where could I find the lively girls from the pleasure houses, with their alluring movements and melodious laughter? Li Qing was taken aback, then filled with indignation. You visit pleasure houses? Lower your voice. Zhu Hozhao huffed. A pleasure house is simply a man's domain, is it not? But you are the emperor. Li Qing's anger flared. Are you not afraid of contracting a disease? Do you not frequent them as well? Zhu Hozhao countered. I merely enjoy the music and wine, Li Qing said. His face darkened. Why only the music and wine? Do you have an affliction? Or have you lost interest in women? If so, what has caused this disinterest? Zhu Hozhao, like a curious child, bombarded him with questions. Are you truly itching for trouble? Li Qing erupted. Do you not realize the grave consequences of contracting a venereal disease? What? Zhu Hozhao's expression shifted. At best, you may need to have your afflicted parts removed. At worst, it could cost you your life. With a start, Li Qing stood. Do you think I am trying to frighten you? All right, sit down, Zhu Hozhao replied, exasperated. Would I consume remnants from others? I only indulge in the company of courtesans. Exclusively for myself. Li Qing paused, his anger somewhat subsiding, yet still vexed. You truly have an audacious spirit, a dignified emperor wandering into pleasure houses. If word were to spread. So you must not speak of it, Zhu Hozhao interrupted. Li Qing scoffed. You are aware of the need for decorum, then? That statement carries some weight, Zhu Hozhao conceded. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing cautioned, let it go this time, but do not venture there again. If you desire a woman, is it not merely a matter of your command? Why seek pleasure in a brothel? Zhu Hozhao sighed. A flower from home lacks the fragrance of one from the wild. You are truly insatiable, Li Qing scolded. Do you not fear the chaos that would ensue if your ministers were to discover this? They would drown you in their spittle. Alas, life is already tedious enough. One must add a bit of spice, Zhu Hozhao huffed. If you choose to remain in the capital, I shall abstain from pleasure houses. Li Qing furrowed his brow. What do you intend to do? Why are you so hasty? That was not my meaning, Zhu Hozhao rushed to clarify. What I meant was, if it is amusing, there would be no need to visit the pleasure houses. Rest assured, I have no interest in men. Do not go again, otherwise. Li Qing lifted his fist. Speaking earnestly, I am not jesting. You know how painful it is to be struck. All right, I shall not go. With that attitude, you must swear, Li Qing insisted. Very well, I swear, Zhu Hozhao conceded. Suddenly, Li Qing felt an ominous sensation and quickly interjected. Forget it, let it be. No, it cannot be dismissed. Zhu Hozhao insisted. Do not speak of ill omens. Come, let me take your pulse. At one moment, you urge me to take an oath, and at another, you refuse. You even check my pulse. I am merely in my 20s. Do you think I am feeble? I have no shame, Zhu Hozhao declared, extending his arm. Li Qing gripped his wrist, holding his breath for a long while, yet he detected no anomalies. You must never visit the brothel again. Otherwise, we shall sever our friendship. Li Qing retracted his hand, stating, "Must you be so unreasonable?" Li Qing chuckled in exasperation. "Unreasonable? I bear the weight of the Ming dynasty. Should I not indulge myself? Such indulgence is unacceptable." Li Qing replied coolly, "Very well. I shall be unreasonable. The decision rests with you. I am a person of my word." Zhu Hozhao waved his hand in irritation. "No more visits. I shall not go." Upon hearing this, Li Qing's expression softened. Zhu Hozhao grumbled, "I have always accommodated you. Have you ever considered my feelings? In truth, I have been quite accommodating to you. Truly," he added with a scoff. "Forget it. Let us drink." Indeed, after several rounds of wine and various dishes, Zhu Hozhao remarked, "Since you are here, you might as well stay for a while. The matter of patents concerns the long-term strategy of the Ming dynasty. We must tread carefully." "Very well," Li Qing replied. "I shall return tomorrow, and then I can assist the Empress with her consultation. It has been difficult for her to conceive. We must not be careless." "Ah, I shall summon her tomorrow." Zhu Hozhao seemed still troubled by the previous matter and wore a less than pleasant expression. Li Qing smiled gently. "All right, do not be disheartened. Let us discuss state affairs. State affairs are as they are. Overall, they have improved considerably compared to previous years. Of course, the relationship between ruler and ministers is not nearly as harmonious as during the Hongzhi era, yet it is not so dire as to render orders ineffective. I have made appropriate gestures, and they are gradually accepting it." Zhu Hozhao summarized the current situation. "It is manageable, I suppose." Li Qing pondered for a moment and inquired, "Who is the pillar of strength at present?" "Yang Tinghe," Zhu Hozhao replied. "Old Yang is detestable but effective. He does not shirk from his duties and maintains diligence. However, his temperament lacks breadth, and he often clashes with Yang Yiqing. The cabinet dispute has reached a resolution, and I stand with the cabinet." Li Qing considered this and found no fault. After Hongzhi's decisive blow to the cabinet, it was inevitable that the emperor could only align with them. Should he side with the 6 ministries, the cabinet would face immediate demise, an unavoidable reality. Furthermore, the cabinet's rank could not be elevated. Beyond mere titles, they could not be granted positions of substantive authority. This was made clear by Hongzhi. Elevating the cabinet's grand scholars rank directly? That was also out of the question. The grand scholar belonged to the 5th rank, established by Zhu Di, and the emperor dared not alter it. In such circumstances, the cabinet's influence must remain substantial. Fortunately, the current cabinet scholars in the Ming dynasty wield far less power than their historical counterparts. With the cabinet's rank constrained, the 6 ministries eyeing them jealously, and the Board of Rights keeping them in check, the upper echelons of power are remarkably stable. Li Qing nodded slowly. "This is quite good." Is the emperor wise?" Zhu Hozhao pursed his lips. "After a day of travel, let us rest. Tomorrow, once I finish my official duties, we shall go to the martial training grounds." "For what purpose?" "To spar." Zhu Hozhao exclaimed excitedly. "We shall each bring a small team and see who triumphs." Even after experiencing the intoxicating joys of intimate pleasures, Zhu Hozhao still believed that leading troops into battle was the most exhilarating form of entertainment, without exception. Li Qing remarked, "I know nothing of warfare." Zhu replied, "Allow me to teach you." Li Qing responded with a smile, "I was merely being polite. Did you truly take me at my word? Not to mention my numerous experiences as a military supervisor, I could easily best you with sheer strength." He then jested, "Let us first finalize the patent issue. That is of utmost importance." "Very well, we shall settle that before any competition." Zhu Hozhao contemplated, "Given the significance of this matter, it is prudent to inform old Yang. The conservative factions in the court are quite formidable. It is thanks to his mediation that we can navigate these matters. He has been working diligently, and I should not be ungrateful." "Absolutely." Li Qing nodded. "However, since we are involving old Yang, we must also consider the other old Yang. Fairness is paramount." "Agreed," Zhu Hozhao affirmed. "By the way, what is the situation beyond the borders? There will undoubtedly be a battle in the near future." Zhu Hozhao's gaze was intense. "A fight is necessary. In the past, our founder routed them thoroughly, and our second emperor instilled fear in them. Now that I am emperor, I must uphold the reputation of my ancestors. Engagement is acceptable, but you must not lead the charge personally." Li Qing cautioned. "Do you think I am unaware of military strategy? Your great-grandfather also once voiced such sentiments." Zhu Hozhao, exasperated, retorted, "Enough. You have reiterated this matter ad nauseum. It is quite tiresome. Moreover, during the previous conflicts, the invaders gained nothing of value." He huffed. "In the end, it was a stalemate. And even the Ming dynasty had its advantages. Li Qing chuckled. That merely pertains to battle statistics. The impact on the Ming dynasty is not to be overlooked. Furthermore, the abduction of an emperor is an immense disgrace. Zhu Hozhao laughed in disbelief. Am I also to be captured? How little faith you have in my authority. Exercise caution, and you shall avoid grave errors, Li Qing advised. Enough, Zhu Hozhao declared firmly. Let the martial arena reveal the truth. Chapter 113. The existence of exceptional horses. Zhu Hozhao took a swig of wine and jested. It seems you possess considerable knowledge of the veritable records of Emperor Ming. Nothing more than a thirst for knowledge, Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Zhu Hozhao nodded. Indeed, that is a commendable quality. Maintain it. Li Qing was aware that Zhu understood, yet he could not admit it. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go on, go on. Zhu Hozhao waved his hand. Return and diligently formulate a set of military strategies. I desire a challenge. Very well, Li Qing sighed, thinking to himself. Just indulge him this once. The following day, Li Qing was awakened by the sound of someone banging on the door. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was already late morning. No need to knock. I am coming, he called out irritably, slipping on his shoes and heading to the entrance. Both old Yangs had arrived. Seeing Li Qing's disheveled appearance, Zhu Hozhao's irritation flared. You certainly seem comfortable. We had agreed to convene today, yet you have only just risen. Ah, I was merely considering that His Majesty would finish his duties before our discussion. Li Qing chuckled awkwardly and gestured. Your Majesty, please, esteemed scholars, be seated. The two Yangs clasped their hands in greeting, acknowledging the invitation. On this mid-autumn day, with temperatures pleasantly mild, the four did not convene in the main hall, but chose to sit at a stone table beneath the trees in the courtyard. Li Qing chuckled lightly, saying, I have just returned, and the tea utensils are yet to be tidied up. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality. The two grand scholars smiled in response, indicating that it was of no consequence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Qing proceeded to the main topic. You both have gained some understanding regarding the patent matters. Have you not? Yang Tinghe nodded. On my way here, I heard the emperor mention it. It is indeed a commendable policy that could promote the development of the populace, benefiting both the nation and its citizens. He paused thoughtfully. This national policy should face no hindrances. Yet we must strive to perfect the system to prevent any exploitation of loopholes. Yang Yiqing pondered for a moment, refraining from contradicting Yang Tinghe, and nodded in agreement. The primary beneficiaries of this policy will be affluent merchants, landowners, and the gentry. Therefore, the implementation of the policy is likely to encounter no resistance, but rather will proceed amidst widespread support. However, the realms of invention and creation are vast. We must establish detailed regulations to prevent superficial innovations from being classified as genuine inventions. The two grand scholars acknowledged this insight. Li Qing added, in my view, we can categorize inventions into two primary types, one centered on core technologies and the other on aesthetic designs. Moreover, both categories must adhere to a crucial principle, utility. He continued, superficiality or insufficient innovation should not be classified as inventions and thus would not be protected by patents. The two Yangs nodded frequently, largely aligning with Li Qing's propositions. After a thorough discussion, each presented their most pressing concerns. Yang Yiqing inquired, what should be the duration of protection, the avenues for applying for a patent, and the effective date of the patent? The protection period shall span 20 years, Li Qing replied. Applications for patents will be submitted by local officials to the court, and the effective date will commence from the day the application is approved. He further stated, additionally, upon receiving applications, the court must dispatch personnel to verify that the applicant is indeed the inventor and not a thief of another's technology, ensuring the protection of the legitimate rights of inventors. Yang Yiqing reflected, this may lead local merchants to further expand their enterprises, and the true inventors may not receive their rightful benefits. Li Qing sighed with a wry smile. You raise a valid point, Grand Scholar Yang. Yet this is an unavoidable circumstance. Absolute fairness is exceedingly difficult to achieve. Relative fairness would be a commendable outcome. Zhu Hozhao interjected, I have an idea. We could establish a law to allocate a certain percentage of the patent's value to the specific individuals involved, perhaps 1/10. That is excessive, Yang Tinghe countered. A completely new product cannot be solely defined by one core technology. If we were to delineate it in such a manner, merchants would surely resist, and even if implemented, compliance would be lacking. Li Qing looked at Yang Tinghe in surprise and nodded slightly. Indeed, That is the case. What do you believe would be a more appropriate figure? A one-time reward of 300 to 500 taels of silver, with the remainder distributed as 1/10,000th of the patent earnings annually during the protection period. Yang Tinghe proposed. That seems rather meager. Yang Yiqing frowned. Yang Tinghe replied, it is indeed modest, yet this ensures that the specific individuals benefit. If the amount were larger, the funds would not reach them. It must be of negligible significance to the merchants while representing a considerable income for the individuals involved, thus maximizing their motivation. In this manner, the true inventors would at least receive hundreds of taels of silver, would they not? Yang Tinghe remarked. It must be acknowledged that during the process of invention and creation, it is the merchants who are the primary investors. At the very least, they are responsible for covering the costs of food, lodging, and wages, are they not? If they provide generously, it may seem that they are safeguarding the interests of the specific inventors. However, this could lead to an influx of imposters, making it difficult for the genuine contributors to receive their rightful rewards. Conversely, if the compensation is scant, it raises the cost of crime. Wealthy merchants would not resort to subterfuge against the court for mere trifles, as the latter incurs a greater expense. Ultimately, this matter hinges upon the affluent and those possessing wealth to propel it forward. Yiqing concurred with Yang Tinghe's perspective, nodding in agreement. While there are many thoroughbreds, there are seldom those who can recognize their worth. Yang Yiqing pondered for a moment and chose not to elaborate further. I have a question as well, Yang Tinghe stated. This national policy may appear inconspicuous, yet its ramifications are profound. It is crucial to determine which department will take charge. I shall personally oversee it. Zhu Hozhao interjected eagerly. Yang Tinghe was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching for a moment before he clasped his hands and replied, Your Majesty is indeed wise. With the emperor having spoken thus, there was little else for him to say. Upon reflection, having the emperor at the helm was not entirely unfavorable. It would foster stability within the court. And given his immense power and status, he stood as one above all others. The emperor also relied on him, allowing him to transition some degree of authority from the emperor to fulfill his political aspirations. In the long term, this model appeared healthier and more rational. Yang Tinghe agreed, and Yang Yiqing had no objections either. With a consensus on the overarching direction, the next step would be to meticulously refine the patent protection laws. In truth, the thoughts of the ancients were not rigid. Rather, constrained by the limitations of their era, they often failed to conceive certain matters. Yet, once raised, they could swiftly devise countermeasures, particularly for politicians like Yang Tinghe and Yang Yiqing, who resided at the zenith of political power. Establishing review bodies would invigorate the impetus for invention and foster the application of new ideas. From morning until noon, and then from noon until afternoon. Their discussions continued until the hour of shun, when their stomachs growled audibly, signaling a conclusion. Yang Tinghe inquired, When does your Majesty intend to implement this national policy? Are you certain there will be no opposition this time? There will undoubtedly be none. Yang Tinghe chuckled. The beneficiaries would hardly oppose it, would they? After further scrutinizing the details, they planned to initiate operations. Zhu Hozhao remarked, Moreover, it has come to my attention that the officials have been too closely allied with the Xia family recently. The empress has yet to bear a child. Yet they engage in such schemes. Humph, be sure to inform each other. Anyone who maintains close ties with the maternal relatives shall incur my scrutiny. The two rose and bowed, responding, We shall obey your command. Very well, let us adjourn for today. Zhu Hozhao also stood, directing his attention to Yiqing. Come to the palace early tomorrow. As you command. Zhu Hozhao nodded slightly and turned to depart. We bid farewell to your Majesty. The three offered a deep bow, and once the emperor had exited, they straightened their postures. Yang Yiqing inquired, Sir, will your return this time be temporary or for an extended stay? I shall depart after some days, Yiqing replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Yiqing felt a tinge of regret, while Yang Tinghe relaxed. Times had changed. Yang Tinghe had reached the pinnacle of power, and under his guidance, the court was gradually stabilizing, with no desire to share authority with another. With Yiqing's personal capabilities and the emperor's favor, what role would he have in ascending to the court? Yang Tinghe chuckled, You truly possess a carefree spirit. Unlike us common folk. Yiqing smiled and replied, Scholar Yang, you are indeed a rare talent. The intricate details and implementation of this policy require your diligent efforts. It is the duty of a minister. Even without your urging, I would not dare to be negligent, Yang Tinghe responded, feeling quite pleased. Not only does this national policy benefit the people, but its implementation could significantly ease the relationship between the court and its ministers, thereby making his role as the chief cabinet minister much more manageable. Mr. Li, Scholar Yang, I take my leave, Yang Tinghe said, bowing with a smile before turning to depart. Yang Yiqing watched him leave and remarked, for the foreseeable future, the court will belong to Yang Jiefu. Li Qing was taken aback and asked, what? Does Scholar Yang intend to retreat? Indeed, Yang Yiqing candidly stated, in terms of political acumen and maneuvering, I am no match for Yang Tinghe. As the court cools down, it will not be long before it stabilizes, at which point I will have no reason to remain. Li Qing pondered, the emperor still relies on you. At my age, if I can withdraw, I shall, Yang Yiqing sighed. I no longer wish to engage in strife. If you could enter the court, the situation might improve. Li Qing, weary, smiled and said, I too wish to rest and enjoy a leisurely life. Very well. Yang Yiqing sighed regretfully, forcing a smile as he clasped his hands in farewell. Scholar Yang, travel safely. Li Qing escorted him to the door, closed it behind him, and lay down in the chamber, idly staring into space. Indeed, political arrangements always require foresight. Preparations for the continuation of political life begin even before the ink is dry on the plans. It is no wonder that emperors throughout history have rarely favored the early establishment of a crown prince. Lost in thought, Li Qing gradually succumbed to sleep. When he awoke again, the dawn was just breaking. After freshening up, he ventured outside for breakfast, arriving at the palace just in time for the early hour. Zhu Hozhao had just concluded his morning court session and was still partaking of his meal. Upon seeing Li Qing enter, he beckoned, join me. I have already eaten on the street, Li Qing replied. Please summon the empress. I wish to see her. Chapter 114. The martial exhibition. Xia's pulse was steady, and her condition was remarkably good. Several months into her pregnancy, her belly had begun to show slightly. She was exceedingly cautious, one hand resting on her hip, proudly displaying her burgeoning belly, while the other was supported by a companion, walking at a leisurely pace, exemplifying her utmost protection of the life within her. However, moderation is key. Since Xia had passed the early risks of pregnancy, Li Qing refrained from prescribing any medicine, merely offering some advice on precautions. Xia attentively noted everything, then, with a gentle hand on her waist, performed a simple yet casual bow, saying, I take my leave. Very well, go on, Zhu Hozhao said begrudgingly. Look at how capable she is during her pregnancy, he muttered, a frown on his face. Li Qing, withdrawing his gaze, retorted, she is bearing your child. And this is your attitude? Huh. Ever since she became pregnant, the Xia family has been restless. I can hardly be bothered with her. She seizes this opportunity to frequently visit the Empress Dowager, subtly seeking favors for her family, Zhu Hozhao grumbled. Zhu Hozhao scoffed, asserting that ultimately, it was all for personal gain. It is only natural for people to harbor a degree of selfishness. Li Qing chuckled, noting that she is, after all, the empress. It is only reasonable for her to desire the same privileges as other empresses, and bestowing a title upon her family is insignificant. Zhu Hozhao grunted, expressing that he initially intended to grant rewards, but given the performance of the Xia family, he had changed his mind. The more they desired, the less he would concede. Relishing in their desperation, Li Qing was at a loss for words, wondering why he behaved like a child. Zhu Hozhao remarked, the founding emperor established a decree that the inner palace shall not interfere in politics, yet history has shown that it has indeed occurred. Are you referring to the time when Emperor Yingzong ascended the throne? Li Qing sighed, explaining that there were reasons behind it, with a young sovereign. The state was rife with suspicion. Under such circumstances, it was far wiser to have Empress Zhang oversee matters than to entrust power to the ministers. Zhu Hozhao chuckled, teasingly asking, how do you know this? It's simply a matter of being studious, Li Qing replied. Zhu Hozhao scoffed, but did not press the issue further, inquiring about the well-being of the empress. Regardless of the jest, the matter pertained to his own lineage, and this prospective father could not be indifferent. She is well, and the fetus is also in good condition, Li Qing responded with a smile. Are you prepared to embrace fatherhood? What preparation is needed? Zhu Hozhao rolled his eyes. Can a little one lack food and drink? Li Qing shook his head in amusement, remarking on his character. You truly are something else. I wonder who you take after. Your father was not like this. Realizing the inappropriateness of his comment, Li Qing refrained from elaborating further. The notion of bloodline inheritance is of utmost importance. Questioning it could evoke doubt, which was not suitable to discuss. However, Zhu Hozhao seemed unfazed, playfully asking, "Do I resemble more of the founding emperor or the second emperor?" "Neither the founding nor the second emperor is within your reach. Perhaps you are closer to Emperor Xian," Li Qing retorted, "and Emperor Xian is not like you. He lacked such frivolity." Zhu Hozhao smirked. "How do you know? Those who understand me recognize my troubles. Those who do not question my desires," Zhu Hozhao lamented, shaking his head. "You, my friend, still do not comprehend me, only seeing my penchant for revelry, unaware of the heart that beats for the nation and its people hidden beneath." Li Qing chuckled at his self-praise. Zhu Hozhao shot him a glare, retorting, "In truth, I have been quite restrained, having forsaken much of my leisure to devote myself to state affairs. What more do you expect of me? If you could exert a bit more effort, I believe it would yield greater results," Li Qing suggested. "You yourself indulge in leisure, yet have the audacity to criticize me?" Zhu Hozhao scoffed. "Have you not heard the saying, 'Do not impose upon others what you yourself do not desire'?" Li Qing smirked sarcastically. "You are the emperor. How dare you utter such words?" Zhu Hozhao fell silent, sighing, "Alas, if only you bore the surname Zhu." Zhu Di had once voiced a similar sentiment. Yet the context differed vastly from that of Zhu Hozhao. Had Li Qing been a Zhu, Zhu Di would have never tolerated him. Li Qing shifted the topic, inquiring, "When will the two old Yangs arrive?" "They are currently drafting documents. It will take a little while longer," Zhu Hozhao replied. "Shall we enjoy a couple of drinks?" "We should refrain, as serious matters will be discussed shortly," Zhu Hozhao said. "How dull." He rolled his eyes. "Is there any strategy in place concerning the martial exhibition?" "Even if there is, I cannot disclose it to you," Li Qing teased. "Are you afraid of losing to me, thus trying to extract information?" "I fear you losing too embarrassingly," Zhu Hozhao retorted. Li Qing smiled and inquired, "How many soldiers does one command?" "As for me, the more troops I lead, the better." "But can you manage 1,000? "Yes, I can." "Then 1,000 it is. That would barely allow me to exert 30% of my capabilities." Zhu Hozhao wore an expression that suggested he was merely indulging in Li Qing's words. Li Qing felt an inexplicable surge of anger, tempted to strike him. Opting instead to ignore him, he focused on savoring his tea, conserving energy for the impending discussion. At a quarter past the hour of Chun, Yang Tinghe and Yang Yiqing arrived together. After a brief exchange, they returned to the previous day's topic. The nuanced legal rights pertaining to patent ownership, the intensity of protection, and the fundamental standards for invention patents were dissected. As the discussion deepened, the number of issues that required navigation grew increasingly vast, prompting the rulers and their ministers to continuously pose questions, resolve dilemmas, and rectify oversights. This discourse persisted for over half a day, continuing into the following day. For several consecutive days, their collective focus remained fixed on this matter until they could no longer identify shortcomings, at which point they temporarily concluded their efforts. Subsequently, the spectacle of Li Qing versus Zhu Hozhao commenced in earnest. On a crisp morning, at the martial training ground, Li Qing had not visited in quite some time. The transformation of the arena left him in awe. It had not only expanded significantly, but also simulated various battlefield scenarios. There were strongholds, earth mounds, and flat terrain, each corresponding to siege warfare, mountain assaults, and open field engagements. Zhu Hozhao donned a shimmering silver chainmail, topped with a steel helmet. He rode a majestic warhorse, brandishing a wooden spear with a fluttering red tassel. Though not particularly imposing, he exuded a certain charisma. The warhorse trotted gracefully to Li Qing's side, and Zhu Hozhao, from his elevated position, declared, 100 cavalry, 50 archers, 100 shield bearers, and the remainder as infantry. There are no restrictions on the battlefield, as long as we remain within the training ground. There is no time limit. The contest continues until one side concedes or runs out of soldiers. Did you expand this training ground? Li Qing inquired. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? How much did it cost? Zhu Hozhao retorted with irritation. All you think about is money. I did not squander it on lavish indulgences. It was a mere 200,000. Given the accumulation of the Ming treasury and the current tax revenue, spending that amount was quite reasonable. Most of the funds were allocated to the grounds themselves, with construction costs being minimal and maintenance not exorbitant, allowing for long-term use. Li Qing did not dwell on the matter further and asked, "When do we begin?" "Half an hour of preparation," Zhu Hozhao replied proudly. "Do try to keep me entertained as best you can." Li Qing positioned his forces, one to the south and the other to the north, and at the hour of Chun, he initiated the attack. The newly expanded training ground allowed for 2,000 troops to engage, offering ample opportunity to showcase various strategies. The core of his 1,000-man unit consisted of 100 cavalry and 50 archers, which Li Qing was reluctant to place at the forefront. Instead, he positioned the shield-bearers at the front, flanked by infantry on all sides, with cavalry and archers in the center, forming a mobile phalanx, emphasizing one key principle: stability. Having participated in numerous large-scale wars, Li Qing was well acquainted with the dynamics of battle. Understanding Zhu Hozhao's temperament, he realized that by maintaining steadiness and avoiding mistakes, he could secure victory without resorting to elaborate tactics. Moreover, his formation, while ensuring stability, also accommodates flexibility. Li Qing silently chuckled. Do not underestimate the role of the supervising general. On the battlefield, particularly in such direct confrontations, strategies become secondary. And even tactical plans hold little weight. It is the comprehension of warfare that truly matters. Avoiding errors remains the predominant theme. A quarter of an hour later, the two armies stood in opposition, a mere 30 paces apart. Zhu Hozhao's troop arrangement resembled Li Qing's, but bore distinct differences. His elite corps was positioned further back, and the infantry was not as evenly distributed as that of Li Qing's. Advanced steadily, Li Qing commanded with a calm demeanor. He orchestrated the battle without the need for signal flags. His voice, augmented by his inner energy, resonated clearly even amidst the chaos, easily reaching the ears of his soldiers. Moreover, this was merely a drill, and the numbers were manageable. Such a rudimentary strategy, Zhu Hozhao mused, taken aback by Li Qing's audacious advance. Shield-bearers assumed defensive positions. Archers step forward and fire at 30 paces. Zhu Hozhao issued a series of commands, as cavalry flanked from behind to assault the enemy's left wing, while the infantry formed ranks. The orders were relayed, and the 1,000-strong unit executed them with remarkable efficiency. These soldiers were accustomed to Zhu Hozhao's drills and had mastered various formations, allowing them to carry out multiple commands in an orderly fashion. In stark contrast to Zhu Hozhao's intricate arrangements, Li Qing's approach was one of effortless simplicity, as the 1,000-strong unit steadily advanced in formation. The sound of arrows, crafted from pure wood, soared through the air, some striking shields while others pierced armor. The tips, stained with paint, indicated those who were hit to withdraw from the battlefield in an orderly manner. Upon first contact, Li Qing's side suffered over 20 casualties, and this was merely the beginning. Suddenly, the thunderous hoofbeats of Zhu Hozhao's cavalry emerged from behind, charging toward their flank.